What? I have unexpectedly traversed to the world of Dragon Ball, 300 years in the past. Master Rashi and Master Shun are my junior disciples. Martial arts Master Mutaito is my master and uncle. Faced with this perilous realm, where even the scions have yet to emerge, I am fortunate to possess the essential ability of a time traveler, the celestial passage system. With the realms of Fengyun, Zhiqian devouring the starry sky, and the perfect world, I shall cultivate across myriad worlds, seeking enlightenment at the pinnacle. In this lifetime, I shall not only rewrite the history of Dragon Ball, but also elevate Earth's martial arts to a status that reverberates throughout the seventh universe. Chapter 1. Becoming a disciple of Mutaito. On Earth, in the southern hemisphere, there exists a natural valley encircled by an unbroken chain of mountains. The lush forests are thick and vibrant, teeming with life and a rich verdancy. The scenery is breathtaking, showcasing nature's beauty in full splendor. At this moment, lying at the entrance of the valley on a patch of greenery, Wu Feng feels exceptionally refreshed and content, basking in the warm sunlight. As he stretches lazily in the somewhat dazzling light, transitioning from a side-leaning position to a flat one, his body sinks into the grass, forming a comfortable figure. Gazing quietly at the pristine blue sky and white clouds reminiscent of his childhood memories before his traversal, Wu Feng gradually enters a state of tranquility, commonly referred to as on the brink of slumber. However, fate had other plans. At that moment, a furious roar pierced the air. "Wu Feng, you rascal! Are you hiding here again? Slacking off and sleeping? You little brat! Is your skin itching again?" Turning towards the voice, he beheld a robust man, towering in stature, wielding a solid iron club resembling a wolf's fang, weighing no less than several hundred kilograms. In mere seconds, he dashed from the valley, covering a distance of over 100 meters, and without a word, he slammed the heavy weapon down onto the ground beside Wu Feng, who had yet to rise from the grass. The impact produced a thunderous sound, creating a pit about a meter wide and deep. Dust billowed into the air, enveloping Wu Feng in a cloud of dirt and broken grass. Startled by the sudden attack, Wu Feng jolted awake, instinctively rolling on the ground and springing to his feet in a fighting stance, scanning the area wildly while shouting, "Who dares to disturb my morning slumber?" As he spoke, he turned to see his fierce uncle, Wu Shan, standing nearby, brandishing the heavy club and displaying an expression of unbridled fury. His pupils dilated in shock. Wu Feng instinctively swallowed hard, then awkwardly chuckled. Before Wu Shan could act, Wu Feng took off running toward the inner valley, where his aunt was, shouting loudly, "Help! Murder! Auntie, come quickly! Your man has gone mad again! You little rascal, don't run! Stop right there! All right, I won't beat you today, just stand still." Wu Shan called out, exasperated yet amused, trailing several meters behind Wu Feng. "Really? Are you serious? Uncle, you're not deceiving me, are you?" Wu Feng hesitated, slowing his pace slightly, glancing back at Wu Shan with a look of skepticism. "Truly, I am not deceiving you. Reflect upon our time together. When have I ever misled you, dear nephew? Well, aside from that unfortunate incident during your childhood when your parents passed away," Wu Shan remarked with a hint of exasperation as he observed Wu Feng's hesitation. "Enough of this idle chatter. Come with me at once. Today, your long-lost uncle has returned from his travels. It is time for you to meet him and ascertain whether you possess the innate talent for the profound martial arts," Wu Shan declared, seizing Wu Feng and effortlessly lifting him with a single arm. Before Wu Feng could voice any objection, he propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, racing to the training grounds situated in the valley center. He halted abruptly, just a meter away from his elder brother, Mutaito. Without hesitation, he unceremoniously dropped the nearly dazed Wu Feng beside him, and, with an impassive countenance, fixed his gaze upon Mutaito, his hands cracking ominously. In the next instant, without any verbal warning, he launched a fierce punch towards Mutaito, who stood resolutely in the center of the circular platform. Facing the incoming strike, swift and brutal as a surprise attack, Mutaito remained unperturbed. From a distance, it was apparent that his hands, previously clasped behind his back, moved with blinding speed to intercept the massive fist that was mere inches away from his face. "Oof. After all these years of silence and absence, you finally choose to return?" Wu Shan scoffed, retracting his fist with a hint of sarcasm upon realizing that his ambush had failed. "Little Shan, I deeply regret the plight that befell your family. Wu Taido began, guilt-ridden and burdened with remorse, seeking to explain himself. Yet Wu Shan, visibly impatient, cut him off, saying, "There is no need for your explanations. If you truly wish to clarify anything, speak to your nephew." With that, he pointed towards Wu Feng, who was seated nearby, visibly stunned and incredulous. Without a backward glance, Wu Shan strode away, disappearing from Wu Taido's sight within mere seconds. "Sai child, what is your name?" Wu Taido inquired gently after observing Wu Shan's indifferent retreat. "I am Wu Feng." "Greetings, uncle. It is an honor to meet you. May I learn from you?" Wu Feng, regaining his composure, responded without hesitation, addressing the formidable uncle with warmth and familiarity. Furthermore, he promptly expressed his earnest desire to study martial arts under his uncle's guidance. However, Wu Taido did not immediately address Wu Feng's request for martial arts training. Instead, he focused intently on Wu Feng's name. "Wu Feng, is it? A splendid name indeed. The pinnacle of martial arts. Excellent, excellent. Henceforth, you shall train under me." After uttering these words, he proceeded to examine Wu Feng with a series of gestures, then silently and gracefully retreated to his residence. Left in solitude, Wu Feng sat there, his face a blend of astonishment and exhilaration, murmuring to himself, "It's begun, it's begun. Finally, there's some progress. What a journey it has been." Having resided in this world for over a year, Wu Feng had been accompanied by a mysterious progress bar, visible only to him, reminiscent of a video game boss's health meter. At this moment, it advanced imperceptibly. It is worth noting that prior to this, Wu Feng had attempted various methods with no results. Yet, the instant Wu Taidu accepted him as a disciple, the progress surged dramatically from 1% to 10%. Moreover, Wu Feng could distinctly perceive that the progress bar continued to advance slowly yet steadily. At this juncture, he had ample reason to believe that if he maintained this momentum, it would not be long before it reached its zenith. At that point, he would glean information from the sudden influx of knowledge in his mind about the next world he would traverse. Thus, he could finally depart from the perilous Dragon Ball realm, a world where catastrophe loomed at every turn. The following day dawned clear and bright, the sun shining gloriously upon a humble peak within the Chilean mountains, standing at an elevation of approximately 400 to 500 meters. At this moment, Wu Taidu was guiding Wu Feng through the most fundamental of training, mountain climbing, incessantly ascending and descending the slopes until Wu Feng was utterly exhausted. Due to the arduous nature of the task, the 12-year-old Wu Feng could only manage a single round trip before succumbing to fatigue. Ultimately, Wu Taidu hoisted him back down to their dwelling, tossing him into a bathtub filled with fragrant herbal concoctions that had been prepared in advance. He paid no heed to Wu Feng's reasonable suggestions for a gradual training regimen, leaving the powerless Wu Feng to passively endure his uncle's relentless demands. It was not until some time later, when Wu Feng began to perceive significant improvements in his physical condition, that his initial lethargy and resistance transformed into a sense of enjoyment, tinged with a hint of masochistic thrill that on this day, after yet another exhausting session, Wu Feng lay in the bathtub, gazing at the progress bar floating before him. It had advanced a little further compared to yesterday, and a smile involuntarily spread across his face. However, due to the complete depletion of his strength, the smile did not manifest as intended. Instead, it triggered his pain receptors, distorting his expression in a blend of agony and bemusement. During this arduous journey of martial arts training, which could only be described as a hellish yet exhilarating experience, Wu Feng found that each time he witnessed the progress bar steadily advancing in tandem with his growing strength, coupled with the tangible enhancement of his physique, he felt that every ounce of hardship and effort was worth it. Remarkably, as time flowed gently onward, Wu Feng gradually developed a fondness for this relentless pursuit of strength. Unconsciously, he began to exert even greater effort during his training, striving to surpass the daily tasks assigned by his esteemed master, Wu Taido, all in the pursuit of becoming powerful enough to prepare for the impending journey into a new world. For both the profound wisdom gleaned from his past life and the knowledge and experiences acquired in this one had instilled in Wu Feng a fundamental truth. To avoid leaving any regrets in life, one must cultivate sufficient strength, strong enough to reclaim everything. For weakness is the original sin of all. Chapter 2, 3 years. It must be said that the time devoted to training is fleeting. Unbeknownst to him, 3 springs and autumns had passed since Wu Feng became a disciple of Wu Taido. After 3 years of relentless practice and perseverance, Wu Feng ultimately fulfilled the expectations set forth by his master, officially reaching the initial stage of cultivation. On this day, benefiting from the good habits cultivated over 3 years, Wu Feng had risen early, engaging in his daily morning warm-up routine, a ritual he had adhered to since the beginning of his training, preparing himself for the day's rigorous practice. After completing a set of familiar movements, he instinctively waved towards the door, only to be taken aback when he realized that his uncle, who had always been punctual, was not present as usual. This realization struck Wu Feng as peculiar and surprising, for his uncle, who remained an enigmatic figure to him, had never once been late or absent in the past 3 years. Just as he was about to investigate his uncle's whereabouts, he dashed out the door and unexpectedly encountered his long-absent second uncle approaching. Without hesitation, the second uncle swiftly closed the distance, launching a powerful fist towards him, a blow so rapid that, in Wu Feng's pre-training days, he would have been utterly incapable of countering it. Indeed, he might not even have seen it coming. Yet at this moment, he effortlessly raised his hand to block it, stabilizing himself against the formidable force of that seemingly weighty punch. Good lad, in just a few short years, you have attained such prowess. It seems that before long, you shall grasp the upper echelon of martial arts, the concept of qi. Indeed, you surpass even your second uncle, Wu Shan remarked, pride swelling in his heart as he witnessed Wu Feng effortlessly block his punch, which was infused with the strength of the 8th level. Yet, amidst his pride, he could not suppress a sigh of melancholy. Haha, dear second uncle, you flatter me. My current abilities are merely passable, just sufficient for self-defense, Wu Feng replied with a modest chuckle, standing still after hearing his uncle's praise. Enough with the pretense, I know you too well. I suspect your heart is brimming with delight at this moment, Wu Shan retorted, unable to hide his irritation at Wu Feng's feigned seriousness. Before Wu Feng could respond, Wu Shan continued, Are you in such a hurry to leave because you're heading to your eldest uncle's residence? How did you know I was looking for my eldest uncle? Wu Feng exclaimed in surprise. Oh right, I haven't completed my training for today. I must hurry. Farewell for now, second uncle. Realizing he had yet to fulfill his training, he hastily bid his uncle goodbye. In an instant, as Wu Feng prepared to dash towards the highest peak, he was swiftly halted by his uncle's firm grasp on his shoulder. What is your rush? Can you not allow someone to finish speaking? You need not climb today. Your eldest uncle left in a hurry last night, due to urgent matters, and he entrusted me with your training regimen. What? My eldest uncle has left? Was it truly that urgent that he couldn't spare a moment to inform me? Wu Feng's initial surprise quickly turned to sadness and disappointment, his demeanor darkening. Enough of that expression. This is not a matter of life, and death you shall see him again. He mentioned that he would return in no less than 3 months, and at most, half a year, Wu Shan said, rolling his eyes as he chuckled at the boy's reaction. Oh, is that so? Very well then, second uncle, let us commence our new training. I can hardly wait. Wu Feng's mood brightened immediately, rekindling his spirited determination to embrace the forthcoming round of training. All right, follow me. And remember, from today onward, your training will take place in the circular training ground at the center of the valley, Wu Shan instructed as they raced towards the designated area. Isn't this where the adults practice and spar? Wu Feng inquired uncertainly upon arrival. Indeed, do not doubt it. Your upcoming training shall consist of relentless combat. Do you understand? Wu Shan replied with an unyielding gaze, his expression grave as he spoke to Wu Feng. While I comprehend the matter at hand, I must admit, it is not mere self-praise. It appears that apart from you, my esteemed second uncle, no one within the valley can truly serve as a catalyst for my growth. Even if I were to engage in a struggle, the valley's second strongest, Uncle Wu Yin, falls considerably short. After all, one's physical reflexes leave much to be desired. Would you not agree? As Wu Feng spoke, he absent-mindedly circled his right hand around the back of his head, a hint of pride evident in his bashful demeanor. You needn't concern yourself with this. Your elder uncle has already made provisions for you. Now, cast your gaze behind you. Your cousin from the martial arts clan has brought something to aid in your upcoming training, Wu Shan explained with a subtle smile. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng turned to see his cousin from the martial arts clan laboriously approaching, burdened by an enormous turtle shell on his back. With a resounding thud, the colossal object fell to the ground before Wu Feng, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air. Here you go, Cousin Feng, I've brought you what you need. No need for thanks, his cousin said, somewhat clumsily, as he dropped the immense shell at Wu Feng's feet. Wu Feng, stiffened in surprise, turned to his second uncle, a rigid smile adorning his face, and asked with a hint of trepidation, You don't expect me to carry this shell for training, do you? Of course not. How could one train while bearing such a load? Wu Shan replied, Is that true? Thank goodness. I knew it. Wu Feng exclaimed, relief washing over him as he patted his chest. You must wear it. How else can it be secured or serve its purpose for training? Now, hurry up, stop dawdling, and put it on for today's practice, Wu Shan said, his expression unyielding. In that moment, Wu Feng felt as though he had turned to stone. The following day dawned bright and clear, a splendid season of renewal. Cousin Fei, I must tell you, in any endeavor, it is wise to leave some room for future encounters. Wu Feng, clad in the heavy turtle shell, earnestly addressed his first opponent of the day. Oh, is that so? However, Uncle Dashin has instructed otherwise, stating that one must not hold back, as long as one remains uninjured. Wu Xiaofei responded, her resolve solidified by the words of her uncle. Ignoring any further comments from Wu Feng, she launched a flurry of punches and kicks at him. As Wu Feng faced a slow-moving punch, his instincts urged him to sidestep, and he attempted to counter with a kick. However, he soon realized he had only managed a small shift, narrowly evading the sluggish blow. Before he could revel in his fortune, Wu Xiaofei's follow-up punch struck him squarely, sending him crashing to the ground. A minute later, as he struggled to rise again, Wu Feng was about to plead for mercy regarding his face when the relentless fist struck Wu Feng once more, landing upon the unmarred side of his handsome visage. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, motionless and unresponsive. In a state of bewilderment, Wu Xiaofei stepped forward to investigate, only to discover Wu Feng frothing at the mouth, his eyes swirling with stars. Oh no, Uncle Dashin, hurry! Cousin Feng is in dire straits. Alarmed by Wu Feng's dire condition, Wu Xiaofei dashed towards Wu Shan, her voice tinged with a quavering cry. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Wu Feng lay on the ground, his head swollen and resembling that of a pig, his gaze spinning aimlessly for what felt like an eternity. Chapter 3. The initial trial of transcendence. On this day, within the heart of the valley, the resonant sounds of thuds echoed incessantly from the circular platform. From a distance, two figures could be seen intertwining and shifting, appearing and disappearing with each fleeting moment. As time gradually progressed, the pace of their fierce engagement quickened, until it became so rapid that the onlookers could scarcely discern their positions with the naked eye. They could only glean the intensity of the duel through the ephemeral afterimages left in the wake of their conflict. With a resounding thump, another blow met another in a fierce clash, and the two figures, moving at high speed, instantaneously separated. Wu Feng stood resolutely in place, while Wu Shan staggered back 3 steps before regaining his composure. Uncle, I concede, Wu Feng said with a hint of pride after observing his uncle steady himself. Well, you, young lad, truly are a martial genius. In just 6 short years, you have surpassed me completely. Your talent rivals that of your esteemed uncle from long ago, Wu Shan remarked, filled with a sense of satisfaction as he regarded Wu Feng, adorned in a grand tortoise shell. Enough, since Xiao Feng has emerged victorious. This phase of training concludes here. Prepare yourself. Starting tomorrow, I shall guide you in the cultivation of higher martial realms, Wu Taido interjected. Having observed the conclusion of their bout, effectively interrupting their customary mutual flattery. Understood, Uncle, Wu Feng replied, foregoing the habitual exchange of praises in favor of a firm acknowledgement. Very well, at dawn tomorrow atop the highest peak of Chilean Mountain. Remember, tardiness will bear its own consequences. With that, Wu Taido turned and, with a swift yet seemingly leisurely pace, made his way back to his residence, vanishing from Wu Feng's sight as his words lingered in the air. A night of silence ensued. The following day, at dawn, as the first light of day broke through the horizon, painting the sky with wisps of white clouds and a refreshing autumn breeze, the crimson sun revealed itself, casting a striking tip of red. At this moment, atop the highest peak of the Chilean Mountain, Wu Feng stood, attentively absorbing his uncle's teachings, diligently performing a series of peculiar movements as instructed. It was only when the sun fully emerged from the horizon that Wu Taido called for a halt. Uncle, what should I do next? Wu Feng inquired, puzzled by his uncle's seemingly eccentric demeanor. In response to Wu Feng's confusion, Wu Taido calmly asked, has your mind settled? Ah, my apologies, uncle. I realize my mistake, Wu Feng replied, initially taken aback, then quickly comprehending that his eagerness to cultivate the energy he had long yearned for had stirred his emotions, leading him to unwittingly breach the cardinal rule of martial arts, to guard against arrogance and impatience. Well, such matters are inevitable. I must take the blame for having prematurely informed you about today's training session. Now, without further ado, let us commence in earnest. Wu Taidu did not scold Wu Feng. Instead, after a moment of introspection, he spoke calmly. Meanwhile, Wu Feng gently exhaled, clearing his mind of distractions, and began the process of cultivating his qi. Following his uncle's verbal instructions, Seated cross-legged on the ground, he concentrated all his mental faculties, slowly attuning himself to the chi that resided within his corporeal cells. As taught by his uncle, gradually, as time passed and the sun reached its zenith, Wu Feng's consciousness transcended a barrier or constraint, allowing him to perceive the chi, which belonged to him. In an instant, upon sensing this chi, Wu Feng instinctively began to mobilize it. Fortunately, it did not disappoint him, as his will stirred. The chi within his cellular structure surged forth. The external manifestation of this was that Wu Feng, seated in meditation, suddenly began to radiate light, enveloped in a soft, white glow akin to that of mutton fat jade. Moments later, awakening from a profound understanding, Wu Feng exhaled a breath of stale air. This expelled breath shot forth like a sword of chi, crashing against the rocky wall and leaving a hole the size of an infant's fingertip. Had he succeeded? Had he finally comprehended the essence of chi? At that moment, the anxiety that had plagued Wu Feng since arriving in the Dragon Ball world began to ease and settle. Uncle, I have succeeded. He took a moment to fully appreciate his body, feeling the abundant chi coursing through his cells and the transformative power it bestowed upon him, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Wu Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. Excellent. Now, take your time to truly experience this and strive to master every ounce of power within your body. With that, Wu Taidu declared the training session concluded. Observing everything unfold as he had anticipated, he felt a quiet joy within. Time flew by, and 3 months had passed since Wu Feng's realization of chi. On this day, atop the highest peak of the Chilean mountains, 2 figures, swift as lightning, engaged in an unceasing dance of combat. The sounds of their collisions echoed like thunder. As the intensity of their battle escalated, the summit was filled with fleeting shadows left in the wake of their exchanges. Often, before one shadow dissipated, another would swiftly follow. The day gradually slipped away as the 2 warriors fought, only ceasing when one could no longer endure. Breathless and drenched in sweat, Wu Feng collapsed to the ground, utterly spent, gasping for air. His body felt devoid of strength, leaving him languid and utterly exhausted. As Wu Feng's consciousness began to blur, he was eventually seized by a familiar sensation before succumbing to a deep slumber. When he awoke, he realized a full day and night had passed. Awakened by hunger, Wu Feng ventured to a nearby mountain, casually hunting a hapless wild boar. After cleaning it hastily, he commenced the familiar ritual of barbecuing. Not long after indulging in a hearty meal, as he prepared to return to slumber, he instinctively glanced at the progress bar hovering before him, only to discover that the previously lacking 5% had now reached completion. This sudden revelation extinguished all traces of sleepiness within him, for it signified the long-awaited journey of transcendence was finally at hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Feng activated the transcendence function as described in his mind. Notably, he had gleaned from a sudden influx of information that a significant temporal disparity existed between the realm he was about to enter and his current one. Assured that he would not be detected by his loved ones, Wu Feng carefully surveyed his surroundings, confirming no one was present, before embarking on his journey. Thus, enveloped in a hazy glow emanating from his being, Wu Feng vanished, as if evaporating into thin air. Chapter 4. The Initiation of the Heavenly Dragon and the 8 Parts in the Heart of Hangzhou, within the grand establishment known as the Uli Inn. A sea of humanity surged. Adventurers from all corners of the realm filled the hall, creating a vibrant tapestry of martial artists, renowned heroes, affluent merchants, and various individuals from diverse backgrounds. It was a gathering of the eclectic, yet amidst the clamor, an air of order prevailed, with each patron adhering to their designated space with remarkable self-discipline. Occasionally, a few impetuous youths, fueled by fervor and the desire to uphold justice, would engage in reckless displays of bravado, attempting to vanquish evil within the inn. However, without exception, these young champions and nefarious villains alike were swiftly subdued by the skilled guardians stationed within the establishment. Appropriate reparations and penalties were then administered based on the severity of their actions. To date, no life had been lost due to such encounters, yet the consequences effectively instilled a profound sense of caution among the martial community. This was largely due to the Uli Inn's illustrious inception 3 years prior, when it had made a formidable example of the notorious hero Hu Zhongtian and the infamous flower thief Yin Zhongyi, both of whom had faced remarkably humane retribution. As Hu Zhongtian was stripped of his garments, his entire body's acupoints and meridians sealed, he was suspended in the bustling streets for 3 days and nights. Meanwhile, preparations were made for Yun Zhonghi, who had inadvertently succumbed to madness, severing his meridians. As he was tenderly administered some stimulating elixirs, and confined within a completely sealed stone chamber for 10 days and nights. Thus, under the daring experimentation of these two valiant figures, 3 years passed in relative tranquility after an initial period of minor disturbances, likely due to the sluggish transmission of ancient information. At last, the time had arrived for the annual unveiling of the 3 lists of heaven, earth, and humanity. Since the establishment of the ULI in 3 years prior, which first published the rankings of martial artists, it had initially faced ridicule and scorn for its lack of credibility, even attracting the ire of some unsatisfied individuals, such as Yun Zhonghe, who sought to provoke it. However, these adversaries were swiftly apprehended by Kong Guangling, one of the 8 disciples of Su Xinghe, who had notably enhanced his abilities under the new master's tutelage, serving as a deterrent to others. Nevertheless, this was merely a fleeting acknowledgement of the inn's formidable reputation. The rankings within the inn continued to be met with skepticism and disdain, with some seasoned martial artists publicly declaring that the ULI inn was merely seeking to attract attention and humiliate itself. This unfavorable situation persisted until, with the passage of time, a number of audacious young heroes, unwilling to accept the established order, challenged the top-ranked individuals, leading to their eventual downfall and garnering the attention and partial recognition of prominent figures in the martial world. The true validation of this ranking, however, came from the challenge posed by the enchanting and naturally beautiful heroine, Wang Yuyan, whose graceful demeanor and mastery of myriad martial arts earned her the title of the martial arts treasury. To this day, she remains the unrivaled #1 on the Earth ranking. At long last, Kong Guangling made his appearance, an event eagerly awaited by his friend, the wealthy merchant Qian Wanqian, who jested, "Ah, it is indeed a challenge to summon you, Manager Kong. Ha, esteemed guests, forgive my tardiness. I was beset by trivial matters. Just before my departure, a distinguished guest arrived unexpectedly, compelling me to attend to him. I sincerely apologize," Kong Guangling explained, bowing respectfully to the assembled guests. Not at all. We have only waited a brief moment. As long as the announcement of the rankings is not delayed, all is well." A figure clad in tattered clothing, adorned with 9 pockets symbolizing the current foremost gang of the beggars sect, stepped forward. This elder, Bai Shijing, spoke up loudly, asserting his presence at the gathering. Amidst the lively banter and camaraderie of the martial artists, a sudden voice, dripping with sarcasm, cut through the air. Nay, your discourse is utterly nonsensical. You are merely a chorus of echoing insects, unworthy of my attention." At this moment, the assembly of proud warriors, feeling insulted, erupted in fury, directing their gaze toward the source of the derisive voice. To their astonishment, it was none other than the notorious Bao Butong, one of the 4 esteemed generals of the Murong clan from Suzhou, whose tongue was as sharp as his wit. "How dare you speak thus, Bao? Your words are as hollow as your intellect," retorted several hot-tempered heroes, their tempers flaring. Notably, some among them even brandished their weapons, ready to rend Bao to pieces at any moment. Pray tell, what is it you intend to do? Have you forgotten the decorum of this place?" cautioned Kong Guangling, invoking his profound inner strength to deliver a resonant snort, a reminder to the bloodthirsty crowd teetering on the brink of violence. In the next instant, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air, silencing the once belligerent martial artists. It was only when Master Xuanku, representing the Shaolin Temple, spoke soothingly to the assembly, offering them a means to save face, that the tension began to dissipate. Following his lead, the warriors hastily sheathed their weapons, the sound of swords returning to their scabbards echoing throughout the joyful inn until, moments later, silence returned as everyone resumed their original positions. Meanwhile, having achieved his objective, Kong Guangling shed his previous pretentiousness. With a swift motion, he unleashed a scroll from his grasp, sending it soaring to the hook on the inn's beam, where it unfurled under the pull of gravity, revealing its contents. Eager voices began to recite aloud. #1 on the list, Morong Fu of Suzhou, a master of myriad martial arts. #2, Zhuo Bufan, who claims the title of Sword God, the last disciple of the Wisdom Sword School, having encountered fortuitous events on Changbai Mountain to master the art of sword light. #3, Yu Tanji, a 5th-generation disciple of the Carefree sect. #4, Xiannan, the abbot of the Dharma Institute at Shaolin, proficient in 3 of the 72 ultimate techniques of the temple. #108, Quan Guqing, the leader of the Beggar sect, renowned for his cunning rhetoric and martial prowess. Thus, time flowed gently as the martial artists immersed themselves in the scroll's revelations. Eventually, after a moment of contemplation, their curiosity surged, prompting the customary round of inquiries. "Master Kong, I must clarify that my skepticism is not a reflection of distrust in your esteemed self. Rather, it is a pressing curiosity that I cannot contain, spoke one wandering practitioner, unable to restrain himself any longer. Ah, fear not. It is of no consequence. Speak your doubts freely, and I shall endeavor to address them all, Kong Guangling responded graciously. Upon hearing this, Kong Guangling smiled indifferently and spoke softly. The young loose cultivator slightly cupped his fist in a gesture of respect and said, I beg your pardon for my impudence. I shall speak candidly. I harbor some doubts regarding the second-ranked individual on the human list, the illustrious sword god Zhua. As far as I know, he appears to be in his 40s or 50s. How is it that he remains on the human ranking? Chapter 5. The Three Lists of Heaven, Earth, and Humanity. Oh, is this what troubles you? Kong Guangling mused, a sudden clarity dawning upon him. He continued without waiting for further questions. It seems the previous rankings, filled predominantly with youth, have led you to subconsciously believe that there is an age restriction for the three lists of heaven, earth, and humanity. Haha, you are mistaken, my friends. The rankings at the Ulian are solely based on the strength of the individuals, irrespective of age. Ah, I see now. Thank you for your enlightening words. Esteemed senior, I have learned much, the young loose cultivator replied. Though still harboring other doubts, he understood the need for restraint and withdrew to express his gratitude. Very well. Since you have no further inquiries, I invite the rest of you to voice your questions, Kong Guangling said, stroking his thick, ebony beard with a hearty demeanor. At his invitation, the crowd exchanged knowing glances and unanimously nominated Bai Shijing, the representative of the current foremost sect. Bai Shijing stepped forward gracefully and inquired, Master Kong, since the rankings are determined by strength, could you enlighten us on the newly listed Xiao sect? How is it that its disciples occupy such a significant portion of the human list? Is this the shared curiosity among you all? Very well. I shall divulge some information at this moment. Regarding the Xiao sect, I can convey but a single statement. I am the fourth-generation chief disciple of the Xiao sect, Kong Guangling declared, his voice resonating with a blend of pride and nostalgia. What? This cannot be. How could it be? Ah, upon reflection, it seems the only explanation for the formidable prowess of the Ulian. The crowd initially reacted with disbelief, only to awaken from their stupor as they pieced together the information they had gathered, arriving at a conclusion that was both astonishing and yet aligned with the reality they faced. Alas, due to the sect's regulations, I am constrained in my disclosures regarding the Xiaoyao sect. Now, if there are any other questions that remain, do not hesitate to ask, Kong Guangling stated as he observed the crowd regaining their composure from the shock. I have no further inquiries, and even if I had before, I have none now. I am devoid of doubts, a voice chimed in, signaling the end of the questioning. As the younger generation expressed their lack of confusion amidst the crowd in the hall, an incongruous voice, tinged with sarcasm, broke through. I have my doubts. Why is it that the leader of the beggars sect, Quan Qing, can make the list, while I cannot? In terms of martial prowess, I am certainly superior to him. Before Kong Guangling could respond to this sudden and blatant provocation, someone scoffed and remarked, Oh, who might that be? It turns out to be the notorious Nanhai crocodile god, Yu Lao-san. What are you unsatisfied about? You're mistaken. I am Yular, the Nanhai crocodile god, unable to contain his fury upon being referred to as Yu Lao-san, erupted in anger. Yes, you are indeed promoted to Yulan now. How could I forget that the notorious four have dwindled down to just you and Duan Yanqing? At this moment, one of the boatmasters accompanying Bai Shijing jested without restraint. Ah, how infuriating. You pretty boy, step forward. I shall fight you to the death. The naturally slow-witted Yular, realizing he had been made a fool of, shouted in rage. Enough, Lao-san, come back. You can settle your scores with the beggars sect later. For now, let us wait for Manager Kong to unveil the remaining two lists. Duan Yanqing interjected, using ventriloquism to convey his stern warning. All right, pretty boy, consider yourself lucky this time. After this is over, I shall seek you out for reckoning. The ever-fearful Yu Lao-san, upon hearing Duan Yanqing's words, promptly sheathed his weapon, the crocodile scissors, and obediently returned to his leader's side. Before the threatened boatmaster from the beggars sect could finish his retort, Kong Guangling interrupted. Enough, everyone. Let us maintain decorum. Personal grievances should not intrude upon this occasion. It is time to unveil the rankings. If there are any disputes to resolve, do so after the event. As long as it is outside the Ulian, feel free to handle it as you wish. I shall conclude my words here. What are your thoughts? I personally have no objections and am willing to abide by the elder's words, a young boatmaster, signaled by the law enforcement elder Bai Shijing, said with a respectful bow. I have no objections either. Let us proceed as Manager Kong suggests. Yu Lao-san, having received a warning from his own leader, replied with a somewhat reluctant expression. Kong Guangling nodded slightly, visibly pleased. Since everyone is willing to grant me a modicum of courtesy, let us proceed thus. Now, I shall address the question posed by Yulara regarding why the leader of the entire sect ranks at the very end of the list. This matter was personally designated by our third sect leader. As for the specific reasons, I too am not entirely certain and can only speculate that there may be deeper intricacies involved. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, and the atmosphere became tense with an air of uncertainty. Upon witnessing this, Kong Guangling, feeling somewhat helpless, continued, "Esteemed guests, pondering excessively yields no benefit. Let us now direct our attention to the list of the 72 innate masters ranked upon the Earth list." With that, Kong Guangling tossed the scroll in his right hand into the air, and it unfurled gracefully as it descended, revealing its contents. At the pinnacle of the Earth list stands the Tianshan Fairy, Wu Xingyun, the master of Lingzhou Palace atop the ethereal peak. Following closely is Li Qiushui, the empress of the Western Xia and head of the First Hall. The third position is held by Qiao Feng, the leader of the Beggars sect, whose exceptional talent makes him a natural-born warrior, growing ever more formidable in battle. The sixth rank is occupied by the Great Wheel King, Jimozi, the national master of Tibet and leader of the Nyingma sect of the Western regions. Seventh is the revered monk, Master Qurong, former abbot of the Tianlong Temple. Eighth is Su Xinghe, the third-generation disciple of the Carefree sect. The 16th position belongs to Duan Yanqing, the foremost of the four great evildoers, the former crown prince of Dali. The 23rd rank is held by Xuanzi, the abbot of Shaolin, known for his prowess as a tiger tamer Arhut. The 27th position is claimed by the Huangmei monk from the Dharma Academy in Putian, Fujian. The 33rd rank is held by the abbot of the Qingliang Temple on Wutai Mountain, known as the Dragon Taming Arhut. The 36th position belongs to Duan Zhengming, the emperor of Baoding in Dali. Ranks 37 through 72 remain vacant, awaiting selection. Stay tuned. Time spent reading always seems to pass with remarkable swiftness. Indeed, in mere moments, the assembled guests had completed their perusal and commenced a hushed exchange of thoughts, each articulating their views. Observing the attendees engaged in quiet discussion, yet not a single inquiry directed at him, Kong Guangling felt compelled to proclaim, "Ladies and gentlemen, if there are any questions regarding the rankings on the Earth list that you wish to have addressed, now is the time to voice them." Upon hearing his words, the assembly paused their deliberations and turned their collective gaze toward Kong Guangling. After several breaths of hesitation, they began to express their thoughts, albeit in a disjointed manner. "We harbor no significant objections or doubts regarding the rankings on the Earth list, save for one lingering question. Why is the former number one, the Celestial Fairy, absent? Is that truly your only inquiry?" Kong Guangling replied, incredulity evident in his tone. "Do you possess no questions regarding anyone else apart from the fairy? This truly leaves me at a loss between laughter and tears. Alas, what a tremendous disappointment. I invested so much effort in preparation and amassed a wealth of information, only to find that, regrettably, the world has changed, and the hearts of men have grown cold." Seeing that the guests showed no interest in the details of the other individuals on the list, focusing solely on their enchanting junior master, Kong Guangling could not help but feel a pang of sorrow, shaking his head and sighing repeatedly. The guests, perceiving his demeanor, erupted into hearty laughter, creating a scene of jovial harmony. Chapter 6. The Three Lists of Heaven, Earth, and Humanity. Haha, Master Kong, do not take offense. It is not our intention to disregard others, but rather that the individuals listed on the Earth list are all renowned figures in the martial world, each with their own distinguished achievements that are both visible and widely acknowledged. Thus, aside from a few individuals who may raise some doubts, we have no objections whatsoever. At that moment, a venerable figure, Zhao Qiansun, who had long remained hidden from the world of martial arts, stepped forward and elucidated with a resonant voice. Indeed. What Elder Zhao has articulated echoes the sentiments of us all. We hold no substantial objections regarding the rankings on the celestial list. After all, more than 2 years ago, the meteoric rise of the celestial princess, the heroine, bore testament to it all, did it not? A fervent youth, fresh to the realm, added with admiration gleaming in his eyes for the celestial maiden. Absolutely. How could one dispute that? The assembly of martial practitioners from across the 9 provinces found themselves nodding in heartfelt agreement upon recalling that ethereal figure, reminiscent of a celestial being. Very well. Since it is so, I shall not delay any further. Let it be a favor to the collective. With a resigned sigh, Kong Guangling raised his left hand and, with a deft motion, cast the final scroll signifying the celestial rankings to its designated spot. In the next moment, the scroll unfurled rapidly, revealing the contents of the celestial list in mere breaths. The crowd, seeing this, could not contain their curiosity, pondering not about the whereabouts of the heroine, but rather, how the final scroll had been unveiled so abruptly. Could it be that the heroine had achieved a breakthrough, reaching a realm comparable to that of the esteemed elders, and thereby earned her place on the celestial list? Yet, how could this be possible? The heroine was still in her prime, barely past 30. Thus, with a tinge of uncertainty, the crowd turned their gaze towards the celestial list, and in the next heartbeat, they beheld the following. 1. In the spring and autumn period, the white ape transmitted the sword, embodying celestial grace, single-handedly wielding a staff, shattering 3,000 armors. 2. During the Western Han Dynasty, the teachings of Buddhism began to spread. The I Ching purifying the spirit, indestructible as the diamond, Shakyamuni. 3. In the era of the Tang Dynasty, poetry and swordsmanship ascended to the heavens, mastering the profound divine skill, the Azure Lotus Scholar. 4. During the Song Dynasty, the progenitor of carefree pursuits, eternal as heaven and earth, the ageless and ever youthful. 5. The leader of carefree sects, a divine being descended to the world, the pinnacle of martial arts, an unparalleled celestial being. 6. From the Shaolin Temple on Mount Song, the guardian of scriptures, exuding 3 feet of righteous energy, the sweeping monk. 7. The elder of carefree pursuits, a celestial being incarnate, harmonizing 100 schools, ethereal as a fairy. 8. From the 8th to the 36th rank, temporarily vacant, pending determination. No sooner had the list been unveiled than the assembly reviewed it thoroughly, for they had already perused it twice prior. Thus, they hastily glanced at the first 4 esteemed predecessors who had long since passed, moving directly to the 5th position, swiftly completing their survey. Indeed, was it as they suspected? Aside from the addition of one more name, there were no changes, yet. This new name seemed vaguely familiar based on the description. With 3 parts confusion, 3 parts skepticism, and 3 parts incredulity, mingled with an ineffable complexity of emotions. The crowd murmured softly. In an instant, the once boisterous Yulei Kexuanin fell into an unanticipated silence. Yet, all present were rendered speechless, stunned by the astonishing reality they had conjured in their minds, silently processing the unparalleled shock. It was not until a fervent admirer of the celestial heroine, a devoted fan, excitedly posed a question to Kong Guangling for confirmation that the peculiar silence was shattered. Senior Kong, the newly ranked 7th on the celestial list must be the ethereal celestial who has been removed from the earthly rankings, correct? Indeed, it must be so, for this elucidates why the celestial heroine is no longer on the earthly list. As she spoke, the young admirer, unable to await Kong Guangling's response, excitedly answered her own question. Yes, I knew it. Surely it is my idol, the goddess. The young girl rejoiced, as if she herself had ascended to the celestial rankings. However, every matter possesses its duality. Where there are fervent believers, skepticism also resides. A venerable elder of the martial world, Su Chongxiao, immediately voiced his doubts, stating, Master Kong, this revelation is indeed rather startling. Akin to the first on the celestial list, truly incredible. It resembles a mythic tale, and I find it difficult to accept. Senior Su, what do you imply? Are you suggesting that our list at the Carefree sect is fabricated? Su Chongxiao quickly waved his hands in denial, softly explaining, No, that is not my intention. It is simply that without witnessing it firsthand, it is challenging to be convinced, is it not? Nonetheless, it is understandable that you harbor disbelief. Even I was incredulous upon receiving the news. It was only when I personally ascended the mountain and witnessed each move executed by the young master, each imbued with abundant celestial energy, that I had no further doubts. The immense power that alters the heavens with mere gestures could not possibly be a ruse. Kong Guangling recounted his own experiences, as if sharing the sentiments of the audience. Upon concluding, before anyone could raise further questions, he unveiled a momentous announcement, proclaiming, Ladies and gentlemen, I am aware that no matter how vividly I describe this, those inclined to disbelief will remain unconvinced. After all, seeing is believing, is it not? Therefore, I shall refrain from further elaboration, leaving all to be revealed on the 9th day of next month, during the double 9th festival. On that day, our ethereal fairy from the Carefree sect shall visit the nameless monk of Shaolin, engaging in profound discourse. In due time, all will become clear. I have now expressed all that needed to be said at this conference. With that, I hereby declare the conclusion of this grand assembly for the unveiling of the 3 lists in Hangzhou. Until we meet again, esteemed guests, I shall take my leave first. No need for farewells." As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Guangling leaped into the air, soaring towards the empty, intricately carved ceiling. After a few deft maneuvers, he swiftly vanished from the astonished gaze of the crowd. Was it truly necessary for Kong Guangling to be so hasty? We are not some fearsome beasts that warrant such a rapid escape, are we? In the next moment, as the crowd regained their composure, the most senior elder of the martial world, Su Chongxiao, shook his head slightly and chuckled reproachfully. "Indeed, Kong, you truly are something. I hadn't even had the chance to inquire about the details concerning the visit of the ethereal fairy to our temple's sweeping monk. Master Xinbei, the representative from Shaolin Temple, followed suit with a sigh of exasperation. It is indeed so. This old fellow, after all the time we've spent as friends, suddenly drops a monumental piece of news without a word of elaboration, and then hastily departs. One would think he could at least provide the specifics of the visit, or whether we might be fortunate enough to witness it. Such crucial matters left unaddressed. Alas, how careless I have been in choosing my acquaintances," lamented Qian Wanchong, a renowned merchant from Jiangnan, as he ambled towards the interior of the Yuelai Inn, shaking his head. Witnessing the departure of these three influential figures one after another, the various guests within the inn, those who had journeyed from distant, remote mountains, or those representing various factions to gather first-hand news, soon followed suit, no longer lingering. Thus, within a mere short span, the once bustling Yuelai Inn transformed into a desolate space, with only a handful of local regulars remaining, alongside scattered wandering guests still engaged in animated discussions about the newly announced lists and the momentous news dropped by Kong Guangling. Chapter 7. The Gathering Storm in the Song Dynasty. Atop Lega Mountain lies the new abode of the Xiaoyao sect. Atop a notably steep peak, two young individuals clad in white stood facing each other, their features strikingly handsome. "Junior sister, must you insist on challenging me at this moment?" asked the elder, who had mastered the three divine arts of the Xiaoyao sect, Xiao Wuxiang Gong, the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies supremacy art, and Biming divine skill. He looked at his eager younger sister, Wang Yuyan, whom he had painstakingly trained since childhood, feeling a wave of exasperation. Truly, this is a classic case of misguided teaching. Indeed, I have come to realize that I am not cut out to be a teacher. Observing my little disciple, whose singular obsession with martial arts is evident, I am struck by her impulsive desire to engage in combat at the slightest provocation. This leaves me, Wu Feng, feeling a profound sense of guilt. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have refrained from sharing so many fantastical tales of martial heroes with her. Alas, it is too late for regrets. The damage has been done and cannot be undone. Reflecting on the tumultuous years I've endured, I find myself wishing to chastise my own foolishness and weep bitterly. Time and again, I have been unwillingly dragged into sparring sessions under the guise of guidance. Scarcely a day passes in peace. I find myself unable to retaliate. For should I strike too fiercely, my heart aches at the thought of causing her pain. Nor can I scold the carefree princess of the Xiaoyao sect. I have few options left at my disposal. Recently, after much collaboration on my part, she attained sufficient insight to enter seclusion and break through her current limits. I had naively believed I would enjoy a period of tranquility, only to discover that whether it was my assistance being too generous or her innate talent being extraordinary, she emerged from her breakthrough in less than 3 months. With her newfound power, the spirited Princess Wang Yuyan, after a brief consolidation of her strength, sought me out while I was basking in the warm sunlight, indulging in a lazy slumber. Without uttering a word, she launched a swift attack, executing the Tianshan Luyang palm directly at my seemingly oblivious self. Realizing my ruse of feigned slumber had been uncovered, I had no choice but to evade at the last moment, shifting my entire body 10 meters away just in time to avoid the enormous flaming hand, which was nearly 3 yards in size and radiated an intense heat. The subsequent explosion echoed like thunder, leaving a massive handprint, 10 meters wide and a meter deep, where I had once lain, emanating a palpable heat akin to a miniature meteorite crater. Undeterred by her failed initial strike, Wang Yuyan displayed no surprise. With a swift movement, she continued her onslaught, each strike faster and more powerful than the last, seamlessly transitioning from one technique to another without repetition. It must be said that after her breakthrough to the state of unity between heaven and man, Wang Yuyan's innate ability to blend various martial arts techniques reached unprecedented heights. From a distance, one could observe her movements as fluid and spontaneous, as if conjured effortlessly from the ether. One moment, she executed the Weituo palm of the Shaolin Temple, and the next, she unleashed the safe finger of the Morong clan. Her transitions so flawless that they appeared to be part of a singular, harmonious whole. faced with her unpredictable and seamless barrage of strikes. I found it impossible to counter each blow in kind. Instead, I resorted to an impudent defense, conjuring a comprehensive, all-encompassing shield of chi, a fusion of energy reminiscent of that found in Dragon Ball, combined with the internal power of this realm, creating a 360-degree barrier to absorb her increasingly formidable attacks, each more powerful than the last. The resounding clash of formidable energy unleashed a shockwave that scattered debris in every direction, reminiscent of a cataclysmic bombardment. The villagers residing not far from the base of the mountain, believing it to be the wrath of the mountain deity, knelt in prayer, beseeching for its mercy. This seemingly intense confrontation persisted from dawn until dusk before finally drawing to a close. Unlike previous battles that stretched over 3 days and nights. The reason for this swift conclusion lay in Wang Yuyan's realization that no matter how much she amplified her power, she was unable to penetrate the impenetrable shell of her mentor and brother, Wufeng. Feeling fatigued and disenchanted, she resolved not to waste further effort and decided to retreat for a period of contemplation, aspiring to devise an even more formidable technique to challenge him once more. However, a determined Wang Yuyan, still disinclined to accept defeat, declared her disbelief in the notion that she could not breach her brother's shell. After all, she had come perilously close this time. With a little more effort, she believed success was within reach. Even if her next attempt were to falter, it mattered little, as she could utilize her brother as a sparring partner to better master her burgeoning powers. Upon voluntarily halting their duel, Wang Yuyan suddenly recalled that she had not indulged in a sumptuous meal all day. Without a moment's hesitation, she activated her lightness skill and swiftly darted towards the Xiaoyao sect's dining hall. In truth, for Wang Yuyan at that moment, abstaining from food and drink for 10 days or even half a month would pose little consequence. Yet, the gluttonous Wang could not forsake her lifelong passions for martial arts and gourmet delicacies. As she gracefully departed, Wufeng shook his head slightly, a rueful smile gracing his lips as he lamented, "What a pity. She bears no resemblance to the ethereal sister of my childhood. She has completely strayed from the path." With that reflection, Wufeng too made no further delay and followed suit towards the dining hall. It is noteworthy that throughout this period, neither of the two formidable masters paid any mind to the fleeting presence of Kong Guangling, who had returned briefly before meandering away slowly. Thus, time flowed steadily as Wang Yuyan once again immersed herself in seclusion to create a more powerful technique, and before long, nearly 3 months had slipped by. At this moment, less than 3 days remained until the fateful encounter with the ethereal fairy, as mentioned by Kong Guangling, who was set to visit the Shaolin's sweeping monk. On this day, shortly after emerging from her seclusion, Wang Yuyan sought out Wufeng once more, confronting him atop the highest peak of Drum Mountain, eager to test whether her painstakingly crafted new technique could shatter her brother's shell. "Brother, Yuyan implores you, could you refrain from sparring with me so frequently?" Wufeng lamented with a hint of exasperation. "Absolutely not, and do not ever call me Yin again," she firmly rejected, her tone tinged with both confidence and mild indignation. Without allowing Wufeng another word, she sprang into action, exclaiming, "Enough chatter, behold my move, the 9 Suns Radiant Palm." With that, Wang Yuyan's hands danced along a mysterious trajectory, and in the blink of an eye, she conjured a colossal hand ablaze with roaring flames, measuring 10 zhang in size. Immediately, as Wang Yuyan focused her thoughts, her delicate jade-like hand gently pushed forward, and in an instant, a massive fiery hand charged towards Wufeng, enveloping him in a searing heat that could easily reach several thousand degrees Celsius, akin to molten lava. Wufeng, seeing this, sighed helplessly and with a thought, swiftly summoned his invincible protective energy shield. The next moment, a radiant barrier, glowing in a pearly white hue and spanning a radius of 3 yards, enveloped Wufeng completely, leaving no gap. With a thunderous crash, the fiery hand collided with the invincible energy shield, producing a deafening sound that resonated across a 10-mile radius, its echoes lingering in the air. During this tumultuous exchange, the overwhelming shockwaves caused the earth to tremble, mountains to shift, and boulders to shatter, scattering debris in all directions. Apart from the absence of molten lava and towering black smoke, the scene resembled that of a volcanic eruption. Fortunately, since Drum Mountain was neither a dormant nor an active volcano, it was spared from an explosive reaction amidst the tumult of their battle. Undeterred by her initial failure, Wang Yuyan pressed on, unleashing a series of her unique techniques in rapid succession. In a fleeting moment, 2 figures, one radiating red and the other white light, soared through the air nearly 100 meters above the summit of Drum Mountain, weaving and intertwining in a fierce exchange of attacks. Notably, The figure glowing with pearly white light remained mostly stationary, while the fiery red figure darted around, launching relentless assaults. In one moment, a colossal fiery hand struck Wu Feng head-on, and in the next, a golden fist descended upon him from above. As Wang Yuyan intensified her speed and frequency of attacks, she inadvertently caused a momentary confusion among the observing disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, creating an optical illusion that made it seem as though hundreds, if not thousands, of Wang Yuyan were simultaneously assaulting their leader, Wu Feng. Confronted with this barrage of relentless and intricate attacks from all directions, Wu Feng furrowed his brow slightly and discreetly channeled a portion of his pure internal energy into his invincible energy shield. In the next instant, he unleashed a powerful eruption. With a resounding boom, silence enveloped the surroundings for several miles. Moments later, as the thick clouds of black smoke dissipated and the dust settled, the outcome of their fierce exchange became clear. In that fleeting moment of collision, Wu Feng's overwhelming energy erupted like a force of nature, crushing Wang Yuyan's ultimate technique. Humph. Another failure. You'd better watch out, you insufferable senior brother. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate a young girl as potential, Wang Yuyan exclaimed, frustration evident in her voice as her formidable technique was once again obliterated, echoing the sentiments that had become a source of exasperation for Wu Feng. After exchanging harsh words, Wang Yuyan intended to indulge herself in a sumptuous meal, as was her custom, to vent her frustrations before retreating once more to cultivate even more formidable skills. Observing his junior sister's unwavering determination to feast, Wu Feng, seeking to ensure a period of tranquil leisure in the limited time remaining, earnestly misled her, saying, "Junior sister, this approach will never enable you to surpass me, for your worldly experiences are insufficient, and your exposure is far too limited. If you wish to achieve greater progress and forge stronger techniques, you must venture forth to encounter other masters across the realm and gain insight into the natural wonders of the universe." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyan paused, her expression laced with skepticism. Noticing that his persuasion seemed to be on the verge of success, Wu Feng pressed on, "Of course. Have you forgotten the tales I once shared of those valiant female heroes who shattered the void? The nature-emulating Feng Yun, the earth-measuring Pang Han, and the unparalleled Master Ling Dongi, who has battled all comers. Ah, I nearly forgot. Thank you for the reminder, brother." Yu Yin replied with feigned gratitude before swiftly taking her leave, eager to verify the efficacy of the methods employed by those illustrious predecessors. Is it truly necessary to rush so? Your impatience remains unchanged. I still have words left unspoken. Junior sister, do not forget the important matter. Remember to visit the nameless sweeping monk at Shaolin Temple in 3 days, Wu Feng sighed, channeling his internal energy to transmit his reminder across the distance to the already flying Wang Yuyan. Understood, came her distant reply, echoing back to him as she soared beyond the boundaries of Lego Mountain. Lego Mountain, once the site of the exquisite chessboard 5 years prior, now served as the open meeting hall of the Xiaoyao sect for discussing significant matters. Have all preliminary arrangements been properly made? Wu Feng inquired, addressing the 8 individuals seated on either side of the hall. Master, rest assured, all notifications have been duly conveyed. Moreover, each individual has guaranteed their attendance without fail. You may relax and await the outcome, replied Kong Guangling and the other members of the original Hongua 8 friends, now the 8 heads of the Xiaoyao sect. Albeit puzzled by their leader's insistence on gathering renowned figures from across the 9 provinces to witness the duel between their junior master and the mystic monk of Shaolin. Nodding in satisfaction, Wu Feng expressed his appreciation. Very well, thank you for your hard work. Each of you may now proceed to the 3rd floor of the martial pavilion to receive a tome of martial arts. Additionally, do take a moment to pay your respects to senior brother Su, who currently holds the position of guardian and transmission elder of the martial pavilion. Thank you, Master, for your generous rewards. We are deeply grateful and will take our leave to visit our teacher. The 8 members responded eagerly, their expressions filled with excitement as they bowed in thanks before departing. Very well, you may go, and kindly extend my regards to your senior brother, Wu Feng remarked with a subtle smile, observing the eager demeanor of the 8 disciples of Kong Guangling. In the next moment, upon receiving permission, they feigned seriousness as they stepped out of the conference hall, only to break into a fervent display of the current Xie Yao sect's signature lightness skill, the Ling Bo Wei Bu, the instant they reached the entrance. Each disciple moved with ethereal grace, rushing towards the location of the Wu Pavilion, as if fearing that a moment's delay would rob them of the chance to see their master again. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Wu Feng refrained from mockery or reproach. Instead, he smiled with understanding. After all, Within the third level of the Wu Pavilion lay the most formidable and seamlessly compatible advancement technique for the Xiao Wuxiang Gong, the Do Wuxiang Gong, classified at the Return to Truth level. As for paying respects to their master, there was no rush. He was always there, unmovable. However, each Return to Truth manual was unique, and according to the regulations set by the new sect leader, aside from the original copy retained at the Wu Pavilion, all others were to be destroyed to prevent any potential leaks and targeted attacks. Thus, Kong Guangling and the others were eager to reach the Wu Pavilion as quickly as possible to retrieve the coveted Do Wuxiang Gong, meticulously crafted and improved upon by their beloved junior master during his seclusion. Indeed, whether due to the fact that Kong Guangling's primary cultivation technique was the Xiao Wuxiang Gong or the imposing presence of their junior master's perfected skills that they had witnessed within the sect, it was clear that their preference was to prioritize the Do Wuxiang Gong, an enhanced version of the Xiao Wuxiang Gong. After a spirited dash, Shiqinglu, the seventh sister among the 8 friends of Hangu, utilizing her nimble physique and unique position as the sole female, was the first to reach the Wu Pavilion. Unfortunately, before she could ascend to the 3rd floor, she was gently halted by Su Xinghe, who was seated in the central area of the 1st floor and promptly scolded aloud. "This is a sacred place. You rush in here without reporting, intending to charge upstairs. What do you think you are doing? Have you all grown wings and ceased to regard me, your master?" With a surge of his profound and refined internal energy, Su Xinghe swept Shiqinglu and the others out of the Wu Pavilion's entrance, bellowing in anger. "Forgive us, master. We recognize our errors." The 8 friends of Hangu implored in unison, trembling with fear. "What am I to say to you all? Do you not understand the gravity of this place? Are you unaware that this 4th-level Wu Pavilion houses the sacred manuals painstakingly created by your forebears? Do you not realize that this repository is fundamental to the eternal legacy of the Xieyao sect?" Su Xinghe admonished earnestly and with solemnity. "Enough, brother. There is no need for such loud reproaches. I instructed them to come and collect their respective Return to Truth manuals as a reward," came a voice, interjecting the stern atmosphere. "There is no need for you to raise your voice so dramatically. Even the art of distant communication seems to have been employed. Enough is enough. I concede to your demands. You previously requested 2 attendant disciples, and I have acquiesced. Let this matter rest here." Wu Feng, utilizing the technique of distant communication, expressed his capitulation and resignation to Su Xinghe. Clearing his throat, Su Xinghe, upon receiving Wu Feng's message, felt his expression shift from somber to cheerful. After a slightly awkward cough, he inquired in a benevolent tone, "Now, let us discuss what you all seek from the Martial Pavilion regarding the acquisition of the true return-level manual." The 8 companions of Hangu, who had witnessed their master's swift change in demeanor, stared at Su Xinghe in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless and engulfed in self-doubt, questioning whether the master before them was indeed genuine. Chapter 9. Internal Power and Breath Master. Your disciple earnestly desires the great formless technique. Might you consider allowing me to exchange for it? Kong Guangling, holding a manual he had never encountered before, its cover inscribed with the title Heavenly Dragon's 8 Sounds, cautiously approached Su Xinghe with a request. "Indeed, master. I too wish for the great formless technique and have no interest in this manual about which I have never even heard." 10,000 leaves flying flowers, said Shiqinglu, the only female among the 8, in a slightly coquettish tone. However, their pleas bore no fruit, apart from the youngest, affectionately known as the drama enthusiast, who successfully obtained the great formless technique. All other disciples' requests were met with indifference from Su Xinghe, who rejected them outright. Observing the dejected expressions of the 7 disciples who had failed to achieve their desires, Su Xinghe couldn't help but feel exasperated yet amused, stating, "You little rascals. Do you think I would intentionally harm you? Now, I implore you to carefully examine the manuals in your possession. After a quarter of an hour, should anyone wish to exchange, I shall put aside my own dignity and beseech the sect leader to grant you all the great formless technique. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing their master's words, all but the youngest instinctively focused their attention on the manuals they held. This earnest reading soon became an obsession, as the 7 were captivated, losing track of time. Immersed in their respective manuals, they instinctively produced their dining utensils and began to practice the techniques described therein. In a moment, outside the Martial Pavilion, a vast open space was filled with 7 individuals, each engrossed in their pursuits, be it playing a lute, engaging in chess, painting, or reading, lost in a trance as they fervently practiced. Let us momentarily set aside the Hangu 8 companions, who, with the aid of their master, each obtained a martial art that harmonized with their abilities and were now wholeheartedly engrossed in their training. Meanwhile, Wu Feng was seated cross-legged within a simple stone cave atop Drum Mountain, diligently cultivating his internal power, preparing to transcend his current realm. Moments later, a series of crisp sounds, reminiscent of beans being fried, echoed throughout Wu Feng's body. Accompanied by the gentle murmur of flowing water, Wu Feng slowly opened his eyes. Instantly, the previously pitch-black chamber was illuminated, as bright as day. This transformation marked Wu Feng's successful breakthrough to the minor accomplishment of his eternal spring technique, resulting in a release of energy that filled the space with a luminous glow. As he basked in the exhilaration of this new level of mastery, having undergone a comprehensive cleansing and refining of his body, Wu Feng was overwhelmed with joy. This breakthrough signified the resurgence of his training, which had previously stagnated due to the limitations of his earthly lineage. It was akin to the exhilarating days when he first comprehended the essence of qi, which was one of the pivotal reasons why Wu Feng devoted himself so ardently to the cultivation of internal energy. Moreover, even without this unexpected elevation in the essence of life, which shattered the boundaries of his physical bloodline, Wu Feng would still have pursued the mastery of internal energy. The mere prospect of achieving eternal vitality through this discipline was sufficient motivation for him to invest his time and effort in rigorous practice. Not to mention the myriad of benefits that internal energy offered, including detoxification, healing, longevity, and the enhancement of innate qualities, rendered it a veritable panacea. After diligently consolidating his newly attained level of internal energy, Wu Feng embarked upon the Dragon Ball martial arts training, a pursuit he had diligently followed since arriving in this realm. Sensing the formidable qi within his cells, which had amplified nearly tenfold since his arrival, a broad smile broke across his face. Although the distinct rules of this world prevented him from unleashing the full extent of his overwhelming qi, he discovered that it could still bolster his physical defenses. Initially, after a series of experiments upon his arrival, Wu Feng realized that as long as the limits of his attacks did not exceed the capacity of his internal energy, he could not sustain significant harm. This revelation brought him considerable relief, as he felt assured of his safety in this realm. His defenses were virtually unassailable. Furthermore, after encountering several renowned figures from his memories and engaging in friendly sparring, Wu Feng concluded that even if he could not fully harness the energy within his cells, there were perhaps only 1 or 1.5 individuals in the entire martial world capable of matching his speed. The reason he speculated 1.5 was due to his uncertainty about whether the founder of the Sunflower Manual existed in this era, or if he had already passed. Much like the esteemed master of the free and easy sect. In summary, after conducting preliminary confirmations and reassurances, Wu Feng firmly established the fact that he faced nearly no rivals in this realm. With his supremacy confirmed, he promptly began to formulate his initial plans and strategies. Firstly, Wu Feng located the formidable Ding Chuanxiu, who had established the Starry Sky sect in the western regions and was wreaking havoc there. After an intense series of trials, he acquired sufficient data and, with a determined effort, delivered a single punch that ended Ding Chuanxiu's life. In an instant, he vanquished the so-called omnipotent old sage of the Starry Sky, simultaneously eradicating the various toxins of the sect, save for the mischievous little girl, Z, who had already been knocked unconscious by Wu Feng. Having single-handedly obliterated the renowned Starry Sky sect, Wu Feng wasted no time. He took Z, who had been feigning a pitiful demeanor since awakening, to the residence of Wu Yi on Drum Mountain. Before Su Xinghe, he succinctly unraveled the enigmatic chess game known as the Zhenlong chessboard. The reason he chose to articulate the solution rather than engage in a game of Go was that Wu Feng considered himself a novice in the art of Go. Expecting to decipher the chessboard through gameplay was indeed too much to ask. Furthermore, he reasoned that since he could directly persuade, or deceive, Su Xinghe with words, there was no need for the tedious endeavor of playing. It is worth noting that at that time, Wu Feng was holding a redwood coffin containing Ding Chuanxiu's remains. Thus, having elucidated the critical aspects of the Zhenlong chessboard, while simultaneously slaying Ding Chuanxiu, everything that followed unfolded quite naturally. He became a disciple of Wu Yi, learning the supreme internal cultivation techniques of the Xiaoyao sect, and after Wu Yi's passing, he successfully assumed the position of the sect leader. It is noteworthy that during this period, a series of significant events transpired, including Wu Feng bringing back Li Qingluo and the young girl Wang Yuyin to the Xiaoyao sect with Wu Yi's consent. Additionally, in pursuit of mastering the Xiaoyao sect's ultimate technique, the Eternal Spring Skill, he undertook a journey to the Tianshan Piao Miao Palace and the Western Xia Imperial Palace to reclaim all martial arts knowledge of the Xiaoyao sect, including the eclectic martial arts collected by Wu Yi and others. Moreover, On the day of Wu Yizi's demise, Wu Feng chose not to accept his internal energy, but instead allowed the young Wang Yuyan to inherit all of it. This decision significantly contributed to Wang Yuyan's meteoric rise to the pinnacle of the Earth ranking in a remarkably short span, establishing her as one of the youngest female grandmasters in the realm of true return, comparable to the monk who achieved a breakthrough only after being defeated by Wu Feng. Time passed swiftly, and as Wu Feng calculated the time for his return, he became increasingly aware of the impending closeness of that moment. Having spent nearly a decade in this realm, he understood the urgency of his situation. He could not afford to delay. Otherwise, if he returned late and his secret were discovered by Wu Taidu and the others, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Although, even if they did uncover it, as long as Wu Feng remained silent, Wu Taidu and the others would not press him for answers. However, Wu Feng remained steadfast in his belief that caution was paramount. After all, the world of Dragon Balls was far from simplistic. Should the capricious angel Whis discover his secret, it would spell utter disaster. Therefore, to preclude any possibility of premature disclosure, Wu Feng resolved to adhere strictly to his envisioned plan, ensuring that no one else was privy to his intentions. Only when he deemed the secret inconsequential and was indifferent to its revelation would he confide in Wu Taidu and the others. As the deadline for his return drew ever closer, Wu Feng felt no urgency to bid farewell to his friends and family in this realm. Instead, he intended to make a series of preparations for a potential future return. For instance, he contemplated the 3 lists of heaven, earth, and man, which had emerged 3 years prior, representing the pinnacle of martial prowess. Furthermore, he had diligently nurtured his junior disciple, Wang Yuyan, who was destined to become the next leader and protector of the Xiaoyao sect. Additionally, he had been quietly advocating for the flourishing development of the martial world, aspiring to elevate this realm to heights of profound martial arts and even divine martial prowess in the years to come. Chapter 10. The gathering storm time, like light, swiftly passes, and before one realizes it, the 9th day of the 9th month, the Double Ninth Festival, has arrived. Traditionally, this day would see people ascend heights for panoramic views and enjoy the blooming chrysanthemums. However, this year was markedly different. On this day, talented individuals, renowned heroes, seasoned veterans of the martial world, affluent merchants, dignitaries, and members of the royal family from all corners of the 9 provinces congregated at the Shaolin Temple on Mount Song. They gathered not merely to witness the legendary battle between celestial beings, rumored to shake the heavens and earth, but also to ascertain the truth behind the tales that spoke of cataclysmic clashes that could dim the sun and moon. Of course, this curiosity was shared by a segment of the crowd. Another, perhaps more significant group, sought to glean wisdom from the 2 celestial beings regarding the elusive path to immortality. Before delving into the thoughts of the attendees from across the 9 provinces, it is worth noting that a series of amusing incidents had transpired within the martial world. For example, a recent edition of the Jianghu Daily, published by the Yulian, detailed a significant incident involving the largest martial sect, wherein the sect leader was coerced to abdicate his position. The revelations surrounding the Beggar clan leader's origins and the subsequent quest for accountability were also noteworthy. Furthermore, there was the romantic escapade of Duan Yu, the son of Prince Duan of Dali, who sought to woo and recognize his sister. Additionally, there were the compelling tales involving the esteemed monk master Xuanzi of Shaolin and one of the 4 notorious villains, Yi Ernyang. Undoubtedly, the most significant topic, occupying the majority of the discourse, was the establishment of the Baichuan Academy by the Xiaoyao sect across the 9 provinces, which upheld the principle of inclusivity in education. Unlike the typically sparse attendance at past Double Ninth gatherings at the Shaolin Temple, this year the venue was bustling with throngs of people, with no space to spare, save for the designated area in the center reserved for the 2 celestial beings to engage in discourse. An hour later, as the sun hung high in the sky, having reached its zenith, the 2 celestial beings, who had previously agreed to appear, had yet to make their entrance. Fortunately, despite the palpable impatience and restlessness enveloping the crowd, not a single soul uttered a word of complaint. This silence was not born from a lack of courage to voice discontent, but rather from the understanding of those with the stature and insight into the underlying circumstances, who preferred to remain discreet for their own benefit. After a quarter of an hour, as the tension among the gathering escalated, on the verge of eruption due to the prolonged delay of 2 individuals, a gentle yet refreshing breeze suddenly swept through, enveloping everyone present and providing a welcome relief from the oppressive heat. Before the crowd could ponder the source of this unexpected coolness during such a sweltering season, the once clear sky, dominated by a blazing sun and devoid of clouds, transformed dramatically, Dark clouds rapidly converged from all directions, obscuring the harsh sunlight. The atmosphere grew dim, the breeze intensified, and soon the onlookers found themselves shielding their eyes with their hands against the increasingly forceful wind. Within moments, those of lesser fortitude were left swaying unsteadily, unable to maintain their balance. Just as the powerful gust threatened to uproot the crowd, a resonant voice echoed, infused with profound inner strength, dispelling the fierce winds. "Amitabha, esteemed lady, why not reveal yourself?" The venerable monk replied, "There is no need for me to appear. This space is too confined for my presence. I await you atop the highest peak of Mount Song." With an air of bravado, Wang Yuyan responded, promptly leaping towards the highest summit of the 72 peaks of Mount Song. It was at this moment that the crowd caught a fleeting glimpse of the renowned ethereal figure of the Misty Fairy, a sight that left them in awe. "Amitabha, your words, esteemed lady, are truly virtuous." With these words, an elderly monk clad in humble robes gently set aside his broom and leapt into the air, vanishing from sight within mere moments. The assembled martial artists were left astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. Among them were several who had prided themselves on their agility, now profoundly humbled as memories of their past boasts echoed in their minds, wishing desperately for a hole to hide in, to escape the embarrassment. In that instant, while the self-proclaimed masters of lightness felt a sting of shame, they nevertheless summoned their best skills to hasten towards the site of the impending confrontation, eager not to miss a once-in-a-millennium spectacle of unparalleled combat. Meanwhile, atop the highest peak of Mount Song, Wang Yuyan had already engaged in battle with the recently arrived nameless monk. From a distance, the crowd witnessed a deafening explosion, which shattered the thick clouds enveloping the summit, dispersing them in an instant. The towering peak revealed itself, resonating with the immense energy waves unleashed by the relentless clash between the two celestial beings. Waves of energy, half crimson and half golden, seemed poised to envelop the entire sky of Mount Song. As time ticked away, the exchanges between the two individuals atop the peak grew increasingly fervent and forceful. What began as tentative strikes had escalated to full-force attacks, each move carrying the weight of their resolve. After a series of intense confrontations, the two combatants commenced their ultimate techniques, captivating the onlookers, nobles unfamiliar with martial arts and lowly practitioners alike, as though they were witnessing a celestial battle between deities. The radiant golden Buddha figures that intermittently appeared, accompanied by the blazing red sun, were so dazzling that one could hardly look away. After a quarter of an hour, with another violent clash echoing through the air, neither Wang Yuyan nor the nameless monk could claim victory, and they both descended upon a lofty summit. Engaging in a silent standoff while secretly recuperating, Wang Yuyan proposed, "Old monk, let us settle this with a decisive move." The nameless monk, acknowledging her intent, replied, "Amitabha, as the lady wishes, please proceed." He contemplated that this duel had already prolonged sufficiently to meet the expectations of the martial arts master. "Very well, then, I shall unleash my newly conceived ultimate technique. Be cautious." With that declaration, Wang Yuyan focused her mind, channeling her innovative maneuver. From a distance, one could see the winds raging around her, swirling clouds gathering as the elemental energies of the 5 phases converged tumultuously. With her gestures and mental guidance, these forces rapidly coalesced into a colossal Tenjong formation of intertwining elemental energy. It resembled a rotating grinding disk of the 5 elements, bearing down upon the nameless monk with overwhelming force. The convergence of celestial beings, the harmony of dualities, the unity of Taiji. How remarkable it was that the lady had achieved the pinnacle of celestial existence, standing but a step away from the realm of the Bodhisattva. "Amitabha, there is no need for further contest in this martial duel. This humble monk concedes. I implore you, lady, to cease your assault," he declared, astonished and humbled. Wang Yuyan, however, expressed her disappointment, saying, "Alas, how dull. I had such high hopes for you, old monk." Yet, despite her disillusionment, she swiftly redirected her decisive blow, which had been aimed at the nameless monk, towards a desolate mountain peak to his left. The next moment, the towering mountain, standing at least 500 to 600 meters tall, erupted violently, rocks cascading down like a torrential storm. As the dense dust cloud gradually dispersed, the spectators beheld a mountain that had been reduced to nearly half its original height. A palpable silence fell, interrupted only by the sound of swallowed gasps, as the assembled martial experts found themselves profoundly shaken by the scene before them. It is worth mentioning that, thanks to the profound shock experienced by numerous masters of martial arts, the once bustling venue, filled with lively discussions and cacophonous chatter, immediately fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. In Chapter 11, The Convergence of Heroes, one might jest. Is this truly within the realm of martial prowess? If so, have my years of training merely been a fade? Is it possible that such feats are indeed achievable through martial arts? Are those two not the ancient practitioners of Qi? The contemporary Tianshi of Longhu Mountain murmured to himself. Martial arts, could it truly reach such astonishing heights? Comparable to the legendary powers of deities. If I, too, could attain such mastery, would the grand ambition of restoring my country not be within easy reach? Deeply shaken, Murong Fu regained his composure and realized that he had seemingly discovered a new goal for his life's endeavors. Is the realm of martial arts truly so transcendent? No wonder my martial brother insisted that I attend this celestial battle, expressing hopes of witnessing the legendary 9 palms of dragon subduing. Or even the 3 palms of dragon subduing. I see now. My brother wished to convey that if I could elevate my skills to the level of today's 2 celestial beings, I could surely avert my concerns regarding the war between the Song and Liao nations. Upon finishing this thought, he felt as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon, and with a hearty laugh, he strode purposefully towards Drum Mountain. Having resolved all obstacles, Xiao Feng intended to take a Zhu to the Xiaoyao sect, fulfilling the wager made with Wu Feng, embracing the outcome and joining the sect. Martial arts. Could it indeed reach such heights? If I could also transcend to the realm of unity with the heavens, what place in this vast world would be beyond my reach? What grievances could not be avenged? What ambitions could not be realized? Among the crowd, a faction of ambitious individuals gleamed with fervor, contemplating the myriad expressions of humanity displayed during this extraordinary celestial conflict. Each person, lost in their thoughts, inadvertently overlooked the outcome of this monumental battle, absorbed in fantasies of what they might achieve if they, too, could attain such celestial prowess. Ahem, esteemed guests, the 2 celestial beings have long departed, and this extraordinary battle has reached its conclusion. The newly appointed abbot of Shaolin Temple, Master Xuanqing, had to remind the guests. As everyone snapped back to reality, realizing their extreme lapse in decorum, they quickly gathered their thoughts, offered their apologies to the host, and hastily departed. Only a few opportunistic dignitaries, royal heirs, and shrewd wealthy merchants remained, seeking an audience with the seemingly immortal monk. Regrettably, they were informed by the monk's disciple, Master Xuanqing, that due to the strategic gains of the day, the monk was in seclusion, contemplating and digesting the insights acquired, and would not be emerging anytime soon. In their helplessness, unwilling to offend the Shaolin Temple, where the living Buddha resided, the ambitious individuals and investors could only offer substantial donations of incense money before reluctantly taking their leave. In the present day, within the conference hall of Ligashan, Wu Feng listened attentively as the 8 hall masters reported on a series of events that transpired after the departure of the spectators from that celestial battle. After a period of contemplation, realizing that the situation aligned closely with his expectations, Wu Feng felt a sense of relief. He dismissed the 8 hall masters, instructing them to remain vigilant and monitor developments discreetly. Finally, he cautioned them to ensure that circumstances did not deviate from their anticipated trajectory. Alone, he made his way to the training grounds on the back mountain, resuming his martial arts practice within the Dragon Ball universe. Wu Feng intended to maximize his internal energy during this final period, preparing himself for the impending calamities that could arise upon his return to the Dragon Ball realm. Although he was confident in his ability to confront the Demon King Piccolo, the potential arrival of other extraterrestrial adversaries, as well as the unpredictable emergence of beings from the dark magic realm, such as Carrick or Carrick II, left him with no absolute assurance. Thus, he could not afford to squander any valuable time that could enhance his strength. Previously, he had been hindered by a bottleneck. But now that he had shattered the limits of his bloodline potential and re-entered a peak training phase, he was determined to seize every moment for improvement. Wu Feng did not consider himself among the extraordinary protagonists of the Dragon Ball ensemble, who could miraculously transcend their limits in times of crisis, dramatically reversing the tide of battle. With a clear understanding of his own capabilities, Wu Feng prioritized stability in all matters. Even though he was aware that his current prowess would suffice to effortlessly handle the disasters wrought by the Demon King Piccolo, his knowledge of the Dragon Ball narrative cautioned him about the existence of various formidable abilities, supernatural powers, and peculiar martial arts that could decisively influence the outcome of a confrontation. Consequently, Wu Feng resolved to avoid close-quarters combat with unfamiliar foes unless absolutely necessary. After all, if he could defeat opponents from a distance, why risk engaging in perilous melee? Why not embrace the allure of long-range control? What was wrong with being a dashing and elegant sorcerer? Therefore, establishing dominance through overwhelming advantage and obliterating any possibility of unforeseen reversals became one of Wu Feng's guiding principles for the future. Breathing heavily, Wu Feng removed the weighted garments he had donned for training, placing them in their designated spot. Exhausted, he made his way to the prepared medicinal bath, relishing the afterglow of his rigorous practice. Lying back with closed eyes, Wu Feng gradually relaxed his mind, entering a meditative state and visualizing his spiritual cultivation. At that moment, as he sensed the azure lotus platform of his visualization becoming increasingly vivid, nearly indistinguishable from reality, Wu Feng's heart swelled with a profound sense of accomplishment and pride. The visualization diagram can be regarded as one of the most significant achievements of Wu Feng upon entering this realm. It is a creation born from the fusion of Taoist and Western esoteric spiritual cultivation techniques, known as the Genesis Qinglian visualization diagram. Although constrained by the limitations of the spiritual practices in this world and Wu Feng's relatively shallow insights, the Genesis Qinglian visualization diagram remains in its rudimentary form, having merely achieved the preliminary stages of its technique. Nevertheless, it has proven immensely beneficial to both Wu Feng and Wang Yuyan, the two practitioners. It is noteworthy that it is through this diagram that Wu Feng and Wang Yuyan have managed to rapidly elevate their spiritual power to the limits of mortal beings, achieving the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm in under a decade. This laid a solid foundation for their subsequent, fortuitous breakthrough into the realm of unity with heaven and man. At this juncture, it is pertinent to mention that the Taoist state of unity with heaven, akin to the Buddhist state of the enlightened Arhat, who perceives the self and the universe as one, represents a transcendent state of sanctity. This state signifies a departure from the confines of corporeal existence, resulting in a significant elevation of one's life essence and an extended lifespan, allowing one to live for 3 centuries as an extraordinary martial sage. Thus, to attain such an extraordinary realm, one must first elevate the 3 essentials, essence, energy, and spirit, to the limits of ordinary mortals, which is to say, to the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm. Furthermore, one must perceive the natural world, identify the point of resonance within oneself, seize and integrate this understanding, and only upon mastering it can one claim to have undergone a metamorphosis and breakthrough. Perhaps it is the formidable difficulty of such breakthroughs that accounts for the scarcity of individuals who have reached this state throughout history. Wu Feng could identify only those on the heavenly rankings as being sure candidates, while many others, such as the founders of Taoism, Laozi and Zhuangzi, Confucian figures like Confucius and Mencius, along with other notable historical figures, remain uncertain. In addition to these distant figures, there are also contemporary individuals, such as the founders of the Dragon Elephant Prajna and the Supreme Yoga Tantras, among a series of suspected candidates. Wu Feng, however, does not intend to include these ambiguous figures on the heavenly rankings, but rather plans to categorize them into a new list, the Extraordinary Persons and Events list, awaiting the day when someone can provide definitive evidence to validate their claims and subsequently move them to the heavenly rankings. On a related note, it should be clarified that the rankings within the heavenly rankings are solely based on chronological order, without any specific hierarchy of power, unless 2 individuals have coexisted in the same era and engaged in combat, resulting in a discernible victor. Chapter 12. Outside the Yinmen Pass. Humanity versus the enemy nation. Time swiftly passes. Months later, having awaited the return of his lord from the southern courtyard, Yel Daihan decided to cease waiting. He summoned his subordinates, mustered an army of over 100,000, and marched directly towards the Yinmen Pass. At this moment, outside the Yinmen Pass, the Liao army advanced with resounding momentum, exuding an air of determination to seize the pass in one decisive strike. Liao soldiers tirelessly set up ladders, engaging fiercely with the defending Song troops, embodying a relentless spirit of resolve until their objective was achieved. As evening descended, the sky darkened, and the night enveloped the land. Under the incessant blaring of horns, the siege that had persistently raged throughout the day came to a temporary halt. The following day, as dawn approached with a hazy light, the soldiers of the Liao army had already assembled, preparing to assault Yinmen Pass once more with renewed vigor, intent on capturing it in one fell swoop. A grand army, appearing in full force at the break of dawn, gathered a mile from Yinmen Pass. After a brief pause, they once again advanced with siege ladders, reminiscent of the previous day's assault. However, this time, before the Liao soldiers could reach the gates, several agile figures leapt down from the city walls, some wielding weapons, others unarmed, leveraging their aerial advantage to deliver devastating blows that annihilated numerous Liao soldiers in a single strike. Following this powerful onslaught, A group of the most distinguished disciples from the Xiaoyao sect, Xiaofeng, Yutanji, and Azi, ranked among the top in the celestial, earthly, and human realms, swiftly charged towards the advancing Liao forces. In that moment, they sliced through the enemy ranks like a sharp blade, wreaking havoc among the Liao troops, leaving a trail of chaos and corpses in their wake. With their formidable palm strikes and indomitable sword energies unleashed without restraint, Xiaofeng and his companions became an unstoppable force, rapidly advancing towards the Liao army's standard. Yet, in the next moment, they were completely halted by an unyielding wall of Liao soldiers fiercely defending their flag. As time elapsed in the heat of battle, the group gradually began to feel the dual exhaustion of both their inner strength and physical stamina. Just as it seemed that one of them would soon fall victim to the wrath of the Liao generals, Azi, facing imminent peril, suddenly cried out to the heavens, "Master, if you do not intervene, your adorable and clever disciple will lose her life." No sooner had her words echoed than a robust surge of energy manifested, forming a colossal barrier that enveloped the besieged disciples, sparing them from a grim fate. Simultaneously, emerging alongside this jade-white energy shield was a striking young man clad in blue. The current leader of the Xiaoyao sect, the enigmatic Wu Feng, known for his mysterious prowess. "Azi, have you finally come to fear? Do you still believe in your own strength?" Wu Feng teased, addressing his spirited disciple whom he had rescued from the Xingqiu sect a decade prior. He appeared utterly unfazed by the surrounding Liao soldiers, exuding an air of tranquility as if he were merely a leisurely visitor enjoying springtime. "Huh, you're such a terrible master," pouted the mischievous Az, her cheeks flushed with indignation. "How can you still act so haughty? Are you aware that were it not for your reckless actions, which have entangled your brother-in-law and your junior disciple, Yutanji, I would not need to intervene personally for their rescue?" Wu Feng appeared to deliberately provoke Az, admonishing her, "Master, please do not blame senior sister any further. Az is merely silence. Have I not already imparted to you the timeless wisdom that a sycophant ends up with nothing? Why can you not remember this?" Wu Feng abruptly interrupted, his frustration palpable. Lowering his head, Yutanji murmured, "Master, I apologize. It is not that I cannot remember, it is simply that I become oblivious." "Ah, forget it. I shall not concern myself any longer. You must manage your own affairs." Wu Feng sighed, recognizing that the crux of the matter lay in Yutanji's ability to comprehend it himself. At that moment, the newly acquired disciple of Su Xinghe glanced outside the protective barrier, observing the frenzied Liao soldiers, their eyes bloodshot and on the brink of madness, and softly cautioned, "Master, might we cease our conversation? The Liao army outside seems to be going berserk, attacking your protective shield with reckless abandon. Who is that person? That madman who dares to disregard my 100,000 troops, openly jesting with his comrades. It is utterly intolerable. Send word. Whoever can slay that reckless fool shall be promoted 3 ranks and rewarded with 1,000 gold pieces and 100 beauties." Yilu Hongji bellowed in fury. Notably, this wrath from the sovereign quickly spread, further inciting the already irate Liao soldiers, who, fueled by fervor, launched themselves at Wu Feng's impenetrable barrier with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, at Yinmen Pass, the commanders of the Song army marveled at Wu Feng's audacity, questioning one another, "Who is this unparalleled hero, daring to jest amidst the encirclement of 100,000 enemies, scoffing at all adversaries? This is unfathomable. What immense inner strength must he possess? Could it be that the legendary figures of the martial world have descended upon us?" A martial hero, wishing to serve his country with utmost loyalty, exclaimed in awe, unable to comprehend the situation. "Very well, let us cease our discourse and afford a modicum of respect to the 100,000 Liao soldiers. I shall endeavor to conclude this meaningless battle swiftly." At that moment, Wu Feng, interrupted by his disciples, smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, he focused his thoughts, channeling the surging true energy within him into the protective barrier, which erupted instantaneously. With a deafening roar, the tightly packed front ranks of the Liao soldiers surrounding Wu Feng and his companions were sent flying. The chaos ensued, with the Liao soldiers tumbling and howling in agony, creating a scene of utter disarray. Wu Feng cast a fleeting glance at the devastating scene wrought by his casual strike. Then, accompanied by several of his younger disciples, he strolled towards the central tent of the Liao army, as though leisurely wandering through a garden. Leading the way, Wu Feng effortlessly sent the Liao soldiers obstructing their path flying far away, while imparting wisdom to his disciples and nephews. Do you see that? This is the true and correct method. Learn from it. Do not rush blindly, for that will only lead you to be surrounded and besieged. Of course, if you reach the realm of unity between heaven and man, it won't matter. Why does it not matter if one reaches the realm of unity between heaven and man? Az, with a glint of curiosity in her eyes, suddenly inquired. There are 3 specific reasons, Wu Feng elucidated. Firstly, in such an open space, as long as one in the realm of heaven and man takes to the skies, they can obliterate an army of 100,000 with aerial bombardment. Secondly, those in the realm of heaven and man face virtually no risk of exhaustion, at least not when contending with opponents of the same level. Thirdly, beneath the realm of heaven and man, all are but ants. Numbers are of no consequence against the might of heaven. Well, that's enough of my ramblings. Allow me to demonstrate precisely why I assert that numbers hold no value against those in the realm of heaven. Upon hearing Az's timely question, Wu Feng elaborated. Having spoken, he, who had been walking steadily without pause, suddenly halted. Drawing in a breath, he unleashed a sound wave akin to a tiger's roar or a dragon's chant, visibly radiating in a fan shape to encompass the deluge of arrows descending upon them. This sound wave, infused with Wu Feng's pure internal energy and the power of nature, collided with the torrent of arrows, shattering them into dust. After the formidable sound wave obliterated the rain of arrows, its residual force struck the thousands of Liao soldiers, forming an iron wall, causing them to bleed from their orifices and flail chaotically. Chapter 13. Outside Yinmen Pass. The people face the enemy nation. Protect the Khan. Protect the Khan. The Liao general, momentarily disoriented by a sudden gust of powerful air, quickly regained his composure and positioned himself in front of Yel Hongji, shouting loudly, "Kill! For the Khan, for our families, may the eternal heaven bless us." A Liao general fervently shouted, rallying his troops as he charged towards Wu Feng. This act was intended to bolster his own courage and to stir the blood of his terrified fellow soldiers. It was evident that the general's strategy to uplift the morale of the surrounding Liao warriors succeeded, igniting their bravery and ferocity. Temporarily shedding their fear of death, the soldiers, under his leadership, again charged towards the devil they perceived in Wu Feng. However, in the very next moment, they were once more engulfed by the terror orchestrated by the devil, rekindling their fear of death. However, it was too late. For the first strike had been delivered by Wu Feng, who, based on the Tianshan Luyang palm, fused numerous palm techniques to create the formidable and pure Yang palm, sending one strike towards the realm of immortality, reporting to the divine. With a mere flick of his hand, Wu Feng cleared the last obstacle, transforming his outstretched palm into a claw-like form. From a distance of nearly 100 meters, he effortlessly seized Yel Hongji, who had mounted his horse and was fleeing in panic, along with several high-ranking officials of the Liao kingdom. Disinterested in playing the game of eagle catches chick any longer, Wu Feng resolved to swiftly conclude this tedious and uninspiring farce, directly employing his upgraded dragon seizing and crane controlling technique. Now, with the high-ranking Liao officials caught in my net, it remained only to hand them over to the commander guarding the gates of the Song dynasty. As for what would happen next, whether to slay or spare them, it was of little concern to my Xiaoyao sect. If you have no further business, you may accompany me back to the Xiaoyao sect. Wu Feng, witnessing that he had achieved his goal of averting the devastating consequences of the Song-Liao War and preventing the suffering of the populace, had effectively eliminated all potential threats to his plans for advancing into a new era of martial prowess and the revival of the immortal martial age. He had also reaffirmed the significance of martial arts to the world. Martial brother, no, sect leader, I implore you to spare Yeldahan, Xiao Feng pleaded, unable to bear the thought of Wu Feng delivering his captives to the guarding commander. How can this be? He is the instigator of this war. Releasing him would be akin to letting a tiger return to the mountains. Indeed, he cannot be spared. Absolutely not, echoed the wise Yutan and others, their voices unified in opposition. Anyone else may be released, but Yel Hongji must not be set free. Enough. Silence. Wu Feng thundered, his voice a powerful decree. However, before he could finish, he heard, Sect leader, I, Xiao Feng, am willing to exchange my life for his. Very well, may I finish my statement? While he cannot be released, I believe preserving his life may still afford me some face, Wu Feng interjected, interrupting Xiao Feng's desperate offer. He had no intention of allowing Yel Hongji to perish so soon. At least for 3 years, his life must be spared. With a sense of resignation, Wu Feng continued, I do not wish to see him die so swiftly. Without waiting for further discussions, Wu Feng leapt into the air, hovering nearly 100 meters above the ground. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he directed his might towards the nearest mountain, where the Liao army, now in disarray and retreating in panic, had taken refuge. With a tremendous force, he unleashed a strike that harnessed vast celestial energies, his immense internal power, and martial will, obliterating the towering peak, estimated to be around 300 to 400 meters high. A resounding explosion reverberated through the air, leaving all present, both those below and above the city, dumbfounded and in awe, exchanging bewildered glances as they questioned the very nature of reality. The spectacle they had just witnessed was utterly astonishing, shattering their understanding of the world. At this moment, I find myself in a state of disbelief, as if I have yet to awaken from a dream. One cannot entirely blame the onlookers for their astonishment. After all, witnessing such a magnificent spectacle is an experience beyond the imagination of those soldiers stationed at the borders and the high-ranking officials of the Liao army, who were wholly unprepared. Even those from the Xianyao sect, who had previously witnessed a battle involving celestial beings, were inevitably overwhelmed, their perspectives on martial arts and the divine being profoundly reshaped once again. Thus, the crowd, their worldviews shattered anew, gazed vacantly at the mountains in the distance, crumbling before their eyes, as if they were observing the remnants of their own shattered beliefs, entirely oblivious to the peril of the rapidly flying debris that could descend upon them. It was then that Wu Feng, feeling invigorated after expending his energy, felt compelled to intervene, deflecting the incoming stones that threatened the onlookers, until, in the blink of an eye, a few from the Xianyao sect regained their senses and roused the others, urging them to swiftly retreat into the city, at which point he ceased his defensive actions. Amidst the chaotic flurry of stones, Wu Feng chose to quietly admire the unfolding events, contemplating whether to leave behind some semblance of his existence during this final stretch of time, for humanity is often forgetful, particularly the ancient minds yet to awaken. Resolving to emulate the esteemed predecessors, Wu Feng determined to both cultivate his skills and imprint his presence upon the landscape in the days to come. He even entertained the idea of leaving behind fortuitous encounters and hidden surprises along his journey, guided by his whims. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, it was but 3 days shy of a decade since Wu Feng arrived in this realm, and 3 months had elapsed since his solitary confrontation against a nation outside the Yinmen Pass. Following that fateful battle, Wu Feng did not return to the Xianyao sect. Instead, he entrusted certain matters to his disciple for preparation and, following the dictates of his heart, embarked on a journey across the mountains and rivers of the 9 provinces. During this period, he chose not to inquire about any developments, preferring to savor the leisure of his final voyage. Now, having traversed the Great Wall, which marked the final destination of his meticulously planned journey, Wu Feng felt a profound sense of satisfaction, believing he had no regrets. He returned to his residence at Lega Mountain, where he reviewed a series of events related to his grand plans that had unfolded during his travels, ensuring that no errors had occurred, striving to guarantee the smooth continuation of his endeavors before his departure. Fortunately, during his period of detachment, everything had proceeded according to plan, with only minor deviations that were of little consequence, for Wu Feng understood that perfection is an unattainable ideal. Achieving something close to perfection is indeed a remarkable accomplishment. After spending 2 hours reviewing all the materials accumulated over the past 3 months, Wu Feng summoned his senior sister, Li Qingluo, and inquired, "Sister, how are you progressing with the matter I asked Z to bring back for you?" "Everything is prepared, you needn't worry," she replied. "But, junior brother, must you truly depart? Could you not linger a while longer?" Witnessing Wu Feng's remarkable journey in this realm, Li Qingluo felt a mix of bitterness and regret for not meeting her junior brother sooner. With a heavy heart and tears brimming in her eyes, she softly asked, "Sister, please, don't cry. We had agreed on this." Wu Feng exclaimed, noticing the tears threatening to spill from her eyes. "If Xiao Yuyan sees you like this, she might think I am bullying you and come after me." In that moment, Wu Feng was acutely aware of Li Qingluo's tearful visage and the countless acts of care she had shown over the years. To claim he was oblivious would be a deception, both to her and to himself. Yet, despite understanding her feelings, he felt unable to respond, often deflecting the conversation to Xiao Yuyan to avoid the delicate subject. This avoidance stemmed from Wu Feng's profound realization that he must eventually leave this world, that to the people here, he was but a fleeting visitor. With this understanding, he refrained from engaging in any matters of the heart, no matter how trivial. He knew the path ahead would be fraught with peril and bloodshed, an arduous journey into the unknown, where he could falter at any moment without the possibility of rising again. Thus, to spare himself from the anguish of unnecessary partings, and to prevent them from experiencing a lifetime of regret and solitude, wasting their youth, Wu Feng resolved from the moment he traversed into the Dragon Ball world that, despite potentially encountering familial and platonic emotions, romantic love would be a rarity in his life. This was not to say he would become devoid of feelings. Rather, He committed to insulating himself emotionally, striving to minimize unnecessary interactions with beautiful women, adopting a state of aloofness, visible yet untouchable, an enigma that no woman could approach. In this manner, he believed he could effectively eliminate the emergence of unwarranted affections, barring the rare occurrence of fateful love at first sight, an eventuality he deemed unlikely to befall him. Thus, he felt no concern regarding such a scenario. Have you heard? In just 3 days, the current leader of the Xiaoyao sect, Wu Feng, renowned as the unparalleled hero and ranked 5th on the celestial list, is destined to ascend to the heavens atop Mount Huashan, at the moment when day transitions into night. Within a tavern named Songhalu, nestled in the heart of the Song dynasty, a multitude of wanderers from across the realms are gathered, indulging in fine dishes and libations, engaging in spirited discussions, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled revelry. However, at that moment, one among 4 individuals seated at the northernmost table, adjacent to the window, raised his voice, capturing the attention of all present. Surely, you needn't mention it. This news has been circulating since 3 months ago at the Yulai Inn, by now. I dare say everyone from the high-ranking officials to the elderly and children across the entire realm must be aware of it. Even those secluded in remote mountains, nearly cut off from the world, must have heard of it by now, scoffed a scarred man who exuded an air of intimidation. I am well aware that the entire realm is privy to this matter. Your reminder is unnecessary. However, the real news I am about to share is profoundly related to the subject at hand. Are you not curious, Scarface? Replied a frail, diminutive man in grayish-white linen, his sharp features contorting into a mischievous expression as he sipped his drink. Enough, 4th brother. Stop toying with your elder brother and enlighten us about what transpired. What significant connection does it bear with the illustrious hero, Wu Feng? The curious 3rd brother interjected, unable to contain his eagerness, while the eldest, sensing the gravity of the situation, urged him on, adopting a demeanor that suggested dire consequences if he did not speak forthwith. All right, I shall divulge the information. However, I must preface my revelation with a caveat. I cannot vouch for the authenticity of this news, as I happened upon it by mere happenstance, the diminutive man hastily proclaimed. Realizing his brothers were growing impatient, regardless of its veracity, we shall not hold it against you. Do share, even if it proves erroneous. It would serve as delightful entertainment to pass the time, the eldest brother declared, feigning magnanimity. Very well, I shall proceed. But first, I must inquire if you are familiar with the recent incident involving the annihilation of the Golden Spear sect in Yi County, the diminutive man queried, his voice dripping with intrigue. Indeed, how could one not know? I, your 3rd brother, was lodging at an inn in Yi County at the time, and I witnessed the aftermath the very next day. What a calamity it was. The 3rd brother swiftly responded, his excitement palpable. I have indeed heard of this matter. However, 4th brother, what relevance does it have to what you wish to convey? Inquisitively inquired 1st brother, following 3rd brother's remarks. There is a significant connection, as I have gathered information suggesting that the Golden Spear sect was annihilated by a rural lad, who is scarcely literate, acting alone. It is rumored that it was in pursuit of vengeance. The diminutive man remarked upon hearing this. 4th brother, are you jesting with me? I admit that this rustic youth possesses remarkable martial prowess. After all, I could not single-handedly vanquish over 100 members of the Golden Spear sect. However, this incident has absolutely no bearing on the renowned martial hero. The impetuous 1st brother retorted with dissatisfaction. But do not be hasty, 1st brother. The crux of the matter is yet to come. What if I were to tell you that this rural lad did not possess any martial skills a month prior to the annihilation of the Golden Blade sect? He was merely an ordinary country farmer. The slender man spoke with an air of mystery, his words astonishing. How could this be possible, 4th brother? If you are to concoct a tale, at least make it a more believable one. It is utterly ludicrous to suggest that a mere month could transform a feeble country bumpkin into a top-tier martial artist. Furthermore, he was essentially an illiterate fool. How amusing. Indeed, the scar-faced man, who had previously maintained silence, scoffed in disbelief. 2nd brother, do not be skeptical. When I first heard this news, I shared your incredulity. However, what if I were to tell you that this rural lad stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter? After coming into possession of the martial arts manual left behind by the martial hero, he achieved remarkable advancement in a short span of time. Would you believe it? What? Is this true? The 3 brothers exclaimed in unison, astonished. Simultaneously, the various martial artists within the inn paused, as if frozen in time, before resuming their previous activities as though nothing had transpired. Nevertheless, the slight flush on their faces and the sudden heaviness of their breaths betrayed their astonishment. How am I to ascertain the truth of this? Did I not clarify earlier that I am unaware of the veracity? First brother, did you not suggest we treat it merely as a source of amusement? The slender man replied, appearing perplexed and innocent. Indeed, you are correct. It is merely a source of amusement. With that, the four brothers nonchalantly resumed their revelry, drinking, dining, and engaging in idle banter, as was their custom. Yet, unbeknownst to the four brothers, as they continued their merriment, the once animated patrons of the tavern began to settle their accounts and depart one by one. Before long, the entire Songha tavern was left with only the four brothers, who were still engrossed in their toasts, and an elderly man energetically performing on the eru in the main hall. It is worth mentioning that the myriad of martial artists within the inn seemed oblivious to the strikingly vivid azure lotus patterns adorning the palms of the four brothers. Chapter 15. Shattered Void. Ascension to Immortality. On this day, at Mount Huashan, one of the 5 great mountains of the Song dynasty, the skies were clear, and the sun shone brilliantly, marking a splendid day of rejuvenation for all living things. Coincidentally, this day also coincided with the second day of the second lunar month, known as the Day of the Dragon Raising Its Head, a time when the surrounding counties, towns, and villages within the vicinity of Huashan were at their most vibrant and bustling in recorded history. Within the span of a mere month, people from all corners of the realm, from distant lands and various locales, flocked here in droves, creating a spectacular scene of throngs of humanity. The overwhelming influx of individuals from diverse backgrounds significantly weakened the Song dynasty's control and security in this area, plunging it into an unprecedented low. Had it not been for the intervention of several masters from the Xiaoyao sect and Shaolin Temple, the situation might have spiraled into chaos at any moment. Amidst the crowded base of Huashan, numerous prominent figures convened at its summit. A closer inspection would reveal that these distinguished guests included the 4th prince representing the current emperor of the Song dynasty, the influential Prime Minister Qin, who represented the powerful aristocracy, as well as the wealthy merchant, Boss Qian, who maintained a favorable rapport with the Xiaoyao sect. Additionally, leaders of various martial arts factions and esteemed wandering cultivators were also present, marking a congregation of individuals whose mere stamp of a foot could shake the very foundations of the realm. All these pivotal figures, holding their breath in silent anticipation, directed their solemn and eager gazes towards the pinnacle of the mountain, where the illustrious martial hero, revered across the realm as the Wufeng, sat cross-legged in midair, 3 feet above the ground, eyes closed in meditation. As time flowed gently by, a full 12 hours had elapsed since Wufeng had assumed his meditative posture. He quietly absorbed the nascent rays of the rising sun until the sky brightened gradually. With less than 4 hours remaining until Wufeng's anticipated moment of transcending the void, he found himself increasingly restless in his stillness, feeling an overwhelming tedium as he could not engage in further cultivation. Yet, he could not afford to move recklessly, as the time for his final demonstration of teachings was still not upon him. Reluctantly, Wufeng maintained his pose, enduring the wait until the moment was just right, at which point he would proceed as scripted. Thus, the gathered crowd witnessed the initially motionless Wufeng, eyes closed and facing the direction of the sunrise, suddenly turn around, opening his eyes to regard the representatives of various social strata and the members of his own sect. With a calm demeanor, he spoke, "I shall grant you 3 hours. During this time, I am at your service, and you may express your desires freely." The crowd, initially taken aback by Wu Feng's sudden turn, soon responded with palpable excitement, their bodies trembling and faces flushed. While everyone was eager to pose their inquiries, none dared to be the first to break the silence. It wasn't until a melodious voice rang out among them. "Senior brother, no, master, this may be the last time Yu Yin addresses you as such. Master, I wish to know if you will return after you depart this time." "Ah, Xiao Yin'er, you are willing to call me master once more? How delightful, truly delightful. In this realm, I have no regrets. As for your question about my return, I can only say that I am uncertain. Perhaps I shall. Perhaps I shall not. Who can say?" Wu Feng replied, a smile of contentment gracing his features, though a hint of hesitation flickered in his eyes. "Then, how may I reach the heights you have achieved, master? How can I shatter the void and ascend to the upper realms?" Wang Yuyan, her eyes shut momentarily as she steadied her tumultuous heart, reopened them with a serious and resolute demeanor, pressing for an answer. "Ah, why must you burden yourself so?" "Xiao Yin'er, very well, I shall tell you. With your current cultivation, taking just a couple of steps forward would suffice." Wu Feng sighed, a bittersweet smile on his lips. He wished to dissuade her, but found himself unable to resist her stubborn gaze, and thus he spoke without much conviction. The reason for his vague response lay in his understanding that he was not a true shatterer of the void. He could only rely on instinct to guide his words, attempting to lead her on for the time being. Is that so? I comprehend now. Very well. I have no further questions. You may continue, Wang Yuyin declared. Her spirit suddenly ignited with determination after inhaling deeply. Ba, I wish to pose a question to the immortal Wu, and I hope for your enlightenment. The nameless monk interjected after Wang Yuyin had no further inquiries. Please, speak, Wu Feng invited. I wish to inquire, what is Buddha? The nameless monk surprised the crowd with this seemingly simplistic question, one known to all ascetics. Old monk, are you intentionally trying to perplex me with such a query? Wu Feng responded, a look of bemusement on his face. I would not dare. It is simply that I have been unable to grasp this question, and I must confess it has troubled me for quite some time. I hope the immortal Wu can provide clarity, the nameless monk said, hastily apologizing before earnestly seeking an answer. Old monk, are you traversing the sea of suffering, confronting your heart's tribulation? However, if you seek my assistance to navigate this trial, you have chosen the wrong person. One must confront their own tribulations. How can one rely on another? Others can only assist from the sidelines. The crux lies within you. At this moment, I can impart this truth. You are Buddha, I am Buddha, he is Buddha. All beings are Buddha. I hope you remember this. Now, you may withdraw, Wu Feng said with an expression of indifference. Hero Wu, immortal Wu. I wish to ask if the path of martial arts leads to eternal life? The fourth prince, who had been holding back, eagerly inquired as the two celestial beings concluded their questions. Martial arts can grant longevity, with proper cultivation. One may live over 150 years upon breaking through to the innate stage, over 210 years upon reaching the returning truth stage, and over 330 years upon attaining the celestial being stage. As Wu Feng finally observed someone addressing the matter at hand, he calmly elucidated. May I inquire? Revered immortal Wu, what are the methods for resurrection? Just as the fourth prince was about to further inquire about the lifespan at the celestial stage, he was rudely interrupted by a visitor from the Western territories. Methods for resurrection, you say? One might argue they exist, yet equally contend they do not. You must understand that the laws of life and death are among the most paramount principles of this world. To transcend them is akin to scaling the heavens. Initially, Wu Feng had intended to offer a minor reprimand to the intruding questioner, but, upon hearing such a profound inquiry, chose instead to exhibit mercy and provide an answer. Pray tell, immortal Wu, with the flourishing of martial arts, what becomes of the scholarly path? The Prime Minister, endorsed by Confucianism, seized the moment to pose a question. Oh, the scholarly path, you mean Confucianism? The rise of martial arts in society does not significantly hinder it. I recall that during the spring and autumn period through to the end of the Han, scholars were quite adept in archery and horsemanship. Not significantly inferior to the warriors you speak of, Wu Feng scoffed, providing an illustrative explanation. Dare I ask, where lies the path for merchants? Seizing the opportunity, Qian Wanjian quickly voiced his curiosity. Merchants, you must simply conduct yourselves as you ought. However, since you have posed a question, allow me to impart 8 words: integrity as foundation, benevolence as virtue. Oh, and as a token of gratitude for your years of steadfast support, I shall bestow upon you a small gift. With a gentle smile, Wu Feng casually responded, proceeding to transmit his teachings through sheer will. The onlookers observed as he pointed his index and middle fingers towards Qian Wanjian's forehead, lightly tapping it, then ceased all further movements. Though perplexed, the crowd refrained from immediate inquiries, choosing instead to prepare for their own questions or attentively listen to the ongoing discourse. Consequently, perhaps sensing a glimmer of hope, the subsequent inquiries from the assembly transformed into elaborate requests for favors. For instance, immortal Wu, I implore you, take pity on me and impart a set of divine skills. I have an elderly mother of 80, or immortal Wu, please accept me as your disciple. I am gifted, demonstrating precocity from an early age, able to speak at 1, recognize characters at 2, and read fluently by 3. I assure you I shall not bring disgrace. Thus, over the course of the following period, Wu Feng patiently and tactfully declined one fantastical or bizarre request after another, each more peculiar than the last. 3 hours later, after answering the final question, Wu Feng felt utterly exhausted, more so than after exerting himself in a fierce battle. In light of this, he silently vowed to himself that he would never again pretend to be some kind of transcendent sage. It was far too draining. Chapter 16, Shattering the Void. Ascending to immortality on the 2nd day of the 2nd month, evening finally arrived. As the sun dipped below the horizon, only a faint glow remained, striving to bestow its last rays of light and warmth upon the myriad beings of the earth. Time continued its relentless march, slipping away second by second, heedless of anyone, even for a mere moment. Thus, before long, the entire Huashan mountain was enveloped in darkness, the night reclaiming the land. At this moment, the members of the Xiaoyao sect, who had long been prepared for this eventuality, began to ignite the coal lamps and torches scattered across Huashan, creating a magnificent procession of flickering flames that encircled nearly the entire mountain, illuminating it as if it were still day. However, before the crowd could fully appreciate this spectacle, a silvery radiance gradually materialized, cascading down upon those gathered at the summit of Huashan. As they marveled at this extraordinary phenomenon, Wu Feng, who sat quietly atop the peak, began to stir. The moment that silvery light touched him, it seemed to evoke some wondrous reaction, causing him to emanate a luminous silver glow from within. As time passed, the brilliance of his radiance intensified until, in a matter of moments, he became a blinding silhouette, obscured by his own dazzling light. Wu Feng then began to ascend vertically, moving with what appeared to be both a slow and rapid grace. In an instant, he reached a height that matched that of the newly risen moon, creating an unprecedented spectacle of dual moons gracing the sky. The onlookers atop Huashan, fully aware of what was transpiring, gazed upwards in awe, their mouths agape, their minds momentarily vacant, overwhelmed by the sheer wonder of the scene. It was no surprise that they displayed such astonishment, for even the two existing celestial beings among them, who were well prepared, found themselves utterly shocked, reluctant to return to reality. Setting aside the astonishment of those on Huashan or throughout the realm, at this moment, Wu Feng, having ascended to a significant height, began to feel the chill of his surroundings intensify. As he ascended further, the cold became so penetrating that he had to summon his inner strength to dispel the thin layer of ice that was beginning to form around him. Realizing that he had reached a sufficient altitude, Wu Feng understood that he was ready to perform the final act of his envisioned spectacle. With everything in place, he abruptly retracted the brilliant light emanating from within him. In the very next moment, summoning all of his internal strength, he coalesced it into a resounding bell that adhered to the principles of sound propagation. He then infused his voice with a vast reservoir of energy from his cells, proclaiming a declaration that echoed throughout the expanse of the 9 provinces. Today, I, Wu Feng, atop the summit of Mount Hua, suspended a myriad of fathoms above the ground, shatter the void and call upon the world to strive together. As soon as his words left his lips, Wu Feng relinquished all attachment, allowing the world's spontaneous repulsion, caused by his forceful expulsion of energy, to cast him beyond its confines. In the final fleeting second before his return, he turned back to the ethereal white figure within the world and softly uttered a farewell, until we meet again. With that, he vanished from the lofty heights, as effortlessly as he had arrived. Though Wu Feng had departed, the colossal sound of his voice, due to the distance, took time to descend from the heavens. After undergoing a gradual attenuation, it transformed into a thunderous reverberation that resonated in the ears of the gathered crowd below, akin to a thunderclap, echoing across the expanse of Mount Hua for miles around. Those on the ground were left in awe, recognizing that on this day, the first individual to shatter the void and ascend in ethereal transformation, witnessed by many, had been born. In that moment, all who heard Wu Feng's proclamation were enveloped in a profound silence, lingering in a state of shock, reluctant to return to reality. It was not until a chorus of innocent, inquisitive children turned to their parents with puzzled questions that the stillness was shattered, prompting the adult guardians to snap back to their senses. They offered casual explanations before hastily retreating to their abodes, for life continued, and the morrow demanded their early rising and laboring. Simultaneously, perhaps influenced by a chain reaction, many martial artists and distinguished guests who had come to witness the event awakened from their reverie. In a state of restless farewells, they departed from the domain of Mount Hua, returning to their respective factions or homes, intending to recuperate for a time to digest the profound revelations of the night and prepare for the impending surge of martial prowess. Unbeknownst to the departing dignitaries, as all had begun to leave the summit, the elusive fairy, Wang Yuyan, who had been silently observing, suddenly manifested at the very spot where Wu Feng had meditated. Standing amidst the chilling winds that tousled her white garments, she gazed intently at the vast heights from which Wu Feng had vanished. After a prolonged silence, she murmured to herself, "Has he truly departed? Hurry, that lucky lad, the one from the countryside who fortuitously acquired the opportunity bestowed by the immortal Wu, is just ahead in the dilapidated temple. According to informants, he is currently engaged in a confrontation with the Lord of the 36 Caves. In a moment's time, one could not extricate oneself from the predicament. We must hasten to the formidable and esteemed contemporary leader of the Divine Blade sect." who was leading numerous disciples in a fervent sprint while calling out loudly. Simultaneously, a young rustic lad in his 20s, who recently adopted the name Li Ruahai, previously known as Li Go Dan, brandished a wooden spear, valiantly wielding it against the multitude of adversaries, enveloping them in a flurry of spear shadows. This onslaught left the initially arrogant leader of the 36 Caves in a state of dismay, desperately trying to hold his ground and defend against the elusive wooden spear, fearing it might pierce him at any moment. However, as the saying goes, prolonged defense leads to inevitable loss. Indeed, one of the cave leaders, distracted for just a fleeting instant, met his demise, shattering the tenuous line of defense they had maintained. The remaining leaders, witnessing the swift downfall of their comrade, became increasingly terrified as several more fell in rapid succession, prompting the survivors, each bearing varying degrees of injury, to scatter in flight. Only Li Ruahai, by a stroke of fortune, stood firm, having acquired the blazing spear technique inscribed on a stone wall during Wu Feng's travels across the 9 provinces. He remained in place, quietly recuperating until he felt his internal energy sufficiently restored. Then, he dashed towards a vast mountain range, quickly vanishing from sight. Shortly thereafter, the irate leader of the Divine Blade sect, who had arrived a moment too late, erupted in fury, cursing, "What a bunch of worthless 36 cave leaders. They couldn't even hold off a mere country bumpkin. Useless, trash, absolute nonsense." As time swiftly passed, over a decade had elapsed since Wu Feng shattered the void. Now, the Yuelian, spread across the 9 provinces, was once again preparing for the unveiling of the latest rankings of heaven, earth, and man. Quickly, hurry. If you've finished, could you step aside and allow those of us who missed it a glance? One exclaimed, "It's remarkable. The left sect leader of the Infinite Sword sect has finally qualified for the human ranking." Another replied, elated, "Indeed, that is quite an achievement. But who is this newly emerged number 1 on the human ranking, Dugofeng? Ah, my beggar clan has another member in the earth ranking, and even within the top 10. Splendid. Oh, please, that's nothing. Look over there. The current head of the Morong family from Suzhou is ranked 2nd in the earth ranking, a master of the return to truth level. Huh, what of it? Have you not seen? The number 1 in the earth ranking remains our current abbot of Shaolin Temple, Master Xuanqing. Look, everyone, come quick to see the heaven ranking. A new figure has appeared." At this proclamation, the previously noisy crowd fell silent, collectively turning their gaze to the bottom of the heaven ranking, where they beheld, 9th in the heaven ranking during the Song dynasty, born of a battle body, the dragon subduing 3 palms, disciple of the celestial wanderers. Chapter 17. The conclusion of the heavenly dragon 8 parts and the journey through the Dragon Ball world on this day, within the serene and breathtaking Chilean mountains. In the depths of the Lianshan Valley, the spring sunlight continued to shine brightly, and the morning air remained refreshingly pure. The sky was just beginning to lighten when, unexpectedly, a solitary figure materialized within a previously empty wooden cabin nestled in the valley. This figure was none other than Wu Feng, who had been cast into the turbulent chaos of space by the heavenly dragon world. Through the enigmatic power of his mind, he returned to the Dragon Ball universe. In the same posture as before his journey, Wu Feng sat cross-legged on his bed, gradually opening his eyes. He shook his head gently from side to side, taking a moment to center himself. After calming the dizziness caused by his temporal displacement, he began to explore and summon the abundant inner energy coursing through his body. To his astonishment, he found that he could not release this energy into the external world as he had in the heavenly dragon realm. Rising to his feet, he stepped into the familiar yet alien courtyard, slowly engaging in a series of intricate and profound movements. In a fleeting moment, as he completed the final movement, a symphony of cracking sounds resonated from his bones and tendons, akin to the celebratory crackle of firecrackers. Experiencing the effects of the supreme yoga techniques he had developed in the heavenly dragon world, Wu Feng could not help but allow a subtle smile to grace his lips. At that moment, he confirmed his hypothesis. Despite the diverse rules governing each world that resulted in a myriad of energy systems, making coexistence nearly impossible, he believed there were 2 fundamental aspects that transcended all realms. Every world inhabited by sentient beings shared an immutable truth, the necessity of both body and soul, or consciousness, as the foundational elements of life. Based on this understanding, Wu Feng posited that the powers of the body and soul were inherently interconnected and universal across all realms. At that instant, he validated part of this theory. The exercises designed purely for physical cultivation, devoid of any extraordinary energy, retained their efficacy regardless of the world, though the manifestations of their effects might vary. Having confirmed this aspect of his conjecture, Wu Feng was eager to return indoors to test whether his method of cultivating the soul through visualization also remained unaffected. However, he was suddenly struck by the realization that daylight had fully arrived. Understanding the necessity of concealing his unusual abilities, he reluctantly set aside his urgent desire to validate his soul cultivation method. With a slight motion, he swiftly transported himself to the peak where he had practiced alongside his uncle on the day before his journey. Swiftly moving to the place where he had previously trained before his journey, Wu Feng discovered that his uncle, Mutaito, had yet to arrive. He thought to himself how fortunate he was, had it not been for his current strength, which had multiplied nearly tenfold since before his journey, boasting roughly 1,000 in combat power. He would have truly failed to arrive ahead of his uncle. As was customary, after just a minute or two, Wu Feng sensed the familiar aura of Wu Taido approaching rapidly. In a mere 3 minutes, his uncle stood before him. As always, Wu Taido first scrutinized Wu Feng, noting a subtle change in his demeanor compared to the previous day, though it seemed almost imperceptible. Despite his curiosity, Wu Taido dismissed it, confident that his nephew's innate purity could not deceive him. Uncle, after today's training, I hope to embark on a journey starting tomorrow to broaden my horizons, Wu Feng hastily declared, eager to divert his uncle's scrutiny. Having intended to wait until after training to voice his thoughts. Judging by your expression, you have made up your mind. Now, tell me the reasons behind your decision. Wu Taido replied, his attention deftly shifted. As expected, Wu Taido's focus waned, and after a contemplative gaze into Wu Feng's eyes, he spoke slowly. Oh, uncle. To be honest, I feel my progress has plateaued recently. I believe I have hit a bottleneck, which is why I wish to venture out and seek experiences that may enlighten me and help me overcome this impasse in my martial path. Wu Feng feigned shyness, awkwardly averting his gaze before articulating the rationale he had concocted prior to his return. Is that so? Have you encountered a bottleneck so soon? It seems my initial estimation was somewhat off, Wu Taido mused. Very well, since you are ahead of schedule by half a month. You may depart tomorrow morning to experience and cultivate your skills. With a sigh, acknowledging the unexpected early timing, Wu Taido acquiesced. However, before Wu Feng could revel in his fortune, Wu Taido continued. In that case, for our final lesson today, I shall reveal to you the concept of there are heavens beyond heaven, and people beyond people. This is to ensure that when you venture into the world, you do not underestimate its vastness and become reckless, leading to your own peril. At that moment, Wu Feng felt a warm surge in his heart. Yet he couldn't suppress a sense of exasperation and helplessness. He longed to assure his uncle that he was being overly cautious, that he understood the vastness of the world far better than he realized, and that merely not burying his head in the sand was already quite commendable. However, in order to prevent any suspicion from his uncle, Wu Feng feigned a demeanor of earnest attentiveness, humbly requesting, "Please, uncle, enlighten me." At that moment, while enduring the seemingly sluggish guidance from his uncle, Wu Feng pretended to be oblivious, forcing himself to absorb the blows from his uncle's fists at opportune moments. Fortunately, this arduous training session, both physically and mentally taxing for Wu Feng, came to an end as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with vibrant hues of dusk. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, as dawn broke and the sun revealed a hint of red, Wu Feng slowly opened his eyes after a night of meditation and soul contemplation. A look of perplexity crossed his face as he felt a slight sting of realization regarding his assumptions about the soul, which he thought would not differ across realms. Despite spending the night visualizing the diagram of spiritual cultivation, he found that, aside from a more vivid image of the blue lotus in his mind, there was no increase in his spiritual energy whatsoever. Reflecting on the previous night's practice, Wu Feng realized that the soul cultivation method he had devised in the dragon realm, particularly his technique for absorbing external energy, was utterly ineffectual in the Dragon Ball world. Upon retracing his thoughts to identify the root cause, he understood that to address this pressing issue, he must either seek the counsel of a mage or deity from this realm, or gather all 7 Dragon Balls to make a wish. However, lacking a dragon radar or any earthling capable of crafting one, the latter solution was momentarily impractical. Thus, Wu Feng was left with no option but to consult with professionals. Having formulated a specific plan for this endeavor, he intended to bid farewell to his relatives and friends in the valley before embarking on his journey. With everything meticulously prepared, Wu Feng shouldered a sizable pack of belongings and stepped out of the home he had resided in for several years, striding purposefully towards the valley's entrance. Upon reaching the valley's mouth, he could not escape the heartfelt words of his waiting family and friends, filled with reluctance, concern, and pleas for him to stay. In response to their sentiments, A weary Wu Feng could only offer reassurances and promises, ultimately departing with a nonchalant demeanor after his uncle's final words of advice. Chapter 18. Karen Tower. In a lush and vibrant forest, the morning sun shone brightly, casting gentle rays upon Wu Feng, who was engaged in a journey of both travel and weight-bearing training. Time flowed like a river, and unbeknownst to him, a week had already passed since he had bid farewell to his family in the Chilean Valley. The supplies he had packed, both large and small, had been entirely consumed by Wu Feng the previous day. In a moment of desperation, Wu Feng, faced with the exhausting toll of cultivation in the Dragon Ball world, found himself compelled to pursue his predetermined goals while simultaneously hunting and preparing barbecues of various carnivorous creatures reminiscent of dinosaurs, rich in energy essence. Today, perhaps a twist of fate awaited him, as he, weary and famished from a day of rigorous training, encountered a corpulent Tyrannosaurus Rex, unmistakably substantial enough to satiate his hunger. Without further ado, the instant these two hungry beings crossed paths, their eyes ignited with hunger, saliva dripping, and mouths agape, ready to engage in a fierce battle. The clash was imminent, and the outcome became apparent in an instant. With effortless might, Wu Feng dispatched his unexpected dinner, dragging his feast to a nearby riverbank. Subsequently, he commenced the familiar and practiced routine of preparing his barbecue. With remarkable speed, Wu Feng completed the necessary cleaning and promptly began to indulge in a sumptuous self-service feast. The rich, intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, permeating the primal forest and beckoning numerous delectable desserts and provisions for him to choose from. With a casual flick of his wrist, Wu Feng unleashed a white energy blast, marking the end of an era for all the large carnivorous creatures in the vicinity. Those who gathered to witness the spectacle were either swiftly dispatched to become provisions or tamed as mounts, awaiting their inevitable fate. With his immediate concerns for sustenance temporarily alleviated, Wu Feng resolutely continued his ascetic training, steadfastly journeying toward his envisioned first destination, the kindergarten mentioned in the original text by Wulong, unhurried yet determined. Although he was acutely aware that following the original text's coordinates might lead to futility, given that over 3 centuries had elapsed since the events depicted, and any number of changes could have occurred in that time, he clung to a sliver of hope, or perhaps a fanciful dream. What if, by sheer luck, he stumbled upon the place that would instantaneously resolve his issues with spiritual cultivation? Engrossed in such musings, Wu Feng overlooked a critical consideration. Why would strangers, with no ties to him, impart their knowledge without reason? However, his disregard for this query stemmed not from ignorance, but from a firm belief in his abilities and methods. After all, the principle of courtesy preceding force had become second nature to him, honed through his experiences in the Dragon Ball universe. Time slips away unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, over a month has passed. During this period of relentless cultivation and travel, Wu Feng, with the assistance of several kind-hearted passers-by, finally arrived at the entrance of what appeared to be the predecessor of a transformation kindergarten, or rather, the original form of the extraordinary martial arts academy that would emerge 3 centuries later. Observing this quaint and somewhat exaggerated academy, Wu Feng sensed the presence of merely 3 individuals through his spiritual connection, an elderly figure and 2 young ones, each emanating a feeble aura that seemed utterly insignificant. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart, and indeed, his apprehensions were confirmed during the ensuing visit for discussions. This academy, suspected to be the precursor of the transformation kindergarten, was currently in its nascent stage. The elderly gentleman within the academy, endowed with innate abilities, struck Wu Feng as a likely ancestor of a future transformation kindergarten. Perhaps even the first director, affectionately referred to by locals as the ever-changing Master Yuer. After confirming Master Yuer's true identity, Wu Feng settled in for a spell, engaging in daily exchanges regarding the intricacies of mental energy. However, after extensive discussions, he discovered that Master Yuer's transformative abilities and his array of research into supportive transformations offered limited practical assistance to him. Beyond enriching his experience and providing foundational knowledge relevant to the study of mental energy in this realm, the benefits were rather meager. Recognizing the futility of remaining any longer without deriving substantial help, Wu Feng decided not to linger. After proposing some suggestions regarding the future development of the Extraordinary Martial Arts Academy and leaving a sum of funds with Master Yuer, he took his leave. Disappointed that he had not met his expectations, Wu Feng gathered his emotions and resolved to pursue his second option, the current sacred land of martial arts on Earth, Corinta. He intended to consult the cat sage residing there about the specific methods of cultivating mental energy in this realm and to exchange some magical beans, precious items for emergencies. Although Wu Feng's current strength made it unlikely for anyone on Earth to pose a threat to his life, he believed that being cautious was always prudent. Thus, having made up his mind, he inquired about the location of Corinta and resumed his journey of cultivation, progressing steadily toward his destination. Along the way, he traversed mountains and crossed rivers, moving forward with determination. After nearly 3 months of travel, Wu Feng finally beheld the towering Corinta, a sight reminiscent of the animated series from his past, soaring into the clouds, seemingly infinite in height. At this moment, Wu Feng, realizing he was on the verge of reaching his destination, gazed for a while at the towering Corinta that pierced the clouds. Instead of hastening his pace, he chose to rest on the spot, intending to continue his journey the following day. The reason for Wu Feng's reluctance to proceed immediately was the twilight that still lingered. Should he not take a moment to rest, by the time he arrived at the foot of Corinta, it would undoubtedly be shrouded in darkness. Although Wu Feng perceived little distinction between day and night at that moment, he felt no urgency. After all, having traveled for many days, he was not averse to delaying his arrival by another night. Furthermore, the burden of his journey had been quite exhausting, and a night's rest would rejuvenate him, allowing him to ascend Corinta with renewed vigor. Thus, Wu Feng, opting for patience, spent a night replete with the sense of blood and roasted meat. The night passed in silence, and the following day, as dawn broke, Wu Feng, fully restored in spirit and energy, prepared his belongings and set forth as usual. Not long into his journey, he beheld the Corinta. Just as he was about to press on and reach the tower's side, he was halted by a tribe that had guarded this sacred place for generations, reminiscent of the indigenous protectors of hallowed grounds. Noticing this, Wu Feng furrowed his brow slightly but chose to disregard the tribe, leaping into the air and soaring upward, reaching the base of Corinta in an instant. Without waiting for the guardians, who were now in an uproar due to his intrusion, to catch up, Wu Feng ascended directly along the Corinta. He continued his flight for half an hour, until he gradually discerned the elliptical summit of the tower. Upon sighting it, Wu Feng felt a surge of exhilaration, prompting him to accelerate, enveloped in a torrent of heat and the resounding echoes of sonic booms. In the next moment, he officially arrived at the top of Corinta, confronting the seemingly startled cat sage, who could barely steady his staff amid the tumultuous energy unleashed by Wu Feng's arrival. Chapter 19. Meeting the celestial being Who. Who are you? What brings you here? The cat sage, who had sensed Wu Feng's presence long before, struggled to mask his fear, trembling as he stammered his inquiry. Greetings. Might you be the legendary cat sage of Corinta? Wu Feng, observing the sage's demeanor, refrained from exposing the inconsistencies in his facade of a lofty recluse, but instead, with a kind expression, posed his question amicably. Why yes, that is me. What do you seek? The cat sage, perhaps comforted by Wu Feng's friendly disposition and sensing no malevolence in his aura, hesitantly responded. You are indeed he. Greetings. I have come to seek your wisdom regarding martial arts. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed sage. Although the moment Wu Feng laid eyes on the bipedal white cat, he was certain that it was the feline sage he had been seeking, he nevertheless felt compelled to adhere to the necessary formalities, whether out of politeness or to prevent any feelings of surprise or awkwardness. Thus, he engaged in the aforementioned exchange of inquiries, and upon completing the requisite process, he promptly articulated one of the reasons for his visit. To be frank, with your current prowess, there is little I can impart to you. I suggest you directly visit the divine temple in the celestial realm. The sage Carlin, fully aware of his own limitations, offered this advice with a wry smile. You flatter me, esteemed sage. To be candid, while I may appear formidable at present, my understanding of martial arts and the mastery of Qi is far from commensurate with the latent energy within me, Wu Feng replied, exhibiting a profound self-awareness of his capabilities. Ah, I see. Then, why not suppress your strength to match my level and engage in a duel? I would like to observe the areas where you find yourself lacking, suggested Sage Carlin after a moment of contemplation. Very well, esteemed sage, please wait a moment as I adjust my energy to your level, Wu Feng responded, proceeding to restrict his Qi, achieving equilibrium with Sage Carlin in mere moments. All right, Sage, we may commence. Meow, here I come. Upon hearing this, the battle spirit that had long slumbered within Sage Carlin was instantly awakened, causing his tail to sway exuberantly in excitement. With a primal cry, he launched himself into action while simultaneously offering a warning. In an instant, as Sage Carlin made the first move, combat erupted. With two formidable energies, each around 160 units, clashing within the confined space of Carlin Tower. As the exchange of blows quickened, the arena became a blur of movements from both combatants. And with the escalating intensity of the battle, they struggled to contain their ferocity. The resultant shock waves reverberated throughout the tower, causing it to tremble slightly, akin to a celestial pillar. Recognizing the necessity to cease their skirmish within the confines of Carlin Tower, Wu Feng and Sage Carlin, in a synchronized maneuver following another collision, propelled themselves beyond the tower's limits, floating beside it. After a brief moment of mutual confrontation in midair, they began to gather chi from within their cells, readying their ultimate techniques, the Kamehameha and the Ki Wave. In a flash, two radiant orbs of white energy burst forth from their hands, colliding in midair with a powerful impact, neither yielding to the other. It was only when the fervor of battle subsided and reason returned that they exchanged a knowing glance and withdrew. Turning to return to Carlin Tower, the two dissipating waves of energy, severed from their source, gradually faded into the ether, leaving behind a delicate wisp of luminous smoke drifting among the clouds. Ahem, well, it has been quite a while since I last engaged in combat, and for a moment, I almost lost focus on the matter at hand. Please forgive my lapse. The ancient sage Carlin, having endured centuries of ennui, spoke somewhat awkwardly to Wu Feng. Haha. No worries. It is of little consequence. In fact, I have been feeling rather restless myself lately. Moreover, this engagement may allow you, esteemed sage, to observe my shortcomings more clearly, thus facilitating my quest for improvement. Wu Feng replied nonchalantly, a smile gracing his face as he elucidated his perspective. Indeed, you have a point. From our recent sparring session, it is evident that your mastery over chi is hardly inferior to mine. In certain aspects, your prowess has even inspired me. Consequently, I find myself unable to offer significant assistance regarding your control of chi. Only by seeking advanced training in the temple might you find the guidance you require at this moment. As for you, it appears that your understanding of chi remains at a fundamental level, as you seem yet to grasp the nuances of its transformative nature. This truly piques my curiosity, Carlin remarked, his expression a mixture of astonishment and contemplation as he regarded Wu Feng. Sage, my strength has indeed been cultivated gradually, and that is beyond dispute. As for my lack of insight into the mysteries of chi, it stems from my singular focus on becoming stronger during my training, neglecting the finer nuances of the chi within my body. Ultimately, the most significant factor was my isolation in another realm, where I sought understanding but found no mentor to guide me. Wu Feng explained with a wry smile, silently acknowledging the most crucial reason in his heart. I see. Very well. Let us dispense with further trivialities and commence in earnest. You must pay close attention. I will demonstrate a step-by-step understanding of chi, hoping to liberate you from the shackles of martial limitations, Carlin stated, though his mind still held lingering doubts. He recognized the importance of moving forward and thus directly addressed the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng ceased his chatter, concentrating intently on the series of profound principles regarding chi that Carlin was about to unveil. Time, as it often does, flowed like water, and before long, Wu Feng had devoted an entire year to his studies within the Carlin Tower. Throughout this year, with Carlin's unwavering support, Wu Feng had finally reached a level of understanding of chi that surpassed even what Carlin could impart. He had achieved his anticipated goal. Notably, despite his dedication to comprehending the intricacies of chi, Wu Feng did not forsake his rigorous training routine, diligently setting aside time each day for practice. Moreover, in gratitude for Carlin's selfless assistance, he shared with the sage the simplified version of his internal cultivation technique, the eternal youth art, derived from his own training. After considerable contemplation, Master Karen, utilizing his uniquely tailored beastly immortality technique, successfully shattered the physical constraints that had burdened his martial arts cultivation for over a century. Consequently, this amiable, benevolent, and selfless sage experienced a remarkable surge in his training, advancing significantly in a relatively short time. In the eyes of Wu Feng, he now stood on par with the deities of the celestial realm. This was predicated on the assumption that Master Karen was content with his current state and would refrain from further cultivation, for if he were to continue, Wu Feng believed it would not be long before Master Karen surpassed even the deities, aspiring to the level of the divine servant, Bobo. At this moment, witnessing the transformation and prowess of Master Karen, which had transcended the original narrative due to his assistance, Wu Feng felt a surge of excitement and exhilaration. This event confirmed and elucidated many truths for Wu Feng, revealing that there were no fixed plots or destinies, nor an invisible hand orchestrating every detail of life. He realized that he could enact any change in accordance with his own will. Naturally, all transformations hinged upon Wu Feng's prudence in avoiding perilous situations or anything that was overtly amiss. With these revelations in mind, Wu Feng, having found peace of mind, began to contemplate his future plans and the long-envisioned initiative for the resurgence of martial arts on Earth. However, the implementation of these ideas was contingent upon his visit to the celestial realm, where he would meet the deity and obtain what he sought. As he prepared to depart, Wufeng expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Master Karen, saying, "Thank you for your generous guidance over the past year." With a solemn bow, he bid farewell and, without hesitation, proceeded to the method he had just learned to ascend to the celestial realm, swiftly making his way to the divine temple situated above Earth. As he soared upward, Wufeng soon found himself amidst a tumult of thunder and lightning before ultimately arriving at the celestial realm, where he was greeted by the Earth deity, Bic, and his divine servant, Bobo, who had been waiting for him at the entrance. "Welcome, esteemed warrior of the mortal realm, Mr. Wufeng," Bic said, his demeanor warm and inviting, his eyes brimming with kindness. "Greetings, Your Excellency. It appears you were already aware of my arrival and intentions," Wufeng responded, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the deity and his servant awaiting him. "Indeed, Mr. Wufeng. Master Karen had already informed me of your visit to the temple," Bic replied with a gentle smile. Without waiting for Wufeng to speak further, he continued, "Very well, Mr. Wufeng. I shall refrain from unnecessary formalities. As I presume you are not inclined to indulge in them, let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. Regarding your intentions and the forthcoming training in the celestial realm, I have instructed my divine attendant, Mr. Bobo, to make all necessary preparations, and we are ready to commence at your convenience. Would you prefer to begin immediately, or shall we wait until you have rested for a day? I believe it would be wise to wait until I have adjusted and replenished my energy before we commence." Wufeng reflected thoughtfully before responding. "Very well. The choice is yours. In that case, let us commence tomorrow. You may arrange your time as you see fit, or I can have Bobo guide you to familiarize yourself with the surroundings of the celestial realm. What are your thoughts?" The celestial deity, Bic, suggested kindly, his expression unchanged upon hearing Wufeng's decision. "Yes, I think it would be prudent to first acclimate myself to this environment," Wufeng replied, acknowledging the importance of understanding his new surroundings to avoid inadvertently trespassing into forbidden areas of the celestial realm, which could pose a significant danger. "Excellent. Then Bobo shall escort you and provide a tour of the celestial realm. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave for now," the deity instructed before departing. "Very well, Mr. Wufeng. Please follow Bobo as he shows you around," Bobo said with a neutral expression, now that the celestial deity had returned to the temple to fulfill his duties. "Thank you, Mr. Bobo," Wufeng replied politely, following Bobo at a leisurely pace, walking alongside him. During their exploration, Wufeng listened intently to Bobo's explanations, occasionally interjecting with questions and insights, finding the experience both enjoyable and enriching. A rare moment of leisure before the impending rigorous training. However, as often is the case with joyful moments, they proved fleeting. Despite the vastness of the celestial realm, their exploration concluded sooner than anticipated. In less than half a day, Bobo had guided Wufeng through various locales, eventually returning to the entrance of the temple, where he arranged Wufeng's accommodations before departing. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Wufeng accompanied Bobo to a designated training ground prepared for him. Upon arrival, Wufeng observed an open area roughly the size of a basketball court, cluttered with an array of bells strung together by a single thread. Seeing this, Wufeng drew immediate comparisons to the training scenes from the original narrative, quickly grasping the essence of the forthcoming exercises. It appeared to revolve around enhancing the tranquility of the mind akin to the sky and honing one's sixth sense and intuition as part of the martial arts journey. Indeed, in the very next moment, Bobo confirmed Wufeng's conjecture. He produced a piece of black cloth and handed it to Wufeng, instructing him to cover his eyes to facilitate the ensuing training. Although Wufeng felt a twinge of skepticism, he exhibited no reluctance or delay, and with a playful mindset, he promptly obscured his vision, embarking on the first step of the celestial training. This entailed discerning the singular bell among the multitude of sounds, one whose tone differed uniquely and could be exchanged at any moment with the surrounding chimes, the special bell imbued with divine power. After a day of rigorous training, Wufeng sat exhausted on the ground, panting and feeling an exhilarating sense of disbelief. He had not anticipated that this seemingly straightforward exercise would prove to be so challenging, a testament to the customized and enhanced version tailored specifically for him. "Well, today's training concludes here. You may now return to rest, and we shall continue tomorrow," Bobo stated, his expression as impassive as ever, having witnessed the entirety of Wufeng's inaugural training day. Internally, Bobo marveled at Wufeng's martial talent. Yet he could not have foreseen that, on the very first day of training, Wu Feng would come tantalizingly close multiple times to grasping the divine bell. Completing this training exercise with success, one could indeed say that Wu Feng was worthy of being recognized as the most formidable individual in the realm of Earth, a title held for millennia. Leaving aside the day's events, Bobo had already anticipated that Wu Feng would master this training within a month, given the astounding pace of his progress. Now, having returned to his abode in the temple, Wu Feng wore a grave expression, internally ruminating. He had not expected that, despite leveraging his transcendent internal energy, he would repeatedly struggle to seize the divine bell and fulfill the preliminary phase of his training. This realization led him to acknowledge that he had underestimated the martial prowess of the Dragon Ball world and overestimated his own abilities. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, Wu Feng had developed a habit of reflecting on the outcomes of his training each day. This moment of introspection allowed him to recognize his shortcomings and decisively adjust his attitude toward the martial realm of Dragon Ball. Consequently, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the forthcoming training, diligently seizing every moment to comprehend the tranquility that Bobo had described, akin to the Taoist state of a heart like still water. Perhaps it was the effect of his enhanced internal energy, or perhaps Wu Feng's innate talent was indeed extraordinary. Immersed in his practice, he grasped that wondrous state in less than a month, completing the first step of his training several days ahead of Bobo's expectations, revealing a look of astonishment on Bobo's face upon receiving this definitive outcome. Though Bobo's astonished expression was fleeting, it did not escape the keen observation of Wu Feng, who was once again reassured of the remarkable nature of his own talent. Time flowed gently, and in the blink of an eye, over a year had passed since Wu Feng began his cultivation in the celestial realm. On this day, within a confined space filled with thunder and lightning, a figure, resembling charred coal and emanating smoke, was persistently shifting positions. With a thunderous roar, a sudden, rapid displacement allowed Wu Feng, whose senses were sealed, to narrowly evade a bolt of lightning that struck out of nowhere. However, before he could feel relieved, a barrage of additional lightning bolts descended upon him, striking him simultaneously. In that moment, Wu Feng, paralyzed by the electric shock, found his once agile body rendered stiff and motionless. As he fell into a near unconscious state, Bobo, who was vigilantly standing guard outside the spatial gate, promptly activated the teleportation function, swiftly extracting the severely injured Wu Feng. After administering a heavenly beam to restore him, Bobo unhesitatingly reactivated the teleportation to return the fully recovered Wu Feng for further enhancement of his sixth sense. It was not until Wu Feng had been struck by lightning 100 times, resembling a piece of charred coal, that Bobo finally ceased the relentless teleportation. Instead, she unsealed Wu Feng's senses, permitting him a respite to recuperate before continuing. Chapter 21. The initial manifestation of the Demoness Trail within the enclosed space. The thunderous power coursed through the clouds above, striking down without warning in a relentless barrage. Under the oppressive canopy of thunder, Wu Feng darted about, never daring to pause for even a second. One bolt after another, he evaded each strike as if he possessed foresight, managing to avoid every single lightning strike. After a brief moment, seemingly provoked by the lack of successful hits, the thunder within the clouds grew increasingly furious. In an instant, the once orderly strikes transformed into a chaotic storm of lightning, cascading down in rapid succession. This intensified onslaught drastically diminished Wu Feng's escape routes, heightening the likelihood of being struck. With a resounding crash, 3 bolts of lightning simultaneously descended in a triangular formation towards Wu Feng, seeking to secure a decisive hit. Yet, in vain, Wu Feng anticipated their approach and deftly sidestepped them. Before he could revel in his success, 4 additional bolts followed in a square formation, converging from all directions to ensnare him. Alas, they fell just short, allowing Wu Feng to once again evade unscathed. As the lightning continued to fail in its attempts, its fury escalated further. In the next moment, a relentless barrage of lightning struck, 5, 6, 7, and up to 10 bolts, an overwhelming display intent on reducing Wu Feng to mere fragments. Yet, even amidst this tempest, Wu Feng remained unperturbed, consistently managing to evade the strikes with remarkable foresight, creating an optical illusion of lightning pursuing his elusive figure. This spectacle left the observing deities, Bic and Bobo, outside the thunderous realm utterly astonished, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. After a few moments of exchanging incredulous glances, the god and his attendant murmured in disbelief, realizing that he had indeed accomplished what few among the Earth's past deities had achieved. One might say he truly embodies the exceptional talent that emerges only once in a millennia, a peerless force among mortals. He has already reached a level where he stands shoulder to shoulder with the finest among the divine, an utterly astonishing feat unlike Bick, who had recently assumed the role of deity and was overwhelmed by the stark contrast to the legacy of divine power. Bobo, having served under various generations of gods, grasped the profound significance of Wu Feng's accomplishment. It could be asserted that apart from the original deity and the one who created the room of spirit and time, none of the succeeding gods possessed strength comparable to Wu Feng's at this moment. Moreover, considering Wu Feng's age, it is likely that even the first deity and the most illustrious among them would find it difficult to be mentioned in the same breath. Leaving aside the intense shock experienced by Bick and Bobo due to Wu Feng's performance, let us turn our attention to a remote and rarely tread mountain range in the southern hemisphere of Earth, where a malevolent entity is brewing, poised to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm. Hidden within the depths of this nameless mountain range, veiled by lush, dense forests, lies a naturally formed cave. This dark and eerie cavern is filled with the remnants of various animals, their bones haphazardly strewn about, alongside a pervasive black mist that cloaks every inch of the cave. Suddenly, an unusual transformation occurred within the once quiet cavern. The dense black mist that enveloped the cave began to recede and dissipate, gradually concentrating towards a point deep within the cave that glimmered with a green light. Notably, with the passage of each fleeting second, the speed at which the black mist was drawn and increased. Simultaneously, as the quantity of absorbed mist grew, the green point of light became increasingly bright and expansive. Moments later, as the black mist vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind, the luminous point transformed into an egg-shaped sphere of dark green, approximately the size of a soccer ball. This orb, having absorbed all the malevolent energy from the cave, continued to pulsate, emitting an eerie green glow. As time slowly flowed by, growing increasingly bright until the entire cave was bathed in an inky green hue, a sudden cracking sound pierced the air, crisp and sharp like the shattering of a terrifying eggshell, echoing throughout the cavern. In the next moment, as the green shell shattered completely, it revealed an extraterrestrial infant, its entire body cloaked in verdant skin, adorned with horns atop its head. This alien child, quietly suspended in midair, gradually opened its eyes, which glimmered with a ghostly green light, and casually moved its body. Yet, seemingly unaccustomed to its diminutive form, it couldn't help but furrow its brow slightly. Recalling the nefarious source of its current predicament, a wave of inexplicable fury and hatred washing over its fierce visage. That night, an unprecedented chaos erupted in the nameless mountain range, as a great fire suddenly ignited in the forest. The creatures, previously ensnared in a deep slumber, were jolted awake, frantically fleeing downhill to escape the rapidly spreading inferno and the relentless pursuit of the extraterrestrial infant, known as Demon King Bick. It is worth noting that the instigator of this calamity was none other than the very entity that had emerged from the dark cave. The evil thought expelled from the celestial Bick, merging with the demonic energy within the cave to form the Demon Bick, the notorious Demon King that Wu Feng had come to know as a being born from pure malevolence and dark energy. The Demon King Bick sought to hasten his growth into a mature and complete form, relentlessly orchestrating slaughter to absorb the remnants and wicked intentions of the deceased. With a thunderous roar, the aftermath left a landscape strewn with corpses and a raging fire. As Bick unleashed wave after wave of energy blasts, now significantly larger, countless lives were extinguished, igniting area after area in flames. After a night of carnage, the vast, nameless mountain range fell into an eerie silence, devoid of the once lively animals that scurried about or chirped incessantly. The mountains, save for the crackling of burning trees in several places, were enveloped in a deathly stillness, devoid of any semblance of life. The architect of this horrific scene, the Demon Bick, having absorbed nearly all the lingering malice of the mountain's creatures, had officially transformed into the youthful, complete form of the Demon King Bick. Yet, rather than relinquishing his thirst for bloodshed due to his newfound perfection, the Demon King intensified his rampage, as if ensnared by an addiction. Every living being he encountered along his path was met with a devastating energy blast, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Wherever the Demon King roamed, not a single soul was spared, only the remnants of devastation remained. During this period, Bick's unrestrained slaughter did not go unchallenged. He encountered the combined might of several martial arts masters and the encroachment of military forces from various nations. However, it is regrettable that, without exception, whether it was the encirclement by so-called martial arts experts or the onslaught of armies numbering in the tens of millions, they were all effortlessly obliterated by the formidable King Piccolo, whose power far surpassed the limits of earthly technology. After annihilating all enemies that dared to challenge him, King Piccolo, still seething with rage, specifically ventured into the kingdom of those who had dared to besiege him. This unleashed a boundless frenzy of slaughter, and within a month, he systematically dismantled several feudal kingdoms, resulting in immense chaos and countless tragedies, directly or indirectly leaving millions of innocent civilians displaced and homeless. Chapter 22. The Demon Slayer. Since the initial destruction of several nations at the hands of King Piccolo, the world has been intermittently filled with the sounds of violent explosions. The reason for this incessant turmoil is that King Piccolo found the pace of his solitary destruction of the world too sluggish. Consequently, he recently created a legion of demonic subordinates, scattered across the globe, to expedite his campaign of annihilation. On this day, as King Piccolo indulged in the pleasure of world destruction, he effortlessly unleashed a wave of energy that obliterated all obstacles before him. In that moment, a cruel yet ecstatic expression surfaced on his face. Ecstatic at the sight of the terror-stricken populace fleeing in disarray at his approach, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Run! All of you! Do not stop! Ah, flee! The Demon King is coming. Where are you, Mommy? I'm scared. Go! Hurry! Don't worry about me, just escape. My child, my child! How dare you, foul demon! I shall fight you. With a casual strike, he eradicated the foolish insect that dared to charge at him. After indulging in a game of cat and mouse and ultimately exterminating his prey, King Piccolo was about to relocate when he suddenly heard the sobbing of a child. To his surprise, there was still a survivor. With a slight frown, he instinctively prepared to unleash another wave of energy to silence the last remnant of noise. However, sensing the imminent danger from afar, the martial artist Wu Tai rushed in at the critical moment and managed to intercept the energy wave, saving the sole living child at the scene. Instead of engaging in a desperate battle with King Piccolo, Wu Tai swiftly turned and, cradling the still crying child, fled back the way he had come. It was not until he encountered his two disciples rushing towards him that he paused, handing the now sleeping child over to his second disciple, Wu Tian, to care for temporarily. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around, his face ablaze with fury and murderous intent, charging towards the menacing figure of King Piccolo, who had been lingering not far behind him. Fueled by boundless rage and a desire for vengeance, Mutaito cast aside all restraint and allowed the seething anger within him to erupt. With no trace of hesitation, he struck out in fury, launching a fierce assault aimed at obliterating King Piccolo, the architect of the chaos that enveloped his world. Yet, fate often defies one's desires. Mutaito's furious punch did not yield the desired result. Instead of delivering a fatal blow, it merely sent King Piccolo staggering back a few meters, enveloping the area in dust, and leaving him with naught but a superficial wound, a mere scrape that drew a hint of blood. This unexpected turn of events took Mutaito by surprise, making him acutely aware that a grueling battle lay ahead, one that might very well culminate in his own demise. However, rather than retreating in fear of death, Mutaito's resolve to vanquish evil and uphold justice only intensified. He steeled himself, prepared to sacrifice his life to quell the impending cataclysm. In a moment of clarity, having made his decision to fight to the bitter end, Mutaito seized the opportunity presented by King Piccolo's momentary disarray, launching another full-scale assault in pursuit of a decisive advantage. Regrettably, due to the vast disparity in their strengths, Mutaito's strategy failed to achieve the anticipated outcome. Sensing impatience and frustration, King Piccolo gritted his teeth and, at the cost of a shattered arm, countered Mutaito's relentless barrage, breaking free from the increasingly dire situation. Witnessing his adversary's audacious resilience, Mutaito felt a surge of helplessness. Yet, he took solace in the realization that King Piccolo had indeed paid a price, ensuring that the ensuing battle would not devolve into a one-sided affair. At that moment, Mutaito, still grappling with the unfolding chaos, beheld a scene both horrifying and astonishing. King Piccolo, now free from the onslaught, glared at Mutaito with eyes ablaze with fury, and without hesitation, he forcefully tore away the remnants of his broken right arm with his unscathed left hand. Before Mutaito could process the implications of this gruesome act, he witnessed, with his own eyes, the astonishing spectacle of a brand new, perfectly intact right arm regrowing at an astonishing pace. How could this be possible? Mutaito, caught in disbelief, could only stare in shock. Cackling with derision, the supreme overlord of the mortal realm, the great Demon King, scoffed at the seemingly trivial spectacle before him. There is nothing impossible, he proclaimed, merely the ability to regenerate a severed limb. What is there to be astonished about? Yet, I must commend you. Your prowess has indeed surprised me. It is a rare feat to inflict injury upon me. How delightful. Have you contemplated how you shall meet your demise next? Alas, Let us not prolong this charade. Allow me to decide your fate. Perish. Demonic light destruction wave. As the words of King Piccolo reverberated through the air, a colossal wave of energy, radiating a perilous luminescence, surged forth from his palm, hurtling swiftly towards Master Wu. Sensing the imminent threat posed by the terrifying energy wave, Master Wu dared not underestimate it. Aware that he had been effectively targeted, he realized evasion was futile and, with no other recourse, summoned his utmost power to unleash his most formidable energy wave. The collision of the two waves produced a thunderous explosion, scattering a cloud of dust into the atmosphere. As their energies annihilated one another, dissipating into the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Master Wu felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Comprehending the insurmountable disparity between his strength and that of the Demon King, the forthcoming battle would undoubtedly prove to be exceedingly arduous. As anticipated, in the ensuing moments, Master Wu found himself thoroughly outmatched, mercilessly dominated by the Demon King, with scarcely any opportunity to retaliate. With no restraint, King Piccolo unleashed his full might, delivering a staggering blow that sent Master Wu hurtling through the air, leaving him vulnerable and exposed. Subsequently, the Demon King unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes upon him, akin to a ping-pong ball being ceaselessly batted back and forth. Eventually, it seemed that King Piccolo had either grown weary or bored with the encounter, ultimately delivering a decisive downward strike that sent the dazed and battered Master Wu crashing into the ground, raising a tumultuous cloud of dust. Standing a short distance from the deep crater where Master Wu had landed, King Piccolo, his cruel laughter echoing, gathered an astounding amount of energy in his hands. He intended to unleash his second strongest technique, the explosive demonic light cannon, to eradicate this ant of a foe who possessed just enough strength to entertain him. As a gesture of respect, just as Master Wu, gravely injured and unable to rise, was on the brink of death at the hands of King Piccolo, two figures, Wu Tian and Tao Baihe, who had been observing from the sidelines, sprang into action. Each summoned an energy wave directed towards the Demon King's gathering right hand and the large boulder before him. Sensing the impending ambush from the two energy waves, King Piccolo instinctively withdrew his right hand and sidestepped to evade the sudden onslaught. With a resounding crash, a massive stone, measuring 10 meters on each side, was shattered into dust by a powerful wave of energy, creating a captivating cloud of dust that enveloped the entire scene. This provided a precious few seconds for Wu Tian and Tao Baihe, who had just launched a surprise attack, to rescue the immobile Wu Taido, who was buried several meters underground. They hoisted him onto their shoulders and fled a considerable distance. Unfortunately, this brief respite proved to be of little consequence. As the dust began to settle, the formidable Majin Buu swiftly caught up with them and overtook the two fleeing figures in an instant. Chapter 23. The Demon Slayer Master He, I entrust the Master to you. You must take him away quickly while I hold them off, Wu Tian declared. Realizing the slim chances of their trio escaping unscathed as Majin Buu rapidly closed in. In a moment of clarity, Wu Tian resolved to sacrifice himself to buy precious time for his disciple, Tao Baihe, and their master to escape the relentless pursuit of the demon. Taken aback at first, Tao Baihe quickly erupted in anger, his voice laced with scorn. Wu Tian, what foolishness are you spouting? Has your brain been kicked by a mule? Besides, are you stronger than I? Over the years, have you ever bested me in a match? Not once. Therefore, if anyone should remain to confront the demon, it certainly should not be you. You lack the qualifications, do you understand? Enough of this nonsense. Immediately take our master and leave. I cannot delay for long. What are you waiting for? Go. After his vehement outburst, Tao Baihe turned resolutely away, choosing to disregard his foolish senior disciple, and charged directly toward the imposing figure of Majin Buu. Witnessing this, Wu Tian hesitated for a fleeting moment, casting a deep glance at Tao Baihe's retreating figure. With a face full of indignation, he turned away and sped off with Wu Taido on his back. Unbeknownst to him, as Tao Baihe faced Majin Buu, his expression betrayed a tumult of emotions. Fear, trepidation, and dread flickered across his features, while his heart was a tempest of conflicting thoughts. Yet, in a fortunate turn, perhaps spurred by a sudden memory of something profoundly beautiful, Tao Baihe's turmoil coalesced into resolve, and the struggle in his expression dissipated. A sweet smile graced his lips, and a steadfast determination shone in his eyes, unclouded by doubt. Without a shred of hesitation, he leaped forward, recklessly charging at the menacing Majin Buu, now mere steps away. Regrettably, due to the vast disparity in their strengths, and perhaps as fate would have it, the mercilessly grinning Majin Buu effortlessly struck him down with a single punch, sending him crashing to the ground. Immediately, The tyrannical King Piccolo seized Tobei by the throat, lifting him effortlessly and mercilessly battering him like a mere punching bag, callously disregarding Tobei's desperate yet futile struggles. This brutal onslaught continued until Piccolo sensed no more resistance in his grasp, at which point he halted, his expression one of disdain and lingering satisfaction. Discarding Tobei, who now resembled a lifeless husk, onto the ground, Piccolo, despite his apparent contempt, raised his right hand to gather energy for a devastating blast. Intent on annihilating all evidence and fully realizing his long-cherished policy of total destruction. As the merciless energy beam coalesced in Piccolo's hand, it was unleashed in an instant, aimed directly at Tobei, who lay motionless. However, at the critical moment, Wu Tian, having concealed Mutaito, rushed back just in time. In a desperate bid to save Tobei, he endured severe injury, barely managing to extinguish the lethal blast, thereby preserving the last flicker of life within Tobei. Although Wu Tian himself was gravely wounded, his movements hindered and his survival now precarious, he deemed the sacrifice worthwhile. To him, life was invaluable. Every additional second was a profound gain, a fleeting opportunity to await hope and miracles. Wu Tian understood the odds of miracles materializing were minuscule, yet at this moment, he had no choice but to gamble on fate. In the next breath, as another terrifying energy wave hurtled toward him, he knelt, summoning every ounce of strength to shield his ailing and proud disciple from the imminent devastation. Wu Tian resolved to use his own body to procure one more precious second for Tobei, a fleeting chance for hope and wonder to emerge. With unwavering determination, he positioned himself to confront death itself. Enough, he thought. It has come to this. Surely you are satisfied now. You may strike, delay any longer, and you shall follow your two disciples to the underworld. As he witnessed the imminent demise of his two students at the hands of Piccolo's energy blast, Mutaito, who had been restored by a magical being and was hidden alongside Wufeng, felt a surge of anxiety. He urged Wufeng, "Calm down, uncle. Even if I am a moment too late to save them, I will seek the divine to revive them afterward. Please, just be patient a while longer. Their current performance is crucial to the Earth martial arts renaissance plan that I am orchestrating. After all, I believe you would not wish for us to entrust significant matters to unworthy individuals, would you?" Pressured by his elder uncle, Wufeng, in a moment of helplessness, resorted to an emotional and rational explanation, offering assurances. "Is this truly the end of my life? How unfortunate it is that I have yet to confess my feelings to Fangfang. I can only hope for another chance in the next life to make amends." In this fleeting moment between life and death, Wu Tian's thoughts expanded, swirling with myriad reflections. The sensation of time slowing down was so profound that even the terrifying energy wave, which was perilously close, seemed to come to a gradual halt. What is happening? It has truly stopped, frozen in place, suddenly jolted back to reality. Wu Tian gazed in astonishment at the energy wave suspended before him, unable to believe his eyes. "Ah, it appears you have finally regained your senses. Do you find it quite extraordinary?" At this critical juncture, Wufeng, who had managed to control the energy wave of the Demon King Piccolo in midair, teased his younger brother. "Wu Tian," as he regained his focus, "enough jesting with your younger brother. Let us swiftly deal with the instigator of all this chaos." Before Wu Tian, filled with confusion and eager to inquire, could speak, Mutaito, who had appeared alongside Wufeng, stepped forward with evident dissatisfaction and ordered Wufeng without hesitation. "Very well. Your command is acknowledged. I shall leave the subsequent matters to my nephew, ensuring your utmost satisfaction. Now, dear uncle, please allow your two disciples to rest momentarily. Oh, and here are two magical beans. I kindly ask you to personally administer them to your beloved students." Wufeng, smiling, produced two magical beans and handed them to Mutaito. Having appeased his visibly displeased and furious uncle, Wufeng turned his attention to the Demon King Piccolo, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a deity, now wearing an expression of uncertainty and dread, overshadowed by Wufeng's imposing aura. "Who are you? When did Earth acquire such a formidable expert as you?" Piccolo, struggling to move under the weight of Wufeng's pressure, broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling with astonishment. "Who I am is of no consequence to you. For those on the brink of death need not concern themselves with such matters. Enough idle chatter. It is time for you to personally experience the four-course meal I have prepared for you, a tribute to the countless souls who have perished at your hands or suffered due to your actions." Wufeng's demeanor was calm, his tone devoid of warmth. After a brief pause, he continued, "I believe the first course should be thunder." As the words left his lips, Wufeng focused his intent, channeling energy rapidly into his upright right palm. With a subtle forward motion, a brilliant bolt of lightning erupted from his hand, striking the immobile Demon King Piccolo in an instant. As the formidable Demon King Piccolo emitted anguished cries, a relentless barrage of lightning, first 2, then 3, 4, all the way to 10 bolts, descended upon him. Notably, the subsequent strikes grew increasingly formidable, their power and size amplifying with each wave. By the time Wufeng concluded the 9th round of this electrifying assault, the dazzling thunder dissipated, revealing a Piccolo, smoke billowing from his 7 orifices. His body charred and barely clinging to life, his expression contorted in agony. Rather than immediately attending to the pitiful state and lamentations of Piccolo, Wufeng took a moment to deeply contemplate the intricate nature and entire process of this transformative energy. Only after this reflection did he raise his gaze once more towards the Demon King, who, despite his grievous condition, still retained a flicker of vitality, rapidly healing from his injuries thanks to his innate regenerative prowess. Observing that Piccolo's regenerative capabilities aligned closely with his expectations, a Na'vi smile graced Wufeng's face. Chapter 24. The Demon Slayer. It must be noted that the Namekians are indeed a remarkably endowed race, with nearly every individual possessing unique, innate talents. Particularly the Dragon Clan and the Warrior Clan, which are most notably favored. Although the numbers of these 2 clans are sparse compared to the entire Namekian population, akin to the rarity of giant pandas, each member that is born is almost guaranteed to enjoy a status akin to that of a dragon among men, achieving effortlessly what ordinary individuals might strive for a lifetime without success. For instance, during this tumultuous period that has brought catastrophe to Earth, the Demon King Piccolo, now a captive of Wufeng, has effortlessly surpassed martial artists and masters who have dedicated decades, nearly a century, to their craft, all due to his inherent advantages. At this moment, Piccolo, endowed with a formidable regenerative ability, would have previously reveled in pride and superiority over his gifts, perhaps even developing an unknowing sense of superiority, perceiving himself as a god among mortals. Yet, one must ponder, how many what-ifs exist in this world, just as there is no remedy for regret. Not long ago, thanks to his remarkable regenerative ability, Piccolo had swiftly restored himself, only to find himself subjected to a second grand feast meticulously prepared by Wufeng. At this juncture, he acutely felt the torment of his body, oscillating between repair and destruction, each cycle intensifying his loathing for his own twisted regenerative power, which made even the act of fainting an arduous challenge. In this moment, within a furnace of flames conjured by Wufeng, measuring 10 zhang in size, Piccolo was being continuously roasted, akin to an alchemical process, enduring the agonizing crucible of his own making. The raging inferno, under the precise control of Wufeng, fluctuated in temperature with each passing moment. Often, in one fleeting instant, the formidable King Piccolo would just barely acclimate to the searing heat, only for Wufeng to compassionately escalate the temperature in the next heartbeat. Thus, while ensuring that King Piccolo would not be incinerated instantly, Wufeng generously allowed him to experience an exhilarating sensation akin to soaring through the skies. As for the continuous, anguished wails that escaped from King Piccolo's lips, they were resolutely ignored, if not deliberately dismissed, by Wufeng and the throngs of captivated spectators he had invited, who cheered and applauded in delight. The second course of Wufeng's grand culinary plan, the fiery feast, unfolded in a manner that slightly deviated from his expectations, stretching from the dawn's first light to the twilight's descent, only to be concluded when Wufeng, thoroughly bored and mentally exhausted, decided to cease the proceedings. Initially, Wufeng intended to adhere strictly to his meticulously crafted schedule, only planning to roast for half a day. However, as the saying goes, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. At that moment, when Wufeng prepared to extract the nearly unconscious King Piccolo from the fiery furnace, the surrounding onlookers, having become increasingly discontented, expressed their frustration with gnashing teeth and faces twisted in hatred, compelling Wufeng to alter his plans and prolong the fiery feast. With an air of reluctant apology, he revived the unconscious King Piccolo, awakening him from his stupor. The following day, having learned from the unexpected events of the previous day and after a night of rest, Wufeng refrained from appearing at the execution site as he had the day before. Instead, he levitated high above the ground, nearly 100 meters in the air, intending to remotely orchestrate the third course of the culinary spectacle, the execution of the 1,000 blades. To ensure that his carefully prepared performance would not go to waste, Wufeng patiently awaited the spectators' arrival before commencing the third course. In an instant, a crowd of onlookers, even larger than the day before, beheld the sight of King Piccolo suspended 10 meters above the ground, suddenly engulfed by a tempest of visible, translucent wind blades, swirling violently. Helpless to move, King Piccolo could only watch in horror as he was drawn into the vortex composed entirely of razor-sharp edges. In the very next moment, a wave of excruciating pain enveloped his entire being, overwhelming the already weakened consciousness of the demon King Piccolo, who succumbed to the agony and lost consciousness in an instant. Shortly thereafter, he was jolted awake once more by his regenerative abilities, caught in a relentless cycle of suffering and unconsciousness. This torment persisted for over an hour, until Wu Feng sensed that Piccolo, having endured countless cycles, was on the brink of his last breath. Realizing that the Demon King had reached his limit, he willed away the surrounding vortex of blades that had ensnared him. Consequently, the powerless Piccolo plummeted to the barren ground that Wu Feng had thoughtfully selected for him. Having accomplished this feat with a mere thought, Wu Feng, upon witnessing Piccolo land securely, wasted no time and proceeded to unleash the fourth Earth-based punishment upon him. In the ensuing seconds, the remaining martial artists among the onlookers beheld in astonishment as Wu Feng swiftly transported himself to hover above a towering mountain nearby. With a delicate gesture of his hand, he traced the contours of the mountainous surroundings before unleashing a series of formidable air blades, each approximately 10 yards in length, targeting the vital points connecting the mountain to the surrounding ranges. With a single sweeping motion, Wu Feng severed the 100-meter mountain from its foundation, and to the astonishment of the spectators, he hoisted the colossal mass above his head. Without a moment's hesitation, he effortlessly hurled the mountain toward the location of the incapacitated Piccolo, as if it bore no weight whatsoever. A thunderous crash echoed as the mountain struck the ground, sending plumes of dust, fog, and debris scattering in all directions. Moments later, as the dust settled, Wu Feng surveyed the scene with a sense of satisfaction, nodding to himself and remarking, "Indeed, splendidly executed, perfectly placed." Observing the Demon King Piccolo now trapped beneath the weight of the mountain, Wu Feng could not help but think that this act honored the fearsome reputation of the world-destroying overlord. After all, the previous figure who had endured a similar fate was none other than the revered champion in his heart. "Now, everyone, you may disperse. The punishment of the Demon King Piccolo comes to an end here," Wu Feng addressed the still-stunned crowd with a grave expression. "Due to the explicit instructions of the celestial beings, I cannot directly execute the Demon King. However, to prevent any future resurgence of his malevolence, I have chosen to eternally seal him in this place. This serves two purposes: to avert the recurrence of human tragedy and to serve as a warning to future generations, lest they forget the calamity wrought by world-destroying demons." As the final words left his lips, Wu Feng ceased to acknowledge the crowd, striding away with a casual elegance towards the direction of the Chilean mountains and the valley therein. His parting remarks plunged the onlookers, momentarily roused from their reverie, into a profound silence. After a brief exchange of glances, approximately a quarter of the assembled individuals stirred first, casting a resentful glance at the nearly vanquished figure of the Demon King Bic, whose head was all that remained visible above the rubble. They then turned away, choosing to depart in solemn quietude. In contrast to the majority who had managed to maintain their composure, nearly half of the remaining spectators opted to vent their frustrations through a series of forceful blows against the exposed head of the Demon King Bic before finally finding their peace, leaving with heavy hearts. The final group, comprising less than a quarter of the total, consisted of those who had lost family and home, or simply resided nearby. They refrained from inflicting further indignities upon the now mangled visage of the Demon King, instead deliberating on establishing a new community in the vicinity. This decision would not only facilitate the guardianship of the vanquished fiend for generations to come, but also serve as a precaution against future threats. Chapter 25. Half a year time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. At this moment, it had been half a year since Wu Feng suppressed the Demon King Bic and returned to his homeland, the Lianshan Valley, for respite. During this period, upon his return, Wu Feng was inevitably met with a torrent of reprimands and grievances from his family. His prolonged absence, spanning 3 years, had rendered him oblivious to the passing time, leading him to neglect the promises made before his departure. Had it been merely a matter of time, it might have been bearable. However, Wu Feng continued to endure the occasional reproach from his relatives. The crux of the matter lay in his regrettable lack of communication during his travels, which rendered him virtually untraceable. His family, particularly Wu Taidu and others, had been consumed with worry, fruitlessly searching for any sign or credible information regarding his whereabouts. Only scattered, dubious tidbits of news reached them. Faced with the justified grievances of his relatives and friends, Wu Feng could do little but display a sincere demeanor. repeatedly acknowledging his faults while listening to the concerns of his loved ones who had worried for his safety during his absence. Fortunately, his family was not relentless in their chastisement, merely venting their frustrations in a moment of emotional overflow. This unexpected eruption of long-held grievances took Wu Feng by surprise, catching him off guard as he stood before them. In the month following Wu Feng's return, it can be said that nothing of significance was accomplished. He merely endured the grievances expressed by his uncles and aunts, laboriously traversing through that protracted month. It was not until a month had passed, perhaps after the pent-up worries had finally been voiced, that Wu Feng found himself with the surplus energy necessary to prepare for the martial arts sanctuary training plan that had long been discussed and meticulously planned with his elder uncle. Notably, the two favored disciples of Mutaito did not return to the dojo, but instead accompanied Wu Feng to Lianshan Valley. Thus, they became the most authentic witnesses and participants in Wu Feng's month of tribulations. Due to reasons pertaining to himself, the plan had been regrettably delayed for a month. In his frustration and helplessness, Wu Feng, with the grand scheme in mind, reluctantly sacrificed some leisure time for his beloved siblings to compensate for the lost month. Regarding Wu Feng's somewhat shadowy and retaliatory approach, Wu Taido, fully aware of all that Wu Feng had endured over the past month, hesitated briefly before resolutely nodding in agreement with the plan. Moreover, he publicly endorsed Wu Feng's initiative, expressing strong support, which left Wu Feng momentarily astonished. However, he quickly regained his composure and instinctively inhaled sharply. Thus, under the tacit agreement of the two seasoned veterans, a subsequent period ensued where the siblings, whom Wu Feng currently perceived as exceedingly endearing, were subjected to a strenuous existence. Time, ever fleeting, never halts for anyone. Unbeknownst to them, 3 months had elapsed since Wu Feng's return, and the preliminary phase of the martial arts sanctuary plan, devised in collaboration with his uncle, had already been in effect for 2 months. Quickly, all of you get moving. Can you not act like delicate flowers? On this particular day, it was Wu Feng's turn to serve as the martial arts instructor for the children aged 6 to 12 in the valley. As was his custom, whenever he spotted any signs of laziness, he would deliver a motivational remark to spur the children into action. Remarkably, these words proved effective, consistently igniting their strong sense of pride and competitive spirit, enabling them to complete yet another day of training unconsciously. Although Wu Feng could not fathom why, after uttering such phrases, he often felt a sudden chill on his back, and despite the day's meals being identical to previous ones, he inexplicably found the taste somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, he continually reassured himself that these were merely illusions. What mattered was to confront and overcome them. For all these sacrifices were trivial in the grander scheme of securing a brighter future for the children. What did a little sacrifice and cost truly signify? Whenever Wu Feng contemplated this notion in his heart, an involuntary sense of solace and satisfaction would swell within him. Subsequently, he would unhesitatingly reserve the entirety of that day's meal for his beloved uncle to relish alone. Following this, he would toil relentlessly through the night, venturing into the mountains to hunt for game, savoring barbecues that necessitated his own culinary efforts. What are you staring at? I'm addressing you, Wu Xiaoshan. Hurry up and get moving. You're behaving like a coward. Ah, Xiaoxiang, you performed admirably today. You shall be rewarded with a small red flower and a candied hawthorn skewer. At this moment, Wu Feng had evidently become a figure of both affection and resentment among the younger siblings in the valley, consistently upholding an impartial and judicious stance of rewards and punishments. Time hastily passed, and 3 months flew by in the blink of an eye. It had been half a year since Wu Feng's return, and the children of the valley had gradually adapted to a rigorous regimen of 12 uninterrupted hours of training, buoyed by their parents' foresight, creating a scene of vigorous enthusiasm and positivity. Thus, it could be said that everything was proceeding in a slow yet stable manner, precisely as Wu Feng had envisioned, with no significant deviations. Given this, Wu Feng felt a profound sense of relief as he persuaded his uncle, who had recently returned from the dojo, to stay, preparing to embark on the second phase of his plan. Half a year had elapsed, and Wu Feng was confident that during this period of gradual development, the initial group of onlookers from all corners of the world had effectively promoted the heroic image and deeds he had crafted. In truth, the suffering spectators did not disappoint Wu Feng's expectations. Over the course of nearly a year, whether on his journey of chivalry and demon slaying or during his global travels and discreet promotions, he received the accolades and treatment befitting a great savior. Moreover, he further advanced to enjoy the warm hospitality and invitations from nearly all common folk and kings across various nations. Undoubtedly, all the entreaties he received during this time were met with a gracious smile and were categorically declined by Wu Feng, without exception. This included numerous kings who promised high-ranking positions and substantial salaries. Despite steadfastly rejecting all royal offers and invitations, Wu Feng, in a bid to ensure that his arduous efforts and promotions were not in vain, reached a compromise. He accepted the nominal title of national advisor from each king, an honorary position devoid of real power, thereby assuaging their persistent concerns and fears. It must be said that, after reluctantly making this compromise, Wu Feng suddenly discovered that the aspirations he wished to pursue had become remarkably simpler. Originally, one had to toil tirelessly to promote their endeavors, but now, it suffices to merely mention it to the local monarch, and then patiently await for a day or two before making an appearance at the designated time. Consequently, Wu Feng managed to accomplish the second step of his plan, namely spreading martial arts across the world in a mere fraction of the anticipated time. To put it simply, this endeavor involved publicly disseminating the fundamental cultivation methods of martial arts across various nations, rendering them ubiquitous and accessible to all. Notably, each document detailing the basic martial arts techniques included a final note indicating that upon perfecting these foundational practices and attaining a deeper understanding of energy, one must further their studies at the Mutaito dojo to progress in martial arts. Thus, after traversing the globe and investing nearly a year of effort, Wu Feng finally reached the last leg of his journey. Upon arriving at the final kingdom, after repeating the customary social interactions and conversations hundreds of times, the following day, in a grand event that had been meticulously arranged, Wu Feng captured a demon from the depths of the mountains before the astonished crowd. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed an incredibly powerful energy wave, obliterating the last demon created by the Dark King. This display, intended as a spectacle, was executed with flair. And once the energy wave had accomplished its purpose, Wu Feng paid it no further heed, allowing the residual force to pierce through several mountains until it ultimately dissipated into the ether, leaving the onlookers in a state of stunned disbelief. Chapter 26. The beginning of the sacred Lando. You've returned so swiftly. I never expected you to refrain from indulging in leisure for a while longer. It's truly miraculous. Not only that, but your return was also considerably earlier than I had anticipated. I thought I would have to wait at least another year and a half. After nearly a year of absence, as soon as Wu Feng re-entered the valley, he was greeted by Wu Taido, who had been waiting at the valley's entrance with a teasing demeanor. Alas, dear uncle, you fail to grasp the intricacies of my journey. It is truly difficult to articulate. In any case, should such laborious tasks arise again, I would rather perish than undertake them. It was incredibly arduous, and my heart is weary. To be frank, had I not wished to avoid wasting the efforts I had painstakingly prepared, I would have long since thrown in the towel. Wu Feng wore a dejected expression, pouring forth the pent-up frustrations and grievances he had accumulated, as if sharing a lament. Enough of your complaints. Come inside. Your second aunt has already prepared a welcome feast for you. If you dawdle any longer, the food will grow cold. Wu Taido, cutting straight to the point, said with exasperation. Oh, is that so? Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry. It has been almost a year since I last savored the exquisite dishes prepared by my second aunt. Wu Feng's expression underwent a complete transformation, and he spoke with a hint of impatience. The following morning, he rose early and stood atop the mountain, quietly gazing at the perpetually clear and bright weather before him. A wave of elation washed over him, invigorating his spirit and amplifying his already abundant energy. Feeling particularly robust, Wu Feng mused that he would be able to tackle the arduous training of the day with relative ease. His dedication to self-cultivation was unwavering, distinct from any other endeavor. Wu Feng was resolute and steadfast. There was no room for negligence or complacency in his practice, as he diligently persisted day in and day out for a decade, never daring to underestimate the importance of his efforts. He understood the significance of strength, recognizing that formidable power was the foundation and prerequisite for everything. Thus, even as he felt his abilities nearing a bottleneck, he remained committed to rigorous daily training. Although Wu Feng was acutely aware that without a breakthrough in his internal energy realm, no amount of diligent practice would augment the latent energy within his cells, he did not abandon his relentless pursuit. He understood that the path of martial arts was akin to rowing against the current. One must either forge ahead or regress. Failing to persevere would not only result in a lack of accomplishments, but would also squander precious time and innate talent. Consequently, mindful of the lessons learned from the experiences of others, he remained vigilant, frequently recalling their stories to motivate and admonish himself. Time flowed swiftly, and soon another year had passed. On this day, the central training ground within the valley was filled with all the inhabitants of the area. Hundreds of individuals stood in orderly formation around the circular arena, encircling it tightly, leaving an open space of approximately 50 meters for the annual end-of-year testing competition. Quiet, everyone. Please settle down, Wu Feng called out with authority. Very well, from now on, anyone whose name I announce should respond and step forward for the test. Is that understood? In the inaugural annual end-of-year testing competition, which Wu Feng had single-handedly initiated and successfully established, he addressed the group of children assembled on the training ground with a serious demeanor. Understood. The children, now transformed through rigorous training, responded in unison with resounding voices. Excellent. Your response was quite impressive. Without further ado, I shall commence the roll call. Upon receiving a nod of approval from Wu Xiaoshan, Wu Feng promptly initiated the year-end assessment. With a resounding shout from Wu Xiaoshan, he stepped out of the line and strode purposefully toward Wu Feng, gazing intently at him, awaiting further instructions. Observing this, Wu Feng wasted no time and pointed towards 3 stone mills of varying sizes situated in the training ground, elaborating to Wu Xiaoshan. Do you see the 3 stone mills before you? Your task is to exert all your strength to see which of these mills you can manage to move. Do you understand? Realizing the simplicity of the task, Wu Xiaoshan responded with enthusiasm and immediately made his way to the largest stone mill. In an instant, he positioned himself, gathering all his strength over a few seconds, and with a sudden burst of energy, attempted to push the colossal stone mill, weighing over 10,000 tons, which had been crafted by Wu Feng with divine assistance. Bang! Ouch, that hurts. Wu Xiaoshan, having chosen the heaviest stone mill without an ounce of self-awareness, found himself not only unable to budge it, but also propelled backward by the reaction force, landing unceremoniously on the ground. The onlookers, including his elders and fellow trainees, couldn't help but erupt into laughter at his predicament. If one were to observe closely, they would notice the corners of Wu Feng's mouth subtly lift in amusement at that moment. All right, everyone quiet down. Enough laughter, let us maintain some seriousness. As the test continues, Wu Feng proclaimed as he saw Wu Xiaoshan spring back up. The crowd subdued their mirth and focused their attention on Wu Xiaoshan, who stood before the row of stone mills, preparing to exert his strength once more. Come on, move. With the lesson from his previous attempt fresh in his mind, Wu Xiaoshan decided to gradually increase his effort, aiming to gently push the second-largest stone mill. Unfortunately, despite his good intentions, his lack of strength rendered him incapable of moving even the slightest. Even after exerting every ounce of energy, including all his might, he found the stone mill utterly immovable. Faced with this reality, Wu Xiaoshan reluctantly abandoned his aspirations and, after a brief respite, approached the smallest stone mill. After a slight buildup of energy, he pushed against it. This time, he did not disappoint. As he gradually applied more force, the previously motionless stone mill began to tremble and turn ever so slightly. The stone mill gradually began to turn until it reached an approximate 90-degree position, resembling a quarter circle, before finally coming to a halt. As Wu Xiaoshan had reached his limit. Well, not too bad. At least I passed. 26 tons, Wu Xiaoshan, a mediocre performance. All right, you may step down. Next, Wu Xiaoshi. Quite good, 45 tons, an above-average result. Next, Wu Xiaofei. Impressive. Cousin Xiaofei, 73 tons, a commendable performance, but do strive for greater heights. Ahem. Next up is Wu Xiaoxiang. Splendid. As expected from the diligent and hard-working Captain Xiaoxiang. 82 tons, a superior result. Next, Wu Xiaoyan. Very good, indeed, 89 tons, a commendable performance. Next, Wu Xiaoyu. 63 tons, a good result. Next, Wu Xiaofeng, 49 tons, an above-average score. Next, Wu Xiaoyan, 97 tons, an excellent performance, very well done. Next, Wu Xiaofeng, 38 tons. That concludes the results of all the hard work and training. Overall, it's satisfactory. Although we still fall short of my anticipated goals, it's understandable as we are merely at the beginning stages of development. In any case, I encourage everyone to continue striving for improvement. Lastly, aside from the top 3 who will remain for awards, the rest may disperse. As Wu Feng observed the bar graph recording all the results, a smile crept across his face as he spoke. Chapter 27. Development and embryo time flowed gently, and another year had swiftly passed. After quietly observing for a while, Wu Feng could not help but smile at the second annual test of the Valley's young talents, presided over by his uncle Wu Taidu. After a fleeting smile, Wu Feng turned without hesitation, departing leisurely, fully confident in leaving the stage entirely to his uncle's discretion, embracing a laissez-faire attitude toward whatever he might present, good or bad. Thus, Even though Wu Feng noticed that his uncle was not conducting the event with great skill or fluidity and seemed somewhat flustered, he refrained from intervening, allowing his uncle to express himself freely. In that moment, after confirming that everything in the valley was progressing and developing as he envisioned, Wu Feng finally set aside his lingering worries. He then composed himself, preparing to embark on the long-awaited seclusion phase he had meticulously planned. Intending to address two pressing matters that had long occupied his mind but for which he had never found the time to resolve, to thoroughly organize the increasingly cumbersome, vast, and chaotic martial arts knowledge residing in his mind. After meticulously organizing his thoughts, he sought to create a martial art akin to the Kaioken that could amplify his combat prowess, intending to wield it as a trump card within the Dragon Ball universe. The night passed without incident. The following day, Wu Feng, having exchanged final words of advice with his uncle regarding his long-conceived plans, resolutely embraced the role of a detached observer and entered into seclusion. He ceased to expend even a modicum of thought on external matters and devoted himself wholeheartedly to his training. Immersed in a state of singular focus, akin to a scholar engrossed in sacred texts, he swiftly and efficiently sifted through the vast repository of martial knowledge amassed in his mind. Time slipped away unnoticed during Wu Feng's period of seclusion, and before long, 6 months had elapsed. At this juncture, Wu Feng had thoroughly digested and assimilated all the martial knowledge in his mind, transforming it into an integral part of himself. The resolution of long-standing mental burdens left him feeling invigorated and deeply satisfied. Having internalized the profound martial wisdom, Wu Feng distinctly sensed a significant enhancement in both his martial foundation and mental state. Moments later, after earnestly reflecting on his transformations, he confidently concluded that he could decisively outmatch his pre-seclusion self, even though he felt that the energy within him had not undergone substantial change since before his retreat. He remained steadfast in his belief. The source of Wu Feng's unwavering conviction lay in the fact that he had seamlessly integrated all his techniques, achieving a level of mastery where his movements flowed effortlessly and intuitively. He had ascended to a new pinnacle of martial artistry, reaching a state of transcendence that allowed him to harness 120% of his potential, comparable to the prowess of a peak martial master. Thus, it could be declared that Wu Feng had emerged as a martial master in the Dragon Ball universe. However, while his advancements in technique were indeed a remarkable and joyous triumph of his seclusion, the true magnitude of his gains extended far beyond this singular achievement. It must be noted that during his 6 months of uninterrupted training and refinement, Wu Feng initially focused on the most pressing and essential aspect of his development, the cultivation of his spiritual power through the Qinglian visualization. After adeptly modifying the mental techniques for spiritual cultivation in conjunction with the methods imparted by the celestial beings, Wu Feng was astounded to discover that the life energy within the Dragon Ball world could be assimilated directly by his spiritual force without the need for any intermediary transformation through techniques. This astonishing revelation left him in a state of disbelief, feeling as if he were ensnared in a dream, utterly bewildered by the experience. Even to this day, it is hard to believe that the Taoist concept of the 3 treasures of the human body, particularly the elusive Shun, has been effortlessly resolved within the realm of Dragon Ball. Although the revelation left Wu Feng in disbelief, casting him into a state of self-doubt. Questioning whether he was merely dreaming and had yet to awaken, he now distinctly perceives the fully formed, almost tangible Qinglian platform radiating a gentle, ethereal glow within his soul's sea. This realization compelled Wu Feng to accept and acknowledge that the fundamental essence of vitality inherent in the Dragon Ball universe serves as the most significant enhancement for cultivating his spiritual power. Enlightened by this understanding, Wu Feng, in a euphoric state, comprehended that his life was on the verge of a remarkable transformation. After all, if a life enriched with extraordinary abilities and enhancements could not ascend, he felt that existence itself would be a mere squandering of resources and time, prompting thoughts of a drastic escape from reality. It is worth noting that moments of joy often fade with the passage of time. Following his ecstatic revelations, Wu Feng took a moment to calm the ripples in his heart before delving into the martial experiences imparted by the celestial beings of Earth throughout the ages. He dedicated considerable time to meticulously explore, contemplate, and assimilate these diverse martial arts teachings. Upon absorbing the intricate experiences recorded by the Earth's deities, Wu Feng found his horizons broadened, and a sudden clarity illuminated his thoughts, inspiring him with numerous insights and revelations. Significantly, in this moment, the flashes of inspiration that occasionally stirred within him indirectly expedited the amalgamation of various martial techniques that would have otherwise consumed him considerable time to refine. Moreover, propelled by this surge of creativity, Wu Feng adeptly mastered and integrated his final technique, during which a fleeting inspiration unexpectedly shattered a long-standing bottleneck in his understanding of mystical arts. After half a year of seclusion and immense growth, Wu Feng chose not to immediately emerge as initially planned. Instead, seizing the moment of heightened inspiration, he fervently devised a new martial art akin to the Kaioken technique. This newly crafted enhancement would ensure that when faced with opponents possessing superior combat strength, he would not be rendered powerless, but rather equipped to engage effectively. It must be said that Wu Feng, in this inspired state, seemed to embody a sense of wishes manifesting, as if divinely assisted. Problems which he had previously grappled with for extended periods suddenly became clear, allowing him to swiftly discern solutions. Within less than an hour, Wu Feng had gleaned some essential insights towards creating a technique to amplify his combat prowess. He continued to engage in rapid experimentation, deconstruction, and synthesis until he identified the optimal and most suitable approach. However, it is truly unfortunate that fate did not align with aspirations. Just as it seemed that Wu Feng was on the verge of successfully crafting a profound technique, inspiration abruptly vanished without warning, leaving him in a state of discontent and frustration. Chapter 28. The Initial Success and the Wish. The rapid progression of the technique was unexpectedly interrupted, resulting in a partially formed prototype. With no other recourse, Wu Feng, after gathering his disheartened spirits, painstakingly endeavored to refine the existing prototype step by step, hoping to ultimately achieve the completion of his creation. As time slipped away during Wu Feng's slow, meditative refinement of the technique, 6 months had swiftly passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, it had been a full fortnight since the successful conclusion of the third grand competition, presided over by Wu Feng's second uncle. After tirelessly working for half a year, Wu Feng gradually approached the culmination of his efforts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the technique he was crafting reached its final stages, poised for completion. In the next moment, as the newly devised technique that enhanced combat prowess emerged, a sense of relief washed over Wu Feng, and the tension that had gripped him finally succumbed to an overwhelming wave of fatigue, plunging him into a deep slumber. In this state of profound exhaustion, Wu Feng remained in slumber until the evening of the 5th day, when he finally stirred awake. Upon regaining consciousness, Wu Feng stretched languidly and yawned, feeling revitalized with a surge of energy coursing through him. Sensing his renewed vigor, he did not linger in seclusion. After testing the potency of his newly created technique, he promptly exited his retreat and ventured into the familiar embrace of the great forest. Embarking on yet another hunting expedition, Wu Feng unleashed a wave of energy, and the first creature to grace his sight was the majestic tiger, revered as the king of the forest, which was destined to be one of his culinary delights that evening. Another night passed without incident, and the following morning, Wu Feng sought out his uncle, who was engaged in morning exercises, eager to validate his recent accomplishments. Upon finding him, Wu Feng wasted no time in stating his intentions. He wished to spar with his uncle to assess the fruits of his labor during seclusion. Without hesitation, Mutaito readily agreed to his nephew's request, and they promptly made their way to the central training arena within the valley. As soon as he entered, Mutaito completely calmed his mind, assuming a poised starting posture, and cast a solemn gaze towards Wu Feng, who was equally prepared and unwavering. Both the uncle and nephew, having readied themselves almost simultaneously, refrained from making an immediate move. Instead, they remained in a state of tension, building energy as they faced each other. It was not until a leaf, carried by the wind from an unknown source, gently descended at the intersection of their gazes that their bodies moved with the swiftness of lightning. In an instant, they surged from the edge of the training ground to the center, exchanging nearly 100 strikes in a fleeting moment before swiftly retreating to their original positions, restoring the initial standoff just as the leaf touched the ground. This renewed confrontation did not linger as long as the first. Soon, gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers in the valley. From the outset, Wu Feng had restrained his combat prowess to match that of Wu Taidu at this moment, and he was the first to make a move. With a subtle shift of his body, he instantly conjured multiple afterimages. These shadows, akin to a myriad of clones, flickered erratically as they encircled the motionless and vigilant elder, who occasionally launched surprise attacks. After enduring a series of Wu Feng's random assaults, Wu Taidu realized he could no longer remain in a passive stance. The consequences of inaction would be dire. In the next heartbeat, he deftly intercepted Wu Feng's strike and, leveraging the force of the attack, broke free from the tightly woven circle of shadows. In an instant, He re-established a stance of confrontation with Wu Feng. In a brief moment, the tension of their standoff dissipated as the two figures moved with remarkable speed, each generating a powerful gust of wind. Within a fraction of a second, they engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, colliding with intensity, striking and retreating, amassing hundreds of exchanges in the blink of an eye. Notably, throughout this relentless battle, the speed of their strikes did not diminish despite the prolonged high-velocity movements. Rather, it accelerated as time progressed. Gradually, the spectators in the valley found themselves unable to keep track of the two combatants, their figures becoming indistinguishable amidst the flurry of action. They could only infer the state of the battle through the varying depths of afterimages scattered across the training ground, each depicting the ongoing clash. This fierce confrontation continued for a quarter of an hour until Wu Feng, having attained the answers he sought, unleashed a sudden burst of power, propelling Mutaito out of the training area and concluding this sparring match, which had been intended to test his own transformation. Kid, your retreat into seclusion has evidently propelled your strength to such remarkable heights. While I always knew this challenge would not deter you, and that your breakthrough was merely a matter of time, I must admit, I never anticipated it would come so soon. What a delightful surprise. Indeed, it appears that you have surpassed me, your teacher, in every conceivable aspect. Alas, I am growing old, and it seems that the era ahead rightfully belongs to the youth. Wu Taidu, having been knocked out of the ring by Wu Feng, paused momentarily, unable to conceal his astonishment as he sighed. Enough of the jesting, uncle. I refuse to believe you did not notice the additional force I applied in that last move. Wu Feng replied, his expression one of resigned exasperation. I am well aware of that, but my point extends beyond mere acknowledgement. Oh, never mind. You may feign ignorance as you please. It is time for me to return after such a prolonged absence from the dojo, Wu Taidu remarked with a mock scold, waving his hand dismissively, his tone tinged with melancholy. With that, Wu Taidu chose to disregard the bewildered Wu Feng, who bore an expression of innocence, as though wronged. He strode away towards the valley's mouth, his heart heavy with complex emotions. Before long, his once upright figure, now slightly stooped, vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Simultaneously, witnessing his uncle's dejection, Wu Feng felt a pang of guilt before quickly dismissing it from his mind. He understood well the nature of his uncle after many years of companionship. Comforting words were unnecessary, even superfluous, for someone of his uncle's fortitude. At this moment, Wu Feng firmly believed that his uncle's open-minded disposition would allow him to naturally come to terms with the situation within a short while, and he would surely emerge with a reassuring smile. Not concerned that his uncle would succumb to despair, Wu Feng exchanged a brief greeting with his second uncle present and swiftly made his way towards the direction of the Heavenly Temple. Flying at great speed, Wu Feng arrived before Master Karen in a mere quarter of an hour. Upon his arrival, he engaged in a brief exchange of pleasantries with Master Karen and then, having secured several magical beans from him, hurried towards the temple above. Notably, unlike his previous visit, this time Wu Feng, transformed and vastly improved, traversed the distance from Karen Tower to the Heavenly Temple in just a few minutes. Upon entering the temple, he was met not with the special treatment of his first visit, but rather by Bobo, who had been waiting at the temple in trance all along. Hello, Bobo. It has been quite a while. Wu Feng greeted warmly upon seeing Bobo. Greetings, Wu Feng. Please follow me. The deities are aware of your arrival, Bobo replied politely, maintaining a composed demeanor as he directed Wu Feng in earnest. As soon as the words were spoken, he turned around and walked leisurely towards the location of the deity. Wu Feng, witnessing this, was not surprised. After revealing an expression that indicated he had anticipated such a reaction, he promptly followed Bobo's lead and soon arrived before the divine being. Greetings, Wu Feng. May I inquire if there is an urgent matter that brings you to the Heavenly Temple? Without allowing Wu Feng to speak, the deity directly addressed the subject at hand. Indeed. I have come primarily to ask if you are aware of the current locations of the 7 wish-granting Dragon Balls on Earth. Wu Feng responded softly after a moment of surprise. Ah, the Dragon Balls. Naturally, I am well aware of their whereabouts, as they were created by my own design. So, you seek information regarding their precise locations, correct? The deity, Bic, initially expressed a sense of wonder before fixing a serious gaze upon Wu Feng and inquired further. Yes, you are correct. Due to certain special reasons that I cannot disclose at the moment, I require the use of the wish-granting Dragon Balls. And I humbly ask for your guidance, Wu Feng requested, unabashed. Very well. Please be patient for a moment as I need some time to sense the exact positions of the 7 Dragon Balls that I recently scattered. The deity, Bic, hesitated briefly before recalling the observations he had made in recent times. Coupled with his understanding of Wu Feng's character, he concluded that Wu Feng was not a malevolent individual. Even if he were to use the Dragon Balls for wishes, it would likely not pose a significant threat to the mortal realm. He slowly nodded in agreement. All right, take your time. Rest assured, I am not in a hurry. Wu Feng sighed with relief and expressed his gratitude. It must be said that compared to mortals, the credibility of the divine is indeed commendable and trustworthy. After acquiescing to Wu Feng's request, the deity, Bic, began to act in front of him. With a mere thought, he employed a unique ability accessible only to deities, the capacity to sense or observe the entire earth. At that moment, Wu Feng stood by, witnessing as the deity gently closed his eyes and began to emanate a soft golden glow. This golden radiance lasted for less than a quarter of an hour, slowly fading as the deity opened his eyes once more. It is worth mentioning that while Wu Feng perceived the series of actions taken by Bic as exceedingly simple, merely closing his eyes for a moment before reopening them, the reality was that within that brief interval, Bic, utilizing the authority granted to him as the Earth's deity, and through a special connection with the Dragon Balls, accurately pinpointed the precise locations of all 7 Dragon Balls. In merely a brief span of 15 minutes, the divine being Piccolo had comprehensively discerned the locations of the 7 Dragon Balls. Without further delay, he opened his eyes and, regaining his composure, addressed Wu Feng directly. I have acquired the exact positions of the 7 Dragon Balls. Allow me a moment to illustrate their locations for you. Very well, I understand, Wu Feng replied. Please take your time, I am in no rush. Moreover, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. You have truly been a great help. Should you require anything in the future or encounter insurmountable challenges, do not hesitate to seek my aid. I assure you, I shall never refuse. Wu Feng's heart surged with excitement, and to express his gratitude, he made a solemn promise. Mr. Wu Feng, there is no need for such formality. My willingness to assist you stems from my deep trust in your character and morals. Therefore, it is my duty to offer help in any way I can, Piccolo replied, his demeanor calm and unhurried, as he meticulously illustrated the precise locations of the Dragon Balls while maintaining a gentle smile and a serious gaze upon Wu Feng. As his words concluded, Piccolo promptly handed over the completed map detailing the route to the 7 Dragon Balls to Wu Feng, who had just opened his mouth to express further gratitude. This unexpected action compelled Wu Feng to swallow the words he had prepared, and, instinctively, he raised his hand to accept the map. With the map in hand, Piccolo, exhibiting a standard professional smile, continued in a tranquil tone. Very well, Mr. Wu Feng. I have fulfilled your request. If you have no further matters at hand, you may now embark on your quest for the 7 wish-granting Dragon Balls. Ah, yes. Then I shall take my leave. Farewell, Wu Feng said, momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiling and waving goodbye as he departed. In the year 465 of the Age of the Dragon, 4 years had elapsed since the great demon King Piccolo was subdued by Wu Feng. On this day, in the city of Li, under the jurisdiction of the restored Rice Kingdom, nestled a small village named Ming, surrounded on 3 sides by towering mountains. At this moment, the inhabitants of Ming, a community of over 100, felt an impending calamity approaching. They were about to face a harrowing ordeal, as a band of notorious mountain bandits threatened to descend upon them, bringing with them chaos, destruction, and bloodshed. Run, everyone run. The bandits are coming to our village. What shall we do? Village chief, stop lamenting and flee. Run quickly, or it may be too late. Yes, do not hesitate, run. Mother, I am scared. Be brave. Dear one, do not fear. Hide here and remember, no matter what sounds you hear, do not come out or make a sound, understood? Do not pull me away. I shall not depart. I intend to remain here, standing alongside Uncle Dazhuang and the others, to valiantly confront the mountain bandits and safeguard our village. Oh, may the heavens bestow their blessings. May they ensure the safety of us all. Villager, you must hasten your escape. We will relentlessly resist those vile mountain bandits. Amid the frantic and chaotic retreat, the villagers of Mingji cried out in a state of panic. In the midst of the turmoil, a myriad of expressions emerged, painting a chaotic scene. This disarray persisted for a quarter of an hour until a dozen spirited farmers, unable to bear the sight any longer, stepped forward with resolute determination to guard the village entrance, prepared to confront the merciless mountain bandits. Moments later, at the village entrance, witnessing the fervor and bravery etched upon the faces of these farmers, one of the bandit leaders could not help but erupt into derisive laughter. Ha! With your meager skills, you dare to play the heroes defending this village? To challenge us from the tiger lair is to court disaster. Upon seeing the farmers armed with rudimentary farming tools, filled with fervor and fearlessness, the bandit leader mocked them, his laughter echoing through the air. Following his taunts, he wasted no time, brandishing a massive axe. And with a powerful leap, he struck downwards with a devastating blow aimed directly at the farmers stationed at the entrance. The force of the axe's impact sent a cloud of dust swirling into the air, scattering dirt and stones in all directions. The farmers, standing shoulder to shoulder, were knocked to the ground, clutching their wounds, writhing in agony. Ha! To think they overestimated their own capabilities. They are all talk and no substance. And yet they fancied they could thwart our advance into the village. Ha! Indeed, this is quite the spectacle. We expected some amusement, but never anticipated such feeble resistance. Ha! Yet, one must admit, after all these years, the bandit leader remains as formidable as ever. Truly, he defies age. Indeed, it would be impossible to maintain his position as the second in command of the tiger lair without such prowess. Actually, I believe he has grown even stronger than before. Haha, indeed. And we must express our gratitude to our great savior, the valiant Wu, for his selfless teachings. Yes, we must extend our heartfelt thanks. As the bandits laughed and engaged in their shameless flattery of their leader, he responded, "Oh, is that so? You wish to express your gratitude to me? I truly appreciate your sentiments. Now, allow me to convey my own feelings of satisfaction at this very moment." Suddenly, an indifferent voice, seemingly emanating from nowhere, interrupted the banter and mockery of the mountain bandits. Following the divine map bestowed upon him, Wu Feng had tirelessly roamed for a month, and at last, today, he discovered the final 4-star Dragon Ball, which was adorning the neck of a little girl, no more than 5 or 6 years old. After locating the girl who had been quietly hiding in a rice jar and gently bringing her into his arms, he cleverly won her over with 2 candied hawthorns, thus successfully trading for the last 4-star Dragon Ball from the girl named Nan Nan. Just as the transaction concluded and Wu Feng intended to set the girl down and depart, he suddenly sensed the rapid approach of a malevolent group. Given the current desolation of the village and the fact that Nan Nan, who was still in his arms, was happily munching on the candied hawthorns he had prepared, Wu Feng's mind quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Realizing the imminent danger, he did not release the adorable little girl from his embrace, but instead, with a steely gaze, strode purposefully toward the village entrance. In that moment, witnessing the entire unfolding events, Wu Feng was thoroughly incensed by the behavior and words of the mountain bandits. Therefore, without allowing the bandits a moment to express their confusion or to shout at him, he unleashed a powerful energy blast, erasing the bandits and the rolling hills behind them without leaving a trace. In the aftermath of the thunderous explosion, a scene of utter disarray remained, alongside a few stunned farmers who were so shocked that they overlooked their own injuries. Although he had anticipated such occurrences when he initially decided to share his teachings with the world, and had mentally prepared himself to accept the consequences, witnessing the event unfold before his eyes ignited an uncontainable fury within him, making it impossible to approach the situation with a calm demeanor. After thoroughly eliminating the mountain bandits, Wu Feng did not leave immediately. Instead, he stood lost in contemplation, recalling many details he had subconsciously overlooked. It was only when a melodious voice broke the silence. "Wow, Uncle, you are so amazing. You just made the bad people and those enormous mountains disappear." Startled from his reverie, Wu Feng instinctively turned to look at the jubilant and adoring face of the little girl, Nan Nan, in his arms. "Huh, Nan Nan, is that how you see it?" He chuckled, realizing that perhaps he had been overthinking, lost in a web of unnecessary worries. Overthinking. Does the little one wish to learn the art of vanishing evildoers? The contemplative and troubled Wu Feng was interrupted by the words of the adorable child in his embrace, and in an instant, he found clarity, playfully teasing the little darling nestled in his arms. "I want to learn, I want to learn. I want to be powerful like Uncle." Able to make the bad people disappear in an instant, the little girl exclaimed, her cherubic head nodding eagerly, her face aglow with joy and yearning at Wu Feng's inquiry. "Oh, so you aspire to be as formidable as I am. That is no small feat. It demands arduous and relentless effort to achieve such prowess. Furthermore, once you embark on this path, there can be no pause for rest." Observing the incessant nodding of the little one's petite head, Wu Feng raised an eyebrow and feigned a serious demeanor as he recounted the daunting truth to her. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of hard work. I will train diligently," the little girl declared resolutely, her chubby face reflecting a serious determination. "Because I want to protect Mommy, the uncles and aunts in the village, as well as Grandpa, Grandma, and my older brother." Instead of retreating in fear from Wu Feng's intimidating words, the little girl displayed an earnest resolve, understanding the gravity of her commitment. "Haha, splendid. I am thoroughly pleased with your response. Henceforth, dear child, you shall be my very first apprentice in this world." Wu Feng beamed with satisfaction, officially accepting the little girl as his cherished disciple, whom he felt a strong connection with. After taking on his apprentice, Wu Feng did not linger long. He greeted a farmer at the village entrance, who had now returned to his senses, briefly explaining the little girl's future endeavors alongside him. Then, with his beloved new apprentice in tow, he swiftly soared into the sky, landing approximately 15 minutes later in a desolate, uninhabited expanse. It is noteworthy that Wu Feng chose this barren and forlorn land not for any trivial reason, but rather to avoid unnecessary delays, fearing that prolonged waiting might complicate matters. He resolved to summon the dragon and wish for what he had long desired. As Wu Feng descended from a height of 100 meters, he did not immediately retrieve the Dragon Balls to make his wish. Instead, he carefully surveyed the surroundings for several miles to ensure that no humans or animals were nearby. Once satisfied with his observations, he gently laid the now sleeping little girl on a soft patch of grass and began to take out the 7 Dragon Balls from his pockets, arranging them on the ground. After a moment of preparation, he shouted toward the 7 Dragon Balls, "Arise, divine dragon." As soon as the words fell, an astonishing transformation occurred with the 7 Dragon Balls. After a brilliant flash of light, the heavens seemed to shift, revealing a colossal azure dragon, approximately 100 meters in length, hovering before Wu Feng. "State your wish. I can grant any desire, but only one," the mighty wish-granting dragon proclaimed with an air of authority, not allowing Wu Feng a moment to express his astonishment at the sudden turn of events. "Oh, so it is indeed limited to just one wish. I should have known better than to entertain unrealistic hopes that the divine would grant me an additional wish due to familiarity. In that case, mighty dragon, please fulfill my desire. I wish to master the ability of instant teleportation," Wu Feng declared without hesitation, articulating the wish he had long contemplated. "This wish is simple. It has been granted. Farewell," the dragon responded without a moment's pause, unleashing a radiant beam from its immense eyes that enveloped Wu Feng and instantaneously fulfilled his wish. Almost immediately, the dragon morphed back into the petrified state of the 7 Dragon Balls. In the next instant, these stone Dragon Balls scattered swiftly in all directions. Observing this, Wu Feng could no longer afford to savor the newly acquired power of teleportation. With a sudden leap, he swiftly positioned himself before one of the petrified Dragon Balls that was spiraling high above, preparing to disperse. In a flash of speed, he grasped the nearest Dragon Ball that had yet to escape. Having secured one of the fleeing Dragon Balls, Wu Feng chose to disregard the other 6. He carefully stowed the Dragon Ball close to himself and then immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, immersing himself in the mastery of the teleportation ability that the dragon had just imparted. 15 minutes later, feeling that he had fully grasped the essence of the skill bestowed upon him, Wu Feng stood up and commenced his experimental attempts. Focusing on the energy of his beloved student, who was but a mere step away, he concentrated his thoughts, activated the skill, and in the next moment, his form materialized beside the young girl, seamlessly lifting her into his arms once more. He then extended his perception, targeting the energy of various animals and individuals, continually experimenting and familiarizing himself with his newly acquired skill. Thus, for a period, Wu Feng was seen oscillating between disappearance and reappearance, cradling his student. For example, one moment he was in a desolate wilderness, and the next, he found himself in the bustling center of a lively town. After indulging in playful antics for a while, the novelty began to wear off. Wu Feng, alongside his young student, who had awakened midway, realized they had had their fill of amusement. Finally recalling that important matters awaited, he activated his teleportation skill one last time that day, arriving at the home of his student in Mingji village, where he was greeted by her parents. Upon the unexpected arrival of Wu Feng and his companion at their home, the parents of the young girl, Xiaonuan, after a brief moment of astonishment, accepted the situation with remarkable composure and tranquility. Upon recalling Wu Feng's formidable identity, they deemed his extraordinary abilities to be entirely normal. With an impression of Wu Feng as the unparalleled hero who vanquished the apocalyptic Demon King, Xiaonuan's parents naturally embraced everything associated with him. Subsequently, they engaged in a cordial and collaborative discussion with Wu Feng, who predominantly led the conversation while the parents nodded in agreement like attentive parrots. This facilitated a seamless exchange, culminating in Wu Feng officially taking Xiaonuan as his disciple. They mutually agreed that, in the years to come, she would return to reunite with her family during festive occasions. Having lingered far too long and feeling a sense of discomfort, Wu Feng soon took his leave. With a mere thought, he and Xiaonuan vanished before her parents' eyes, only to reappear moments later beside the grand training arena in the valley. The following morning, Wu Feng meticulously arranged Xiao Wan's training regimen and entrusted her care to her second uncle before utilizing a momentary shift to ascend to the summit of the Chilean mountain. Was it truly impossible? Alas, his capabilities remained woefully inadequate. Wu Feng had come to the peak not for mere leisure, but to validate the hypotheses he had formulated earlier that day. Unfortunately, after a series of diligent attempts and experiments, he had to concede that he had somewhat overestimated his own potential. He had overlooked, or rather subconsciously disregarded, a crucial factor: his own strength. Notably, after the unsuccessful attempts, Wu Feng did not succumb to frustration. Instead, he promptly identified the primary reason for his failure from the original text. To traverse the cosmos via instantaneous movement, one would not only require immense power akin to that of the original protagonist, a super scion with combat strength exceeding 100 million, but at the very least, one must possess more than the modest combat power of approximately 600 that Wu Feng currently held. In reality, with his present strength, even if he exerted himself to the utmost, he could only teleport from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere. Thus, it was evident that Wu Feng's current abilities fell significantly short of achieving interplanetary travel. Chapter 31. Finding one's path at this moment. Fully aware that his current capabilities were far from sufficient to realize his envisioned cosmic journey, Wu Feng, after a brief spell of discouragement, collected himself and restored his tranquility, returning to a state of serene composure. With a tranquil mind, Wu Feng set aside thoughts of his recent failure and began to clearly organize his thoughts on how to address the shortcomings of his earlier plans, ensuring that his envisioned course could continue. After a moment of contemplation, he conceived two potential methods that might expedite his interstellar journey. The first method involved locating the spacecraft that the young deity had utilized when arriving on Earth. Indeed, a spacecraft lay hidden on Earth, long concealed by the deity in a remote area of the Cloud ZB Highlands, gathering dust. Wu Feng was privy to this information through the memories of the original narrative. It is worth noting that this very spacecraft was the one used by the protagonist in the original story to travel to the planet Namek. Although Wu Feng had previously considered this option, he had ultimately dismissed it. Early on, he recalled that the narrative suggested the spacecraft had certain malfunctions, and it was only after modifications by Dr. Brief, Bulma's father, that it was deemed safe for use. The very thought of this crucial detail had led Wu Feng to resolutely abandon the idea. He was unwilling to gamble with his life by recklessly operating a flawed spacecraft, risking a catastrophic failure during his cosmic voyage. Furthermore, even if he wished to use the spacecraft, he would only opt for one that posed no risk whatsoever. Regrettably, in the present time frame, Wu Feng found himself unable to locate even a single eccentric scientist akin to Brief, one capable of thoroughly understanding and modifying a spacecraft that he had never encountered before within a short span of time. Thus, it was clear that this method was impractical for him at the moment. However, despite knowing its infeasibility, Wu Feng revisited this idea not out of madness or a desire to test the limits of his survival in the vacuum of space, nor had he suddenly found someone capable of repairing the spacecraft. Instead, he had an epiphany. He could employ the Dragon Balls to wish for the spacecraft's repair. Upon this realization, Wu Feng rekindled the notion, viewing it as a viable course of action. He resolved to wait a year before using the Dragon Balls once more to ascertain whether it would indeed be feasible. In addition to this first method, Wu Feng also conceived a second, highly feasible approach to enhance his own energy, or what is commonly referred to as battle power, a straightforward and direct solution. Although this method is currently the simplest, most affordable, and most secure approach, it is also the most challenging to implement. At this moment, for Wu Feng to rapidly enhance his combat prowess, the optimal solution lies in utilizing external aids, thereby transcending the limitations of his current internal cultivation level and ascending to a new realm. This transformation would allow him to undergo a comprehensive metamorphosis, breaking through the potential confines of his physical body and elevating the meager limits of his earthly lineage. In other words, the essence of the so-called second method ultimately boils down to Wu Feng achieving, at the swiftest pace, the harmonious unity of heaven and man, thereby officially reaching the realm of shattered void. However, for Wu Feng at this juncture, breaking through his internal cultivation level presents a formidable challenge, as his comprehension of the realm of shattered void remains insufficient. Recently, Wu Feng has persistently felt as though he is merely a step away, just a thin membrane separating him from the next level. It seems that with a slight exertion, he could pierce through and attain the subsequent realm. Yet, in reality, Wu Feng has regretfully discovered that no matter how much effort he exerts, he remains just short of that final push. Consequently, after numerous failed attempts, He ultimately relinquished the notion of forcibly breaking through the bottleneck of his internal cultivation level based solely on his current understanding. Rather than succumbing to despair after his unsuccessful endeavors, Wu Feng experienced a moment of clarity following his last attempt. He realized that if he could not break through the realm through self-comprehension alone, perhaps he could ignite his potential with external stimuli. Instantly grasping this insight, Wu Feng instinctively glanced at the golden finger he had instinctively overlooked since his return from the dragon world, the progress bar, which until now had been singular in function. To his astonishment, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, the progress bar had been completely filled. It was merely that he had unconsciously neglected it, failing to notice it in a timely manner. Time flew by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. Recently, with the selfless assistance of the divine being Bic, Wu Feng once again gathered the 7 dragon balls, summoned the dragon, and made a wish he had long contemplated. Unfortunately, when Wu Feng, filled with hope, wished to fully restore the spaceship he had discovered in the Cloud Zabit Heights, he was informed by the dragon that this wish could not be granted, as it exceeded the creator's, namely the divine being's, capabilities. In that moment, upon learning of the failure of his wish, Wu Feng could not help but feel profound disappointment. However, ultimately, he chose to accept this reality with quiet resignation. Subsequently, in order to avoid squandering this precious wish, Wu Feng, reflecting upon the tribulations that had transpired in Ming Village, promptly made a wish. Henceforth, only those with hearts brimming with righteousness would be able to fully master the martial arts techniques I impart. The divine dragon, far from disappointing Wu Feng once more, remarked nonchalantly that this wish was rather simple, and immediately set about fulfilling it. Upon the realization of his wish, the divine dragon bid farewell before reverting to the 7 dragon balls, which swiftly scattered and vanished without a trace. It is worth mentioning that during this interval, much like the last time, Wu Feng managed to grasp one of the petrified dragon balls in a flash as it shot away, tucking it into his pocket. At that moment, although Wu Feng returned with a sense of disappointment, he did not dwell on it for long. Merely a night had passed before he resumed his usual demeanor. The following morning, having adjusted his mindset, Wu Feng instantly teleported to the presence of his uncle. He intended to discuss with Wu Taido the effective prevention and response to incidents akin to those that had occurred in Ming Village. Uncle, I plan to commence the implementation of our originally devised plan a bit ahead of schedule, he stated earnestly after a pleasant exchange. Is there truly a need for such haste? Everything has been progressing according to our expectations, steadily and normally, has it not? Moreover, is it not true that less than 3 years remain until the execution of the next phase? Wu Taido, who had been closely monitoring the situation, questioned Wu Feng with a furrowed brow, expressing his disapproval for the sake of future endeavors. Uncle, times have changed. No plan, no matter how well conceived, can keep pace with the rapidity of change. Of course, the primary reason lies with me, as I failed to consider the situation thoroughly and comprehensively at that time. Otherwise, the disheartening events of Ming Village might have been averted. Alas, please do not rush to counter my thoughts. Allow me to elaborate on my experiences from the past year. If you will, I believe that after you hear me out, you will naturally understand why I insist on this course of action. Let me ponder for a moment on where to begin. I shall start with my time in the capital of Rice Country, an experience you are unaware of. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Wu Feng meticulously recounted to his uncle the harrowing experiences he had endured over the past year, aiming to persuade him with the gravity of his narratives. Has the situation truly deteriorated to such an extent? Alas, it seems a change of plans is indeed necessary. How about this? I will have the disciples in the dojo take the first step to implement the plan and observe the results. Does that sound acceptable to you? After listening to Wu Feng's shocking account, Wu Taido pondered for a moment before ultimately acquiescing to Wu Feng's proposal. Furthermore, he conceived a compromise that would benefit both parties. I find this entirely agreeable. There are no issues at all. Let us proceed as such, he remarked with a chuckle, praising his uncle's foresight. Upon hearing the proposed compromise, Wu Feng immediately assented, displaying a palpable anxiety that his esteemed uncle might reconsider. Not only that, but he also took the opportunity to flatter him slightly before concluding their discussion. Thus, unbeknownst to the disciples gathered in Wu Taido's dojo, their revered teacher and senior brother had arranged a most pleasant journey of cultivation in mere moments of conversation. Chapter 32. The initial momentum the following morning. Within the dojo of Wu Taido, all his disciples had assembled. At this moment, the early arrivals sat solemnly, kneeling around the dojo, eagerly awaiting their teacher's arrival while engaging in hushed whispers. Fourth brother, do you have any idea why the master summoned us here so suddenly? A lively disciple, around 15 or 16 years of age, could no longer contain himself amid the oppressive silence. After noticing that their teacher had yet to arrive, he curiously leaned towards his closest companion, the fourth brother, who sat upright to his left, and inquired softly. However, before the fourth brother could respond, another curious voice chimed in. Indeed, fourth brother, do share if you have any insider knowledge. It was noted that the master had even canceled their customary morning exercises to convene this meeting. Come on, fourth brother, don't keep us in suspense. Is there something significant the master intends to announce? Another voice interjected, recalling a similar situation from a few years prior when the Demon King Pick appeared. Please, cease your inquiries. I genuinely know nothing this time. You will learn everything once the master arrives, the fourth brother replied, having been interrupted multiple times. Although he was well aware that he did not possess any insider information as the younger disciples presumed, he felt compelled to maintain the persona he had carefully cultivated over time. Admittedly, the ambiguous expression he adopted, suggesting he had much to say yet refrained, was executed to perfection, captivating those around him. Due to the demeanor of his numerous junior disciples, one of them, upon witnessing it, speculated tentatively. Did the master instruct you not to speak freely? The fourth senior brother, realizing the truth, responded, Indeed. I thought as much. What could possibly transpire at the dojo that the all-knowing fourth senior brother would be unaware of, especially on a day as distinctly significant as today? It must be that the master warned him in advance not to divulge anything to us. At that moment, one of the fourth senior brother's ardent admirers, struck by a sudden epiphany, eagerly added, Right? Isn't that the case? Fourth senior brother, am I correct? As soon as the words left his lips, the other disciples, aside from the already informed Wu Tian and Tao Baiya, turned their gazes toward the fourth senior brother, who was inwardly cursing his fate, all displaying expressions of eager curiosity for further details. The fourth senior brother, now the center of attention, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure and was at a loss for words. Reluctantly, he began to speak hesitantly, buying time as his mind raced to devise a way to artfully evade the situation, one that wouldn't reveal too much nor lead to an awkward scenario once the master officially concluded the meeting. All right, everyone, please settle down and take your seats. The master is about to arrive. Fortunately, at that moment, Wu Tian, one of the leaders in the dojo, spoke up, providing a small respite for the fourth senior brother and alleviating the impending awkwardness he faced. Simultaneously, upon hearing that the master was nearing, all present immediately straightened themselves, preparing to listen intently. As the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, silence enveloped the dojo, leaving only the sound of Wu Taido's footsteps. At this moment, the dojo was devoid of any noise apart from his presence. The purpose of gathering you all for this early meeting is to formally announce the main content regarding your forthcoming cultivation. Wu Taido, having reached his designated spot in the dojo, knelt down and directly articulated the essence of the meeting. Once he finished speaking, he scanned the assembly of disciples. Noticing that none raised objections, all attentively awaiting his subsequent words, he then slowly withdrew his gaze and continued, After a thorough and rigorous discussion with your elder brother, I have decided to permit some of you, whose abilities meet my standards, to undertake the trial of departure ahead of schedule, to complete the final task I have prepared for your cultivation. The group of disciples was initially taken aback, followed by a portion of them feeling quite confident, believing their abilities to be sufficient as they displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Conversely, another segment, acutely aware of their inadequacies, wore faces of frustration and envy. They implored their master for clarification regarding the standards. In the training hall, led by Wu Tian and Tao Baiya, the disciples who considered themselves competent exchanged glances before rising in unison to bow to Wu Taidu, expressing in chorus their inquiries. Very well, please be seated. Wu Taidu responded. The apparatus to measure your capabilities has already been procured by your senior brother. Observe, here it is. With a swift motion, Wu Taidu retrieved the testing apparatus, which had been prepared by his nephew, Wu Feng. With a resounding thud, a large stone mill, measuring 4 meters on each side, was placed in the center of the hall. After a brief period for the disciples to discuss and observe, Wu Taidu began his explanation. This stone mill is the tool that will determine whether your strength meets the required standard. Now, I shall personally demonstrate the process. Pay close attention, it is quite simple. As long as you are not foolish, I believe no one will fail to replicate the procedure after observing it once. With that, he initiated the demonstration before the eager disciples. After a moment of preparation, Wu Taidu forcefully pushed against the stone mill, which began to rotate until it completed a half circle, or 180 degrees, before coming to a steady halt. 50,000 tons, that's acceptable, a slight improvement from last time, he remarked. Pleased with the result, yet maintaining a calm demeanor. Without allowing the disciples any time for questions, he continued, "You shall now follow the actions I just demonstrated, one by one for your tests. If you can make the stone mill rotate a tenth of a circle, you will have met the passing standard. Is that clear?" "Understood, Master," the disciples replied in unison. "Excellent. Let us proceed with the testing in descending order. Wu Tian, you shall go first." With a slight nod, Wu Taidu directed the proceedings as planned. "Very well, Master," Wu Tian responded promptly, exhibiting no hesitation. He then attempted the test in the manner demonstrated. "Oh, 2,500 tons. Quite commendable. You have passed. Next, Tao Baiha, 2,600 tons. Very good. Onward to the next." After a quarter of an hour, the tense testing segment finally came to a close. This time, the test was ultimately passed, qualifying the disciples to participate in the forthcoming expedition trials. Among all the disciples of the dojo, they truly stood out as exceptional. The next day at dawn, a multitude of disciples gathered outside the gates of the Wu Taitu dojo, waiting expectantly. Their gathering was not for any other reason but to bid farewell to the 14 senior and junior brothers who had successfully passed the test the day before and were set to embark on their training missions. "Run, brothers, run. The devil, who has recently obliterated 18 bandit lairs, is coming toward our stronghold." On this day, a bandit, having spotted Wu Tianho, who had been away from the Wu Taitu dojo for over a month and was now slowly approaching their bandit hideout, was instantly paralyzed with fear. In a panic, he shouted to his comrades to flee while he hastily dashed toward the escape tunnel he had prepared at the back of the mountain. Boom. Unfortunately, despite this bandit's early warning about Wu Tian, who was coming to complete the expedition trial, he could not avert the destiny that awaited him and his bandit lair. Total annihilation by a single energy cannon blast. Another one eliminated, drawing us closer to the official expedition. Wu Tian mused, reflecting on his progress in the mission, when his thoughts involuntarily turned to his long-standing nemesis, the junior brother Ahe. I wonder how he is faring? Having completely eradicated the last bandit nest in the mountain range, Wu Tian briefly assessed how near he was to fulfilling his final expedition task. "Charge! Quickly! He is but one man, and we outnumber him. What is there to fear? We can outlast him." A small-time gang leader, witnessing the prowess of the individual before him, sought to rally his men and stem the tide of despair. Yet, all was in vain. With a resounding crash, the scene was left in utter chaos, accompanied by the fleeting sounds of anguished cries. Growing weary of the endless battle, the mischievous Tao Baiha decided to bring the matter to a swift conclusion. With a decisive energy wave, he effortlessly dispatched all the gang members, obliterating this nefarious organization. "Young man, thank you. We are truly grateful to you. If it weren't for your help in driving away so many monsters from our village." An elderly man from a remote, impoverished mountain village, who had lived there for generations, expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Wu Taitu's fourth disciple, known as the Omniscient Lot. In a small town near the border of Shilin country, a child of 11 or 12 years, filled with joy, grasped the hand of his elder sister and sincerely expressed gratitude towards their benefactor, Ryan, the 13th disciple of the esteemed martial artist, Wu Taidu, who had vanquished the notorious bully of their town. "Uncle, after witnessing all that has transpired, I trust you can finally rest assured about your disciples," Wu Feng playfully remarked to his uncle, Wu Taidu, who appeared visibly pleased after observing the actions of his disciples. "Indeed, I am at ease now. Let us return," Wu Taidu replied, disregarding Wu Feng's teasing tone, exhaling softly while smiling warmly at him. The following day, after meticulously arranging the training schedule for his disciple, Xiaonuan, Wu Feng instantly transported himself to the location of his uncle. "Uncle, I shall leave everything in your capable hands for the time being," Wu Feng stated upon their meeting. "Very well. Just remember to return promptly and do not linger too long, understood? I wonder what compels you to embark on such a journey into the cosmos at this time," Wu Taidu remarked, his expression reflecting confusion. "Then I shall take my leave. I trust you will handle everything in my absence, uncle," Wu Feng said with final words of farewell, without a hint of hesitation or delay. He then executed a swift teleportation to a forest at the southernmost tip of the Western literature continent. Upon arriving in the depths of a pristine forest, Wu Feng took a moment to observe the tranquil surroundings before deciding to embark on his second journey of transcendence. However, exercising caution, he refrained from activating his golden finger immediately. Instead, he extended his perception to meticulously scan the area for several miles, ensuring there were no suspicious entities that could compromise his secret. Once satisfied with his findings, he willed his golden finger into action, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 33. The world of winds and clouds begins with the flooding of the great Buddha's knees and the burning of Lingyun Cave in the land of Shenzhou. At the confluence of the Min River, Qingyi River, and Dadu River, there stands a grand mountain known as Leshan. Within Leshan lie two remarkable wonders. One is the Lingyun Cave, a deep and intricately complex abyss. The other is a colossal Buddha statue, sculpted purely from the rock face of a cliff adjacent to Lingyun Cave. This statue, commissioned by the local populace during the Tang dynasty to serve as a deterrent, is revered as the Leshan Giant Buddha, a legacy passed down through the ages. One day, a father and son unexpectedly arrived at this site. After exchanging a few words with his child, the father leaped gracefully onto the vast hand of the Leshan Giant Buddha. Without a moment's pause, with a deft maneuver and a gentle leap, I found myself soaring directly above the head of the Leshan Giant Buddha. Simultaneously, as Nie Renwang ascended to the summit of the Buddha, a figure abruptly materialized in the air above the mighty river, suspended less than 10 meters above the surface. To my astonishment, I had unexpectedly traversed into the void above the river. Fortunate for me, being a master of inner strength at the celestial realm, I could easily manage the art of levitation. Otherwise, I might have faced dire consequences. Wu Feng, who had crossed over from the Dragon Ball world, emerged from the mesmerizing sights of boundless time and chaotic void he had just witnessed, only to realize he had arrived at his destination, a world brimming with advanced martial arts, one he had long desired. To add to his surprise, he found himself inexplicably transported to an unknown space above the river. In that moment, gazing at the tumultuous, murky waters swirling beneath him, the first thought that struck his mind was the sage advice: traveling carries risks, rebirth requires caution, a timeless saying from a renowned figure. After reflecting on the unreliability of his newfound ability, Wu Feng composed himself and, before the two astonished children, began to demonstrate the art of walking on air, an impressive skill typical of the celestial realm. Observing him glide through the air like a celestial being, the young boys, Xiao Duanlong and Xiao Niefeng, exclaimed with delight, "Wow, are you a celestial being, uncle?" "Am I a celestial being?" Wu Feng chuckled. "I cannot truly claim to be one. I am merely a cultivator." He dismissed the notion, realizing that explaining such concepts to the youngsters would be futile. "Now, let me ask you a few questions. What are your names? Do you know where we are? And who are those two engaged in battle?" In just a few steps, Wu Feng approached the two adorable boys, clarifying that he was not a celestial being, and subsequently posed his inquiries. "Uncle Celestial, my name is Niefeng, and we are in Leshan. The one fighting is my father," replied the kind-hearted and helpful Xiao Niefeng without hesitation. "Uncle Celestial, I am Duanlong, son of the renowned Southern Lin Swordmaster. We are in Leshan at Lingyun Cave. And I am measuring the water level," added Xiao Duanlong, supplementing his friend's response. "Ah, Leshan, the colossal stone Buddha, Lingyun Cave, along with Xiao Niefeng and Xiao Duanlong. No wonder this scene feels so familiar. I must have seen it somewhere before. Wait a moment, if that is the case, then those two engaged in combat must be none other than the formidable Xiong Ba, who recently established the Tianxia Society, and the father of Xiao Niefeng, the northern drunken blade, Nie Renwang." Upon hearing the words of Xiao Niefeng and Xiao Duanlang, Wu Feng swiftly pieced together the identity of one of the fighters who wielded a particular weapon and instantaneously comprehended the world in which he currently found himself. Just as Wu Feng grasped his surroundings, the water level began to rise abruptly, swiftly engulfing the knees of the great Buddha. Concurrently, the duel between the two combatants reached a critical juncture. In a bid to avenge his wife, Nie Renwang unleashed a powerful strike, the splitting of Mount Hua. Empowered by his divine weapon, he cleaved forth a blade of energy spanning several meters, aimed directly at Xiong Ba. Faced with the oncoming torrent of blade energy, Xiong Ba did not remain passive. With a mighty shout, he conjured a sphere of water, densely formed from the gathered river water, to meet the attack head-on. In a resounding clash, the blade energy sliced through the water sphere, reducing it to mere halves, yet the residual force surged forth, striking Nie Renwang, who had been caught off guard, knocking him to the ground, and causing him to spew forth a mouthful of crimson blood. "Father, are you all right?" Xiao Niefeng, who had been watching in anxious anticipation, cried out in concern upon witnessing the scene. Without hesitation, he dashed toward Nie Renwang, who lay incapacitated at the entrance of the Lingyun Cave. However, just as Xiao Niefeng was mere steps away from reaching his father, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The fire demon, or rather the fire Qilin, which had resided in the Lingyun Cave, suddenly sprang forth, seizing the unsuspecting Nie Renwang in its jaws. Without a moment's pause, it retraced its steps with the precision of a master assassin, striking true and swiftly disappearing into the distance. "Oh, Could this be the legendary divine beast, the Fire Qilin? Indeed, seeing is believing. How remarkable. All right, now stop. At the moment the Fire Qilin appeared, Wu Feng found himself utterly captivated by its majestic presence, which radiated an overwhelming aura of primal energy. In that fleeting instant, he resolved that the Fire Qilin would be his quarry, no longer content to remain a mere spectator. With a surge of intent, he swiftly moved to intercept the creature, blocking its path, while simultaneously rescuing Nieren Wang. With a decisive wave of his hand, he returned Nieren Wang to where Xiao Niefeng awaited outside the cave. Upon witnessing the coveted object snatched away by Wu Feng, the Fire Qilin erupted with fury. Without uttering a single word, it lunged towards Wu Feng with a fierce charge. A resounding crash echoed as the Fire Qilin collided with Wu Feng's impenetrable energy barrier, which rebuffed it with force, sending it crashing against the surrounding stone walls, leaving behind a web-like pattern of cracks. Regaining its footing, the Fire Qilin shook its head to dispel the dizziness from the impact, and in an instant, its rage intensified. Instinctively, it amplified the flames enveloping its form, rendering them more vibrant and fierce. Within moments, the temperature in the cave soared dramatically, with a series of thunderous roars. The Fire Qilin seemed to either express its wrath or assert its dominance over Wu Feng, while secretly gathering its strength. In just a few breaths, it had prepared a formidable attack and, without hesitation, unleashed a searing pillar of flame, akin to molten lava, aimed directly at Wu Feng, who stood motionless a mere yard away, scrutinizing him with ill intent. The colossal column of fire engulfed Wu Feng and enveloped him within a meter's radius, persisting for over 10 minutes before finally abating. After an uninterrupted barrage of flames, the Fire Qilin was compelled to cease its onslaught due to a depletion of energy. At that moment, the Fire Qilin, panting heavily, fixed its gaze on Wu Feng, who remained encircled by the remnants of the raging inferno, seemingly unscathed. After a quarter of an hour, the high-temperature flames surrounding Wu Feng gradually dissipated, extinguishing into the air, revealing a satisfied expression on his face. Protected by his indomitable energy barrier. Ah, splendid. It seems my training was not in vain, Wu Feng mused, acknowledging that the defensive capabilities of the indomitable barrier indeed grew more formidable with the increase of his energy or true qi, just as he had envisioned when he named it. With that thought barely leaving his lips, Wu Feng leisurely pursued the Fire Qilin, which had retreated a short distance. Realizing that despite enduring an intense barrage of flames, Wu Feng remained unscathed, the Fire Qilin immediately understood it had encountered yet another formidable opponent. Haunted by the profound and indelible memories of being bested by previous adversaries, the Fire Qilin felt a considerable psychological burden. Thus, it resolved not to repeat its earlier foolishness. Upon recognizing that its powerful attack had proven ineffective, it wasted no time in taking flight. Rushing towards the direction of his lair within the Lingyun cave, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Notably, during this interval, Wu Feng had numerous opportunities to intercept the Fire Qilin in advance, yet he ultimately relinquished each chance. He allowed the Fire Qilin to escape without any hindrance, not out of a sudden benevolence, but because he realized that capturing the Fire Qilin at that moment would bear little significance. Without a viable method to consume the Fire Qilin's essence while avoiding the corrupting influence of its demonic energy, Wu Feng decided to temporarily let the Fire Qilin roam freely, intending to seize it later once he had discovered an effective means to dispel the malevolent energy. After a thorough contemplation, Wu Feng halted his pursuit of the fleeing Fire Qilin. After all, the Fire Qilin would not wander far, and its movements remained confined to the vicinity of the Lingyun cave. He could capture it whenever he wished. Thus, it was primarily this reasoning that led Wu Feng to watch the Fire Qilin escape without interference. Instead, he wandered aimlessly within the cave, tapping and probing, in search of one of the 3 treasures of Lingyun Cave, the mural depicting the profound martial arts left by Wu Wudi. Meanwhile, not far from the entrance of the Lingyun Cave, a fierce battle unfolded, with Nieren Wang wielding the snow-drinking blade, his eyes aflame with rage as he fought desperately against Xiongba. Nieren Wang's fervor stemmed from his determination to rescue his child, Xiao Niefeng, who had fallen into Xiongba's clutches. To reclaim his offspring, Nieren Wang unleashed the Fire Qilin's demonic nature hidden within his bloodline, entering a state akin to madness, which drastically amplified his power. As a result, he momentarily forced Xiongba into a defensive stance, leaving him unable to counterattack. However, despite this overwhelming pressure, Nieren Wang's lack of rationality rendered him unable to deliver a decisive blow at critical moments, resorting instead to reckless and indiscriminate slashing, thereby missing several opportunities that could have turned the tide of battle. As time passed, Xiongba gradually adapted to Nianrenwang's onslaught, eventually reversing the situation. When Nianrenwang, exhausted and unable to sustain his frenzied state, faltered, Xiongba seized the moment and struck him away with a single powerful blow, sending him flying several dozen meters. Upon hitting the ground, Nianrenwang spat out several mouthfuls of blood, appearing gravely wounded. Just as he seemed on the brink of death under Xiongba's overwhelming power, a figure, swift as lightning, appeared before him. With a casual wave of the hand, the newcomer sent Xiongba tumbling back 3 zhang. The tremendous force compelled Xiongba to take several steps back upon landing, leaving behind a series of colossal footprints to steady himself. It is worth mentioning that the unexpected savior of Nianrenwang, in that critical moment, was none other than Wu Feng, who had been wandering within the Lingyun cave. The sudden appearance of Wu Feng allowed him to feed Nianrenwang a blood bodhi he had discovered in the cave, after which he let Nianrenwang cultivate and heal on his own without further interference. "Who are you? How did you manage to survive the flames of the fire demon?" Xiongba inquired warily. Having seen the mysterious figure he presumed to be incinerated by the fire Qilin reappear effortlessly and subsequently fend off his attack to save Nianrenwang. "Hehe. I am Tian Wei, the 3rd-generation leader of the Xiaoyao sect. My surname is Wu, my name is Feng, and my courtesy name is Piaomiao. You may refer to me as Wu Feng or Master Wu, as you wish. As for why I was not consumed by the fire Qilin's flames, it is simply because the fire was rather feeble," Wu Feng replied, initially presenting himself with utmost seriousness before letting a hint of disappointment seep into his tone. "The Xiaoyao sect? I must confess my ignorance. Would you be so kind as to enlighten me further?" Xiongba asked, having scoured his mind in vain for any information related to the sect. "Do not blame yourself. My Xiaoyao sect has always adhered to the principle of seclusion from the world, so it is entirely normal for you to have never heard of us. In fact, I would be puzzled if you had," Wu Feng replied with a calm smile, dismissively explaining. Without giving Xiongba a chance to ask further questions, Wu Feng proceeded directly to the crux of the matter. "I have heard that the Tiandi Association you founded is currently in a state of readiness, yet lacking skilled practitioners. Is that not so?" Upon hearing this, Xiongba's mind raced as he contemplated the intentions behind Wu Feng's inquiry. For the moment, he decided to feign indifference. However, just as he was about to articulate his first word, Wu Feng interrupted him without hesitation. It turned out that his previous question had merely been a polite gesture, and he had no intention of considering Xiongba's perspective at all. "I knew that the Tiandi Association was in need of skilled practitioners. However, you need not worry, for I have decided to officially join your association," Wu Feng declared, answering his own question. "To alleviate your immediate concerns, you may now pursue your ambitions fearlessly, continuously expanding your territory. I will take care of all other matters for you." Chapter 35, Reforming the Tiandi Association, Revised. "Humph, you are delusional. My Tiandi Association requires no external affiliations," Xiongba retorted, his brow furrowing deeper as he pondered the implications of Wu Feng's suggestion, realizing that if he followed through, he would merely become a pawn. For the ambitious Xiongba, whose singular desire is to unify the martial world and dominate the realm, the notion of serving under another is utterly unacceptable and inconceivable. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he coldly declined the proposition. "Ah, Master Xiong, I believe you may be misunderstanding something. I was merely informing you," Wu Feng remarked, astonished as he gazed at Xiongba. Seeking death, Xiongba, realizing he had been played, was instantly consumed by a mix of shame and fury. He cast aside all reservations and unleashed a powerful strike known as the Sky Frost Fist towards Wu Feng. Wouldn't it have been better to do this from the start? What purpose does further discussion serve? Ultimately, a confrontation is inevitable, is it not? In response to Xiongba's near ambush, Wu Feng, remaining calm, summoned his invincible aura for defense, revealing an expression that suggested he had anticipated this outcome. Without any further hesitation, Wu Feng countered with a strike of his own. He effortlessly waved a hand, conjuring a colossal palm of true energy, which surged towards Xiongba with great force. With a resounding boom, a massive handprint, approximately 3 feet deep, was left in the ground, but Xiongba, quick on his feet, had evaded the attack just in time. However, although he managed to dodge this blow through his martial instincts, it was merely a temporary reprieve. Before he could fully relish his narrow escape, Wu Feng swiftly appeared before him, and before Xiongba's nervous system could react, he delivered a powerful punch that sent Xiongba soaring into the sky, limbs flailing helplessly as he ascended rapidly. Under the weight of Wu Feng's formidable strike, reminiscent of the Lushan Rising Dragon Fist, Xiongba continued to rise until he reached the level of the drifting clouds, where the force of the blow finally dissipated. In that moment, suspended at the pinnacle of his ascent, Xiongba's expression was one of agony, twisted and dazed. Yet, before he could muster any resistance or recover, he found himself inexorably pulled down by gravity, beginning a rapid descent. As he plummeted, the friction with the air intensified his suffering, jolting him back to full awareness. To avert a disastrous fate of being reduced to a mere pulp upon impact, he resorted to a self-inflicted strike to adjust his perilous head-down position. Subsequently, channeling the majority of his true energy, he launched a desperate strike towards the rapidly approaching ground. 3 parts returned to origin energy. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The force of Xiongba's explosive retaliation sufficiently countered a significant portion of his downward momentum, enabling him to land without succumbing to a tragic demise. Although the gravitational force at this moment was insufficient to immediately end the life of Xiongba, it would, barring unforeseen circumstances, inevitably leave him severely incapacitated, possibly even paralyzed. As Xiongba plummeted to within less than a meter of the ground, Wu Feng, who had remained motionless until that moment, finally sprang into action. With a decisive step, he swiftly positioned himself before the falling Xiongba and extended his hand to securely grasp him, preventing a tragic fate mere 10 centimeters from the ground. Half an hour later, atop the Tianshan Mountain, within the main hall of the T-Nexia Society, Xiongba, having gathered everyone, spoke with a commanding presence. Once he noted that all the disciples had assembled, he addressed them directly, stating 2 matters of significance. After a brief pause, he surveyed the crowd, observing their expressions of confusion and uncertainty, before continuing with an impassive demeanor. The first matter is the establishment of 2 positions, Elder and Supreme Elder. The second matter is the alliance of the hidden sect, the Xiaoyao sect, with the T-Nexia Society. Time flowed inexorably, and a month elapsed in the blink of an eye. Now, Wu Feng, who had served as Supreme Elder for a month, couldn't help but smile at the memory of Xiongba's expression when he had boldly declared himself Supreme Elder before the assembly of the T-Nexia Society. Supreme Elder, good. At this moment, a group of patrolling disciples within the main hall, upon seeing Wu Feng's beaming face, immediately offered their greetings. Ah, good. Please continue with your duties. Wu Feng acknowledged them with a wave of his hand and continued his leisurely stroll towards the training ground outside the hall. After a short while, arriving at the training ground, Wu Feng was greeted by the rhythmic sounds of practice as a group of children diligently practiced their fundamental boxing techniques. After observing for a moment, Wu Feng decided to halt their training, for he intended to formally exercise his authority as Supreme Elder and announce important news. From this day forth, the T-Nexia Society will implement a new member promotion system. Henceforth, all disciples at the post-heaven stage shall be classified as Black Iron members, those at the pre-heaven stage as Bronze members, the leaders at the returning to truth stage as Silver members, the Hall Masters at the Human Tian stage as Gold members, and Elders at the Broken Realm as Diamond members. As for the Guild Master and the Supreme Elder above them, they shall remain unaffected by this regulation, unchanged and intact. Simultaneously, I shall establish a contribution point system and a task system to support the membership system. In essence, from now on, any disciple wishing to be promoted must meet 2 specific criteria. One is to acquire the requisite contribution points, and the other is to attain the corresponding member level. Only upon fulfilling both conditions will promotion be granted. Within the Guild Master's secluded chamber, the T-Nexia Society remained poised for transformation. Dear Master, please take a moment to review the recent endeavors undertaken by the esteemed elder of our clan. Wenshou, the devoted assistant of Xiongba, cautiously arrived here once more, skillfully presenting a meticulously compiled dossier of the clan's developmental progress over the past month to Xiongba, who had been engrossed in seclusion and cultivation. Excellent. You have performed admirably, Cho. Your efforts have not gone unappreciated, and I am grateful for your dedication and trustworthiness, Xiongba remarked, offering words of encouragement to his loyal confidant. Now, you should return swiftly. Lingering too long may attract unwanted attention and expose our whereabouts. Ever since returning from his retreat a month ago, Xiongba had devoted himself to both rigorous training and recuperation. After commending Wenshou, he resumed his examination of the documents while urging him to depart promptly. 15 minutes later, within the grand hall of the Tianxia Society, in what was once the former leader's loft and now serves as the elder's quarters, Wenshou, having just emerged from Xiongba's secluded chamber, did not immediately return home. Instead, he turned and proceeded to Wu Feng's current residence to respectfully report to him. Very well, I understand. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we shall continue to operate as we have this time, Wu Feng stated with a calm demeanor. It is getting late. You should return and rest. Chapter 36. A decade time flows gently, and a decade passes in the blink of an eye. In the task hall of the Tianxia Society, a disciple, who had just accepted a mid-level D-class task, greeted the returning Yang Zhen, a prominent figure among the disciples, with a hint of enthusiasm. Ah, Brother Yang, you've returned. Are you here to hand over a task? Indeed, I recently completed a high-level C-class task involving the eradication of bandits, and am here to transition to a new assignment. Yang Zhen replied. By the way, judging by your expression, it appears you have secured a satisfactory task. I shall not delay you further. Please focus on completing your mission. After exchanging a few polite remarks, Yang Zhen promptly turned and made his way to the designated area for task handovers within the hall. It is worth noting that the officials currently seated at the task processing desks were meticulously selected and appointed by Wu Feng himself from among the ranks of the Tianxia Society. Moreover, Wu Feng granted them privileges equivalent to those of silver-level members of various guilds. Wang, it has been a while. I must trouble you once more. Please forgive the inconvenience, Yang Zhen remarked, as he approached a familiar official for the task handover. Mindful of the numerous disciples queuing for task assignments and refraining from cutting in line. Oh, I initially thought it was young Master Feng. How polite you are. But it seems I was mistaken. It's you, Yang Zhen, the official exclaimed. Now, tell me, what do you wish to exchange this time? Why not directly convert it into the corresponding 60 contribution points? Or, as in the past, exchange it for a martial arts manual. Hehe. This time I shall opt for the martial arts manual, specifically the esteemed 9E manual located on the second floor of the Martial Pavilion. I appreciate your assistance. Yang Zhen, who had accepted the task corresponding to the manual he had long desired, naturally made an immediate and unhesitating choice, selecting the most suitable and promising 9E manual from the second floor of the Martial Pavilion. I knew it. Given your penchant for solitary combat, why would you ever undertake a task that required collaboration? So that is how it is. Regardless, with the rewards you've garnered from this task, combined with the points you've accumulated over time, you have more than enough to make the exchange. Here, take this jade token as a token of your right to exchange for profound level techniques at the Martial Pavilion. Hold it tightly and be on your way. I can only imagine you have been waiting impatiently, yearning for this moment, correct? Wang, the most affable among the hall officials, wasted no time and promptly handed the corresponding token for the manual to Yang Zhen. Meanwhile, as Yang Zhen held the jade token en route to the Martial Pavilion to claim his manual, one of the protagonists of this realm, known as the Undying Crying God, Bu Jingyun, was currently in pursuit of the notorious Ghost Shadow, one of the 12 fiends of Tianqi. After several rounds of intense combat, the two found themselves at a standoff, separated by a short distance. At this moment, the Ghost Shadow, who had been at a disadvantage throughout the battle, resorted to threats, declaring with a fierce expression, Bu Jingyun, do you truly intend to eradicate me, forcing me into a mutual destruction? Huh, mutual destruction? What a jest. Do you truly think you are worthy? Enough of your prattle. Prepare to meet your end. With a disdainful snort, Bu Jingyun unleashed his formidable technique, Cloud Dispelling Palm, sending forth a barrage of ethereal palm strikes composed of liquefied true energy, wreaking havoc in all directions. This forced the elusive Ghost Shadow, who had been evading confrontation, to reveal himself. Humph, a coward who hides his head and reveals his tail, prepare to perish and reunite with your dubious companions in the depths of hell. With the Ghost Shadow finally cornered and unable to evade any longer, Bu Jingyun wasted no time and unleashed his most powerful move from his practiced palm techniques. No, please. No. The Ghost Shadow could only emit a shriek before his entire being was obliterated in an instant. It seems I still cannot master the art of control with my final strike. After reporting back and completing my task, I must seek out Brother Feng or Brother Lang for even more rigorous training sessions, it appears. Upon witnessing the Ghost Shadow's body explode from the force of his palm, Bu Jingyun's brow furrowed in dissatisfaction. At that very moment within the Xianwang mansion, the master of the Lu family, Lu Yi, was pressed for a decision. Have you considered my request regarding the Ice Soul? Will you lend it or not? Please, give me a straightforward answer. At this instant, Duan Lang, who had arrived alone at the Xianwang mansion, was impatiently urging Lu Yi while absent-mindedly rubbing his beloved sword, the fire. The Ice Soul is, after all, a treasured heirloom of the Lu family, and I cannot lend it lightly. I must decline your request, Lu Yi replied, his expression stern after a moment of hesitation. Oh, so it cannot be borrowed? Then it seems my only option, should I desire it, is to seize it by force. Upon uttering the last word, Duan Lang, without a hint of hesitation, leaped forward and swiftly drew his sword, aiming a strike at Lu Yi's head. With a graceful flick of the blazing fire, Duan Lang effortlessly cleaved Lu Yi's hastily raised sword in two. Yet, before he could follow through with another strike, a voice rang out. Duan Lang, spare him. Ugh, I can hardly stand it, meddling again. Though expressing his annoyance, Duan Lang complied and refrained from delivering a fatal blow, instead redirecting his energy to knock Lu Yi back, sending him crashing into a chair in the hall. Duan Lang, do you realize what you just did? Have you forgotten the teachings of our master? You must discern right from wrong and avoid indiscriminate slaughter. Nia Feng, who had watched over and cared for Duan Lang since childhood, appeared with a serious expression, admonishing him earnestly. All right, I admit my fault. I promise it won't happen again. No, I assure you, there will be no next time. Is that acceptable? Recognizing the gravity of his closest friend and mentor's demeanor, Duan Lang quickly softened and offered his contrition and promise. Very well, I will trust you one last time. But you must remember every word you have just sworn to me, understand? Nia Feng, who had not intended to reprimand Duan Lang too harshly, took the opportunity to issue a stern warning. Understood. Now, may I continue with my task? Duan Lang casually shifted his focus. Sir, you must be the current head of the Xianwang mansion, Lu Yi, is that correct? I sincerely apologize for my junior's rudeness earlier. Please do not take offense. You may not know this, but Duan Lang's nature is not malevolent. He simply tends to be a bit too impulsive in his actions. I regret any unintended offense caused. Always adhering to the principle of harmony and the belief that all matters can be amicably discussed, Niafeng first helped Lu Yi to his feet and adjusted his attire. He then smiled gently and began to explain to Lu Yi. Chapter 37, The Fractured Realm. In the Tianxiao Association at the Rear Mountain. On this day, it had been nearly half a month since Niafeng had compassionately assisted Duan Lang in completing the task of collecting ice essence at the upper B level. Brother Yun, do be cautious. The junior brother is here, with the wind god legs like a reed in the wind. To elaborate, it was precisely half an hour prior when Niafeng, having returned with Duan Lang to hand in their mission, found himself intercepted by Bu Jingyun, who had been waiting outside the grand hall for quite some time. At that moment, Bu Jingyun grasped Niafeng's shoulder, and before the perplexed Niafeng could inquire about anything, he abruptly pulled him towards the waterfall at the rear mountain. Throughout the journey, Bu Jingyun maintained a stoic expression, not uttering a word. It was only upon reaching the rear mountain that he finally, with some embarrassment, conveyed his intention. He wished to hone his skills through sparring, in order to swiftly master the cloud-dispelling palm. Realizing his brother Yun's purpose, the kind-hearted Niafeng naturally could not refuse. He immediately agreed and set his plan into motion, initiating with a move known as the wind in the grass, a tactic he had long perfected. With unparalleled agility, he circled around Bu Jingyun, observing and waiting for an opening. Thus, it was in light of these events that Niafeng first urged Bu Jingyun with the words, "Come on, brother Feng, let us engage with all our might, spare no effort." Bu Jingyun, brimming with fervent battle spirit, replied, "Very well, then prepare to receive my strike." Raging storm. As soon as Niafeng's words fell, he momentarily paused before unleashing his exceptional lightness skill, advancing towards Bu Jingyun with a relentless series of rapid kicks. In response to the onslaught of swift leg strikes, Bu Jingyun remained unfazed, employing the technique of surging clouds to counter, effortlessly deflecting each of Niafeng's attacks. However, the encounter was not yet concluded. After neutralizing Niafeng's moves, Bu Jingyun swiftly executed a technique known as Calamity Clouds Descending, conjuring powerful gusts of energy in the form of hands aimed directly at Niafeng, who promptly countered with his second move, Wind Sweeping the Building. In an instant, the two techniques clashed, unleashing a violent explosion of invisible energy that propelled Niafeng far backwards, halting his momentum. It was evident that in this exchange, Niafeng had clearly fallen at a disadvantage, causing a shift in the dynamics of the battle. Reluctantly, he transitioned from offense to defense, relying on his remarkable agility to evade the relentless barrage of Bu Jingyun's cloud-like palm strikes. Meanwhile, as the two fierce combatants engaged in their tumultuous battle, Duan Lang observed from the sidelines, while Wu Feng formally entered seclusion, aspiring to break through the long-standing bottleneck in his internal cultivation that had persisted for over a decade. It is worth mentioning that Wu Feng, in pursuit of this breakthrough, sought to shield himself from external distractions, aiming to smoothly ascend to the realm of void shattering. Recently, he had approached Xiongba, engaging in a friendly exchange of martial skills, and inadvertently, through a moment of carelessness, had rendered Xiongba incapacitated once more, before departing with a satisfied clap of his hands. In the secluded chamber of the Supreme Elder of the Tianxia Society, Wu Feng sat cross-legged, his heart directed skyward, eyes tightly shut, diligently and earnestly channeling his robust and pure internal energy, engaging in the cycles of the great circulation repeatedly. Gradually, as time slipped by, the speed of his energy circulation intensified until, in a fleeting moment, it abruptly halted, as if a mysterious switch had been activated. The liquefied energy began to boil instantaneously, akin to water reaching its boiling point, releasing steam in visible plumes as it evaporated. After a brief moment, once the final droplet of liquefied energy had evaporated, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass resonated within Wu Feng's heart. Concurrently, as that sound echoed, the completely vaporized energy in his dantian began to stir, spiraling madly towards a specific point within, resembling a tornado that gathered all the vaporized energy and external elemental essence from the surroundings, compressing it into a singular point. Fortunately, this process did not prolong, concluding in merely half an hour. Finally, had he succeeded in breaking through? Was this the realm of void shattering? Indeed, it felt fundamentally transformative, akin to an elevation and leap in life itself. After completing the necessary series of breakthroughs, Wu Feng gently expelled the last remnants of stagnant energy lodged in his throat. Reveling in the profound changes within himself, he expressed heartfelt joy. Having no time to waste, Wu Feng swiftly stabilized his new realm and rose, gradually pushing open the door to the secret chamber, making his way towards the newly constructed assembly hall. This newly empowered Wu Feng felt the moment had arrived to initiate the grand plan he had meticulously devised over the past decade. Shortly thereafter, buoyed by the exhilaration of his breakthrough, he leisurely entered the assembly hall, taking his seat in the position originally held by Xiongba, awaiting the arrival of his subordinates and disciples whom he had summoned upon his emergence from seclusion. Tianxia Society, Back Mountain. At this moment, the two figures, exuding an imposing presence and intense energy with every gesture, continued their fiercely contested duel as if it had never ceased. However, the onlooker, Duan Lang, who was incessantly rubbing his shoulders, was acutely aware that this marked the second encounter between Bu Jingyun and Nie Feng that day. Just moments prior, it had been Duan Lang himself, feeling restless, who had taken over from Nie Feng in their ongoing skirmish. At this juncture, the two combatants found themselves locked in a stalemate once more, each contemplating the decisive blow that would determine the victor. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the fray, interrupting their duel. An emissary from the Tianxia Association, tasked with delivering messages, had arrived at the rear mountain and called out loudly without delay, "Elder Taishang summons Bu Jingyun, Nie Feng, and Duan Lang to the council hall at once. No mistakes allowed." Oh, at this moment, the master has summoned us to the council hall. Could it be that he has finally come to a realization and intends to implement that plan? Upon hearing the urgent summons, Duan Lang, who had initially appeared bored, was instantly alight with anticipation, murmuring his speculation with excitement. "Nephew Lang, stop dawdling and hurry. If we delay, our master may become displeased." Nie Feng, having ceased his combat without hesitation, reminded Duan Lang, who stood there grinning in a daze. "Ah, yes, senior brother Feng, I shall depart at once." At the mention of arousing their master's ire, Duan Lang involuntarily shivered, a chill coursing through him. He quickly gathered his strength and surpassed Nie Feng, known as the God of the Winds, in an instant, chasing after the already distant Bu Jingyun, his agility reaching its zenith. Chapter 38. A nation swept away, is everyone gathered? Observed Wu Feng, glancing at the throng of disciples below, reporting to Elder Taishang. Aside from a few branch leaders and several stewards currently on missions, everyone else is present, when Shou Chou promptly replied. "Well then, let us commence officially," Wu Feng stated after a brief contemplation. Upon hearing this, when Shou Chou stood tall, turning to address the high-ranking members of the Tianxia Association below, proclaiming in a resonant voice, "By the mandate of heaven, Elder Taishang decrees that the time has come for the Tianxia Association to seize the opportunity to ascend. In order to swiftly rescue the common folk suffering in dire straits, we shall commence full preparations for battle, aiming to eradicate all malevolent creatures and wicked spirits within the realm, restoring peace and clarity to the world. Indeed, the wisdom of Elder Taishang will endure through the ages. We shall follow your command without fail." The high-ranking members of the Tianxia Association responded in unison, whether sincerely or in feigned tribute, their faces alight with fervent agreement. At this moment, on the way to Elder Taishang's quarters, "Brother Feng, what could be so significant that the master could not openly discuss it in the assembly hall, compelling the three of us to seek counsel at this moment?" After the meeting, the trio set off together, and Duan Long, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired of Niefeng. Enough, Duan, please refrain from questioning further. You have asked me several times along this short journey, and I have already informed you that I do not possess the answers. Moreover, once we meet the master, all will be revealed, replied Niefeng, exasperated by the constant inquiries. If you are truly eager to know, then let us hasten our pace. Suddenly interjecting, Bu Jingyun, who had been leading the way in silence, propelled himself forward with a burst of speed. Upon witnessing this, Niefeng and Duanlong exchanged glances before promptly following suit, employing their lightness skills in pursuit. Ah, you have arrived. Please, take your seats. There is no need to feign formality in my presence. Feel free to be yourselves. After all, as your teacher who has guided you since childhood, I am well aware of your dispositions, said Wufeng with a gentle smile upon seeing the three he had whimsically taken under his wing a decade ago. Without allowing them to respond, Wufeng continued. I imagine you are perplexed as to why I have summoned you at this moment. Please enlighten us, Master, Duanlong interjected eagerly. Haha, enough with the teasing. Let us get to the matter at hand. The reason I have called you here is to impart 3 important tasks. Now, lean in closely. Do you all comprehend this? Wufeng concluded, ensuring they understood his words. We understand. Please rest assured, Master, the 3 replied in unison, exchanging surprised glances. Very well. Since that is the case, the hour grows late. Return and prepare yourselves, Wufeng instructed. Yes, Master, we take our leave. Good night. They responded in harmony, showing no hesitation as they turned away, leisurely retracing their steps until they vanished from sight. The following morning, at the headquarters of the Tianxiao Association, numerous disciples had gathered. After Wufeng delivered a necessary speech during the oath-taking ceremony, they departed one after another, led by their respective leaders, their faces alight with combat fervor, setting forth to various destinations. Eventually, only Wufeng and his 3 disciples remained. Master, we shall be on our way. Please take care of yourself, they bid farewell, not looking back as they hastened towards the direction of Lingyun Cave, diverging from the throngs leading their own groups of disciples. This was a prearranged decision among the brothers, to first venture to Lingyun Cave and accomplish one of the tasks privately assigned by their master, to seek the Xuanwu true skill, left behind by the unparalleled warrior Wu Wudi over 3 centuries ago, which the master had yet to uncover. Time flows gently, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months have elapsed. At the infamous bandit stronghold of Tianwang's High, the formidable Hong Yu, one of the 27 leaders of the Tiankong Society, leads his disciples into the fray. Like a sharp blade, they charge towards the notorious den of thieves, easily piercing through any opposition in their path. In a matter of mere months, they have decimated over a dozen bandit lairs. Meanwhile, Su Hong, the leader of the region, stands before the multitude of Tiankong Society disciples gathered outside his stronghold, asking, What is your intent, Su Tangzhu? My Lion King fortress has always maintained a peaceful distance from your Tiankong Society. With a commanding presence, Bei Quanshi, the lord of the Lion King fortress, addresses the crowd alongside his 3 inseparable brothers. Enough with the pleasantries. I am here to rid the world of your scourge. Through years of undercover investigation, I have uncovered the sinister ambitions of your 4 brothers, as well as the countless wicked deeds you have plotted in secret. Your transgressions are so egregious that even 1,000 executions would not quell my righteous fury. Su Hong, one of the 9 leaders of the Tiankong Society responsible for this territory, speaks with deep sorrow in front of the onlookers. As his words hang in the air, he charges forward, leading the assault against Bei Quanshi and his brothers, engaging them in a fierce battle. In Lingyun Cave, the sound of stone being struck reverberates once more. Wen Shixiao, I can't go on, I need a break. Is Master S' method truly reliable? It has been 3 whole months, and we haven't found a single clue. After months of fruitless hammering on the cave walls, Duanlong reveals a look of frustration. Enough. If you are tired, rest properly. Do not complain, especially not about Master, understood? Even the ever-kind Niefeng finds himself growing irritable after 3 months of fruitless searching. His voice tinged with annoyance as he admonishes Duanlong. Understood, no need to be so fierce. Duanlong, slightly intimidated by Niefeng's anger, retreats slightly, mumbling under his breath. Suddenly, Bu Jingyun, who has been silently striking the stone walls, notices something peculiar. Ah, the sound seems different here. Wen Shitty, Duan Shitty, stop arguing and come listen. I think I found a hollow section in the wall. Where? Where? Is it here? Duanlong rolls over to Bu Jingyun's side, eagerly mimicking his rapid knocks. Dong dong. It's true. Wen Shixiao, you must come and try it. All right, Duan Shitty, stop playing around. Step back a bit. Let me see if I can break through this wall. Without waiting for Niefeng to approach, Bu Jingyun takes the initiative. After speaking, Upon witnessing Duan retreating with the swiftness of lightning, Bu Jingyun no longer hesitated. He drew upon his inner energy, gradually channeling his true qi along a specific trajectory into his right palm. With a sudden strike directed at the stone wall before him, an enormous hand formed from condensed true qi shattered the hollow, less than 50 centimeters thick wall with ease. In an instant, it revealed a stone chamber approximately 100 square meters in area. Without hesitation, before the dust could settle, the three of them swiftly leaped into the stone chamber, where they immediately discovered human-shaped patterns etched upon the walls. The moment they beheld the patterns, their eyes became transfixed, and they found themselves involuntarily immersed in the profound mysteries of the Xuanwu true skill. Their bodies instinctively began to practice the intricate techniques they envisioned in their minds. Consequently, during the subsequent period, Niefeng wielded the snow drinking blade, instinctively executing the no-two blade technique and fierce strong leg absolute. Bu Jingyun, holding a sword capable of slicing through iron, instinctively performed the destined sword path and Xuanwu divine palm. Duan, wielding the fire scale sword, instinctively executed the destined sword path and bone dragon claw. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months flew by in the blink of an eye. One day, within the depths of Lingyun Cave, in the stone chamber inscribed with the Xuanwu true skill, Wu Feng sat cross-legged in meditation for a lengthy period. Suddenly, at a certain moment, his body began to emanate a radiant light. The jade-white glow grew increasingly brilliant as time flowed gently by, until it enveloped Wu Feng entirely, illuminating the entire stone chamber. The intense, dazzling light not only brightened the chamber instantaneously, but also stirred the curiosity of Bu Jingyun and his two companions waiting outside, prompting Duan, the most inquisitive among them, to peek in eagerly. Gradually, as time ticked away, the light emitted by Wu Feng intensified to what seemed like a peak, transforming from a gentle radiance to an overwhelming heat. Fortunately, this change did not last long. Shortly after Wu Feng slowly opened his eyes, the blazing light gradually softened, ultimately returning to his body, vanishing without a trace. Indeed, the Xuanwu true skill proved to be an exceptional divine art, truly remarkable and immensely beneficial. Feeling the increasingly pure and profound true qi within him, along with a minor breakthrough in his martial will, Wu Feng could not help but express inward admiration. Yet, he pondered, if he could gather more divine arts of the same caliber as the Xuanwu true skill, such as the Sacred Heart technique, the Crimson Fire divine art, or the Transcendent Heaven technique for reference and inspiration, might it propel him to further heights, achieving a realm beyond the shattered? Let us momentarily set aside Wu Feng's lofty aspirations upon his emergence from seclusion. At this juncture, the Tianxia Society, which has come to dominate a significant portion of the martial world, has finally resolved, after 3 days and nights of relentless discussion and debate, to take decisive action against the formidable and unavoidable stronghold of Wushuang City. In this pivotal moment, Nie Renwang, one of the 3 esteemed elders of the Tianxia Society, long concealed by Wu Feng, is leading all disciples from the 6 halls, excluding the top 3, to surround Wushuang City, whose gates remain firmly shut, creating an impenetrable barrier. Who could this be? Is it not the once-renowned Bain Guangdao Nie Renwang? When did he become a mere pawn of the Tianxia Society, standing atop the city walls? Looking down with disdain, Dagaiafeng, upon recognizing the leader, scoffed loudly. Mere verbal bravado. I have no interest in engaging with you. Dagaiafeng, if you possess the skill and courage, come down and face me in battle. Nie Renwang replied with a composed demeanor. Very well. Let me witness the true prowess of the Bain Guangdao. With that, Dagaiafeng leaped from the city wall, executing the first move of the dragon descending divine leg, aiming directly at Nie Renwang. Come forth, receive my blade, a chilling glance. In response to the barrage of leg shadows surging toward him, Nie Renwang, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a powerful strike, producing a Tinzhong arc of blade energy that effortlessly obliterated Dagaiafeng's attacks, sending him tumbling helplessly to the ground. Yet that was not all. Before Dagaiafeng could lament his rashness and misjudgment of his opponent's strength, Nie Renwang's follow-up strike was already upon him. The icy aura of the 3 feet frozen technique, coalescing from the Tinzhong blade energy, surged toward the newly risen Dagaiafeng. Realizing he was ensnared by his adversary's overwhelming presence and unable to evade, Dagaiafeng was left with no choice but to channel all his energy into the final move of the dragon descending divine leg, the thunderous rampaging dragon, unleashing a torrent of leg shadows to confront the chilling blade energy. With a resounding crash, Dagaiafeng momentarily gained the upper hand, successfully countering Nianrenwang's second strike and preserving his life. Without pause, Nianrenwang unleashed a third strike, a similarly expansive and frigid blade energy, yet faster and more potent than before, appearing almost tangible. Thunderous rampaging dragon, break through. As the colossal blade energy rushed towards him with alarming speed, Dagaiafang, disregarding the strain from his earlier exertions, poured forth every ounce of his strength to meet the impending icy onslaught. In an instant, the chilling blade energy cleaved through the myriad shadows of legs, severing them in two. As the remnants scattered, they surged toward the fearsome and grim-faced Dagaiafang, piercing through him with relentless force, ultimately boring a knife-shaped hole into the city wall. You are formidable indeed, Silver Blade Energy, Dagaiafang declared, maintaining a final gesture towards Nianrenwang. Yet, at that moment, he could no longer withstand the overwhelming blade force, which tore him apart, leaving a gruesome pool of blood in his wake. Father, do not restrain me. Step aside, Du Ming cried out in anguish. As he was pulled in opposite directions by the guardians of Wushuang City, Shawuzhen and Granny Mingwe. Please, calm down, young master. Do not act in haste. Shawuzhen implored with a face full of sorrow and fury. Indeed, young master, remain composed. Do not throw your life away foolishly. The enemy is exceptionally formidable. Even the city lord is no match for them. The only recourse is to wait for your uncle, the Sword Saint, to arrive and seek justice for you. Ah, where is my uncle? When will he arrive? Why has he not come yet? Du Ming initially vented his frustration with a fervent shout, but soon forced himself to regain composure, wiping the tears streaming down his face. His voice, now hoarse and subdued, turned to the two guardians with a cold, expressionless gaze. This, logically, he should have arrived by now, one guardian remarked, exchanging a puzzled glance with the other. Indeed, given the Sword Saint's exceptional agility, he should have been here already. Charge! The disciples of the Tianxia Society surged towards the gates of Wushuang City, led by one of its 9 hall masters, Qinfeng. With a single strike of Frosty River, he shattered the city gates and led his followers through the breach, clashing violently with the defenders stationed within. Seeing the Tianxia Society breach the gates, Shawuzhen could no longer remain idle. With a thunderous leap, he descended from the city wall. Unleashing the palm technique, Buddha moves mountains, aimed directly at the advancing Qinfeng. Seeking death. Frosty Veil, get away from me. Qinfeng, having just broken free from the fray, was met with Shawuzhen's near ambush. Enraged, he retaliated with a powerful strike, encasing Shawuzhen and his attack in a layer of ice. With a resounding crack, Shawuzhen unleashed his true energy, shattering the encasing ice. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled to evade Qinfeng's subsequent lethal blow. Die! Frosty Mountain, perish! As Qin Shuang's initial strike missed its mark, she quickly followed up with another attempt, aiming to eliminate Shi Wuzhuan with lethal intent. However, at that critical juncture, Granny Mingwe seized the moment, launching a full-force attack on Qin Shuang, executing a maneuver reminiscent of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, compelling Qin Shuang to redirect her power and alter the trajectory of her formidable strike towards Granny Mingwe. The collision of their attacks resulted in Granny Mingwe being sent flying at least 10 zhang away before landing on the ground, where a crimson spray of chilling blood erupted from her lips. Sister, are you all right? Shi Wuzhuan, rushing to her side, inquired urgently. Do not worry. I am not finished yet. Help me up quickly. Let us fight together. As long as we can hold out until the Sword Saint arrives, everything will change. And the tide will turn in our favor, Granny Mingwe replied with a serious and resolute expression, despite her severe injuries. Very well. Even if I must sacrifice my own flesh, I shall stand by your side until the Sword Saint graces us with his presence. Shi Wuzhuan declared with a determined countenance as he gently assisted Granny Mingwe to her feet, as if to bolster his own courage. Chattering away, are we? If you wish to seek death together, then allow me to do you a favor and grant you that journey. Qin Shuang, having been indoctrinated with the new ideologies of the martial peak since childhood, held zero tolerance for those who stood in the way of the glorious new era. Die, remnants of the old age. This time, let us see who can save you, she uttered coldly after unleashing her most powerful technique. The final and most potent move of the Tian Shuang fist, once executed, enveloped the surroundings within a radius of several zhang in bone-chilling frost, spreading with visible rapidity to freeze everything in its path, bearing down upon the two guardians who were supporting each other. With the frigid aura and boundless chill of her ultimate technique, she effortlessly shattered the last combined effort of the two guardians of Wushuang City, freezing them in place. Just as they were on the brink of being frozen to death, an immense sword chi radiating with unparalleled brilliance surged forth. instantly tearing through the oppressive cold and dispersing it, saving the two from imminent peril. Master, are we to merely observe this? And why did you let the Sword Saint leave just now? Duan Lang, unable to contain his curiosity after witnessing the entire spectacle, questioned Wu Feng. Enough, junior brother Duan. Speak less. Nie Feng interjected, following closely behind. Indeed, junior brother Duan, you should keep your mouth shut for now. Master will do as he sees fit without needing your guidance, Bu Jingyun added coldly, then glanced at Wu Feng's expression from the corner of his eye. All right. You three rascals, silence. How long has it been? Not only have you learned to perform together in front of me, but you have also picked up the knack for provoking me with your words. You truly have made progress. Wu Feng, with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, directly confronted them. Hee, I knew I couldn't hide anything from your discerning eyes, teacher. But please, do not be angry, Duan Lang attempted to explain. However, before he could finish, Wu Feng interrupted him, saying, no need for explanations. Do I not know what you three little rascals are up to? You wish to understand why I let the Sword Saint leave, despite the golden opportunity before me, don't you? Indeed, why? The students inquired. It contradicts the principles you usually teach us. Wu Feng reflected on the recent confrontation, lamenting, the Sword Saint is not at his peak yet. He still lacks that final touch needed for the sword I envision. As he turned to leave, he added, you three, go assist your good brother. Nieren Wang cannot hold out much longer. And please convey a message to the Sword Saint. I eagerly anticipate the emergence of Sword 23, for I wish to witness its boundless brilliance. The three brothers, after recovering from their astonishment, simultaneously responded and swiftly executed their extraordinary lightness skills, heading towards Wushuang City. There, Qin Shuang and Nieren Wang were struggling, on the verge of being subdued by the Sword Saint. Is this truly the famed Nen Wuming and Bei Jiansheng? Compared to them, I, Bei Quangdao, feel woefully inadequate, thought Nieren Wang, overwhelmed as he and Qin Shuang were pressed by the Sword Saint. He chastised himself for his arrogance in celebrating his recent breakthrough to Silver Blade Qi, realizing it was indeed presumptuous. To dare distract oneself while battling me is tantamount to seeking death, the Sword Saint fumed, swiftly bypassing several exchanges and unleashing Sword 21. Instantly, 21 radiant sword energies, each at least 10 zhang in size, surged forth, imbued with a merciless intent that could obliterate all in their path, bearing down upon the already faltering Qin Shuang and Nieren Wang. At that critical moment, just as it seemed the two were about to perish at the hands of the Sword Saint, their brother, Bu Jingyun, and his companions rushed in, each unleashing their recently mastered ultimate techniques against the swiftly approaching colossal sword energies, Xuanwu Divine Palm, Fiery Strong Leg, and Destined Sword Path. In an instant, enormous hands, colossal leg shadows, and fiery sword energies, each spanning several zhang, appeared simultaneously, clashing with the 7 sword energies and canceling them out. This continued until most of the energies dissipated into the air, leaving only a small fraction to scatter, devastating the surroundings within 100 meters, causing buildings to collapse and leaving behind a chaotic array of deep craters. Chapter 41, Sword 23. Ah, it is you. So, you are also members of the Tianxia Society. The Sword Saint remarked solemnly, his expression grave as he recognized the trio who had unexpectedly disrupted his swordplay. Indeed, you are correct in your assumptions. The 3 of us, as disciples, are among the current 9 Hall Masters of the Heavenly Society. In a moment of dire urgency, Nie Feng, who had saved Qin Shuang and Nieren Wang, responded gravely. Well, since that is the case, let the formidable expert who intercepted us earlier step forward. Upon receiving confirmation, the Sword Saint coldly declared, displaying an air of indifference towards Bu Jingyun, his brothers, and the present Qin Shuang and Nieren Wang. What arrogance! If you wish to contend with my master, you must first pass through us 3 brothers, Duan Lang retorted, clearly provoked. After a fleeting exchange of glances with Nie Feng and Bu Jingyun, he was the first to strike, unleashing a technique named Fire Lin Devours the Sun, which sent forth a blazing sword aura spanning several dozen feet, aimed directly at the Sword Saint, who stood with arms crossed. How foolish to flaunt your skills before me. As the fiery sword aura approached, the Sword Saint casually released a 10-foot sword aura, imbued with overwhelming destructive force, effortlessly dispersing the illusory flame attack and redirecting the residual might towards Duan Lang, all while maintaining an expression of cold disdain. Witnessing his meticulously prepared move so easily thwarted and the aftermath rushing towards him, Duan Lang had no choice but to hastily unleash a strike of his own, barely countering the remaining force of the Sword Saint's casual blow. Are you two not going to make a move? What are you standing there for? Were we not supposed to attack together? At that moment, feeling as if he had been made a fool of, Duan Lang shouted angrily at Niafeng and Bu Jingyun. Haha, Brother Lang, do not take offense. I was momentarily distracted, but I am here now. Prepare to receive, stepping on snow to seek plum blossoms, and overturning mountains and seas. Bu Jingyun declared as he swiftly followed suit. Young ones, do you seek your demise? Very well, I shall grant you your wish. The Sword Saint, seeing the three recklessly converge upon him, revealed a look of impatience, casting aside his previous concerns, and spoke coldly. With a swing of his sword, he unleashed Sword 18. And in an instant, 18 sword auras, each several dozen feet in size, surged forth, targeting the formidable attacks of Feng, Yun, and Lang in a blink of an eye. Boom. Unsurprisingly, the sword auras, imbued with a sense of destruction, overpowered the trio's combined efforts upon contact, shattering their attacks in an instant. The ensuing shockwave, imbued with a cataclysmic force, rapidly enveloped the three. Goodness, such ferocity. Quick evade. Observing the Sword Saint's overwhelming sword aura, Duan Lang instinctively warned. Yet, it must be noted that Duan Lang's warning turned out to be superfluous, as Bu Jingyun and Niafeng had already dodged to the sides before he could utter a word. Only Duan Lang himself was a beat too slow, narrowly escaping the oncoming wave of destructive sword aura at the cost of a single hair. With a thunderous roar, the remnants of a sword's energy, bearing the weight of unparalleled destruction, struck the ground not far behind the three individuals who had narrowly evaded it. The three-story tavern in their vicinity was instantly cleaved in two, and the explosive force of the sword's wave scattered the structure into a whirlwind of splintered wood. When the initial strike failed, the devastating sword energy reappeared almost instantaneously, striking with the swiftness of lightning. The three, who had just regained their footing, found themselves besieged by this even more formidable wave of destructive energy from all directions, leaving them no chance to evade again. Realizing their imminent peril, the trio understood that they had entered a desperate fight for survival. In that fleeting moment, they formed a triangular formation, standing back to back, and unleashed their most powerful techniques against the overwhelming onslaught of icy, annihilating sword energy. The four techniques, Melancholy Clouds, Cold Blade, Frozen Heart, Fate's Singular Path, collided with a series of resounding explosions that echoed outward, accompanied by a tempest of violent energy that devastated everything within a mile radius, leaving behind a desolate scene of ruin. Without waiting for the swirling dust and smoke to settle, the three, with the exception of Bu Jingyun who chose to stay behind as a rearguard, swiftly assisted Nieren Wang and Qin Shuang before leaping into the air, making their escape towards the walls of Wushuang City without hesitation. You think you can escape? Not a chance. You shall all remain. The Sword Saint, having been pushed back a few steps by the violent currents unleashed from the earlier clash, steadied himself and coldly declared. The most powerful technique of the sacred spirit sword art, fueled by the Sword Saint's fury, was unleashed in an instant, revealing its immense might. It bore a ruthless intent, a desire for obliteration that summoned a change in the heavens, as winds roared and clouds surged. This formidable strike, imbued with boundless power and merciless sword intent, hurtled towards the five remaining individuals, Feng, Yun, and Lang, who were now gravely wounded. In that moment, the five, locked in the Sword Saint's overwhelming assault, felt as though they were mired in a quagmire, every movement becoming excruciatingly difficult. Cold sweat streamed down their faces, and an overwhelming chill enveloped their hearts, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. As they prepared to close their eyes and await their fate, Bu Jingyun, struggling against the oppressive sword intent, summoned the last reserves of his heavy true energy. In a life-or-death moment, he invoked the fist intent bestowed upon him earlier by Wu Feng. A surge of formidable fist intent, infused with a sense of awe, erupted forth, effortlessly dismantling the merciless sword intent and the force of destruction unleashed by the Sword Saint. This momentary reprieve allowed Feng, Yun, and Lang to seize the opportunity and make their escape with ease. A sudden, overwhelming force of martial intent surged forth, causing the Sword Saint to stagger back several steps before he could regain his composure. With every ounce of his energy, he channeled his own sword intent to counter this display of might, his face a mask of fury as he watched the five figures retreat with an air of calm. A mere will without a master, be shattered. The dazzling martial intent faltered, and after a fierce struggle lasting merely seconds, it was ultimately dispersed by the Sword Saint's wrath, dissipating into the ether. Yet, before the angered Sword Saint could pursue the fleeing figures, a distant voice resonated. Indeed, the North Sword Saint lives up to his reputation. far surpassing our capabilities. This encounter has been enlightening. However, do not revel in your triumph too much. For my master has entrusted me with a message. He eagerly anticipates the emergence of Sword 23, wishing for its unparalleled might to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Chapter 42. Sword 23. Sword 23, you say? The Sword Saint fell into contemplation, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Yet, this state of uncertainty did not linger long. As he repeated the phrase softly to himself, the haze began to lift, replaced by a fleeting glimmer of insight, followed by a sudden clarity that shone brightly. In that moment, the Sword Saint, having grasped that fleeting spark, felt no desire to concern himself with anyone or anything else. Without uttering a word, he turned swiftly back along the path he had come, racing away with urgency, soon vanishing from the sight of the two guardians of the unmatched city, all the while ignoring the anguished cries of Dugong Ming. As he hurried back to his longtime retreat, the Sword Saint did so without hesitation or delay. Entering into a profound state of seclusion and cultivation, he sought to explore and refine the insight he had captured, striving to comprehend the transcendent concept of Sword 23 in one fell swoop. Unbeknownst to the Sword Saint, as he endeavored to create that unparalleled sword, the skies above the Sword Pavilion suddenly erupted into turmoil. Dark clouds converged from all directions, swiftly obscuring the radiant sunlight, plunging a 10-mile radius into a shadowy gloom. What is happening? How could the sky darken so abruptly? Exclaimed Dugong Ming and the two guardians, who had been trailing the Sword Saint but remained far behind, instinctively astonished by the sudden change in the heavens. Before they could grasp the unfolding situation, an earth-shattering sword intent erupted from within the pavilion. It materialized as an immense sword, towering 100 feet high, its tip pointed skyward. The intent surged upward, emanating an oppressive will that compelled all beings and objects within 10 miles to bow in reverence. What a formidable sword intent! It appears that my prompting has led the Sword Saint to a premature realization of the Holy Spirit's sword technique, culminating in the ultimate evolution of his sword. Truly, he has not disappointed me. At this moment, seated within a grand hall of deliberation, Wu Feng casually perused a collection of letters and martial arts manuals when he abruptly lifted his gaze towards the distant Jianlu, situated at least 100 miles away. With a sigh, he mused, the treasured sword that cannot coexist with the world has finally emerged from obscurity, has it? Alas, how arduous life can be for the common folk. Simultaneously, Wu Ming, who was instructing his disciple Jian Shun in the enigmatic sword technique, suddenly paused and looked towards the Jianlu, which lay several hundred miles away. With a heavy heart, he lamented, Master, what are you gazing at? What sword cannot coexist with the world? Noticing Wu Ming's abrupt cessation of teaching, Jian Shun inquired with curiosity, what is it that has captured your attention? Nothing of consequence. Let us continue, Wu Ming responded, shaking his head and regaining his composure, his expression void of emotion. Time hastened by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, the Sword Saint, having fully comprehended and mastered a newly crafted technique, officially emerged from his seclusion. After exchanging a few mundane instructions with his nephew, Dugong Ming, the Sword Saint strode purposefully towards the headquarters of the Tianxia Society, where Wu Feng resided. Without a glance back, as he traversed the path to the Tianxia Society, the Sword Saint reflected on the overwhelming aura of intent from over half a month prior. To ensure his readiness, he resolved to embark on a journey of accumulation. After a moment of contemplation, he determined a resolute direction and, step by step, made his way towards Tianshan, crossing mountains and rivers with unwavering resolve. With each step, the Sword Saint's momentum and confidence burgeoned, propelling him forward with indomitable spirit. This relentless journey continued for 3 days until he finally arrived at the headquarters of the Tianxia Society, reaching an unprecedented pinnacle of power. Calmly, the Sword Saint ascended the steps to the peak of Tianshan, arriving at the grand training ground of the Tianxia Society. You have arrived, he proclaimed. As you wished. I have come. Are you prepared? More than ready. In that case, what are you waiting for? For the opportune moment. Oh, when shall that moment arrive? It is now? Sword 23. With those final words, the Sword Saint unleashed the most potent strike of the sacred spirit sword technique, causing the heavens to shift and the winds to stir. A display of extraordinary phenomena unfolded as the sword intent soared, harnessing the immense forces of nature. In an instant, the pervasive sword intent enveloped the entire training ground, compelling the elemental energies from all directions to swiftly coalesce into a domain of will, governed by the Sword Saint's essence, the sword domain. As the sword domain materialized, the surrounding space seemed to freeze, halting all beings and objects within. Aside from their own consciousness, they could not move a single muscle. Left to the mercy of the dense sword intent that filled the domain, silence reigned. An infinite stillness enveloped the training ground, resembling a painting hung upon a wall, with everything but the Sword Saint's essence frozen in time. In this moment, even the well-prepared Wu Feng found himself momentarily immobilized. When he swiftly broke free and regained his senses, he discovered that the sword, manifested from the Sword Saint's primordial spirit, was mere inches away from him. Faced with this imminent threat, Wu Feng had no time for contemplation. He immediately revealed the divine instrument he had cultivated over many years, the creation Qinglian platform, to block the primordial sword that hovered so close. Taking advantage of the fleeting moment created by this spiritual barrier, he summoned all his true energy and launched a colossal punch toward the Sword Saint's corporeal form, which was not far away. Upon witnessing this, the Sword Saint, who had transformed his essence into a sword, could no longer afford to engage in a head-on clash with the Qinglian platform. In a flash of thought, he returned to his physical form, harnessing the powers within his sword domain to create a protective shield. Utilizing his home ground advantage, he effortlessly suppressed and neutralized the force of Wu Feng's punch, which had gathered the energies of heaven and earth, leaving only the pure essence of Wu Feng's true energy to be absorbed. Before the Sword Saint could revel in his success, he was met with an overwhelming punch, imbued with formidable intent, which suddenly erupted forth. In mere moments, it fiercely dispelled the destructive sword intent that had engulfed the entire training ground, compressing the Sword Saint's domain until it could only encompass a radius of 3 feet around him, before finally coming to a halt. Is this the transcendence of martial will? This feeling of absolute control is indeed exhilarating. Wu Feng, who had long satisfied the conditions necessary for a breakthrough, had been unable to advance due to his lack of understanding. Yet, at this moment, having personally experienced the entirety of the Sword Saint's sword domain, he was free from doubt and instantaneously comprehended, naturally achieving his breakthrough. Moreover, due to the profound depth of his accumulation, he transcended several minor realms in one fell swoop, thus surpassing the Sword Saint in an instant and pressing the Sword Saint's domain of will to its utmost limit. Chapter 43. The Dominance of Fist Over All. It worked. Master has successfully broken through, exclaimed Duan Lang, who was watching from the sidelines, his face alight with excitement as the entire training ground pulsed with the formidable presence of Wu Feng's fist intent. Indeed, success. Everything unfolded just as Master had anticipated, Neifeng said, his eyes shining with admiration as he gazed at Wu Feng in the arena. What's so surprising? Every endeavor Master has undertaken over the years has been executed only after he possessed complete confidence, said Bu Jingyun. Though internally he shared the same exuberance as his 2 junior brothers. Maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, he continued, "You have been calculating against me all along, using me to help you break through your will's bottleneck. No wonder no one has obstructed your momentum along the way. Such audacity. Are you truly unafraid that a slight miscalculation could lead to your own demise beneath my sword?" At this moment, everything became clear. The Sword Saint, incredulous, questioned how he could possibly accept that he had become a touchstone for Wu Feng. "You flatter me excessively. You have set the bar too high," he remarked. "I have merely flowed with the tide, following the natural course of events." After reflecting on his recent breakthrough in the realm of fist intent, Wu Feng, visibly satisfied, offered a modest smile to the Sword Saint. Without further delay, Wu Feng raised his hand, gathered his energy, and unleashed a series of movements in an instant. From a distance, one could observe him advancing rapidly, delivering a steady, ordinary strike, initially manifesting as a fist-sized concentration of true qi. As it approached the Sword Saint, it expanded swiftly, transforming in the blink of an eye into a punch of tremendous magnitude, growing to a size of 300 zhang, while simultaneously absorbing the surrounding energies of heaven and earth within a 10-mile radius. When this immense force reached the Sword Saint, it had already become a colossal punch, overwhelming the Sword Saint's final desperate strike, a massive sword of 100 zhang, crushing it to smithereens. Furthermore, it propelled the Sword Saint bodily into a nearby snow-laden peak, resulting in a catastrophic shattering of bones, sealing his fate and ending his lifelong obsession with the sword. A thunderous roar echoed, resembling the collapse of a great mountain, resonating continuously. The high-ranking members of the Tianxia Society, observing from a distance in the training grounds, were left in a state of utter shock and disbelief. In that moment, they felt as if something within them had shattered completely, only to be rapidly rebuilt anew. Such is the nature of a true man. Magnificent, truly magnificent. exclaimed Nie Renwang and Duan Shui, both elders, simultaneously regaining their composure. Is this not akin to the power of the divine? They pondered. Indeed. What differentiates the strength to shatter mountains from that of the celestial? Can humanity truly attain such heights? My master had mentioned it before, yet this is beyond imagination. It is indeed true. He once said that through relentless cultivation, one could transform into a deity. We were skeptical then, but now it dawns on me. If this is true, could it mean that the cycles of reincarnation, the underworld, and what my master alluded to, that with sufficient strength, one could achieve anything, even resurrect the dead, are all possible? In that moment, thoughts of Bu Jingyun flooded his mind, and he resolved to devote himself to martial arts with 100-fold greater determination than before. Aspiring to reach the realm described by his master, where he could save his deceased loved ones. Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. At this moment, the last obstacle in plain sight, the unrivaled city, has been shattered by the Tianxia Society, marking a preliminary accomplishment of their grand aspiration to unify the realm. At this juncture, there remains only a figure devoid of any deterrent or dominion. Akin to a mere mascot, the supreme master of the martial arts world, awaiting the Tianxia Society to gently raise the slaughter knife and deliver the fatal blow. On this day, within the grand hall of the Tianxia Society, a forthright hall master among the 9 spoke candidly. I fail to comprehend why there is any hesitation. We should simply push through. Can such a trivial martial arts dynasty truly challenge our Tianxia Society? Such an approach is unwise, countered the sagacious hall master, who had long served as a strategist, for in doing so, we would forfeit our reputation and righteousness, risking the emergence of slander. And it would portray the Tianxia Society as overly crude and tyrannical, detrimental to our future governance. Indeed, reckless aggression is the least prudent course of action, unless absolutely necessary. We ought not to pursue it. Masterly, you are mistaken, added the hall master of the mixed hall in agreement. Humph, nothing can be done right. I shall not concern myself with this. You all may deliberate amongst yourselves, Masterly declared, closing his eyes in a contemplative demeanor, genuinely intending to withdraw from the ensuing discussions. Let us not dwell on this foolishness. We shall proceed, remarked Qin Shuang, the hall master responsible for the meeting, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. I believe Master Li's idea is not without merit, but it must be approached with subtlety. For instance, our Tianxia Society could provide personnel to assist in maintaining order, allowing the original valiant defenders to retire and enjoy a peaceful life with their families. Naturally, this would necessitate the execution of a few misguided loyalists as a warning. What are your thoughts? Seeing the ongoing disputes among the hall masters, Duan Lang, who had been a mere bystander, interjected, indeed. This plan is most astute. We can effectively render the supreme master of the martial arts world a mere puppet, easily manipulated. At that moment, the previously indecisive hall master of the Bright Hall, witnessing the words of the aloof disciple of the elder, immediately sought to ingratiate himself, adding, "Ah, yes. This strategy is exceedingly clever." Another hall master, seemingly struck by a sudden realization, awkwardly chimed in, "Indeed, this plan is exceptionally wise." Subsequently, as if a consensus had been reached in an instant, the previously quarreling hall masters began to align in their agreement, echoing and supplementing one another's sentiments. In no time, aside from Ye Feng, Bu Jingyun, and Qin Shuang, who remained observers, all 5 hall masters, including the dismissive Master Li, wore expressions of unanimous agreement. Thus, the assembly concluded with Duan Lang's proposition as the backbone, while the additional input from the other 5 hall masters formed the branches, resulting in a resounding approval. The following day, in a bid to swiftly implement the resolutions discussed, 4 of the 9 hall masters, accompanied by their subordinates, set off at dawn, hastening towards the abode of the supreme master of the martial arts world. In the ensuing period, no unforeseen events took place. Everything unfolded as meticulously orchestrated by the 9 leaders of the Tianxia Society, following a merciless purge that claimed the lives of several hundred misguided loyalists. Any semblance of open rebellion had all but vanished. Furthermore, a third of the Tianxia Society, comprising disciples from each of the respective factions, had successfully established their presence within the martial arts dynasty, completely displacing the original garrison and ensuring the region's safety. During this time, it is noteworthy that, due to the policies long upheld by the Tianxia Society, which abolished systems including, but not limited to, feudal slavery, the supreme martial artist and his family found themselves in a state of self-sufficiency and abundance. This situation was not solely the result of the deliberate machinations of the various leaders of the Tianxia Society, It also stemmed from the supreme martial artist and his family's persistent failure to acknowledge their circumstances. At this moment, the 9 leaders, who had been troubled by the supreme martial artist and his kin, had reached a tacit agreement. As long as the supreme martial artist's family was safeguarded from starvation or other fatal mishaps, they would be granted a semblance of freedom. However, this so-called freedom was merely a regulated allowance for movement, akin to that of convicts under supervision. Chapter 44. Realms and Celestial Gates. Time flew swiftly, and a decade passed in the blink of an eye. Over these 10 years, numerous significant events unfolded within the Tianxia society. Notably, 9 years prior, during the establishment of a constitutional monarchy, a rebellion was instigated by the remnants of the former dynasty alongside a faction of zealous defenders of the feudal imperial system. Although this insurrection had been anticipated by the Tianxia society and was swiftly quelled, it nonetheless inflicted considerable losses. For instance, during this tumultuous period, the supreme martial artist and his entire family tragically fell victim to the ruthless actions of the rebels due to the negligence of a duty leader. Additionally, the reclusive Xiong Ba, the leader of the Xiong faction, was interrupted at a critical moment of cultivation, just as he was on the verge of achieving mastery. This unforeseen disturbance led to a catastrophic failure in his practice, resulting in his becoming a mere shadow of his former self. He was left in a vegetative state, bedridden and in a prolonged coma, missing the grand ceremony of ascension to power, a lamentable loss indeed. Beyond the aforementioned events, another significant occurrence took place 7 years ago, when an invasion of the Central Plains was launched by the leader of the Ju Wu Divine Palace from the east, Ju Wu Shun. Although this invasion was quickly extinguished by the then formally renamed Tianxia Society, now the Heavenly Dynasty, the lack of adequate manpower allowed Ju Wu Shun and several key subordinates to successfully escape back to their homeland. The following year, the unyielding absolute God and the confident emperor of the Eastern Japan once again united, orchestrating a dual invasion, one overt, the other covert, aiming to first seize the dragon vein of the divine land and subsequently obliterate the reign of the then prevalent heavenly society. However, it must be acknowledged that while aspirations are often noble, reality can be exceedingly harsh. Before absolute God and the Eastern Emperor could formally initiate their aggressive campaign, plundering any territory or taking the lives of any citizens of the divine land, they were preemptively thwarted at the coastal entrance by 9 exceptionally formidable members of the Imperial Council. Consequently, not only was absolute God unable to advance a single step, but he and his forces were also ruthlessly toyed with and tormented by these 9 counselors for an extended period, ultimately granting him a meager reprieve from the remnants of his fleeting existence, causing this invasion to perish before it could even commence. Not long after this incident, following extensive discussions and debates within the Imperial Council, the following month marked the official onset of the Grand Age of Exploration, led by counselors Duanlong, Yang Zhan, and Su Hong. Most notably, it is worth mentioning that due to the unwavering support and continuous promotion of martial development by Wu Feng, the first elected president of the Imperial Council 9 years ago, he has amassed a vast reservoir of martial knowledge. This has significantly enriched Wu Feng's martial foundation and filled numerous gaps and discontinuities in the evolution of martial arts. Ever since Wu Feng declined to seek re-election a year ago, he has immersed himself within the martial hall, diligently absorbing and organizing nearly 90% of the martial teachings collected from across the realm. Now, after a year has elapsed, Wu Feng's achievements are beyond what can merely be described as immense. Over this past year, he has thoroughly refined all his martial arts, synthesizing and summing them up into a singular punch, unrivaled supremacy, a singular finger, peerless uniqueness, and a singular kick, matchless excellence. Furthermore, drawing from his insights, he has preliminarily devised a classification of martial realms intended for dissemination throughout the world, delineating the 9 streams and 9 heavens. Upon meticulous organization, Wu Feng categorizes the martial realms into 2 principal domains and 18 subrealms, the 9 streams of mortal martial arts and the 9 heavens of divine martial arts. In essence, the mortal martial arts correspond to 9 subrealms ranging from the lowest to the highest, while the divine martial arts correspond to 9 subrealms from the 1st heaven to the 9th heaven. Specifically, Wu Feng designates any martial artist who has opened 1 to 4 of the 12 meridians as belonging to the 9 streams realm. Those who have opened 5 to 8 are classified in the 8 streams realm, while those who have opened 9 to 12 are recognized in the 7 streams realm. Moreover, those who have unlocked 1 of the 8 extraordinary meridians are placed in the 6 streams realm, and those who have opened 2 to 3 of the 8 extraordinary meridians fall into the 5 streams realm. Those who have opened 4 to 6 are categorized into the 4 streams realm. Finally, those who have successfully opened the Ren and Du meridians, thereby unlocking all 8 extraordinary meridians and establishing a connection with the bridge between heaven and earth, experiencing marrow cleansing and the transformation of true chi, are regarded as belonging to the 3 streams realm, characterized by the perpetual vitality of the innate realm. To cultivate one's own martial path, to crystallize a unique will of martial arts, or to create a martial system that embodies one's essence, is to reach the realm of the 2nd tier, commonly referred to as the Master's realm. When the martial arts begin to take shape, this will can manifest, empowering each move with spirit, energy, and essence, the 3 treasures of life, culminating in the pinnacle of mortal existence, known as the 1st tier or the Great Master Realm, which represents the utmost limits of the mundane world. Upon achieving the zenith of the 3 treasures, one comprehends the harmony between heaven and earth and oneself, gradually assimilating and refining this understanding until one attains unity with the natural world, where every action resonates with the forces of the cosmos. This is known as the 1st heaven, or the extraordinary unity of man and nature. The confluence of heaven, earth, and humanity forms a grand triad, while the small triad of spirit, energy, and essence merges into a singular point, marking the initial manifestation of martial will and the nascent emergence of the martial domain, referred to as the 2nd heaven or the original void-shattering realm. When martial will materializes and the martial domain is fully formed, with the great spirit flourishing, one experiences the resonance of heaven and earth, capable of monumental feats such as shattering mountains, which signifies the 3rd heaven, the current state of martial peaks. With the martial domain fully realized, one commands the elements and nature, with the heart in sync with intention, able to manipulate disasters, akin to a human nuclear bomb, and to incinerate mountains and boil seas, representing the 4th heaven. Note, this realm is derived from the deductions of Wu Feng. When the martial domain transcends into its own realm, one becomes akin to a divine being, capable of annihilating continents and oceans and bringing about cataclysmic events, which is the 5th heaven. Note, this realm is extrapolated from the origins of the sword realm. To pluck stars and seize the moon, to obliterate heaven and earth, the minor 1,000 worlds, is the 6th heaven. Note, this is a tentative extrapolation. As for the remaining realms of the 7th, 8th, and 9th heavens, due to Wu Feng's limited understanding and narrow exposure, they remain uncharted territory, awaiting future enlightenment and deeper engagement with the profound aspects of martial arts for further elaboration and refinement. Report. Esteemed Grand Speaker, Chairman Qin requests your presence in the Imperial Hall to discuss an important matter concerning the Heavenly Gate. The original leader of the Heavenly Assembly, Hong Yu, now serving as the secretary and assistant to Chairman Qin, hurriedly approached the gates of the Martial Hall, wearing an expression of reverence and admiration. I understand. You may return and inform him that I will arrive shortly. By the way, I am no longer the chairman, so please adjust your address accordingly. Wu Feng replied calmly after a moment of contemplation. Esteemed Grand Speaker, you may not be aware that on the very first day of his administration, Chairman Qin proposed your name, actively nominating you as the Grand Speaker of the Celestial Dynasty, which equates to a lifetime position akin to that of a semi-sovereign, and unsurprisingly, this nomination received unanimous support from all members. Upon hearing Wu Feng's words, the secretary and assistant, Hong Yu, immediately explained with utmost respect. This is absurd, truly absurd. What is this, a monarch or a supreme emperor? Wu Feng questioned sternly. Esteemed Grand Speaker, you may have misunderstood. The position of Grand Speaker is merely nominal and exclusively yours, established solely for you, and will not be replicated in the future. Upon witnessing Wu Feng's stern demeanor, Hong Yu quickly added, Oh, is that so? Very well. It seems we are indeed putting that young fellow Qin Shuang in a difficult position. Let it be this time, but do not let it happen again. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Feng shook his head with a bemused expression. Chapter 45. Emperor Shitian in the Central Hall of the Imperial Assembly. On this day, the current 9 council members and 1 speaker gathered once more. Master, you have arrived, greeted Wu Feng as he entered the chamber at a measured pace. The assembly rose in unison, their expressions reflecting deep respect as they acknowledged him. All right, please take your seats. Let us dispense with unnecessary pleasantries. Speak plainly. What pressing matters compel you to disturb me once again? Upon entering the hall, Wu Feng gestured for everyone to remain seated, unhesitatingly addressing the issue at hand. Indeed, Master, you remain as forthright as ever. In that case, I shall not delay further and will get straight to the crux of this meeting. Based on the fragmented intelligence gathered by our spies across the Divine Land in recent years, we have identified 3 urgent matters that require the Empire's immediate attention and action to avert future complications. The first and most pressing issue is the clandestine yet formidable force lurking within the martial world, known as the Heavenly Gate. This organization, founded by the immortal Emperor Shirtian, or Su Fu, over a millennium ago, has come to our attention. Has the Heavenly Gate officially made its presence known? Wu Feng interjected, his brow furrowing slightly, his expression turning serious. Indeed, Master. According to reports from our spies, there has been a notable increase in the appearance of mysterious individuals in the vicinity of Gue Shuepa, as well as at Lan Rua Temple. Qin Shuang replied gravely. Understood. Please continue, Wu Feng encouraged after a brief moment of contemplation. Yes, Master. I shall proceed to the second urgent matter. Based on reports from our spies in the Eastern Isles, the enigmatic leader of the Hidden Sword sect, also known as the founder of the Su In Huo, has made their first public appearance, exhibiting ambiguous intentions. Has the brother of the great demon, Daimao Shun, shown himself, or has there been any notable activity? Asked Duan Lang, who had long been apprised of the particulars concerning the world's most extraordinary masters. Oh, and what of his father, the currently known oldest entity? Xiao Senshao? Have there been any recent discoveries regarding him? Regrettably, there have been no significant findings. You must understand that given the prowess of these ancient beings, it is utterly impossible for our current spies to detect their movements without being noticed. Qin Shuang, with a wry smile, explained, well, indeed, I overlooked that point. Brother Qin, please continue. Understanding that he had asked a foolish question, Duan Lang ceased his words and directly acknowledged his mistake. No worries. The third significant matter is that the Empire has made groundbreaking progress in its experimental research on the blood of one of the 4 divine beasts, the Fire Qilin. Codenamed Qilin Enhancer 4, it will enable the early implementation of the Qilin Guard project. Additionally, after years of exploration and inquiries, the island where the strongest of the 4 divine beasts, the Azure Dragon, resides, Dragon God Island, was recently discovered by an Imperial cruiser. After addressing Duan Lang, Qin Shuang smiled as he shared the only piece of good news among the 3 major matters. Great. At last, we have heard some uplifting news. Brother Qin, you were so serious that I feared something even worse than the previous 2 matters was about to unfold. Nia Feng, upon hearing this, relaxed his previously tense expression, revealing a smile before suddenly exclaiming, Exactly. Duan Lang and the others chimed in with playful banter, except for the suddenly grave-faced Wu Feng. Your Excellency, having listened for so long from the pillar, do you not have anything to say? Wu Feng, with a solemn demeanor, abruptly turned to look towards the upper right and spoke softly. Indeed, it is no surprise that the renowned god of martial arts, Wu Feng, could perceive even the faintest trace of my aura, which I barely revealed for an instant. I did not anticipate that you would capture and lock onto it so swiftly. It was said that after fully recovering from the aftereffects and old ailments caused by the invincible martial artist Wu Wudi 3 centuries ago, Emperor Shirtian, awakened by his disciple, the divine mother Luo Xian, was informed of all significant events that had transpired in the world over the past decade. Curious, he ventured alone to the capital of the Heavenly Dynasty. Utilizing his elusive lightness skill, Emperor Shirtian strolled majestically to the Imperial Council Hall, attentively listening to the discussions regarding the 3 major matters. It was only when Qin Shuang mentioned Dragon God Island that a ripple disturbed the calm depths of Emperor Shirtian's heart, creating a brief gap in the previously maintained state of absolute tranquility, revealing a faint aura. Regardless of who you are, daring to eavesdrop on the Empire's confidential affairs will lead to your demise. Surrender now. Wu Jingyun, upon witnessing the arrival of the intruder, shouted an admonition and, without hesitation, launched a powerful attack. With a profound reservoir of pure internal energy, he unleashed a palm strike, causing the forces of nature around him to surge and coalesce in an instant, forming a colossal handprint several dozen feet in size, descending upon Emperor Shirtian, intending to obliterate him utterly. Confronted with a merciless and imminent strike, Emperor Shirtian appeared as if paralyzed by fear, standing motionless in place, allowing the colossal hand of cloud energy to pierce through and imprint itself upon the ground, leaving behind a massive handprint, while he remained unscathed. How is this possible? Exclaimed the onlookers, their astonishment palpable, except for Wu Feng. Have you forgotten what I told you about the 7 desolate realms? With that, Wu Feng turned to gaze at the currently enigmatic Emperor Shirtan, remarking, I was pondering which unparalleled master had the leisure to play the role of a thief in the night. Only to discover it is you, the gate master of Tianmin, Emperor Shutian. With your phoenix blood, I was contemplating how to locate you. Yet it appears that the adage the iron shoes are not needed when fortune smiles holds true. Arrogant and ignorant youth, how dare you speak so boldly before me? Emperor Shutian retorted angrily. I have decided that you shall henceforth find no escape from life or death. Following this pronouncement, Emperor Shutian swiftly closed the distance to Wu Feng, launching a powerful fist aimed to incapacitate him instantly, only for Wu Feng's unexpectedly appearing right hand to secure his attack, halting it in its tracks. Realizing his strike had been thwarted, Emperor Shutian retreated momentarily, then immediately launched another assault from behind Wu Feng. The rapid, lightning-like strike struck what seemed to be Wu Feng's unguarded back. However, before Emperor Shutian could revel in the apparent success of his blow, he sensed something amiss, as though he had struck nothing but air. Instantly realizing the deception, he caught a glimpse of the afterimage he had effortlessly penetrated and swiftly darted aside, narrowly evading the retaliatory punch that Wu Feng delivered in quick succession. Not bad. Your agility is commendable. No wonder you are an ancient being with millennia of internal power, Wu Feng remarked, his expression impassive as he steadied himself. Youngster, you have surprised me. Emperor Shutian, regaining his composure, observed warily, his eyes flickering with a hint of hesitation. As his thoughts swirled, he resolved, yet, this is merely the beginning. Soon you shall understand why I am a deity. In an instant, Emperor Shutian launched another rapid assault, his movements akin to a thunderclap, creating a flurry of afterimages that surrounded the stationary Wu Feng, raining down attacks from all directions like a torrential downpour. In the face of this relentless onslaught, Wu Feng remained unperturbed, responding with calculated precision, returning every punch and kick with equal measure. From a distance, Wu Feng resembled a steadfast pine tree, rooted firmly upon a rugged cliff, standing straight and unwavering, never shifting even an inch. As the barrage of swift attacks descended upon him, he remained calm and composed, effortlessly intercepting each formidable strike that sought to overwhelm him. The unfolding scene left the onlookers utterly astonished and speechless. During this interval, both the breathtaking speed exhibited by Emperor Chakra, which rendered even the most formidable beings in the celestial realm dizzy, and the unwavering stance of Wu Feng, who remained immovable like a rock, with a response and strike speed that, though appearing slow, was in reality extraordinarily swift, captivated the audience while simultaneously expanding their horizons. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless exchange, trading blows in a mere half-minute, culminating in over 1,000 strikes. After a prolonged offensive, Emperor Chakra, realizing he could not secure victory, retreated from the fray, standing a short distance away, gazing at Wu Feng with a mixture of awe and contemplation. Young one, your prowess astonishes me and evokes memories of someone from centuries past, a person of your age who was equally arrogant. You must be referring to the unparalleled warrior Wu Wudi, who nearly claimed your life 3 centuries ago. What a pity. Wu Feng replied with a slight shake of his head and a sigh. His expression then shifted to one of determination. Since he failed to fulfill his mission of taking your life, allow me to conclude your fate. Such audacity. Young one, you seek your own demise. I hereby declare the warm-up phase concluded. Prepare to witness the might of a deity, far beyond that of mere mortals. With that proclamation, Emperor Chakra lightly tapped his right foot against the ground and soared into the sky, hovering 100 meters above, arms outstretched. In an instant, as he executed this motion, the heavens responded with a dramatic display. Winds howled and clouds roiled. The forces of nature within a 10-mile radius converged wildly. Under the guidance of Emperor Chakra's will, they coalesced into a colossal hand of profound ice, radiating an eerie cold and a ghostly white light, swiftly descending upon Wu Feng. The pressure emanating from this formidable hand, as it loomed overhead, caused all present, save for Wu Feng, to falter and tremble. The warriors beneath the celestial realm fell to their knees, pale and terrified, gazing at the hand that resembled a small iceberg. Everyone rise. Get out of here and cease your disgraceful display, shouted Duan Lang, struggling against the overwhelming pressure as he moved to shield the fallen guards. Enough, Brother Duan. Do not blame them. The enemy's power is indeed beyond the ordinary. Nia Feng interjected, joining Duan Lang alongside Bu Jingyun, Qin Shuang, and other council members to collectively withstand the immense force. Though this entire development seemed to unfold slowly, it had occurred in mere seconds. Positioned directly beneath the looming hand, Wu Feng bore the brunt of the pressure, feeling the overwhelming force far more intensely than those around him. Nevertheless, Even so, Wu Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, unwavering and composed, as if entirely impervious to the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him. His expression remained serene, and he even took the liberty to observe his surroundings, revealing a hint of a smile upon witnessing a satisfactory scene. With the realization that his anticipated goal was within reach, Wu Feng no longer hesitated and made his move. He slowly raised his fist toward the sky, and what appeared to be a child's playful punch belied its true nature, a seemingly leisurely strike that was, in fact, swift and forceful, colliding with the massive hand of profound ice hundreds of feet above. Upon the moment of impact between the two forces, a thunderous roar echoed, resonating for miles around, akin to the sound of a celestial thunderclap. The disproportionate clash of fist and palm, seemingly innocuous and feeble at first glance, concealed within it a monumental and repressed power that surged forth like a tidal wave, shattering the ice hand into fragments and propelling the residual force straight toward the airborne Emperor Shirtian. With a resounding boom, Wu Feng's punch dissipated the aftermath of the initial strike, causing Emperor Shirtian to furrow his brow in hesitation as he sought Wu Feng's whereabouts, only to discover that he had vanished. Yet, before the Emperor could process his confusion, Wu Feng reappeared in an instant, having taken that fleeting moment to obliterate the large ice shards that could cause collateral damage. After all this time, it has been your offense against my defense. Now, I invite you to receive my strike, Wu Feng declared upon his return, not waiting for Emperor Shirtian's inquiry. He continued, this punch, birthed from my own creativity, is being unleashed for the first time. I urge you to appreciate its essence. With that, he unleashed his fist, and the domain materialized. Instantly, everything within several miles seemed to freeze in time, as if encased in a colossal amber, vividly alive, yet fragile enough to shatter under a mere touch. In that moment, everyone within the domain, including Emperor Shirtian, found themselves ensnared in an unyielding stasis, with the overwhelming intent of Wu Feng's punch saturating the air. As Wu Feng's consciousness stirred, the boundless force of nature converged into a colossal punch of immense proportions, aimed directly at the wide-eyed, terrified Emperor Shirtian, who was desperately struggling to move, yet found himself paralyzed by fear. As he exerted every ounce of his strength in vain, Emperor Shirtian realized he was on the brink of obliteration. Break this, divine punishment, he shouted, summoning the utmost power of his sacred technique, the strongest move he had devised, in a final bid to shatter the confinement of the punch domain and seize a chance at survival. However, despite his desperate efforts, the outcome had already been sealed the moment Wu Feng had unleashed his strike. Only because the deity, Di Shirtian, unleashed his most formidable strike while his primordial spirit was detached, did he manage to slightly mitigate the overwhelming essence and force of the fist. However, he was subsequently crushed and penetrated by the remaining momentum and intent of the punch, leading to an instantaneous obliteration of his soul. Had it not been for Wu Feng's desire for phoenix blood, he would have deliberately avoided Di Shirtian's corporeal form at the last moment, resulting in far more than just the vast clouds dissipating at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Chapter 47. The defeat of Di Shirtian and the fall of the heavenly gate. In this moment, as Wu Feng gradually retracted his fist, the wind began to stir once more. The birds in the sky resumed their flapping wings to stabilize their suddenly descending bodies, and the falling leaves continued their gentle descent to the ground. Thud! Di Shirtian's body, having lost its supportive power, plummeted straight down from a height of 100 meters. Master, has your strength truly reached such heights? I am profoundly in awe, murmured Bu Jingyun, still bearing the astonishment on his face from the recent events. Master, what realm have you achieved now? Inquired Duan Lang, who had just regained his freedom, his expression one of trepidation as he patted his chest. Indeed, Master, have you experienced a significant breakthrough and reached the envisioned fourth heaven? Asked Nia Feng, his face awash with curiosity and excitement. Enough of your speculations. I do not possess such monstrous talent to achieve 2 major breakthroughs in quick succession, Wu Feng replied, a mixture of amusement and exasperation evident in his expression. He then continued, however, while I may not have broken through again, the next level is merely half a step away. Not a breakthrough? That doesn't make sense. If you haven't broken through, how could you have vanquished Di Shirtian with a single punch, a being whose power rivals that of the fourth heaven warriors you delineated? Qin Shuang, puzzled by the illogicality of this, questioned. Qin Shuang, your inquiry has some merit. You've struck at the heart of the matter, Wu Feng said with a smile, finding the young man rather endearing. He then continued, his voice calm and cheerful. Do you recall my words? Realm is realm, and combat strength is combat strength. One must understand that a realm does not always equate to combat prowess, especially in the hands of certain extraordinary beings. At this juncture, Wu Feng was reminded of the various protagonists he had encountered in novels, those with prodigious talents, bizarre bloodlines, or who practiced transcendent techniques. In their eyes, ascending one level of combat was standard, 2 levels represented a full-on effort, and 3 levels constituted a life-and-death struggle. At this moment, Wu Feng, lost in thought, swiftly reined in the arrogance that had recently taken root in his heart, feeling utterly humiliated. He realized that even with his utmost efforts, he had merely attained the basic standard of the next level. Time flew by, and 3 months swiftly passed. It has been a full 3 months since Wu Feng, in front of the council hall, had decisively vanquished the Lord of the Heavenly Gate, Emperor Shirtian. However, during these 3 months, the Celestial Empire appeared to have taken no overt actions, as if nothing had transpired at all, had it not been for the astonishing battle 3 months prior, whose overwhelming force reverberated for miles, even reaching the ears of ordinary folk. One might have been completely deceived by the Empire's outward inaction, while covertly they had already commenced their schemes. In the capital of the Celestial Empire, within the Grand Council Hall, the newly ascended speaker, Qin Shuang, beamed at the 9 council members seated beside him, cheerfully inquiring about their gains. "What a tremendous harvest we have achieved," exclaimed Duan Lang, who had recently broken through to the 2nd tier of the celestial realm, his face alight with excitement after absorbing over a millennium of martial knowledge from the Heavenly Gate. Indeed, this underscores the significance of martial heritage and highlights the severity of those archaic customs that dictate a singular lineage, favoring male heirs over female, remarked the solemn council member, Yang Zhen, who had also experienced a substantial breakthrough. Brother Yang is correct. It is high time we take decisive action against those old obstinates, as this has been long overdue. Indeed, this matter is pressing. We must deliver the final ultimatum, and furthermore, I believe we should also address those martial sects that monopolize martial knowledge, added Bu Jingyun, who seldom spoke, but now interjected with conviction. Does this imply that the once mythical figure of the martial world, Wu Ming, who was appointed as a council member, has a differing opinion? Jian Shun, who had been about to voice his disagreement, was abruptly interrupted by Bu Jingyun. There is no room for debate here. You should be acutely aware of the prevailing trends of the future era. After all, you are an outstanding graduate of Baichuan Academy. It is time to abandon the teachings imparted by your master, Bu Jingyun asserted plainly. Indeed, Jian Shun, Brother Yun's words hold merit. Should we not discard the remnants of the old era? Urged Nie Feng, following suit. But there are no buts. This matter is non-negotiable, especially since our teacher has already given his consent, Duan Lang interjected, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Very well, I understand. Faced with Wu Feng's tacit approval of the matter, Jian Shun, resigned and disheartened, lowered his head. All right, since we are in agreement, let us finalize this decision and implement it immediately. Now, let us proceed to discuss the 2nd proposal, Qin Shuang declared, sealing the matter once the only dissenting voice. Jian Shun acquiesced. In a distant mountain range of the east, a voice inquired, "Are we all prepared?" The great demon god smiled as he gazed upon his approaching brother, remarking with a serene expression, "Indeed, all is set. We now await the final stroke of fortune." With an equally cheerful demeanor, the brother, Xiao Ao Shi, responded softly. Initiating the grand catastrophe ahead of time raises uncertainties about whether the outcome will meet our expectations. By the way, have we discerned the true strength of that martial deity who unified the realm? The great demon god inquired with a calm demeanor. His prowess is indeed formidable. A paragon of martial excellence that emerges once in 5 centuries, hardly inferior to Wu Wudi from 3 centuries past, Xiao Ao Shi replied, with a serious gravity. Oh, is that so? Then he is indeed worthy of the title of martial deity, the great demon god remarked, standing with hands clasped behind his back and gazing into the distance with a hint of intrigue. Certainly, yet compared to you, dear brother, the great demon god, there exists a chasm of disparity as vast as heaven and earth, the chief, Xiao Ao Shi, declared with an air of pride and disdain. Haha, indeed. In comparison to us brothers, what is a mere martial deity? Just an insignificant insect that could be effortlessly extinguished. After all, how can a grain of rice dare to compete with the brilliance of the full moon? Laughed the great demon god in hearty agreement. In a remote village of Shenzhou, an elderly man, his face marred by sores, lamented, "Ah, how could the grand catastrophe arrive so prematurely? Something is amiss. Let me calculate. Ah, I see now. Alas, the plight of humanity is indeed grave." "Grandfather, what troubles you?" inquired a little girl beside him, her face a mask of curiosity and concern. "Ah, it is nothing. Let us return swiftly." The elderly man, jolted back to the present by his granddaughter's voice, chuckled self-deprecatingly and shook his head gently. Chapter 48. A battle to determine the realm. The next morning, at the grand parade ground of the Celestial Empire, Qin Shuang stood at the center of the assembly and inquired, "How are preparations proceeding, everyone?" "Rest assured, esteemed leader. We are fully prepared and await your command to march forth and vanquish our foes." The generals directly under the Imperial Pavilion responded in unison, their voices resounding with determination. "Very well. Since that is the case, I shall dispense with further pleasantries. Soldiers, heed my command. We shall set forth," Qin Shuang declared with unbridled enthusiasm. Half a day later, in a maritime expanse not far from the East Sea, the naval commander, Huai Kong, bellowed, "Soldiers, encircle that pirate ship ahead without fail. We must not allow a single scoundrel to escape." "Yes, we shall comply," the subordinates responded, rallying with fervor. "Attack! Fire the cannons! Sink it, regardless of the cost." One of the 6 captains, anxious about the absence of their leader, exclaimed as they found themselves tightly encircled by the Celestial Empire's navy. "What is there to fear? With our strength, dealing with this mere rabble poses little challenge." The 5th captain scoffed dismissively. "Indeed, they are but ants, foolishly attempting to shake a tree." The 4th captain added with haughty disdain, "Enough chatter. The enemy's assault is upon us." The 3rd commander observed the incoming shells from all directions, his expression grave as he issued a warning. The thunderous roar of cannon fire echoed continuously. Each flaming shell, imbued with formidable power, surged towards the Xianhua with the urgency of swallows returning to their nests. Just as they seemed poised to strike the Xianhua, an array of diverse energy blasts erupted from within the ship's inner chamber. Blade energy, sword energy, fist energy, leg energy, and finger energy, all converging to meet the incoming shells. With a resounding clash, the energy blasts collided with the shells mid-air, obliterating them with ferocity. Some were reduced to mere powder, while others were severed in twain. Plunging directly into the sea. "Continue the bombardment. Do not cease without my command. I wish to see how much inner strength they can expend," ordered Huai Kong, his voice cold after witnessing the first wave of shells being entirely neutralized without inflicting any damage upon the Xianhua. The sounds of cannon fire and the friction against the air crescendoed as shells rained down upon the encircled Xianhua, a relentless and fierce assault akin to a torrential downpour. "Have you all considered this thoroughly? This approach cannot persist," inquired the 2nd commander, his demeanor serious as he valiantly deflected the shells aimed at his side. "Very well. I concur. Let us unite our efforts against the enemy's flagship ahead." "I agree." With unanimous consent, the command was given to charge forth. "Let us annihilate them." As the words fell, everyone channeled their energy simultaneously, unleashing 7 formidable energy blasts, each measuring at least 10 zhong, surging towards the enemy flagship with overwhelming force. Their advance was unstoppable, effortlessly sweeping aside the hundreds of shells launched by the Celestial Empire's navy, akin to autumn winds scattering leaves. As they broke through the numerous obstacles en route to the flagship, do they think they can strike the general's head amidst a sea of soldiers to determine the outcome of this siege? Such folly. Come, relay my orders. Let the Xuanwu Guard be dispatched immediately. Show no mercy. Huai Kong, perceiving the enemy's intentions, spoke with a serious and disdainful countenance. "Yes, I shall convey the message at once. After nurturing these soldiers for 1,000 days, the moment to deploy them has arrived. This will also serve as a test of whether the 5 sacred beasts guard, which the Empire has invested in for so long, is worth the effort." As he watched the messenger depart swiftly, Huai Kong fixed his gaze forward and muttered to himself. Meanwhile, deep within a forest near the coast of the eastern Japan, the leader, having received news of the Xianhua being besieged by the Celestial Empire's navy, rushed forth in haste to offer assistance. Suddenly, a massive sword energy, ablaze with fierce flames, descended upon him, forcing the proud leader to halt abruptly and gather his energy to defend himself. As the path proved impassable, a swift arc of sword energy was unleashed, and the figure of Duanlong rapidly materialized from the distance. In the blink of an eye, he arrived within 3 meters of Xiao Ao Shi, halting with one hand resting upon his sword and the other stifling a yawn, his demeanor lazily suggesting he had just awakened. "Ah, you are the Fire Lin Sword Saint, Duanlong," Xiao Ao Shi remarked upon recognizing the visitor, quickly realizing so. "Everything that has transpired today was orchestrated by you in advance." "Indeed, as you surmise," Duanlong replied with feigned nonchalance. "Thus, I advise you to cease your futile struggles and surrender without resistance, to spare me the effort." Though outwardly appearing languid, Inwardly, he was exceedingly cautious, urging surrender with an air of indifference. "Humph, you arrogant youth, prepare to meet your end." Wandao Sanluo, the chief, Xiao Ao Shi, incensed by both Duanlong's demeanor and his own frustration at being hindered, unleashed a powerful strike. Instantly, a furious blow, infused with countless martial arts techniques, erupted, causing the winds to howl and the heavens to tremble, bending all around it in submission. A tempestuous gale surged forth, the sheer force of the attack enveloping an area spanning hundreds of meters. In this moment of overwhelming pressure, with no means of evasion, Duanlong refused to yield, channeling his inner strength to counter the onslaught with equal ferocity, exclaiming, "Poor Lin Shi." As his words fell, a fierce strike erupted from Duanlong, his sword intent surging forth, drawing in the very essence of the surrounding forces. A massive sword energy, comparable in heat to molten lava, coalesced into a formidable form, hurtling directly toward the myriad of incoming attacks. The two strikes collided midair with a cataclysmic force, neither conceding ground, resulting in a spectacular clash that sent shockwaves reverberating outward, obliterating everything in their path. The once lush and densely wooded forest was transformed into a vast expanse of desolation spanning approximately 10 miles. The ferocity of the explosion sent Duanlong hurtling several hundred meters away. Upon landing, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, a metallic taste flooding his throat, and he could no longer contain himself, spewing forth a torrent of crimson. Meanwhile, Xiao Ao Shi, similarly propelled backward, managed to regain his footing after retreating over 100 meters. From a distance, aside from his harsh breathing, he appeared unscathed. "Ha, do you see? The foolish youth. This is the insurmountable chasm between us." The chief strode forward, having traversed several hundred meters in mere moments, and stood before the half-kneeling Duanlong, his expression one of arrogant triumph. Without further hesitation, he launched a ruthless attack once more, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Duanlong. "The four great evils shall perish. Arrogant and ignorant youth, destiny is mine alone, only the sword." In a moment of life and death, under the pressure of an imminent strike, Duanlong could only muster his inner strength, channeling his will into the divine sword held firmly in his grasp. In this fleeting instant, myriad thoughts converged into a singular determination, a desperate strike that stirred the elemental forces of heaven and earth within a 10-mile radius, unleashing a blazing sword chi, several hundred feet in size, that surged forth with relentless might. Upon the immediate clash of their attacks, a tense standoff ensued for a brief second, but ultimately, Duanlong's sword, infused with his utmost power, gained the upper hand, cleaving through the lethal blow of Xiao Ao Shi with absolute dominance, severing it cleanly in two and sending the residual force directly towards Xiao Ao Shi. "Ah, a breakthrough in the heat of battle, is it? What of it? It cannot alter your inevitable demise, for the chasm between us cannot be bridged by a mere momentary advancement," Duanlong thought, as he perceived the colossal sword hurtling towards him. Xiao Ao Shi, with a disdainful snort, prepared to counter. Chapter 49. A battle to determine the world, a formidable finger. Embodying the primal powers of earth, water, fire, and wind, surged forth, exuding boundless destruction and malice, effortlessly piercing through Duanlong's transcendent strike and scattering its energy. Unrelenting, it surged directly towards Duanlong with tremendous speed. At that moment, having just executed a desperate strike that consumed nearly all of his vitality, Duanlong could only brace himself against the sword, helplessly witnessing the oncoming lethal finger, brimming with a terrifying aura. Suddenly, dark clouds loomed ominously as the wind stirred, and with a thunderous collision of three strikes, a cataclysmic sound erupted, unleashing waves of devastation that obliterated everything in their vicinity. Flora turned to ash. Earth was thrown into the air, and the ground fractured, plunging several feet deep within a radius of miles. "At last, you have arrived. Had you delayed any longer, you would have had to seek me in the underworld." Duanlong, suspended in midair and flanked by Bu Jingyun and Nie Feng, remarked with a playful grin, despite the lingering trepidation from the chaos below. "Enough chatter, junior brother Lang. You should consume the latest Bodhi pills from the Dan Pavilion and focus on healing your injuries." Nie Feng urged with sincere concern. "Indeed, just rest here and recuperate, for the next course of action shall be entrusted to me and junior brother Feng," Bu Jingyun added gently as they landed. Turning to face Xiao Ao Shi with an impassive expression, he declared, "Rest assured, my elder brother will teach you a lesson you will not soon forget, one that will surely satisfy you. Oh, it appears that you too are the revered Yun Saint Bu Jingyun and Wen Saint Nie Feng of the 9 saints of the Celestial Empire. Impressive indeed." to possess such strength at such a young age. Alas, it is often said that heaven is envious of exceptional talent. Your lives shall soon draw to a close. For you have provoked a most formidable foe, one you should never have crossed, the leader proclaimed, his eyes glinting with malice and regret. Is the formidable foe you refer to yourself? How audacious! Your confidence exceeds all bounds. Do you truly believe yourself a deity, wielding dominion over life and death? Bu Jingyun retorted coldly, a scornful laughter escaping his lips. Very well, Brother Yun, Niefeng said coldly. Master has instructed us not to waste words on these soulless old monsters. Upon encountering them, we shall strike without hesitation. With those words, he swiftly gathered his internal energy, channeling it into his legs, and in a blur, he launched himself towards Xiao Ao Shi, intent on attack. Observing this, Bu Jingyun wasted no time. He unleashed the advanced version of the cloud-dispelling palm and charged directly at Xiao Ao Shi. Each palm strike was stronger than the last, each move quicker, as Niefeng's figure flickered, leaving behind numerous afterimages as they executed a perfectly synchronized assault on Xiao Ao Shi. From a distance, one could only see three silhouettes darting like lightning, engaging in fierce combat, shifting from one location to another in the blink of an eye. As time passed, the intensity of their battle escalated, the speed of their movements increasing. Soon, the battlefield was awash with three colors of light, intertwining and converging in a spectacular display. For a moment, the flawless cooperation between Feng and Yun allowed them to match Xiao Ao Shi blow for blow, neither side gaining the upper hand. However, such fortune does not last. As their energy rapidly depleted, the two young men could not hope to contend with the centuries-old Xiao Ao Shi. Gradually, their strength waned, and the once unbreakable bond between them revealed a crack, which the seasoned Xiao Ao Shi seized upon, swiftly breaking their combined force. "Ha, perish!" Xiao Ao Shi laughed, exploiting the fleeting opening to send Bu Jingyun hurtling away with a single palm strike, then swiftly turning to deliver a kick that sent Niefeng flying far into the distance. Both young men, gravely injured and landing several hundred meters away, felt a sweet taste in their throats and involuntarily coughed up blood. "Brother Feng, it seems our only hope lies in our combined strength. We must execute the ultimate move. Ma W Li Ying, as taught by our master, to turn the tide," Bu Jingyun said, wiping the blood from his lips and casting a determined glance at Niefeng. "But Brother Yun, you know we have yet to master this technique. If we attempt it, the consequences could be dire, harming the innocent," Niefeng replied, his expression pained at the thought of unleashing such power. "At this juncture, we cannot afford to hesitate. If we do not strike, we, along with Brother Duan, will surely perish," Bu Jingyun declared coldly. "Very well," Niefeng acquiesced reluctantly, his kind nature battling against his sense of urgency. With those words, and without a moment's hesitation, Niefeng leaped into the air, meeting Bu Jingyun, who was also airborne, as their feet collided, channeling their respective elemental powers in unison. In a moment of convergence between the two formidable figures, the atmosphere became tumultuous. The heavens and earth dimmed, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The elemental forces within a radius of several dozen miles surged and coalesced furiously, swiftly materializing into a colossal tornado boasting a ferocious wind force of at least level 18. As the spectacle reached its zenith, the sheer might of the tempest was awe-inspiring. "Enough, Brother Lang, there is no need for further resistance. Withdraw swiftly." With the combined technique successfully executed, Niefeng exerted himself to control the overwhelming cosmic power, akin to an ocean's depth, while urgently addressing the beleaguered Duan Lang, who was struggling to maintain his footing. With a thunderous roar, Duan Lang seized the opportunity, sacrificing his own vitality to escape the clutches of impending doom. However, upon retreating a short distance, he could no longer suppress the internal turmoil, spewing forth a torrent of crimson that stained the ground before him, staggering away into the distance. "Perish, you malevolent fiend, a scourge upon humanity." With a fierce cry, the duo of Feng and Yun unleashed the unleashed elemental forces, allowing the sprawling tornado to engulf the unsuspecting Xiao Ao Shi beneath its vast shadow. "How dare you, wretched youngsters? You are the epitome of folly and self-destruction. Break for me." The four great fiends unite. In that critical moment, Xiao Ao Shi was compelled to summon every ounce of his internal energy, executing a devastatingly potent technique. Instantly, the elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind converged, swirling around him to create a cataclysmic vortex nearing 1,000 feet in size. As this tremendous force collided with the towering tornado, it appeared as though two colossal titans were engaged in a relentless struggle. Each clash sent shockwaves rippling across the land, devastating vast expanses of terrain, uprooting trees, and shattering mountains of varying heights. After a brief yet intense series of confrontations, the cataclysmic battle finally reached its conclusion. Xiao Aoshi, having reached his limit, was instantaneously obliterated, his physical form and spiritual essence shattered by the chaotic elemental forces, his consciousness overwhelmed by the will of Feng and Yuan, scattering into the ether as he returned to the cosmos. As the victor's fate became clear, the two warriors exchanged a knowing smile, their spirits lifted with relief. No longer resisting, they allowed the magnificent elemental forces to dissipate around them, their bodies descending gently to the earth, where they met the ground with a resounding thud, leaving behind a stark crimson hue. As the new year approaches, I extend my heartfelt wishes to all readers. May the new year bring you joy, prosperity, and harmony. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the path to asking the heavens, as the formidable trio of Wind, Cloud, and the Master Brother united to besiege the chief. An entirely different scene unfolded in a rural expanse of the eastern lands. At that moment, the crimson sun sank gradually towards the distant western horizon, casting a brilliant twilight that enveloped half the sky. As time flowed gently, the blood-red orb finally disappeared beyond the horizon, marking the subtle arrival of dusk. Should I address you as Zhang Wu or the great demon god? Or perhaps simply call you by your name, Xiao Jingtian? Having arrived early, Wu Feng observed the seemingly ordinary farmer, Zhang Wu, diligently tending to his fields. It was only as dusk descended and the night draped its cloak over the land that he inquired. Well, I believed I was well concealed. How did you come to know of me? The once crouched figure of Xiao Jingtian straightened, his expression turning grave, eyes cold and indifferent. Does it truly matter? Haha, indeed. It has ceased to be important, for after I eliminate you, I shall eradicate all who possess knowledge of this. The great demon god smirked arrogantly and spoke coldly. Before launching an attack, the hunting the heavens, for absolute gale fist. This technique, crafted by the ancient and formidable figure Xiao Senshao, who had lived for over 4 millennia, encapsulated the elemental forces of nature, wind, thunder, fire, and rain, allowing the wielder to effortlessly harness the ceaseless energies of the cosmos, elevating their power to unprecedented heights. As the great demon god unleashed his might, the very air trembled, the winds converged violently, creating a tempest akin to a Category 12 typhoon. Following the trajectory of Xiao Jingtian's fist, a mighty gale surged forth, aimed straight at Wu Feng, who stood merely 10 paces away. Amidst the furious winds, the onslaught of razor-sharp gusts hurtled towards Wu Feng, accompanied by a colossal fist of considerable magnitude. Unfazed by the barrage of wind blades and the enormous force bearing down upon him, Wu Feng maintained his composure, remaining utterly still. He merely focused his thoughts, conjuring an enhanced protective barrier, refined through years of experience. With a thunderous roar, chaos erupted. Dust and debris filled the air, collapsing structures, swaying trees, and fissures marred the landscape for miles around. Moments later, as the haze began to clear, a shocked Xiao Jingtian beheld Wu Feng standing unscathed, having withstood the full brunt of his punch. How could this be? You remain unharmed. Indeed, you are worthy of being the mightiest in the realm of wind and cloud. That punch possessed remarkable power. It can be said that I have encountered the mightiest punch of my life, although it still falls slightly short of shaking my invincible aura. You deserve my commendation. With a light pat on my shoulder to brush off the dust that had settled there, Wu Feng spoke with a hint of amusement. Humph, what absurdity. I do not believe you truly possess invincible defense. Prepare to meet your demise. The Hunyuan 4 Absolute Thunder Fist. The defiant demon god, without the slightest hesitation, summoned his inner power, channeling all his might as he unleashed the most formidable punch from the Hunyuan 4 Absolute. With a resounding roar, the atmosphere within 100 miles erupted into chaos as winds howled and clouds surged violently in the sky, coalescing into a massive storm that enveloped a radius of 10 miles, transforming the once dimly lit earth into a realm of utter darkness. Were it not for the thunderous booms and the dazzling flashes of lightning that danced intermittently, illuminating the heavens and the earth in blinding brilliance, this place would have been shrouded in impenetrable blackness. In an instant, as the demon god unleashed his full power, bolts of lightning, as thick as a bottle's neck, cascaded from the heavens, swirling around the colossal punch aimed at Wu Feng, charging towards him with ferocious speed. Observing the onslaught of what resembled 1,000 thundering bolts, Wu Feng remained composed, his heart steady, albeit filled with astonishment and admiration. Throughout it all, he maintained his tranquil demeanor, unfazed as he summoned his invincible aura to withstand the earth-shattering blow. With a thunderous crack, the impact reverberated, scattering shockwaves that echoed across 1,000 miles. The sound lingering in the air until it gradually faded away. In the aftermath of the demon god's overwhelming punch, which was laden with immense force, Wu Feng was propelled 10 miles away, demolishing countless trees, dozens of buildings, and several hills along the way, carving a straight trench that stretched for 10 miles before finally stabilizing himself. Surely, this must be the end. The exhausted demon god gasped, having expended his utmost effort. After a brief moment of recuperation, he fixed his gaze on the distant figure 10 miles away. My apologies. I fear I must disappoint you once more. With deliberate steps that seemed both slow and swift, Wu Feng appeared before the demon god, responding calmly. What? How can it be? You are completely unscathed. This is impossible. Who are you? The demon god exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Did I not mention it before? To shake my invincible aura. You still fall short by an immeasurable margin, Wu Feng replied, his expression serene. He then turned slightly, raising his gaze to the slowly ascending full moon, and continued. As for who I am, did you not already surmise it? Ha, you have been deceived. The great demon god gazed at the resplendent full moon that had already risen, laughing boastfully with a hint of madness. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the composed Wu Feng, who spoke with a calm demeanor. Since you have sufficiently rested and recovered, let us continue. Show me what you are capable of under the full moon's influence. You are doing this intentionally. You were aware of the characteristics of my martial arts beforehand. The great demon god said with a serious expression, caution brewing within. Otherwise, why would I engage in such idle chatter with you? I merely wish to witness the pinnacle of the 4 absolute techniques in their most formidable form, Wu Feng replied with a demeanor of nonchalance. Humph, you are exceedingly arrogant. Young one, you shall soon be held accountable for your hubris, enduring a lifetime of pain and regret. Prepare to perish. The 4 absolute techniques, wind, thunder, fire, rain, unified in one. With a furious roar, the great demon god unleashed his fierce attack, his face contorted in a menacing snarl. Chapter 51, A Battle to Determine the World Boom. As the great demon god's ultimate technique was unleashed, the winds and clouds churned violently, and the heavens and earth changed hue. The natural forces within 100 miles surged chaotically. In mere moments, a colossal tornado, thousands of feet high, materialized, enveloping the surrounding 10 miles in a tempest of roaring thunderclouds, while an immense sea of flames illuminated the night as if it were day, accompanied by torrential rains that fell like daggers. In a brief moment, under Wu Feng's watchful gaze, the great demon god harnessed the natural powers of the universe, creating a scene reminiscent of the primordial chaos, where the forces of nature ravaged all existence. Boom. Faced with an attack that surpassed natural disasters by 1,000-fold, Wu Feng, after a fleeting moment of surprise and astonishment, once again summoned his indomitable 3-foot aura of invincibility, enveloping himself completely. He remained unyielding against the relentless waves of searing flames, unfazed by the colossal tornadoes that surged and collided around him, and indifferent to the relentless downpour of rain that struck with the ferocity of blades. With an air of calm and composure, Wu Feng only revealed a hint of surprise and anticipation when the thunder and lightning from the heavy clouds above descended upon him. Boom. One bolt of lightning after another struck towards Wu Feng, who hovered several meters above the ground, as if undergoing a heavenly tribulation, each strike more potent than the last. Beginning with an initial voltage of approximately 1 million volts, it doubled to 2 million, then to 4 million, reaching 32 million, 56 million, and finally culminating at 1,240,000,000 volts. Ultimately, due to the great demon god's insufficient power and realm, he could no longer summon a more formidable bolt of heavenly lightning and was forced to halt. Moments later, after enduring the searing flames, the relentless assault of blades, the fury of the tempest, and the thunderous onslaught, the epicenter of the battle between the two figures had transformed the surrounding landscape into a desolate wasteland. The once lush hills were now reduced to ruins, with shattered walls and mingled debris, a graveyard of lifelessness where vitality had been extinguished, creating a scene of utter desolation. As the dust settled, the colossal demon, now surveying the vast crater that had emerged, scanned the area cautiously, confirming the absence of any signs of life apart from himself. Breathing heavily yet filled with exhilaration and arrogance, he let out a triumphant laugh. Ha, they are dead. Finally, they are gone. However, before his mirth could fully dissipate, a sudden sound pierced the silence, crackling and rumbling as the hardened earth fractured, sending stones tumbling. In this bleak and barren expanse, the noise reverberated with startling clarity. Huh. No way. The demon's laughter abruptly ceased as he beheld a figure emerging from the depths of the pit, suspended in midair. Unscathed and bearing no visible injuries, Wu Feng. The demon's expression shifted to one of disbelief, his body stiffening in shock. I refuse to believe this. It cannot be real. I must be dreaming. Yes, surely I have yet to awaken. In a state of denial, grappling with a profound psychological blow that shattered his worldview, the demon buried his face in his hands, uttering words he himself could scarcely accept, attempting to hypnotize himself into believing a false reality, momentarily resembling a fool. Oh, have you truly lost your wits? Your spirit seems so fragile. Wu Feng observed with a mix of disdain and pity. Rather than allow you to remain a fool for eternity, tarnishing the legacy of a once great warrior, let me grant you a grand farewell, preserving your reputation. With that, Wu Feng wasted no time, channeling his energy and focusing intently, delivering a meticulously executed punch that generated an overwhelming force, compressing the air into a projectile that surged across the distance, intent on striking down the demon. As the air cannon hurtled toward the still raving demon, a frantic instinct kicked in, and at the last possible moment, the demon arched backward, narrowly evading the lethal blow. You are. How did I not see through your intentions? The demon stammered, only to be swiftly interrupted by Wu Feng. Allow me to finish your thoughts, Wu Feng interjected, exasperated. Honestly, I cannot discern whether you are the fool or if I am. Such painfully obvious theatrics, and yet I find myself questioning my own intelligence for believing them. At that moment, Wu Feng's mind was flooded with memories of television dramas and films, where defeated villains would feign enlightenment and redemption, ultimately finding forgiveness from the naive protagonists and their companions, a foolishly simplistic narrative. I shall fight you to the bitter end, merging the four celestial powers into one. Upon hearing this, the great demon god seemed to feel both his acting skills and intellect were insulted simultaneously. In a fit of rage, he leapt into the air, hovering 100 meters above, beneath the moonlight. While expressing his fury, he unleashed a flurry of attacks. After completing his onslaught, he turned without hesitation and propelled himself swiftly towards the distant ocean. Now you wish to flee? Alas, it is too late. After allowing you to launch so many assaults, I shall adhere to the virtue of reciprocity and return the favor. If you can withstand my punch, I shall spare you. With that, I unleashed the blow, titled Unrivaled Might. In an instant, an overwhelming force emanated from my fist, spreading across a 100-mile radius, like a colossal tidal wave engulfing everything in its path. This punch manifested into a tangible realm of martial intent, freezing all within the vicinity upon its emergence, akin to amber. Everything was immobilized, save for consciousness and thought, which remained unscathed. From a distance, one could see the great demon god, in his haste, unleashing a desperate combination of hurricane, lightning, arrow rain, and flames. However, as his attack soared towards Wu Feng, it abruptly halted, suspended in midair. Not only that, but the vast and righteous martial intent, having solidified the incoming assault in a mere instant, surged forth, rapidly extending outward. Within moments, it caught up to the fleeing great demon god, surpassing him in a single sweep. In that fleeting moment before being overtaken, the great demon god emitted a desperate cry, only to be rendered powerless as the overwhelming martial intent solidified him in midair, permeating his entire being. Alas, had you mustered the courage to give your all at the last moment, there may have been a glimmer of hope. Wu Feng shook his head, expressing his regret. Having spoken, Wu Feng wasted no time and turned to walk towards the locations of Bu Jingyun, Niafeng, and Duanlang, moving at a leisurely pace. Within mere seconds, he vanished from the view of the great demon god, who still had half a head lingering, not yet dissipated. Chapter 52. The World of Winds and Clouds. Conclusion and return. Moments later, Wu Feng appeared to stroll slowly from a distance. Yet his movements were as swift as if he had traversed the very fabric of space. As his voice reached them, his body arrived in perfect synchrony. How do you fare? After this battle, have you come to a complete understanding of your own strength? Is your heart still swollen with pride? With a gentle smile, Wu Feng teased the three brothers, who were now supporting each other. Master, please refrain from mocking us further. We acknowledge our errors, replied Duanlang, his face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, Master, I now finally comprehend the profound wisdom of there are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people, Niafeng added, following suit with his own reflection. Master, after this battle, I deeply feel my own inadequacies. Thus, I humbly request your permission to resign from my position as a councilman upon my return. so that I may devote myself wholeheartedly to the cultivation of martial arts and strive to attain the supreme realm of martial prowess that you have spoken of. To rescue my mother. With a resolute expression, Bu Jingyun earnestly implored. Brother Yun Yu, enough. Both of you, cease this chatter. Without allowing Duan Lang and Nie Feng to interject, Wu Feng interrupted with an air of authority. Turning to face Bu Jingyun with a grave demeanor, he inquired, have you truly made up your mind? No regrets? No regrets. I have made my decision, and I hope Master will grant me this, Bu Jingyun replied without hesitation, kneeling on the ground with unwavering determination. Very well, so be it. Rise. Wu Feng, after a moment of contemplation, expressed a mix of reluctance and resignation, his face betraying a hint of sympathy. With that, he lost all interest and began to stride towards the Shenzhou Navy, which had completed its encirclement task and was waiting by the shore. Time hastened, and it swiftly arrived at the year 19 of the Shenzhou Tianqiao calendar in late July. At this moment, it had been a full 30 years since Wu Feng arrived in this realm, 19 years since the establishment of the Tianqiao, and a decade since the defeat of the sinister masterminds behind the Qianqiu calamity. Since Wu Feng and his 3 disciples vanquished the 2 hidden instigators of the Qianqiu calamity a decade ago, it took less than a month for him to announce 2 shocking events that stirred the entire realm. Firstly, the sudden resignation of Bu Jingyun, a prominent councilman holding a vital position in the Imperial Central Council, who wished to return home and focus solely on his martial training. Secondly, the launch of the dragon slaying campaign, spearheaded by the Empire in collaboration with various martial artists and sect masters, which lasted for a month. This campaign, after incurring heavy casualties among the participating martial experts, ultimately achieved its intended goal, successfully bringing back the severely wounded and dying colossal Azure Dragon to the Tianqiao Empire. It is noteworthy that the devastating losses suffered by the martial arts community during this dragon-slaying campaign led to the downfall of a small faction of misguided individuals who, despite possessing some skills, had been spreading rumors and inciting unrest within the empire. With the loss of their strong backing, these treacherous conspirators were swiftly apprehended by imperial spies shortly before the arrival of the following year. From that point onward, with the absence of these petty saboteurs who had been covertly undermining progress, the Tianqiao enjoyed a period of smooth sailing in the ensuing years, marked by rapid development and construction that could be described as nothing short of a leap forward. To this day, the Tianqiao not only fully unified the entire Eurasian continent, but also embarked on an unprecedented era of grand maritime exploration and adventure. Furthermore, it has begun to realize its ambitious initial goals and noble ideals, establishing a harmonious world of equality and freedom for all. Shenzhou, relying on the newly built entertainment city of Leshan, flourished remarkably. At this moment, within a 3-story establishment known as the Uli Inn, the atmosphere was abuzz with exuberant voices. The place was bustling with patrons from all walks of life, leaving no empty seat in sight, presenting a veritable tableau of humanity. Ahem, silence, everyone. Please quiet down. For the time has come for the unveiling of the 3 rankings. At the center of the inn stage stood a slender old man clad in gray, his piercing gaze and prominent temples suggesting he was in his 50s or 60s, as he called out loudly. Elder Gu, is it true that the most enigmatic of the 3 rankings, the celestial ranking, will be revealed this time? An elegantly dressed middle-aged man, evidently acquainted with the elder, was the first to ask, his impatience evident. Indeed, Elder Gu, is it not true that the 3 rankings have been in existence for at least a decade? Yet only the human ranking, representing the common folk, and the earth ranking, embodying the celestial beings, have been disclosed, while the revered celestial ranking, akin to the legendary divine beings, has remained shrouded in secrecy? A robust young man in his 20s lamented. Absolutely, that is the case, came the chorus of agreement from the crowd, as they voiced their anticipation before the elder could respond. All right, everyone, please settle down. This time, I will indeed reveal the long-awaited celestial ranking, Elder Gu declared, calming the crowd with a gesture of his hands. Now, let us forego the pleasantries and delve directly into the matter at hand. I shall unveil all 3 rankings simultaneously, he stated plainly, with a flourish. 3 scrolls, one representing the human ranking in azure, the earth ranking in white, and the celestial ranking in gold, descended from above, unfurling gracefully. The onlookers beheld the scrolls as they revealed, celestial ranking. 1. Nuwa, the ancient goddess, creator and mender of the heavens. 2. Rulai, the ancient deity, observing heaven and earth. The great sun. 3. Huangdi, the ancient emperor, progenitor of civilization, the yellow emperor. 4. Qiyu, the ancient demon king, scourge of the mortals, the 9 Li Qiyu. 5. The god of the future, master of time and space, the half-divine. 6. The ancient swordsman, whose sword intent transcends realms, the sovereign of the sword realm. Positions 7 through 36 remain vacant and undecided. Earth ranking: 1. Wufeng, the martial god of the divine land. 2. Shaosan, the 12 frights of laughter. 3. Guanyu, the martial saint of enchanting love. 4. Wudi, the master of the profound martial arts. 5. The reborn sword saint of the 6 transformations. 6. The 8 bows of the sword-bowing manner. Human ranking: 1. The reborn sword saint, Long Air. 2. The boundless divine palm, Butian. 3. Beside the foot of the Leshan giant Buddha, at the entrance of Lingyun Cave. Master, must you truly leave? Is there no way for you to stay? Nie Feng murmured softly, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes as he gazed at Wufeng, who stood by the riverbank. Indeed, Master, could you not reconsider? Enough, enough. Jingyun, do not speak further. My mind is made up. There is no need for you to persuade me any longer, Wufeng replied resolutely. Upon concluding his words, Wu Feng, with a mixture of frustration and exasperation, retorted, moreover, was it not agreed upon long ago? Most importantly, I am not leaving forever. However, Duanlang, his brow furrowed with concern, interjected, but Master, what if, after your departure, some ancient monster instigates a cataclysmic upheaval? Ah, you little rascal, are you trying to be clever? With your current strength, if you all join forces, you may not be invincible, but you would certainly possess the power to face half of the divine realm. Wu Feng said, both amused and irritated as he pointed at Duanlang. Enough. I understand your reluctance, but let us speak no more of it. Years of cultivation allowed Wu Feng to swiftly calm the tumultuous emotions within him, restoring his usual composure as he spoke softly. At that moment, the 3 disciples gazed at Wu Feng, who stood facing the great river, his silhouette gradually enveloped in an ethereal aura. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over them, as if he might vanish with the next breeze, casting a shadow of melancholy upon the trio, who murmured softly. Do you remember, dear disciples, the moment we first met? Can you recall what you said upon encountering me? Wu Feng's garments fluttered in the river breeze, creating a haunting sound as his figure appeared increasingly insubstantial. His gaze distant as he posed the question softly. Duanlang and Nie Feng simultaneously recalled that moment, uttering an exclamation in unison. Indeed, where does this immortal now come from, and where will he return? Wu Feng turned to the 3 of them, casting a deep gaze before breaking into a gentle smile. Yun Air, Feng Air, Lang Air, may our paths cross again. With those words, Wu Feng, free of any lingering attachments or worries, activated the fully charged progress of his unique ability. In an instant, just as he had arrived, he vanished silently, without a trace. Chapter 53. Journey through the starry sea in the world of Dragon Ball. Within the North Galaxy on Earth, the sun shone brightly, and the sky was clear. In a certain primordial forest on the western continent, various animals frolicked or engaged in instinctual activities beneficial to their health. At that moment, a robust male Tyrannosaurus Rex was poised to assert dominance over a female of its kind when, unexpectedly, a figure materialized between them. This uninvited guest was none other than Wu Feng, returning laden with experiences from the world of Fengyun after a 30-year absence. Before Wu Feng could express his sentiments or the pangs of nostalgia within him, a foul-smelling attack surged toward him, accompanied by an enraged roar that echoed through the air. With a resounding crack, the powerful jaws of the male Tyrannosaurus Rex clashed against the impenetrable aura instinctively generated by Wu Feng's body. In an instant, its sharp teeth shattered, scattering across the ground. The agonizing pain of its broken teeth elicited a series of tormented howls from the male T-Rex, which thrashed its colossal head in a frenzied manner, retreating from Wu Feng's presence as if it had encountered an insurmountable obstacle, akin to hitting a solid iron plate. Alas, it was too late. The moment Wu Feng laid eyes upon the 2 mighty dinosaurs, he had silently resolved within himself to honor the celestial arrangement bestowed upon him. His inaugural meal upon returning would be the long-forgotten taste of dinosaur flesh. Moments later, by a small stream adjacent to the primordial forest, Wu Feng meticulously disposed of the 2 unfortunate tyrannosaurs while reflecting on the myriad of experiences gained from his journey through time. One thing became abundantly clear. The goals he had set prior to his voyage had not only been achieved, but had far surpassed his expectations. Now, back in the Dragon Ball universe, his liberated body radiated with a staggering aura, exulting in its newfound power. Feeling an energy that had increased over 200-fold compared to before his transformation, Wu Feng was overwhelmed with joy. If his combat prowess prior to the journey was approximately 600, it could be inferred that he now possessed around 750,000, significantly exceeding the average level of elite fighters in the 7th universe. He was notably stronger than Frieza, the cosmic monarch of the Frost Demon race, thus marking him as a formidable contender in the universe, capable of commanding a dominion of his own. As long as he refrained from provoking exceptionally dangerous individuals, he could expect a life of comfort and ease. While the substantial enhancement of his strength was indeed a source of great delight for Wu Feng, it was not the sole treasure he had acquired. Through his recent traversal, he had finally grasped and confirmed a significant revelation concerning himself, the time ratio between the worlds he traversed and the Dragon Ball universe. Specifically, in an ordinary world devoid of extraordinary elements, i.e., a semiplane, 1 year would equate to merely 1 second in the Dragon Ball world. In lower worlds, i.e., worlds with low martial arts, low magic, or low fantasy that included extraordinary elements, 1 year would translate to 1 minute in the Dragon Ball universe. In primary worlds, i.e., small thousand worlds, such as those of moderate martial arts, magic, or fantasy, the first world Wu Feng traversed was a moderate martial arts world. 1 year equated to 1 hour in the Dragon Ball realm. Following this pattern, in intermediate worlds, i.e., medium thousand worlds, 1 year would correspond to 1 day in the Dragon Ball universe. In advanced worlds, i.e., ordinary large thousand worlds, 1 year would equal 1 month in the Dragon Ball realm. Finally, in superlative worlds, i.e., pinnacle large thousand worlds, 1 year would equate to a season in the Dragon Ball universe. In the past year, the realm of the Supreme World, often referred to as the Perfect Universe, has witnessed the passage of time, as has the Dragon Ball world. As for the eternal ultimate realm governed directly by the transcendent principles of the highest order, it remains unmentioned for now. Having initially sorted out the temporal ratios of traversing these worlds in his mind, Wu Feng subsequently unleashed his perception, enveloping the entire Earth in an instant. He selected the aura of an individual within a city as his target and activated his instant teleportation. In a blink, Wu Feng's figure vanished, only to reappear at the same spot less than a second later. Had one not been observing intently, accompanied by the sudden array of various seasonings that materialized in Wu Feng's hands, one might have believed he had never moved at all. It was utterly inconceivable that within the brief span of less than a second, Wu Feng not only glanced at a calendar to confirm his absence of a month, but also deftly acquired the barbecue seasonings he required. Once all the essentials for his barbecue were meticulously prepared, Wu Feng, with a mere thought, summoned a razor-sharp blade of energy approximately 1 meter long, manifested between his middle and index fingers. From a distance, it appeared as though he wielded the blade with astonishing speed, creating a flurry of indistinct afterimages that filled the less than 10 cubic meters of space. In this fleeting moment, Wu Feng, through the convergence of energy into a blade, effortlessly sliced through 2 Tyrannosaurus rexes, each measuring no less than 7 or 8 meters in length, and began to relish the fruits of his labor. Shortly thereafter, after savoring his first meal upon his return, Wu Feng wasted no time in activating his instant teleportation again. In the previous moment, he had been near his uncle, Wu Taidu, confirming his uncle's safety and steady improvement in strength, and in the next, he found himself in the valley, quietly observing his family members as they busied themselves with mundane chores or engaged in arduous training. After ensuring that his loved ones were safe and healthy, he hesitated no longer and activated his teleportation once more, departing silently without a trace. Upon reappearing, Wu Feng arrived on a small island and, after a brief glance at its current inhabitant, his junior brother Wu Tian, he departed again. He next materialized near a large martial arts arena known as He Xian Lu, spanning no less than 1,000 square meters, where he exchanged another fleeting look with Tao before once again activating his instant teleportation and departing without hesitation. Thus, leveraging the convenience of instant teleportation, Wu Feng visited each individual one by one. After completing his visits, he proceeded directly to the top of the Korin Tower, where he exchanged for a substantial quantity of senzu beans from Master Korin. At this moment, after bidding farewell to the venerable Carlin, Wu Feng no longer hesitated. He unleashed his perception with all his might, traversing the entire solar system in the blink of an eye, heading towards the Hanoi star region. At last, a presence has been sensed. Yes, it is you. No sooner had he uttered these words than Wu Feng activated his teleportation, his figure flickering briefly before vanishing from Carlin Tower. Chapter 54. Journey through the stellar seas. Not far from the solar system, within an unnamed galaxy, lay a planet renowned throughout the cosmos for a singular individual. At this moment, on the planet named after a man called Zeno, the area before a grand palace was bustling with a lively throng. Upon his sudden arrival through teleportation, Wufeng was immediately struck by the sight of an interminable line composed of an array of bizarre extraterrestrial beings, resembling a serpentine dragon. What is this place? Why are there so many aliens, and why are they so obediently standing in line? Wufeng mused to himself, filled with curiosity and bewilderment as he surveyed his surroundings. Silence. Everyone, please quiet down. It is now the turn of the next candidate, Mr. Kabuzachi. Kindly follow me. Mr. Kabuzachi called out a round-faced, large-eared extraterrestrial, with a bald head and rosy lips, who emerged leisurely from the palace, flipping through a small booklet while addressing the crowd in a monotone voice. As he finished speaking, he instinctively turned to leave but abruptly halted halfway, his serious gaze locking onto Wufeng, who was wandering nearby. Sir, the one loitering over there. Yes, you. Please adhere to the rules and join the line properly. Otherwise, Lord Zeno shall not entertain any inquiries from you. Lord Zeno? That name rings a bell. Oh, now I remember. To think that my first stop in this journey through the stellar seas would lead me to the extraordinary individual known as the omniscient sage of the universe. Reflecting on the descriptions of Zeno from the original text, Wufeng could not help but express his astonishment. He then anticipated that, upon further contemplation, such a situation was indeed unexpected yet reasonable, for the galactic patrolman Gak, resembling Ultraman, had mentioned that Zeno's planet was not far from the solar system. After sifting through his long-buried memories from the depths of his soul, Wufeng murmured with sudden clarity. Throughout this process, aside from the initial directive, he completely disregarded the servant of Zeno, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, save for their differing sizes. Sir, are you even listening to me? If you can't hear me, please comply with Lord Zeno's regulations and line up at the back, resembling a large servant of Zeno. Upon witnessing Wufeng pass by without any motion in response to his reminder, the servant's face contorted with a hint of indignation, prompting him to shout once more in an attempt to alert Wufeng. Well, perhaps it is best to avoid unnecessary trouble while out and about. A cautious approach is always prudent. Wufeng, who had long occupied a high position in the tumultuous world, felt a surge of anger upon hearing this, but quickly recalled that he was within another's domain, where formidable individuals or peculiar strategies might lurk. To safeguard himself against any unforeseen consequences, he chose to suppress his ire and silently reassured himself. Although Wufeng was aware from the original narrative that Zeno's strength was not particularly formidable, certainly not approaching the level of Super Saiyan 2, as evidenced by the intimidation exerted by Zamasu, the apprentice god of destruction from Universe 10, he recognized that even Zeno possessed sufficient power to command a significant faction or some extraordinary abilities. After all, how else could he maintain such order among the myriad aliens hailing from diverse planets? As for Zeno, it would be wise to refrain from engaging him for the time being. Perhaps, when his own strength had grown, he could reconsider. For now, it was time to move on and explore the next destination. After casting one last glance at the lengthy queue that seemed to stretch for miles, Wufeng pondered for a moment before deciding to set this matter aside and continue his original quest, seeking out skilled fighters in the universe for battle training while also witnessing the renowned planets from the original tale, namely, Yardrat and Metamor. With determination restored, Wufeng no longer hesitated. After discreetly marking the presence of Zeno and his several servants, he focused his thoughts and activated his instant transmission, vanishing from sight in an abrupt manner, just as he had arrived. Half a day later, in a bustling urban street on the planet Aura, here lay the renowned trading star of the universe, vibrant and alive with a constant flow of people and a cacophony of activity. After traversing over a dozen planets, Wufeng finally arrived at this illustrious celestial body. Marveling at the myriad of spacecraft entering and exiting, he couldn't help but express his admiration. Once his reflections concluded, Wufeng wasted no time and made his way directly to a large store specializing in spacecraft, adhering to his pre-established plan to purchase a vessel. Shortly thereafter, upon entering the store, Wufeng bypassed the customary pleasantries of the sales personnel and stated directly, "I wish to acquire the fastest and most high-performance spacecraft available. Additionally, I require a gravity adjustment chamber. Greetings, based on your specifications, we currently do not have any in stock that meet your criteria. Customization will be necessary. May I inquire if your need is urgent? If you are not in a hurry, a deposit of 10% will suffice. And you can expect delivery in approximately 1 month," replied the saleswoman, her skin a striking blend of blue and green, wearing a professional smile as she offered her suggestions. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. How much deposit is required? Wu Feng pondered briefly before calmly making a decision. Greetings. According to your specifications, the customized spacecraft requires a total of 100 Heiken, which means you must first deposit 10 Heiken. Upon hearing this, the alien saleswoman, resembling a lizard from Earth, transformed her previously amiable smile into a radiant beam. Heiken, is that not the universal currency? Do you not accept universal currency here? Wu Feng, momentarily perplexed, furrowed his brow and inquired with a hint of confusion. Not at all, esteemed guest, you have misunderstood. We certainly accept the universal currency issued by the Galactic Federation. It's just that on Allah Star, we have always preferred to conduct transactions in Heiken. I beg your pardon for any confusion. Not a problem. It's my fault for not clarifying beforehand. Please, enlighten me on the exchange rate between Heiken and universal currency, Wu Feng replied, waving his hand dismissively, his tone gentle and composed. Certainly, esteemed guest. On Allah Star, typically, 10,000 universal currency equals 1 Heiken, meaning you will need to deposit 100,000 universal currency. 100,000 universal currency, is it? Very well, here you go. Just process the transfer, Wu Feng said, nonchalantly retrieving a crystalline card he had obtained when he opened an account at the Cosmic Bank on his journey. He handed it to the saleswoman with an air of indifference, unfazed by the prospect of nearly exhausting the card's balance. His nonchalance stemmed not from a disregard for wealth nor from an abundance of funds, but rather because the money within the card had been acquired through his own unorthodox means. After all, when the funds are not the result of one's own labor, one tends not to mourn their expenditure. Such is the nature of humanity. Chapter 55. Journeying through the starry seas, time flew by, and a month had swiftly elapsed. On this day, fulfilling his promise, Wu Feng returned, having amassed the necessary funds once more through his unconventional methods. He made a one-time payment to the alien saleswoman before departing with his newly acquired spacecraft, now entirely his, amidst her enthusiastic farewell. Shortly thereafter, in the vast expanses of the cosmos, not far from the Allah Star system, a uniquely designed spacecraft sped erratically through space. As Wu Feng piloted the vessel for the first time, he followed the simplistic guidance of the onboard artificial intelligence, slowly honing his skills. However, due to his inexperience, he narrowly avoided colliding with numerous commercial spacecraft traveling to and from Allah Star. While navigating through a meteor belt, he inadvertently shattered hundreds of meteors, both large and small. Following warnings and alerts from the artificial intelligence aboard, Wu Feng had no choice but to exit the spacecraft. Relying on his profound inner strength to convert his energy into a protective breath, shielding himself from the myriad cosmic rays and radiation that threatened his life. All potential threats to his safety were meticulously repelled and excluded from his body, allowing Wu Feng to float serenely in the vastness of space. After departing from his newly acquired spacecraft, Wu Feng, suspended in the cosmos, quickly grasped the experience and, without further delay, summoned his will. With a swift gesture, he unleashed countless beams of energy, obliterating every meteorite that obstructed his path, reducing them to cosmic dust that ultimately vanished into the abyss of space. In an instant, having cleared all obstacles, Wu Feng habitually dusted off his hands and returned to the confines of his spacecraft, continuing to relish the novelty of piloting for the first time. It was not until 3 hours later, after once again acting as a cosmic janitor, that the initial thrill began to wane. He then transitioned to intelligent control mode, exiting the cockpit with a look of indifference and making his way to the gravity chamber, eager to experiment with the most prominent, unconventional cultivation method from the original text. Curious whether it would bear any fruit at this moment. To ensure caution, he decided to approach the challenge incrementally. First, he would test the effects of double Earth's gravity. Grasping the gravity control button within his chamber, he pondered briefly before decisively abandoning the reckless notion of instantly setting the gravity to 500 times that of Earth. Instead, he opted for a more prudent approach, gradually increasing the intensity to gauge his limits. A beep signaled the activation of double gravity, enveloping him in its embrace. It felt almost negligible. Perhaps the multiplier was too low. He adjusted it to triple gravity. Beep. Still, there was no significant sense of pressure. He pressed on to quadruple gravity. Was it still insufficient? At quintuple gravity, he finally sensed a marked effect, yet it was still not enough. He escalated to 200 times Earth's gravity. Had he finally reached his limit? 413 times Earth's gravity? In that moment, overwhelmed by the immense gravitational force, Wu Feng's face flushed red, his body trembling as he bent forward, struggling to articulate each word. Beep, beep. After enduring the strain for a while longer, Wu Feng, having reached his threshold, no longer hesitated. He promptly pressed the controller to deactivate the gravity mechanism. As he gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, he sprawled on the floor, his clothes soaked, allowing the beads of perspiration to cascade down onto the cabin floor. After a moment, gradually recovering, Wu Feng straightened up, unsteadily opening the designated bathing chamber for his post-training, cleansing ritual. The following day, after a restorative night's rest that rejuvenated his energy, Wu Feng hastily consumed a hearty breakfast before resolutely returning to the gravity chamber. After adjusting the gravity to 400 times, he commenced the arduous and monotonous path of training once more. This tedious and dreary training period did not last long. Merely 3 days later, he was interrupted by the preset alert he had programmed. Had the first waypoint arrived so swiftly? Time truly flies during the course of cultivation. Wu Feng, interrupted from his meditative state, quietly mused. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to swiftly mark each celestial body as originally planned. After all, it wouldn't consume much time. With this thought, Wu Feng promptly deactivated the immense gravity of 420 times, entered the cleansing chamber, and after a brief wash, opened the spacecraft's grand door. He leapt into the air, landing on a desolate planet, comparable in size to Earth, devoid of any signs of life. With a resounding crash, Wu Feng descended directly onto the barren ground, creating a substantial pit at least a meter deep beneath his feet. Indeed, as per his initial strategy, encountering a lifeless planet was rather straightforward. All he needed was to find a few inconspicuous spots to conceal the energy orbs he had prepared, which emanated his unique aura. In a flash of thought, having made up his mind, Wu Feng instantly unleashed his mental prowess, his figure moving at remarkable speed as he scanned the planet beneath him. In no time, he had thoroughly explored the area, swiftly comparing it to the several hundred pre-selected locations that met his criteria. Ultimately, after careful consideration, he chose the 10 most expansive sites to hide the energy orbs, serving as markers for his future teleportation. With this task accomplished, he felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing it would facilitate his travels and provide a strategic retreat in the event of encountering insurmountable foes or enemies capable of self-destruction, thus minimizing the risk of Earth or other inhabited planets facing annihilation. Time passed like a fleeting shadow, and within the blink of an eye, 3 months had quietly slipped away amidst Wu Feng's relentless training and endeavors. At this moment, after marking the final desolate planet in the neighboring solar system, he swiftly concealed the spacecraft on the moon using teleportation. Without hesitation, he activated his teleportation once more, arriving at a notorious stronghold of space pirates, known as Skull Star, located in the western region of the northern galaxy. Upon his sudden arrival at this infamous lair of interstellar marauders, Wu Feng was soon detected by the surveillance systems scattered across the planet, prompting immediate alerts from the artificial intelligence to virtually the entire populace. Warning, warning. An outsider has breached our territory. Location: outside the Caribbean Grand Hotel, at the intersection of Black Pearl Avenue and Gulge Avenue, in Jack City. All local pirate lords, please implement immediate capture procedures. So I have been exposed already? Wu Feng pondered. Is it truly necessary for a planet notorious for lawlessness and inhabited by rogues to keep pace with the advanced technological trends of the universe? Shouldn't it be a chaotic realm, rife with noise, bloodshed, and unending carnage? Observing the orderly scenes before him, Wu Feng couldn't help but question his assumptions. Chapter 56. Battle, battle, battle. Hurry, hurry, let us hasten to witness the unfolding spectacle. Yet another reckless fool, ignorant of the perils, has intruded upon us in pursuit of a misguided sense of justice. Indeed. Let us go swiftly and ascertain the identity of this audacious individual who dares to disrupt our domain, the infamous star of villains. Yes, let us not tarry. For if we delay, we may miss the breathtaking confrontation of one of the renowned 10 kings of villainy, Aurelia. Although the outcome is all but predictable, I still hold a glimmer of hope that this madman may endure a tad longer in this encounter. A cacophony of alarms erupted, reverberating throughout the planet. Yet the inhabitants of the Star of Chaos displayed no signs of panic or trepidation, unlike their counterparts from other worlds. Instead, they exhibited an air of nonchalance, eager to congregate at the scene to witness the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Aurelia, the demon king presiding over one of the 10 kingdoms of the Star of Villains, was engaged in beneficial physical exercise. Alas, it has scarcely been a moment, and yet another foolhardy individual has brazenly trespassed into my territory. Truly infuriating. Enraged and impatient upon hearing the alarm, Aurelia swiftly dispatched several robust alien women, whose appearances defied earthly standards of beauty, with a mere wave of her hand. reducing them to nothingness. After donning a combat-ready attire, she furiously soared towards the location of the invader. The sounds of gunfire rang out, rapid bursts of machine guns. The whoosh of missiles and the crackle of laser cannons inundated the air moments after the invader's appearance. A relentless barrage of artillery ensued, centering around the vicinity of the intruder, which endured for a full quarter of an hour, rendering the area shrouded in smoke and chaos. Even now, despite the bombardment having ceased for some time, the scene remained obscured, yielding no clarity regarding the situation within. Surely he must be dead, after withstanding such a relentless onslaught. There can be no doubt he has met his end, mused Selima, a city defense officer under the Demon King's command, shaking his head in disappointment. I never anticipated this intruder would prove so feeble, unable to withstand even the initial wave. Truly a disappointment. Let us withdraw. Wait, Lord Selima, look. That individual is still alive, exclaimed a sharp-eyed soldier, disbelief etched upon his face, his voice trembling. Indeed, my lord, not only is he alive, but he appears wholly unscathed. Everyone, remain calm and heed my command. 3, 2, 1, run. Upon witnessing the impeccably intact Wu Feng, who had not even shifted an inch from his position, the seasoned Selima calmly issued commands. In an instant, he rushed toward a nearby building, his subordinates swiftly scattering in all directions, as if they had rehearsed this maneuver countless times. Finished already, and you wish to flee? Such good fortune is not to be found, Wu Feng remarked. A faint smile gracing his lips, his brows slightly raised, and a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. With a deliberate motion, Wu Feng raised his hand toward the center, and with a mere thought, a key wave the size of a sesame seed rapidly expanded to that of a watermelon, containing the power to obliterate 1,000 miles. As he completed the formation, the watermelon-sized key wave erupted into a barrage, akin to sea urchins, striking down the fleeing Selima and his defense forces, reducing them to ashes. Simultaneously, the Demon King Orilla, who had arrived just a moment too late, roared from a distance. Impudent wretch, you court death. Prepare to perish. Demon Annihilation Wave. As the attack sped toward him, Wu Feng remained unperturbed, his heart steady, and with a thought, he summoned a formidable defensive key shield composed of his own cells. He effortlessly withstood Orilla's furious strike, which could easily pierce a planet. Holding the explosive key wave firmly at bay, unwavering within 3 feet of his person. Desiring to avoid further delay, Wu Feng extended his hand, grasping the key wave launched by Orilla, and with a gentle squeeze, he shattered it, dispersing it into the air. Who are you? With your strength, you should not remain nameless. Orilla, cunning and shrewd, narrowed his eyes in alarm, realizing his ambush had been effortlessly thwarted and obliterated. Is it not too late for such meaningless chatter? Wu Feng remarked indifferently, brushing off the dust from his left shoulder. In a heartbeat, he was before Orilla, delivering a powerful punch imbued with immense force, sending Orilla flying, who had failed to react in time. The force of the blow propelled Orilla through a multitude of skyscrapers and several mountains, finally coming to a halt, utterly spent. As he landed, Orilla instinctively clutched his chest, tasting blood in his throat, and exclaimed, "My blood! You have truly enraged me. Unforgivable, unforgivable. I shall rend your body to pieces, perish under the Demon Annihilation Death Bullet." This fury had been ignited since he had battled fiercely hundreds of years ago at the Interstellar Pirate King's election for the title of the 10 Pirate Kings. Having never suffered an injury or shed a drop of blood, Orilla, for the first time, seemed to be provoked, launching a frenzied and chaotic assault towards the approaching Wu Feng. Faced with the onslaught of energy waves seemingly converging from all directions, Wu Feng remained utterly unmoved, silently raising his energy shield and enduring Orilla's relentless attacks without so much as a tremor. Moments later, as fatigue began to take its toll, Orilla's once rapid and aggressive offensive gradually diminished in intensity, slowing to a halt. "Ah, have you reached your limit? Very well, I have observed enough," Wu Feng remarked with a calm demeanor and an indifferent tone. As soon as he spoke, the previously motionless Wu Feng sprang into action, vanishing from sight in an instant. The next moment, he reappeared, having already intercepted Orilla, who was attempting to retreat in a desperate bid for escape. "Where do you think you're going? Allow me to escort you." With that, Wu Feng unleashed a powerful energy wave capable of obliterating vast landscapes, striking Orilla who, caught off guard and unable to evade, was utterly annihilated, leaving no trace behind. The residual force continued to traverse the uncharted mountains and the boundless oceans of the planet. Thus, one of the notorious pirate kings of the Evil Star, known as the Demon King, Orilla, met his end with nothing but a chilling cry of despair. Ladies and gentlemen, having watched for so long, do you not intend to make your presence known? Wu Feng remarked, noting the absence of any would-be rescuers from those who had been observing in the shadows. Suddenly, 9 beams of incredible energy, each capable of effortlessly shattering a planet, converged upon Wu Feng's location as their target. Faced with this unexpected barrage, Wu Feng's expression shifted from ease to seriousness. No longer did he feign indifference as he had earlier. Instead, he swiftly propelled himself off the ground, leaping skyward just as the attacks were about to reach him, successfully escaping the encirclement and ascending to an altitude of 100 meters. Hovering above, he glanced down at the ground where he had once stood, now transformed into a massive crater spanning thousands of miles, as if struck by a celestial meteor. This devastation was a direct result of the 9 individuals recognizing the imminent danger and redirecting their strikes toward the sky at the critical moment. Had it not been for this, I fear that this malevolent star, scarcely larger than Earth, would have already exploded in the wake of the recent combined assault, disintegrating into a myriad of meteors and shooting stars. The principle of Wu Feng is not to remain passive when struck. Having narrowly escaped the life-threatening joint attack, he resolved to take the initiative and strike first. From a distance, one could see Wu Feng, who had been floating in the air, momentarily blur before. In the next instant, he stood before the weakest of the 9 adversaries, with the alien resembling an oversized cockroach from Earth caught off guard. Wu Feng delivered a powerful punch, sending the creature hurtling dozens of miles away, expending the last of his strength to come to a halt. In that brief moment, he shattered hundreds of towering skyscrapers and residential buildings, subsequently uprooting tens of thousands of trees, carving a straight path through the unknown forest that extended for over 10 miles, before crashing into several mountains that rose nearly 1,000 meters high. Is the body so fragile? He mused, as one swift blow had sent the creature to report to the King of Hell. In the next instant, he approached the second weakest opponent, marveling internally while his hands remained in motion, unleashing another punch imbued with enough force to shatter the moon. The second weakest, an alien resembling an enlarged fox from Earth, barely had time to cross its arms in defense. Yet, the vast disparity in strength rendered this futile. Upon contact with Wu Feng's fist, the alien's arms were shattered as if struck by a meteor. It was then propelled away at a speed akin to a rocket, piercing through layers of atmosphere until it vanished into the depths of outer space, transformed into a distant star. Moments later, due to the multiplicative disparity in strength, Wu Feng swiftly dispatched 6 of the 9 adversaries, each possessing combat powers ranging from 100,000 to 300,000. This left him with 3 remaining foes, their combat powers the highest among them at over 390,000, 460,000, and 530,000, respectively, to engage in a gradual practice and experience accumulation. Who are you, wretched being? Why have I never heard of your kind before? When did such a formidable expert emerge in the cosmos? At this moment, the remaining trio stood back to back, forming a defensive posture, the strongest among them, the foremost of the 10 interstellar pirate kings on the malevolent star and the elusive, unyielding crownless monarch of the pirate realm, Damark, cautiously observed the elusive Wu Feng while seething with rage. Ignorance does not equate to the absence of knowledge. The vastness of the universe is home to countless experts. Even if one were to devote an entire lifetime to learning, how much could one truly comprehend? Setting aside the distant figures like the formidable Moro and the Majin Buu, who possess the nearly unparalleled strength to conquer the cosmos, one can also consider more immediate threats, such as King Cold of the Frost Demons, the Grand Elder of the Namekians, and the mighty Raboku of the West Galaxy, all of whom boast battle powers exceeding 10 million. What utter nonsense. Moro and Majin Buu are merely fabrications of a bygone era, designed to deceive. As for King Cold, do you truly believe I have not encountered him? A mere battle power of 470,000. This suggests that your so-called Grand Elder and Raboku are nothing extraordinary. As Damaruk swiftly coordinated his attacks against Wu Feng, his expression was one of disbelief, and he scoffed derisively. 470,000? How delightfully morbid. One cannot help but admire the familial resemblance. If that is the norm, then his final form after 3 transformations must possess a battle power of over 12 million. How unexpected. In that moment, Wu Feng deftly countered the trio's rapid, ever-shifting assaults, trading blows with fists and feet, creating a flurry of afterimages in the confined air around him. Yet, amidst the chaos, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of speculation. How audacious to engage us while distracted. Seizing the fleeting opportunity revealed by Wu Feng's divided attention, the 3 adversaries, exchanging glances of mutual understanding, leapt back in unison to form a triangle, channeling their utmost strength into their most powerful techniques. Are you all truly committed? Very well. Let us conclude this battle with an ultimate technique that has remained hidden since its inception. With those words, an extraordinary aura erupted forth from Wu Feng, an oppressive force that rippled through the air, generating visible waves that sent debris from the surrounding ruins flying. In an instant, as Wu Feng's words faded, a terrifying wave of energy coalesced within his grasp, rapidly expanding from the size of a pea to that of a basketball. With a mere thought, he unleashed 3 devastating energy blasts, each aimed at the incoming waves from his 3 foes. Upon contact, the energy waves were annihilated with utter ease, swiftly rebounding towards the trio, who now stood before him, their expressions twisted in terror, drenched in sweat. In a swift and decisive manner, the 3 profoundly unwilling individuals were obliterated, their essences extinguished, yet with ample vigor remaining. The force penetrated the majestic mountain range stretching for thousands of miles behind them, subsequently unveiling the vast, boundless ocean that lay beyond, revealing a seabed that extended for hundreds of thousands of miles, eventually dissipating its energy deep within the Earth's crust. Chapter 58. Battle. 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 After witnessing the apocalyptic aftermath of his final strike, Wu Feng could not help but feel a twinge of guilt and sorrow. Guilt arose from the realization that he had transformed the once splendid landscape into a scene of devastation, while sorrow stemmed from the plight of the native life on this planet, relentlessly tormented and enslaved to death by the merciless and brutal cosmic pirates. Oh, against such dire circumstances, you managed to evade annihilation. Quite impressive. Before Wu Feng could fully contemplate his next steps and return to the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance to hand over the mission and claim a substantial reward, a faint aura captured his attention. To his astonishment, it belonged to none other than DOMINATION, the notorious leader of the 10 cosmic pirate kings, who was presumed dead and reduced to nothingness. Upon realizing that DOMINATION still clung to life, Wu Feng swiftly approached the half-destroyed figure of DOMINATION, who lay on the ground. Agony and ferocity etched upon his face. So, you have not escaped your fate after all, Wu Feng remarked, somewhat surprised. DOMINATION, understanding that there was no hope for survival, seethed with rage. Damn it. I will make you pay for this. You will die, I swear it. Even in death, I will take you with me, haha. In a moment of despair, DOMINATION clenched his teeth, resolute in his decision. As Wu Feng's silhouette appeared, he pressed a button concealed in his palm, ostensibly a safeguard, yet in reality, a mechanism to awaken his brother's dormant healing chamber. Oh, since you have delivered your final words, farewell. No, I misspoke. It is a parting forever. After patiently listening to DOMINATION's last utterance, Wu Feng did not delay further. He raised his right hand, palm directed at DOMINATION, and swiftly conjured an energy sphere the size of a ping-pong ball, launching it forth without hesitation. With a resounding explosion, DOMINATION, whose upper body was now robust and adorned with pink skin and fleshy spines, was instantaneously reduced to nothing but dust, vanishing into the air. Concurrently, as Wu Feng's intent coalesced into the energy wave, a voice echoed from hundreds of miles away. Donadad, the uncoronated king of the evil star, rushed towards the scene, desperately witnessing his only brother on the brink of demise at Wu Feng's hands. He shouted in alarm, straining every ounce of his being to hasten his speed, yearning to save his beloved sibling in the nick of time. However, the course of events often unfolds contrary to one's desires. The renowned emperor of cosmic pirates, Donadad, acknowledged by myriad forces across the universe and revered by countless space marauders, ultimately found himself a step too late, helplessly witnessing the sudden demise of his last remaining kin. Ah, I wish for your death, perish. Donadad's face contorted with rage, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, as he fiercely directed relentless waves of energy capable of obliterating planets towards the distant figure of Wu Feng. In the face of these incessantly approaching, albeit chaotic, energy blasts, Wu Feng remained unperturbed, deftly evading the onslaught with an effortless grace, his form weaving unpredictably from side to side, forward and back. No matter how frantically Donadad escalated his assault, Wu Feng always managed to preemptively dodge the attacks. As time drifted by, the reckless barrage of energy waves unleashed by Donadad led to the catastrophic transformation of the villainous planet. A glance revealed a landscape ravaged by apocalyptic storms, tornadoes, and a violent eruption of volcanic lava, threatening to engulf the continents, accompanied by monstrous tsunamis and the gradual fracturing of the planetary surface. All signs pointed to the impending doom of the infamous villain planet, which had been notorious for centuries. This is dire. At this rate, the villain planet may very well disintegrate and explode. This charade must end. I shall conclude this battle now. With that declaration, DOMINATION unleashed a double force punch. In an instant, two blurred figures intertwined in midair, one of which exploded with an astonishing energy, sending the other figure hurtling at least 1,000 meters away before regaining stability. Ah, did you think you alone possessed the means to amplify your power? Transformation. Kill. Witnessing Wu Feng's immense surge of energy, DOMINATION, being of the same lineage as Dodoria from the original tale, was not one to be outdone. He disregarded his own state and desperately unleashed his hidden strength, transforming and pouring forth his full power as he charged once more at Wu Feng. Upon revealing their ultimate techniques, the two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, a deadly clash that propelled them into a high-speed skirmish, their forms becoming indistinct once more. Only the varying afterimages left in the wake of their confrontation provided a glimpse into the intensity of their struggle. As the two accelerated their combat, the sky erupted with lightning, weaving through the ever-moving figures. Moments later, another titanic collision of their full powers erupted, the immense force of the impact causing the air to explode in a cacophony of sound. A colossal wave of air surged forth, accompanied by a deafening roar that rapidly radiated in all directions. Initially, it forced two figures, who were intertwined in a fierce struggle, to their limits, causing them to slide backward, struggling to regain their footing. The astonishing shockwave then spread outward, enveloping the area within 1,000 miles, obliterating the clouds and the surrounding haze of dust. Simultaneously, the descending torrents of air effortlessly shattered the earth within a radius of 3,000 to 4,000 miles, rendering it as fragmented as shattered tempered glass. Ah, you are formidable, one voice rasped, truly the strongest adversary I have encountered thus far. Let us unleash our final blows and determine the victor, unveiling all truths. With a sigh, he continued, indeed, every strong warrior deserves a fitting conclusion. Allow me to pay my final respects with all my might. In an instant, a radiant column of energy, broad as a basin and emitting a blinding white light, surged forth to meet the oncoming dazzling green energy beam. The clash was thunderous. For a brief moment, the two forces remained locked in a stalemate, until the white beam surged forward, shattering the impasse and overwhelming its opponent. With relentless force, it consumed the defenseless DOMINATION, whose face contorted in agony and rage, annihilating everything in its path like a knife through butter. The residual power of the attack then surged into the cosmos, obliterating meteors both large and small, before plunging into a lifeless planet, slightly larger than Earth, aligned with the villain star. In that instant, a magnificent explosion erupted in the depths of space, several dozen light-years away from the villain star's galaxy, blossoming into a vibrant and dazzling spectacle, resplendent beyond compare. Chapter 59. The Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. Panting heavily, Wu Feng, having executed his ultimate move, was drenched in sweat, hands on his knees, bent over as he gasped for breath. Indeed, surpassing 3 times the limit is the utmost my body can endure at this moment, he reflected, as he recalled the battles he had endured, absorbing every lesson learned. He sighed, feeling the weight of exhaustion. Without delay, he bit down hard, crushing the celestial bean he had held in his mouth since before the fight, swallowing it with determination. Almost instantaneously, Wu Feng felt his injuries and nearly depleted energy restored to their former glory. Now rejuvenated, he wasted no time, extending his senses to envelop the now ravaged villain star. After a moment, confirming that no signs of life remained on the planet, a satisfied smile crept across his face. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, it signified that Wu Feng was in exceptionally high spirits. This was not only because he had successfully completed one of the 10 monumental tasks that had plagued the headquarters of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance for 3 centuries, but also because this moment marked the transformation of Wu Feng, once a penniless man, into a modestly wealthy individual, akin to possessing a life-sustaining planet in the vast universe. Nearby, the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol was situated next to the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, a prominent power under the domain of the Galactic King, yet entirely independent from the Galactic Patrol. Greetings, Mr. Wu Feng. Concerning the task you recently accepted and completed, the extermination of the Cosmic Pirate Stronghold, the Evil Star, we require a brief moment to verify and gather evidence. Kindly bear with us, said the alien receptionist at the front desk of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance headquarters, her demeanor soft and her smile gentle, embodying the common aesthetic preferences of Earthlings. Very well, I shall peruse the task hall for a while and return shortly. Wu Feng replied after a moment of contemplation, without hesitation. With that, he wasted no time and proceeded directly to the task hall. meticulously examining the other major tasks that had long remained unfulfilled, which he had not had the chance to review previously. Upon entering the task hall, Wu Feng's gaze immediately fell upon the crystalline display screen, floating at the center, showcasing tasks of level A and above. With keen discernment, he wisely chose to disregard the higher-level tasks and instead focused on those of level B. Level B task: exterminate or capture the leader of the Frozen Demon Clan, King Cold, in the Northern Galaxy. Status: pending completion. Level B task: annihilate or apprehend the intelligent mechanical star, Big Gao, drifting in the Northern Galaxy. Status: pending completion. Level B task: exterminate the demon general, Imondas, who has escaped from the demon realm, along with his subordinates. Status: pending completion. Level B task: eradicate the vile Namekian Slag, who has taken over Slag Star, along with his demonic minions. Status: pending completion. Level B task: exterminate all heinous criminals at the Cosmic Pirate Stronghold, the Evil Star. Status: undetermined. Non-repetitive. Level B task: assist the cosmic scientist in a century-long exploration and study of black holes. Status: undetermined. Non-repetitive. Level B task: investigate and chart a rough map of the mysterious and unknown Gamma 73 Nebula. Status: pending completion. Level B task: eliminate the juvenile beast, Ego, that has escaped from the demon realm. Status: pending completion. Level B task: vanquish the evil creature, Demon Pwai, on the planet Pandera. Status: pending completion. Level B task: capture the fugitive swordsman, Gakuya, who is on the run in the cosmos. Status: pending completion. After a thorough examination, Wu Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation. Have I inadvertently traversed into a hybrid version of the Dragon Ball world? At this moment, as Wu Feng contemplated the myriad of malevolent and extraordinarily destructive challenges that lay ahead, he felt a profound headache, yet could not help but experience a flicker of competitive spirit and anticipation. Greetings, Mr. Wu Feng. Following our investigation, we have confirmed your successful completion of the designated tasks. Please proceed with the formal handover so that you may swiftly receive the remuneration for your endeavors. The alien receptionist, adorned with skin of a yellowish-green hue, spoke with a hint of surprise, her face illuminated by a radiant smile and her voice melodious. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng, without hesitation, naturally produced his mercenary badge. Resembling a bank card, crafted entirely from an unknown crystal. Here it is. Oh, and could you also assist me with the promotion of my mercenary rank? Certainly. Please hold on a moment while I process your rank advancement, replied the alien receptionist, her smile unwavering. With that, she gently pressed her palm against the counter. And in an instant, a virtual projection materialized in midair. At this moment, the receptionist paid no heed to Wu Feng's astonished yet relieved expression. Instead, she focused on the ethereal interface, deftly manipulating a series of incomprehensible commands. After a brief interval, the alien receptionist ceased her rapid operations and regarded Wu Feng, stating, Mr. Wu Feng, due to your unique circumstances, you have been exceptionally approved by headquarters, and, after comprehensive calculations, you will be promoted directly from the lowest tier of cosmic mercenaries to the rank of a mid-tier cosmic mercenary, making you the fastest to upgrade in the history of cosmic mercenaries. Congratulations. Oh, could you kindly elaborate on the specific classifications within the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance? Wu Feng inquired casually, a hint of curiosity gracing his features as he accepted the newly presented mercenary badge from the alien woman. Not at all, Mr. Wu Feng. You are too kind. It is my duty to assist cosmic mercenaries like yourself with any related inquiries. After briefly outlining her responsibilities, the alien continued. The mercenaries within the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance are categorized into 9 ranks, from lowest to highest. Notably, the first 3 ranks generally correspond to combat power ranging from 100 to 10,000. The middle 3 ranks correspond to combat power exceeding 10,000 but below 1 million, while the final 3 ranks correspond to combat power from 1 million to 100 million. The highest rank corresponds to combat power exceeding 100 million but below 10 billion, while the ultimate rank, representing the god of mercenaries, remains an enigma, as only Lord Silas has achieved it 1,000,000 years ago. Additionally, it is generally stipulated that to advance within the ranks, a cosmic mercenary must complete 3-level tasks to automatically ascend to the mid-tier, 9-level tasks to rise to the high tier, and 27-level tasks for the elite tier. Following this logic, completing 81 tasks results in the ultimate rank, while 243 tasks lead to the transcendent rank, and 729 tasks culminate in the divine rank. Beyond the rank of level, promotion necessitates the completion of a fixed number of 2,187 tasks. in addition to possessing corresponding formidable strength. As for the ultimate ascension, symbolizing the legendary god of the cosmic mercenaries, it requires the fulfillment of merely two conditions: a heart filled with righteousness and, crucially, an absolute power that can rival and contend with the divine. Chapter 60. The King of Mercenaries in the Isha star system, on the planet Higher. Boom. In this moment, the life-filled planet, engulfed by the atmosphere of slaughter and akin to a purgatory, was under siege by the relentless bombardment of energy cannons unleashed by Wu Feng. Damn it! You audacious fool, dare to wreak havoc on my territory, moans. You shall perish. With fury ignited by Wu Feng's actions, the demon general moans soared skyward, gathering his strength in a furious assault aimed at Wu Feng, his face contorted with rage as he bellowed in wrath. Swish! In the face of the rapidly approaching energy projectile, which instilled a palpable sense of peril, Wu Feng reacted without hesitation, executing a swift dodge. In a critical moment, he ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, gazing down at Moans, the architect of his plight, while casting a glance at the energy orb he had narrowly evaded. The dark purple energy orb, imbued with an aura of destruction, collided violently with a towering peak that reached nearly 10,000 meters. Boom! The cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the surroundings, sending shockwaves that compressed the air into visible ripples. Like a colossal tsunami, it engulfed everything within a several thousand-mile radius of the mountain as the dust settled, leaving behind a gaping crater. If Higher were likened to an apple, from a distance it appeared as though a bite had been taken out of a rotting fruit. Swish! The earth-shattering explosion did not deter the two combatants who had engaged in fierce confrontation. Wu Feng, having evaded, quickly repositioned himself and launched an aggressive offensive. Every strike aimed at Moan's vital points forced him into a frantic defensive posture until, moments later, aided by his superior combat prowess, he began to regain control. Gradually, he shifted from defense to a full-force counterattack. With a thunderous punch, the air erupted in a cacophony as an overwhelming force, reminiscent of mountains pressing down, bore down upon Wu Feng. In this critical moment, faced with a blow potent enough to obliterate the earth, Wu Feng could no longer hold back. With a mere thought, he amplified his strength threefold and unleashed his ultimate strike. Facing the rapid assault of a fist as heavy as a mountain, a thunderous clash echoed through the air, causing it to shatter like glass, reverberating outward in a web-like pattern. From a distance, it appeared as though the very fabric of space had fractured. For a brief moment, the two fists held their ground, but ultimately, due to the overwhelming power unleashed by Wu Feng, which was thrice that of Edmund's, the latter could not endure. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Wu Feng exerted himself once more, propelling Edmunds away with tremendous force, sending him crashing into a distant mountain. Towering at an altitude of 3,000 to 4,000 meters, the impact obliterated the mountain, sending shockwaves that devastated over 100 peaks, before Wu Feng finally came to a halt, collapsing in a valley, motionless, reminiscent of a lifeless body. Had it not been for the faint trace of life lingering within Edmunds, Wu Feng might have succumbed to the illusion of death. Understanding the entirety of the situation, Wu Feng chose not to unveil Edmund's facade. Instead, he concentrated his senses, meticulously confirming the absence of any presence of the native inhabitants of Hail Star, leaving only the scattered remnants of demonic energy across the planet. Without hesitation, he ascended rapidly into the sky, swiftly breaching the atmosphere of Hail Star. He gazed down at the planet, ravaged and enveloped in malevolent energy. Raising his right hand, he began to gather a sphere of energy in his palm, which, in mere seconds, expanded to the size of a millstone, emanating a formidable power. As Wu Feng concluded his final search, he slowly opened his weary eyes, his expression turning icy. With a mere thought, the colossal energy sphere was propelled toward Hail Star. With a swift whoosh, the attack, infused with all of Wu Feng's might, surged forth like a beam of light, piercing through the surface of Hail Star. Upon contact, it sliced through the crust effortlessly, continuing unabated until it reached the molten core. Then, a cataclysmic explosion resonated throughout the entire Isha star system. In that moment, Wu Feng sensed that even the vacuum of space could not stifle the reverberations of the explosion, as the laws of physics momentarily lost their significance. The aftershocks of Hail Star's detonation obliterated surrounding meteors, comets, and satellites into mere dust, propelling Wu Feng several million miles away before he managed to stabilize himself. Gazing in awe at the distant Hail Star, which continued to erupt like a colossal bloom of flames, as I found myself irresistibly drawn to the spectacle before me, I could not help but feel a profound sense of awe and trepidation at the sheer force unleashed. In that moment, I experienced the staggering power of a planetary explosion up close, which served to remind me of my own insignificance while simultaneously enlightening me to the colossal energy contained within a single planet. This was a force capable of obliterating all existence beneath the prowess of a godlike being in an instant. At this moment, I held an unwavering conviction in my heart. The explosion of the planet, as magnificent as a firework display, also bore the ephemeral nature of fireworks, lasting but a fleeting few seconds. A mere flash in the grand tapestry of time. After savoring the cosmic spectacle, I wasted no time. With a swift act of teleportation, I departed, reappearing on the medium-sized life planet known as Tag 1. Without lingering unnecessarily, I hunted a few ferocious beast kings to serve as the main course for a barbecue. After spending an hour indulging in this feast, I activated my teleportation once more, arriving at the headquarters of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. Having learned from my previous experience, I refrained from teleporting directly into the task hall. Instead, I materialized beside the entrance, proceeding through the door only after undergoing the requisite scanning. After a brief interval, I found myself once again before the alien receptionist. Without waiting for her customary professional smile and tedious pleasantries, I bluntly stated, "All right, Renity, one polite greeting is sufficient. Any more would become tiresome. Please, as before, assist me with my mercenary rank promotion." "Of course, esteemed warrior, Mr. Woofing. Please hold on for a moment while I process your request," Renity replied with a gentle smile, her tone soothing. A moment later, she greeted me, "Esteemed Mr. Woofing. First of all, congratulations on completing a level task after a month's interval. Secondly, congratulations on your promotion, making you the 631st level Cosmic Mercenary since the establishment of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. Lastly, I sincerely congratulate you on attaining the privilege of the title King of Mercenaries." With her hands resting on her chin, Renity gazed at me with admiration, her smile radiating joy. Chapter 61. A Bounty of Returns 631st? I queried, bewildered. "Yes, esteemed Mr. Woofing. Do you find that number excessive?" "On the contrary, I believe it is far too few. To my knowledge, the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance has existed for at least 10 million years. Considering that span, to have produced a mere few hundred level mercenaries seems utterly implausible," I responded, astonished. "Mr. Woofing, you may have misunderstood. The reason for this is that many individuals have met the strength requirements over the years, yet have not fulfilled the task requirements to attain the level of mercenary. However, this does not make sense, does it? Was there truly a lack of sufficient tasks during their existence? Yet, as far as I know, the guild's mission hall is brimming with millennium-long quests," Wu Feng questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Mr. Wu Feng, you may be unaware that 40 years ago, prior to the reforms at the headquarters of the Cosmic Mercenaries Alliance, mercenaries could only undertake tasks corresponding to their level. Furthermore, being a cosmic mercenary is a perilous profession. Throughout the years, many who were qualified for promotion tragically met their demise along the way. Additionally, a considerable number of level-qualified mercenaries, unable to wait, chose to abandon their pursuits. After exiting the Cosmic Mercenaries Alliance, some wandered through the vast star seas, others established their own factions to become local lords, while some simply opted for a reclusive life. In summary, for various reasons, the number of mercenaries who remained steadfastly qualified for promotion dwindled to a mere handful. Renity explained gently, a serene smile adorning her face. "Oh, I see now. So, it appears I have arrived at a fortuitous time. Otherwise, I might have ended up like those individuals, abandoning my endeavors altogether," Wu Feng remarked, humorously reflecting upon his situation. Without waiting for Renity's laughter to subside, he continued, "Could you enlighten me about the privileges associated with the title of King of Mercenaries?" "Certainly, Mr. Wu Feng. The title of King of Mercenaries is a prestigious honor and set of privileges bestowed upon you by the Alliance's headquarters following deliberation," she replied. "Could you elaborate on that?" he inquired. "Of course, Mr. Wu Feng. To be specific, you now hold the honorary title of King of Mercenaries, which signifies your newfound fame. You will become a prominent figure renowned throughout the cosmos. Additionally, beyond the honor, you have acquired the following privileges. First, a dedicated reception staff exclusively for you. Second, you will no longer need to personally undertake tasks, as you can accept them directly via your communicator. Third, you enjoy the privilege of receiving full rewards for tasks without any intermediary taxation. Lastly, and most importantly, after extensive discussions at headquarters, you have gained access to certain Alliance intelligence, allowing you to share in all information collected by the Alliance that does not exceed your level. Oh, the Alliance headquarters truly values me." Upon hearing this last point, Wu Feng raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at Renity, his tone imbued with a sense of reflection. It was only when Renity, unable to endure the weight of his gaze, lowered her head and retreated into her ample bosom that Wu Feng finally diverted his attention. Turning to leave without hesitation, uttering, "Thank you." On the planet Ola, the commercial capital, having successfully completed 2 level A bounty tasks, Wu Feng's pockets were now full, enabling him to advance his plans further. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary complications, Wu Feng once again found himself in the very store where he had previously purchased a spaceship. Upon entering, as anticipated, he encountered the same eager salesperson, the quick-witted seller. Recognizing Wu Feng, the esteemed patron, immediately approached him with a warm greeting. "Greetings, esteemed customer. How may I assist you today? Please, do not hesitate to share your needs." "Very well," Wu Feng replied without a moment's pause. "I would like to order 10 spaceships identical to the last ones I purchased, along with a comprehensive instructional video detailing the construction of your least advanced spaceship and gravity chamber." Upon hearing this, Wu Feng articulated his requests without the slightest hesitation, promptly listing everything he had previously contemplated buying. "Certainly, esteemed customer. Please hold for a moment while I process your order and calculate the total cost and deposit." After a brief interval, the salesperson returned. "Esteemed guest, everything has been arranged. Your requested items are currently being produced with great urgency, and they will be ready in approximately 3 days. How does that sound?" "That is acceptable. I am in no rush. You may take your time with production. This allows me the opportunity to leisurely explore and procure the items I require on Alastar." "Very well, then. Here is your deposit. I shall return in 5 days to collect my goods." Wu Feng's expression was tranquil, his demeanor exuding an air of undeniable authority as he spoke with calm assurance. After concluding their business, he accepted his crystal card and departed without a backward glance. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had swiftly elapsed. True to his word, Wu Feng arrived punctually at the large store selling spaceships. Without delay or incident, he completed the transaction with the salesperson, settling the remaining balance in full. He then boarded one of the spaceships, initiating its launch and propelling himself at breakneck speed toward his predetermined destination. As Wu Feng's spacecraft soared into the cosmos, the 9 accompanying unmanned ships, laden with various goods, seamlessly activated their intelligent navigation systems and followed suit. After indulging in the thrill of the flight for half a day, Wu Feng relinquished control of the cockpit, switching to automated mode. He made his way directly to the gravity chamber, adjusting the gravity to its maximum of 500 times Earth's gravity, and commenced his monotonous yet diligent training regimen. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months slipped away unnoticed in the midst of Wu Feng's rigorous practice. At that moment, just as he was about to continue his training, the alarm aboard the spaceship suddenly blared, interrupting his concentration. It was the ship's intelligence system, reminding him that they had arrived in the solar system. Panting, Wu Feng exclaimed, "Have we arrived so soon? It feels as though hardly any time has passed." The ship's intelligence system, affectionately dubbed Xiaoji by Wu Feng, promptly affirmed, "Master, you need not doubt. Indeed, 3 months have elapsed since you commenced your training." "All right, Xiaoji, I was merely expressing a fleeting thought, not questioning your accuracy. By the way, please prepare the bathwater for me. I shall need it shortly," Wu Feng replied with a bemused expression, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. "Understood, master. The bathwater is currently being prepared," Xiaoji responded dutifully. "Very well, let us proceed. Call me once the ship has descended to the Earth's surface in a quarter of an hour," Wu Feng instructed calmly and evenly. "Affirmative, master. Rest assured." The ship's intelligence system replied with precision. After a little over a quarter of an hour, Wu Feng emerged from the bathing chamber, fully attired. He cast a glance back at the 9 spacecraft, laden with an array of high-tech inventions crafted by extraterrestrial beings, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Xiaoji, set a course directly towards the Chilean Mountains on Earth." Chapter 62. The interplay of martial arts and science on Earth, in the northern region. Nestled within the heart of the Chilean Mountains lies the Lian Mountain Valley. At this moment, Wu Feng's relatives, friends, and neighbors were busily engaged in their daily routines. Children aged 5 to 16 were diligently training in the central circular area of the valley under the guidance of Wu Feng's second uncle, Wu Shan. Nearby, toddlers under the age of 5, having just learned to walk, playfully imitated the movements of their older siblings. Undeterred by the occasional tumbles, they would simply rise again, laughing as they continued their endearing mimicry. Simultaneously, the peaks where Mutaito had once instructed Wu Feng were now occupied by youths over the age of 16, earnestly practicing their martial prowess. As Mutaito stood atop a peak, overseeing and guiding the young practitioners in their cultivation of advanced martial energies. A sudden humming sound from above interrupted his admonitions. What is that? A new type of aircraft? Mutaito pondered, gazing up at the 10 hovering spacecraft with a mix of curiosity and caution. Wait, something feels familiar. That energy has that rascal returned without even a word of warning? In an instant, Wu Feng materialized beside Wu Taido, his demeanor calm, yet brimming with joy. Uncle, it has been far too long. As expected, your strength has significantly increased, and your aura has regained its vigor. How splendid. Enough of your superfluous chatter. Let me see the fruits of your training over the past year. Wu Taido interjected, eager to delve into the matter at hand. As the words fell from his lips, Wu Taido swiftly launched a straight punch towards Wu Feng. In response to his uncle's assault, Wu Feng, seemingly indifferent, countered with an effortless yet precise grip, firmly immobilizing Wu Taidu's fist in midair. Good lad, take this, Wu Taidu remarked, genuinely impressed, as he seamlessly transitioned from a punch to a palm strike, simultaneously executing a series of rapid kicks aimed at Wu Feng's lower body. This intricate sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, merely a second, during which Wu Taidu unleashed a flurry of attacks, while Wu Feng adeptly parried each blow, his defense impeccable. The exhilarating duel captivated the surrounding youths in the valley, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they watched in awe. However, the spectacle was short-lived. As time progressed, Wu Taidu consciously accelerated the pace of the battle, causing the onlookers to struggle to keep up with the swift movements, rendering them nearly blind to the action. With each step, Wu Taidu unleashed his full power, and amidst the astonishment, a flicker of combat spirit ignited within Wu Feng. The intensity of their confrontation reached a boiling point, prompting both combatants to leap high into the sky, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Upon reaching this lofty height, without further ado, the two engaged fiercely, their fists clashing, palms colliding, and legs intertwining in a rapid exchange of blows. From a distance, one could only perceive two figures radiating azure and white light, moving with astonishing speed, entangled in a relentless struggle. One moment they were locked in combat, and the next they would find themselves thousands of meters apart, only to collide once more, their connection unyielding. With a thunderous roar, as their relentless clash continued, the air could no longer withstand the pressure, erupting in a cacophony of deafening explosions. The force created visible ripples in the atmosphere, surging outward in a tumultuous wave, obliterating everything in its path with devastating power. The dense white clouds covering the area were instantly shattered, revealing a blinding brilliance that cascaded down upon the earth. The snow-clad peaks, which towered majestically, were suddenly besieged by a colossal avalanche, burying the remaining third of the mountain and exposing the two-thirds beneath. With another fierce exchange, Wu Taidu, his strength waning, was sent hurtling downwards from the altitude of 10,000 meters. He plummeted nearly 7 or 8,000 meters before regaining his composure and stabilizing his descent. After reasserting control over his body, Wu Taidu shook his head with a wry smile, sighed, and in a flash, reappeared atop the colossal mountain where he had originally stood. However, he had no intention of prolonging the battle any further. Observing this, Wu Feng did not insist, gradually retracting the boiling fervor of his combat spirit. In a sudden flash, he appeared beside Wu Taido. Without waiting for Wu Taido to utter a word, Wu Feng, with a tone of astonishment, exclaimed, "Uncle, you truly astonish me. It has only been a little over a year. You brat, what is there to be surprised about? If anyone should be astonished, it should be me. In just over a year apart, your strength has undergone a complete transformation. It's unbelievable." Wu Taido sighed, slightly squinting his eyes, his expression serious as he inquired, "Now, tell me honestly, during the previous battle, how much of your true strength did you exert? Do not worry about sparing my feelings." "Well, roughly 30%, I suppose." Wu Feng replied hesitantly, his eyes wandering. "Are you absolutely certain? No deception here?" "Indeed, I swear on it. It is truly 30% of my strength. I assure you, I am not lying," Wu Feng affirmed resolutely, while secretly thinking to himself. "However, when I say 30%, I refer to merely a third of that 30%. Upon hearing this, Wu Taido scrutinized Wu Feng deeply, then waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Very well, I shall take your word for it. Now hurry along. Go see your second aunt. She has been quite worried during your absence." "Oh, understood. And I shall see my younger siblings as well. Until later." With that, Wu Feng did not linger and leaped forward, heading straight down the mountain towards his second uncle's home in the valley. Witnessing this, Wu Taido observed for a moment before turning away, a look of contentment in his eyes as he regarded the curious onlookers nearby. The gathered crowd, filled with intrigue, instinctively lowered their heads, retracting their inquisitive gazes as he spoke in a tone that mingled calmness with an undeniable authority. Continue your training. Chapter 63. The intersection of martial arts and science. Time flowed gently, fleeting like the wind. At this moment, it had been a full 6 months since Wu Feng's return to Lianshan Valley. During this half-year, aside from the first month following his arrival, wherein Wu Feng had indulged himself in an unapproved extended leisure period, resulting in a tranquil month devoid of any unexpected events, he had embarked on a significant endeavor. After a month of carefree relaxation, at the beginning of the second month, he formally initiated his plans. First, in the name of all the residents of Lianshan Valley, Wu Feng established a company dedicated to the research and development of high technology. Following a month spent setting up the company, he launched several extraterrestrial high-tech products aimed at benefiting agricultural life. Subsequently, after a period of growth and gaining recognition, he introduced additional advanced high-tech products that served various sectors of society. As of today, 6 months later, this enterprise, known as the Lianshan Valley High-Tech Research Group, has blossomed into a large, publicly listed, globally recognized corporation. In a mere span of less than 6 months, the enterprise has undeniably ascended to the zenith of the business world, firmly securing its position as the unrivaled leader on a global scale. The remarkable rapidity of its advancement can be attributed to 2 significant factors. Firstly, the inherent strength of the company is commendable, as it consistently unveils groundbreaking, high-tech products that benefit the public and lead contemporary innovation nearly every month. Secondly, any force or nation that dares to impede the swift progress of this enterprise faces uniformly astonishing repercussions. On the night of such incidents, those who attempt to obstruct are invariably escorted by formidable martial artists to witness a dazzling display of fireworks before being returned along the same path. It has been proven that, barring the foolish, those who experience this spectacle are compelled to publicly apologize the following day without exception. Subsequently, they express their utmost commitment to provide assistance. Furthermore, some astute individuals even seek ways to ingratiate themselves into the fold, although no faction has successfully joined. In a gesture of sincerity, Wu Feng has made slight concessions, forging a so-called alliance with several robust corporations. The valley, once characterized by towering mountains, has now transformed into a level expanse of rocky terrain, dotted with no fewer than 100 residences built from concrete, stone, and timber, exuding the local cultural essence of Lianshan Valley. Additionally, there are dozens of nearby villas and 10 imposing gravity training rooms designed for the accommodation of spacecraft, situated not far from the expansive training grounds within the valley. Observing the profound transformation of Lianshan Valley and the genuine smiles of friends and family, Wu Feng felt a deep sense of satisfaction before teleporting to his uncle's martial arts arena. Upon his instantaneous arrival, Wu Feng glanced at the newly renovated and expansive dojo, which had undergone significant enhancements, and nonchalantly stepped inside. He proceeded directly towards the gravity chamber designated solely for Wu Taido's use. Moments later, as Wu Taido emerged from the gravity room, perspiring profusely, he caught sight of Wu Feng and, while meandering towards the bathing area, inquired without hesitation, "Well, young lad, what significant matter brings you to seek my counsel today? Must I always present a grave issue to pay a visit to my esteemed uncle?" Wu Feng jested, maintaining a facade of mock sorrow. "Oh, so there is nothing pressing to discuss this time? Very well, then, do wait here for a while. Once I have finished bathing, we shall reminisce together." With that, without awaiting Wu Feng's response, Wu Taido opened the door to the bathing area and stepped inside. Observing his uncle unhesitatingly close the door behind him and cease further conversation, Wu Feng placed a hand on his forehead and sighed. "All right then, I shall wait. After all, who am I to question my uncle?" After a while, in Wu Taidu's bedroom, he queried, "Are you saying that the First World Martial Arts Conference will officially commence next year? Won't that be a bit rushed? You must understand that your younger disciples, along with a few arrogant youngsters emerging from the valley, currently possess rather unimpressive skills." "Uncle, you are overthinking it. I have already devised a solution to this predicament," Wu Feng replied with a beaming smile. "Oh, do share. I am eager to see how you intend to ensure that those inept youngsters will not be trampled and defeated by the seasoned martial artists on the competition stage." Ultimately securing the championship, Wu Taidu said, suddenly appearing contemplative as if recalling some ignoble means, his demeanor turning serious as he questioned Wu Feng with a weighty tone. "Uncle, this matter is quite easily resolved. It is not as complicated as you imagine. We merely need to divide the martial arts competition into 2 categories, youth and non-youth." Wu Feng explained rapidly, A bemused expression etched on his face. Is that so? Well, that's a fine solution. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. If you have no other pressing matters, you may take your leave, Wu Taidu replied. Hey, uncle, you can't be serious. I haven't even had a sip of water yet. Are you going to leave or not? Must I urge you to go? Please, don't be like that. I'm leaving now, uncle. Goodbye. As he spoke, Wu Feng concentrated, activating his teleportation ability, and in an instant, his figure vanished before Wu Taidu. Moments later, he reappeared in his cozy bedroom within a small villa nestled in the Lianshan Valley. Time flows swiftly, often unnoticed. At this juncture, 5 months had elapsed since Wu Feng established his global enterprise, and unknowingly, time had advanced to the beginning of the second year since his return. At this moment, on a medium-sized island surrounded by mountains in the central western region of Earth, a multitude of martial arts experts from around the globe, along with a throng of onlookers and opportunists, had gathered. 3 months prior, the Lianshan Valley High-Tech Research Group had invested heavily in broadcasting a 10-minute promotional advertisement simultaneously across various locations worldwide. This once obscure island had suddenly surged into prominence, heralding a delightful spring. Meanwhile, across the globe, various broadcasting stations announced, Dear listeners, greetings. Welcome to our timely news segment. I am your old friend, Anita Tart. Without further ado, let us dive straight into today's topic. Regarding the inaugural World Martial Arts Tournament, meticulously organized by a universally recognized leading enterprise 3 months ago, as well as the substantial prizes awarded to the top 10 competitors in both the youth and adult categories. Chapter 64, the World Martial Arts Tournament. At this moment, on a medium-sized island, aptly named Battle Island by the esteemed Wu Feng, a venue reminiscent of an enlarged ancient Roman Colosseum had been constructed at the center, a feat accomplished a month prior. During the construction, Wu Feng anticipated that martial artists with combat power exceeding 100 points would perform movements far beyond the comprehension of ordinary humans. Hence, from the outset, the design incorporated advanced extraterrestrial technology, ensuring the capability for synchronized slow-motion playback at any moment. Furthermore, the entire competition arena, particularly the critical combat stage, was crafted from the hardest material in the cosmos, known as thunder steel. Notably, Wu Feng also utilized a wish from the Dragon Ball to facilitate this endeavor. At the registration area for the tournament, a long queue of eager participants stretched into the distance. Despite the crowd's density, there was a remarkable sense of order, devoid of chaos. Hello, please strike this testing machine with all your might. As long as you illuminate the light on the machine, you will officially be registered for the competition, one of the guides, dispatched by the Lian Mountain Valley High-Tech Corporation, politely explained to the first prospective contestant with a warm smile. Is that all? This seems too simple. Watch me. With an air of confidence, a muscular young man, clearly a fitness trainer, prepared himself and struck the machine with determination. However, the ensuing moment was rather awkward, aside from the loud sound of impact. The testing apparatus remained unresponsive, with not a single light flickering to life. This is impossible. Let me try again. I refuse to believe this. The determined young man continued to strike the machine with all his strength, yet his efforts were in vain as the device remained obstinately silent. Observing this, the guide gently reminded him, Sir, according to the tournament's regulations, each participant is allowed only 3 attempts. Could you please step aside to allow the next contestant to proceed? Very well. I want to see how many can make this wretched machine light up, the muscular man grumbled, albeit reluctantly stepping aside to watch the next competitor. Once the robust individual moved aside, the guide mechanically inquired of the next participant, Hello, may I have your name and age? My name is Wu Tian, and I am 26 years old. Excellent. Please strike the machine with all your might. With a resounding crash, followed by a series of beeping sounds, the testing machine illuminated with a dazzling brilliance. How could this be possible? Am I seeing things? A sturdy man watching nearby, upon witnessing the scene, displayed a face of utter disbelief and instinctively exclaimed. In response, the guide, unfazed by the astonished man's reaction, quickly donned a beaming smile and congratulated Wu Tian, saying, Congratulations. Mr. Wu Tian, you have qualified. Please proceed to the waiting area. All right, Wu Tian replied calmly, his tone unperturbed, and with that, he turned and walked directly towards the waiting hall for contestants. All right, everyone, please remain silent. Without further ado, the guide, having composed himself after the earlier shock, continued with a professional smile, calling out, Next contestant. Bang. No light, disqualified. Next. Bang. Lighted up, qualified. Congratulations. Next. No light, disqualified. Next. Qualified. Congratulations, Mr. Tao Baihe. Next. The last contestant, qualified. Congratulations, Ms. Wu Fei. After a lengthy period, following a morning of preliminary assessments, it was revealed that fewer than 400 contestants ultimately qualified to participate in the martial arts tournament, a remarkably meager number. This starkly illustrates the decline and decay of the martial arts community on Earth. It is noteworthy that, according to statistics, the total number of applicants from around the globe reached a staggering 50 to 60,000, yet only a paltry few, less than 400, passed the initial selection. It is also worth mentioning that among these fewer than 400 qualified individuals, a significant majority hail from the dojo of Mutaito and Lianshan Valley, suggesting that had it not been for Wu Feng's busy schedule over the years, gathering even 100 contestants for this competition might have been a challenge. That afternoon, at precisely 1 p.m., the host announced, "Dear audience and esteemed guests, greetings. I am Franz Siegel, the host of this tournament. Welcome to the inaugural World Martial Arts Championship, meticulously organized by the high-tech enterprises of Lianshan Valley. Now, given the time constraints, I shall refrain from further ado and invite our first contestants, Jonathan Zitlin and his opponent, Marion Kazal, to make their grand entrance." As the host's voice resonated across the 4,040 square meter arena, two muscular giants, stepping confidently from opposite sides, ascended the stage. Standing approximately 10 meters apart, they faced each other with solemn expressions, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Upon hearing the host's signal, both contestants assumed their starting stances and, at the sound of go, sprinted towards one another, colliding within mere seconds. Subsequently, they embraced, pulling and grappling, tumbling onto the stage, entangled in a fierce struggle, rolling about for quite some time. It was not until the host nearly succumbed to sleep, yawning repeatedly, that Jonathan, lacking endurance compared to Marion, ultimately succumbed to defeat. Well, the outcome is clear. The victor of this match is Marion Kazal. Let us all extend our congratulations. The quick-witted host swiftly declared the victor without hesitation and then continued, "Now, let us invite the second pair of contestants to take the stage." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the poised Tao Bai and the world-renowned Sonda champion, Ormond, each leaped gracefully onto the 3-meter-high platform. Simultaneously, the golden-haired host gave the command, and the match officially commenced. With the experience of training alongside her elder brother for some time and having made initial strides in martial arts, Tao Bai launched a probing straight punch with 30% of her strength, swiftly targeting her opponent. At that moment, faced with the incoming rapid strike, Ormond realized that evasion was utterly futile. Thus, drawing upon his extensive combat experience, he unleashed his strongest punch in retaliation. As their fists collided, Ormond felt as if he had struck a small car speeding at 100 miles per hour, rendered completely powerless as he was sent sprawling off the platform. Chapter 65. The Ultimate Martial Arts Tournament. Due to the abrupt and dramatic nature of the outcome, the ordinary audience members, bewildered by the circumstances, erupted in a cacophony of confusion and skepticism. This is too fake. Indeed, if you were to stage a match, it wouldn't look like this. Come on. You are being so blatantly unconvincing. It's as if you've given up entirely. Are you treating us as fools? Is this a blatant insult to our intelligence? Cough. Cough. Everyone, please quiet down. If there are any doubts, kindly refer to the slow-motion replay on the big screen. On behalf of Lianshan Valley High-Tech Enterprises, I solemnly assure you that we do not engage in deceit or fixed matches. Everything in this competition is fair, just, and transparent. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared on the floating projection screen above the platform. The general manager of Lianshan Valley High-Tech Enterprises, Wu Shan. Upon his arrival, he first silenced the clamorous crowd. Then, with a serious expression, he made a solemn promise. "Very well, without further ado, let us now view the true specifics of the recent match." As Wu Shan concluded his statement, the screen gradually began to showcase Tao Bai's meteoric punches, accompanied by scientific analyses of their power and vivid analogies to real-life scenarios. Oh, so that is how it is. I never realized martial arts could reach such heights. It's truly astonishing. Indeed, it is truly astonishing. I find myself enlightened once again. Regardless, I have made my decision. Henceforth, I shall dedicate myself to martial arts. I aspire to become a master. How is this even possible? I refuse to believe it, for it defies the laws of science. Ahem. Now, everyone, please quiet down. The competition must continue, the blonde host proclaimed with fervor, and upon noticing the crowd's compliance, he continued, "Without further ado, let us welcome the third pair of contestants." In a swift breath, two figures leaped from approximately 10 meters away, soaring onto the stage, which instantly ignited a fervent cheer from the audience. "Cousin Fei, will you choose to step down voluntarily? Or shall I be the one to send you off with a kick?" "Humph, Cousin Jing, Do not speak too soon. We shall see who ends up being knocked off. Oh, I shall eagerly await that moment, replied Jing, preparing herself. Prepare to face the shadow clone's fist. With those words, Wu Fei sprang into action, crossing the distance to Wu Jing in the blink of an eye. Before Wu Jing could react, Wu Fei's figure shimmered, and in the next instant, numerous illusory clones surrounded Wu Jing, spinning around her in a captivating display. Yet, rather than displaying any sign of panic at being encircled, Wu Jing closed her bright eyes, calming her mind, and stood still, focusing intently on the sounds around her. In mere moments, as if she had heard something, a subtle smile crept onto her lips. She swiftly pivoted and launched a powerful punch in a particular direction, thinking to herself, as expected, nothing has changed, they never learn from their mistakes. With a resounding thud, Wu Fei's meticulously honed technique was swiftly countered, leaving her astonished. She instinctively crossed her arms to shield herself, desperately trying to halt her backward momentum, striving to maintain her balance and avoid tumbling off the stage. Perhaps by fortune or divine intervention, just as Wu Fei was about to fall, with one foot dangling in midair, she summoned all her remaining strength and stabilized herself. That was close, too close for comfort. After a deft maneuver, Wu Fei regained her footing at the center of the stage, all the while evading Wu Jing's relentless onslaught. Her heart still racing as she patted her flat chest and murmured to herself. Though she had lost the initial advantage, Wu Fei, now composed, resolved not to succumb to despair. Instead, she maintained a vigilant defense, calmly searching for any openings in Wu Jing's attacks. In an effort to reverse the increasingly unfavorable situation, Wu Fei ultimately found no opportunity to exploit Wu Jing's vulnerabilities, thereby failing to turn the tide. This predicament was not due to Wu Jing's flawless offensive techniques, which seamlessly interlinked without the slightest gap, nor was it a result of an unexpected surge in Wu Jing's prowess during the contest. Rather, it stemmed solely from Wu Fei's own inadequacies and strength. Even when she discerned several openings in Wu Jing's attacks, she lacked the requisite power to capitalize on them and alter the deteriorating state of the battle. From a distance, two figures, swift as lightning, clashed incessantly upon the stage, each encounter a fleeting moment of contact. The speed at which these two women engaged in combat was imperceptible to the naked eye, and each strike produced a resounding crack that echoed throughout the arena, leaving the bewildered spectators in a state of astonishment and confusion. Oh no, it's over. My prize money is gone. It is indeed true what Lu Sun once said, what is held for too long is bound to be lost. And this was immediately proven in the current scenario. Wu Fei, perpetually on the defensive and drained of her mental and physical energy, inevitably let her guard down, revealing a weakness. Wu Jing, seasoned and in an advantageous position, seized this moment to break through Wu Fei's defenses and, with merciless precision, sent her tumbling off the stage. Without a glance backward, Wu Jing turned and departed, leaving Wu Fei sitting on the ground, a look of despair etched upon her face as she muttered to herself. Can someone explain what just happened? How could two seemingly evenly matched opponents suddenly determine a victor in the blink of an eye? At this moment, a bewildered onlooker in the crowd posed the question. Can't you just watch the slow-motion replay on the big screen? You keep pretending to understand while being utterly clueless. Are you trying to make me laugh to death and inherit my $1,000,000 bill? Came the sharp retort from another spectator. With the outcome now clear, the victor was announced, Wu Jing, hailing from the sacred land of martial arts. Congratulations, Ms. Wu Jing. Without further ado, the host, blonde and succinct, adhering strictly to the principle of avoiding superfluous conversation, proclaimed loudly, "Let us now welcome the next pair of competitors to the stage." Chapter 66. The martial arts tournament of the world. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the once bright sky began to dim. As the sun dipped below the horizon, only a slender crescent remained, yet to vanish completely. As the evening quietly approached and dusk settled in, the long-awaited competition, which had persisted throughout the afternoon, drew to a close, to ensure that no one was delayed in their evening meal. The final match of the youth elimination round of the martial arts tournament was officially underway. The blonde host, parched from shouting all afternoon without a sip of water, rapidly raised his voice, announcing the commencement of the match. In an instant, the last pair of contenders, who had been waiting impatiently, sprang onto the stage, promptly bowing to each other in a gesture of respect. Once the formalities were completed, without further ado, both competitors surged towards one another at remarkable speed, closing the distance of several meters in less than a second, colliding at the center of the arena. The sound of their confrontation echoed as they engaged fiercely, neither holding back nor sparing their strength, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. The expansive arena became a blur of varying shadows as they exchanged blows with incredible ferocity. Each strike was delivered with tremendous force, creating shockwaves that caused the heavily constructed stage to tremble, leaving the blonde host, who had retreated to the side, trembling in astonishment. Wow, look at that. It's incredible. The very arena, weighing over 1,000,000 tons, is shaking from the aftermath of their battle, exclaimed an audience member, who had been intently watching the match, suddenly rising in awe. Is it true? The stage is actually moving. This is beyond impressive, a spirited teenager declared, his voice cracking with excitement. This is impossible. It defies the very laws of physics, remarked a renowned physicist, astounded by the spectacle. On the upper balcony of the tournament, Wu Feng observed the fierce confrontation between his cousins, Wu Xian and Wu Yan, and turned to his uncle, Wu Taido, with a puzzled expression. Why do they still harbor such animosity after all these years? Those two brats have remained this way ever since that incident occurred. They have never changed. No matter how much I've tried to persuade them, it has been in vain, Wu Taido replied, seemingly recalling an unpleasant memory with a disdainful snort. I see. But aren't Uncle Wu and Aunt Wu concerned? If this continues, they might truly become enemies, Wu Feng remarked, a frown of discontent forming on his brow. They have intervened, but they can't control them indefinitely. Temporary measures yield little long-term benefit, Wu Taido noted sagely. Oh, I understand. In that case, I shall take it upon myself to address this matter. Such hostility cannot be allowed to fester, Wu Feng declared, stepping forward to the railing with a serious expression and a grave tone. Very well then. If you wish to intervene, go ahead, Wu Taido conceded. Indeed. Although one must act boldly and without reservation, as long as it ensures that no life is lost in the end, Wu Taido, with a smile upon his face, remarked after casting a glance at the fierce battle unfolding on the arena, where two figures engaged in a relentless clash as if fighting for their lives. Amidst the thunderous sounds of lightning and thunder, these two swiftly moving combatants momentarily separated, each retreating to opposite edges of the arena. After a brief pause, they simultaneously gathered their energy and, with a shared intensity, launched themselves towards one another. The resulting impact echoed throughout the entire arena, producing a cacophony that resonated with deafening reverberations, compelling the thousands of ordinary spectators surrounding the scene to instinctively cover their ears in an effort to mitigate the piercing agony of the overwhelming noise. Moments later, the two combatants, each pushed back to the edges of the arena by the tremendous force, found their bodies drenched in a stream of sweat mingling with crimson blood, which dripped continuously onto the ground. Gasping for breath, Wu Xian, weary and hunched, posed the question, "Shall we continue, Xiaoyan?" As he struggled to contain the relentless sweat pouring from his body, he glanced at his younger brother, who knelt on the arena's surface, head bowed and hands braced against the ground to prevent himself from collapsing. Wu Xian's heart ached with compassion, his tone laced with an undercurrent of pleading. Upon hearing this, Wu Yan instinctively clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging with fury. Damn it, I lost again, just by a hair's breadth. Why? Why is this happening? At that moment, consumed by his stubbornness and an overwhelming sense of injustice, Wu Yan pounded furiously on the unyielding arena floor, as if to vent his frustrations. May I ask, Wu Yan, do you wish to continue the match? If not, I shall officially declare Wu Xian the victor of this contest, inquired the blonde host, steadfastly adhering to his duties, summoning the courage to approach Wu Yan, despite his trembling form. Next time, I will not, under any circumstances, lose to you again. Just wait. Wu Yan, in a frenzy of indignation, spat out his vow before resolutely turning on his heel and staggering away down the path he had come. Witnessing this, Wu Xian instinctively reached out, wishing to stop him, but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only let his hand fall helplessly, watching the retreating figure with a heavy heart, murmuring softly, "Xiaoyan. Why must it be this way?" Sigh. The night passed in silence. The following day dawned bright and clear. Dear audience, let us now welcome the first pair of contestants from the non-team division to the stage, announced the exuberant blonde host, his voice restored to its normal vigor after a night of rest. With a swift motion akin to instantaneous teleportation, the two venerable masters of martial arts, remnants of a bygone era on Earth, made their grand entrance, driven perhaps by the desire to not be underestimated by the younger generation. Please, Brother Lu Yuan. Please, Master Duo Fa. Upon uttering their greetings, they launched into action, each traversing several meters in an instant to reach the center of the arena, where they engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, their movements as swift as bullets. In mere moments, The residual images of their lightning-fast strikes filled the entire stage, creating the illusion of a crowded arena from a distance. This captivating spectacle left the ordinary spectators surrounding the arena utterly astonished and awestruck. However, unlike the oblivious onlookers, the formidable martial arts master, standing on the open balcony, quickly sensed something amiss. What are these two old fellows up to? A grand martial arts demonstration? Clearing his throat, Wu Feng interjected, I believe, as you suggested, that these two old chaps are clearly here for promotion and advertising. Witnessing the scene unfold, the master of martial arts could no longer suppress his disdain. What nonsense! At their age, they should be embarrassed, unable to bear it any longer. Wu Taido leaped high into the air, descending heavily towards the two men on the stage. With a thunderous crash, the two performers, caught off guard by the sudden assault, were swept away by an overwhelming gust of force, crashing down beyond the edge of the stage. "Umitba, do not be angry," exclaimed one of them. "You, Master Wu Taido, not only disregarded the rules of the competition, but also brazenly attacked me and Master Duo Fa. You two old geezers. I respect you as my seniors, but I won't let this incident slide without addressing it. I have spared you for the sake of our past mentorship, but do not mistake my leniency for weakness. If you do not retreat in accordance with the situation, the consequences when my nephew intervenes could be dire." Wu Taido advised them coldly, his expression devoid of warmth as he contemplated his next move. "Excuse me, sir. Could you please abide by the rules of the competition and refrain from causing disruption?" The blonde host inquired, his heart racing yet feigning bravado. "Very well," Wu Taido replied, his face revealing a trace of hesitation before he sighed deeply, resolutely declaring, "From this moment on, anyone who can compel me to step back will be crowned the champion of this martial arts tournament." "Ah, uncle, this well, do as you please. It may serve to intimidate and set an example, thus achieving two objectives at once." Wu Feng shook his head slightly, then casually picked up the phone beside him and dialed out. "All right, I understand. There's no need to intervene. Furthermore, let everything proceed as that esteemed elder on stage has suggested." Meanwhile, on the arena, the elder, without waiting for the blonde host to finish his sentence, was interrupted by the ringing of a phone. After a brief moment, the host, filled with bewilderment and astonishment after answering the call, cast a serious glance at the stern Wu Taido and solemnly announced, "Dear audience, due to unexpected developments, with the consent and approval of the organizers, the upcoming competition rules will undergo a comprehensive adjustment, transforming into an offensive and defensive duel. This means that the one who can hold the arena until the end will be crowned the ultimate champion of this contest." A spectator well-versed in the law murmured softly, "Isn't this akin to the underground black market where illicit fights take place?" A frequent visitor to such underground scenes responded with surprise. "Indeed, this is utterly chaotic, and it completely undermines the fairness of this competition," remarked a clear-headed observer. "Oh, why fret about it? As long as it's entertaining, that's all that matters," chimed in a carefree enthusiast of spectacles. Moments later, Master Duo Fa, stepping back onto the stage, wasted no time and initiated the first move. He chose not to attack the stern Wu Taido directly, but rather to circle around him swiftly, conjuring a tornado of approximately 100 meters in size in mere seconds. He aimed to confine Wu Taido to a space of less than 1 cubic meter, lurking within the whirlwind, waiting for the opportune moment. Observing the lack of further developments from his opponent, Wu Taido displayed a look of disdain. All show and no substance, let me shatter this." With that, Wu Taido, without even glancing, launched a steady punch towards the upper left, akin to a child at play. To the ordinary audience, this seemingly slow punch was clearly visible. Indeed, for all the spectators who had already broadened their horizons, the slow technique was evident. Thud! The steady punch did not miss as anticipated, but instead struck Master Duo Fa, who was smugly hiding within the tornado. "How is this possible?" Master Duo Fa exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face as he was propelled away. "Next, who will step up?" Ignoring Master Duo Fa's astonished words, Wu Taido resumed his stance with hands clasped behind his back, his expression unchanging as he coldly stated, "I shall. I am Lu Yuan Yisheng. Please enlighten me." Grandmaster. Observing Lu Yuan Yisheng, who radiated an unparalleled swordsmanship aura with a serious yet polite demeanor, Wu Taido expressed his appreciation. "You are quite impressive. At least 10 times better than your shameless uncle. You truly embody the essence of a swordsman." "Thank you, esteemed Grandmaster, for your kind words. I, Lu Yuan, feel unworthy. Please, proceed." With that, Wu Taidu ceased further conversation, closing his eyes in anticipation, patiently awaiting his opponent's move. Lu Yuan, who adhered to the principle that if he were to strike, It must be an earth-shattering blow, unleashed a single thrust, pouring forth all his strength. The latent sword intent, accompanying this strike, immediately emanated an overwhelming brilliance, causing Wu Taidu, situated 3 yards away, to feel a piercing chill. Like a flash of lightning, the sword broke through the sound barrier upon being unleashed, the air exploding around it. In the blink of an eye, the blade pierced through layers of air resistance, arriving before Wu Taidu. Yet, this unparalleled strike, infused with immense might and vigor, was abruptly halted in midair, merely a foot away from Wu Taidu, firmly pinched between 2 unexpectedly appearing fingers. Witnessing his all-out effort, his ultimate strike, being effortlessly restrained by Wu Taidu's fingertips, Lu Yuan was left in astonishment, muttering to himself, "Is the disparity truly this vast?" After a brief moment of shock, and before Wu Taidu could speak, Lu Yuan bowed respectfully, his face a mask of admiration. "Senior, you are indeed a grandmaster of martial arts. I concede, and I am humbled. Farewell. You are commendable as well. Keep striving." Wu Taidu replied calmly, then called out towards the arena. "All right, next contestant." Time flew by, almost imperceptibly. The moments spent overpowering others always passed swiftly. And due to the absolute disparity in strength, without exception, none of the competitors managed to make Wu Taidu move even a single step, not even half a step, throughout the entirety of the tournament. Thus, Wu Taidu, having decisively overwhelmed all other participants, rightfully claimed the title of champion of the inaugural martial arts tournament for the non-youth category, securing a staggering prize of 100 million and a coveted opportunity to train for 3 years in the sacred realm of martial arts. Although these accolades were of little consequence to Wu Taidu at that moment, he nonetheless went through the motions of the ceremony for the sake of future prospects. Chapter 68. Organization and Summary. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a month had elapsed. Nearly half a month had gone by since the conclusion of the first World Martial Arts Tournament. Originally, the tournament was scheduled to conclude at this very moment. However, due to Wu Taidu's intervention, the non-youth category, which should have undergone a half-month promotion round similar to the youth category, was expedited to conclude within a single day. Wu Feng, having observed the youth category competition that spanned half a month, personally adorned the champion, his 3rd disciple, Tao Baihe, who was under 30, with the champion's badge. After offering some heartfelt words of encouragement, he walked away with an uncontainable smile of satisfaction, striding confidently toward the distant Lian Mountain Valley, moving with an effortless grace that belied his speed. During this period, Wu Feng instinctively overlooked the need to console his 2nd disciple, Wu Tian, who had narrowly lost to Tao Baihe, as well as his elder cousin, Wu Lin, who was watching him with wide eyes after securing only 3rd place. It was yet another splendid day, with the sun shining brightly and the sky clear. At this moment, having secluded himself for half a month since his return, Wu Feng had finally begun to organize and summarize the overarching principles of his martial arts. Firstly, utilizing a combat power tester invented by extraterrestrials, Wu Feng clarified his combat capabilities at each stage or corresponding interval. For instance, prior to breaking through to the innate realm, Wu Feng's overt bloodline potential limit stood at 150 points of combat power. After transcending to the innate realm through marrow washing and rebirth, his overt bloodline potential limit increased to 300 points. Upon reaching the return to truth realm, this limit expanded to 900 points. Following the attainment of the unity of heaven and man, also known as the first heaven, his overt bloodline potential limit reached 3,600 points. Upon breaking into the second heaven, theoretically referred to as the realm of shattered void, the limit further ascended to 18,000 points. Upon achieving the third heaven, it escalated to 108,000 points. And after the fourth heaven, it culminated at an astonishing 756,000 points. It is worth mentioning that the so-called overt bloodline potential limit refers to a state where, despite relentless cultivation, no further enhancement in strength can be achieved, a condition known as physical shackles. Such physical shackles are universally present among nearly all life forms in the universe. It can be stated that, with rare exceptions, all inevitably encounter these constraints. The sole distinction lies in the fact that different races, or more specifically, different individuals, possess varying shackles. For example, individuals with low bloodline potential may find themselves shackled upon reaching 10 points of combat power, while those of moderate potential might only encounter this limitation at 1,000 points. Moreover, those with high or even mutated bloodlines may only experience shackles upon reaching millions, tens of millions, or even billions of points. This highlights the significance of bloodlines within the Dragon Ball universe, and underscores the importance of being born into a favorable lineage. Just as there exists overt bloodline potential, there must also be latent bloodline potential. What is meant by latent bloodline potential? As the name suggests, it refers to the remnants of ancestral bloodlines hidden deep within the body or blood, which are exceedingly difficult to excavate. These fragments of blood inherited from ancestors vary in usefulness and uncertainty, entirely dependent on whether any predecessors possessed exceptional strength. At this moment, as Wu Feng contemplated, he felt a profound sense of the truth behind the supremacy of bloodlines in the Dragon Ball world, accompanied by a deep sorrow for his fellow Earthlings, who belonged to the same lineage of low blood potential. Fortunately, there exists a glimmer of hope amidst the absolutes of life. Through arduous and seemingly infernal training, those of lesser bloodlines may transcend the confines of their heritage, achieving profound and esoteric realms of martial arts. This transformative journey, capable of elevating one's bloodline to the divine dimensions, was imparted by the primordial deities of each celestial body shortly after the inception of life in the universe. It is noteworthy to mention that the martial arts of the Dragon Ball universe were not originally discovered by our ancestors through mere trial and error. Rather, they were directly taught by the celestial beings of various planets. The ancestors merely refined and expanded upon these teachings over the course of countless ages, evolving them through the extraordinary efforts of generations of martial artists. Upon scrutinizing the legacies left by the Earth's celestial deities, one comprehends that this path is a progressive one, allowing practitioners to ascend to the realm of true divinity through diligent practice. Were it not for the exceedingly high requirements of comprehension and innate talent demanded by this celestial path, coupled with the extensive time it necessitates, it is conceivable that Wu Feng would have already assumed the mantle of Earth's celestial deity, thus avoiding the daily grind of arduous training. He could instead embrace an elegant existence, meditating daily to grasp the higher dimensions of the universe and continually transforming his soul. It is essential to recognize that the legacies of Earth's celestial deities indicate that higher dimensional realms can indeed aid martial artists in breaking free from their own limitations. Wu Feng understands the critical importance of dimensional realms within the Dragon Ball universe. For any martial artist aspiring to become a true deity through cultivation, the dimensional realm is an insurmountable barrier that must be crossed. Only those who attain the divine dimensional realm may be deemed true gods, possessing lifespans approaching eternity. Akin to the Great Kaishin, generally speaking, a mortal martial artist must traverse 6-dimensional realms to ascend to true divinity. These realms, ascending from the lowest to the highest, correspond to the following: the immortal realm, the deity realm, the Yama realm, the Kai realm, the Great Kai realm, and finally, the God realm. It is noteworthy that each level of dimensional realm corresponds to specific ranges of combat power. For instance, the immortal realm corresponds to a combat power range of 100 to 9999. The deity realm ranges from 10,000 to 999,999. The Yama realm spans from 1 million to 99,999,999. The Kai realm covers 1 billion to 1,999,999,999. And the Great Kai realm reaches from 10 billion to 99,999,999,999. As for the realm of the Kaishin, it is known as the dimension of the gods. Due to its profound mysteries and uncertainties, it cannot be quantified with specific combat power. It is understood that the disparity before and after a breakthrough is immense, akin to an insurmountable chasm. There are 3 critical points that Wu Feng believes warrant further elaboration. Firstly, merely attaining the corresponding dimensional realm does not instantly confer the associated combat prowess. Relentless and arduous training is essential to reach it. In essence, the actual utility of a higher dimensional realm merely elevates the previously constrained limits of one's physical form. In the original text, among the deities of the 7th universe who govern creation, only the Grand Kai and the Kaishin possess corresponding strength. Others, in Wu Feng's view, merely squander their time. Secondly, for those endowed with formidable bloodlines and exceptional talents, such as Scions, Namekians, and the Frost Demon race, the dimensional realm holds little relevance. They can bypass these realms and advance effortlessly, relying solely on their innate powerful lineage. Thirdly, the divine dimensional realm is distinct from other dimensional realms, representing a transformative leap from quantitative to qualitative change. The difference before and after a breakthrough is as stark as that between clouds and mud. Moreover, due to the nature of the divine dimensional realm, one cannot sense even the slightest aura. All power is cultivated to its utmost potential. Thus, In comparison to the state prior to breaking through to the divine dimensional realm, both overall combat power and the efficiency of power utilization are worlds apart. Chapter 69. Limits and Rebirth. The following day, the morning was clear and refreshing. Sitting cross-legged atop the highest peak of the Chilean mountains. After meditating for an entire day and night, Wu-Feng slowly opened his somewhat fatigued eyes and let out a gentle sigh. Is it still futile? What exactly is lacking? After numerous attempts, there seems to be no change at all, he murmured, his brow furrowed in exhaustion. Never mind, I shall attempt it one last time. If I still cannot succeed. With a determined shake of his head, Wu-Feng resolutely muttered. Resolute in his decision, he closed his eyes once more, gradually emptying his mind, allowing himself to drift between slumber and wakefulness, and began to visualize a pattern of a blue lotus. With familiarity, it wasn't long before Wu-Feng settled his mind again, entering a meditative state and visualizing his unique soul pattern, a vast blue lotus platform emanating a soft azure glow. This seemingly tangible blue lotus platform floated serenely above the ocean of his soul, continuously absorbing the liquefied spiritual energy surrounding it, akin to seawater, nurturing, developing, and growing slowly. Though the enormous blue lotus platform occupied nearly 1/10,000th of the entire ocean of the soul and continued to draw in nourishment, it showed no signs of growth as it did in the past. It was as if it had reached some form of limit, or perhaps had become saturated. In any case, it felt as though it had encountered some form of obstruction, though this description may not fully capture the essence of the situation. After numerous attempts, Wu-Feng developed a vague sense that something essential was lacking, hindering his cultivation of the soul visualization diagram from unfolding as anticipated. Gradually, upon the immense azure lotus platform, the azure lotus leaves began to unfurl delicately. Moments later, after yet another fruitless endeavor, Wu-Feng found himself utterly fatigued, his chest heaving incessantly, his expression haggard, and his eyes bloodshot, as he swayed precariously on the verge of collapse. It was clear he had reached his limit. Further attempts were futile, he mused. Recognizing his dire condition, acknowledging his extreme exhaustion and pallid complexion, Wu-Feng decided against further bravado. He slowly rose, unsteadily making his way into the secluded stone chamber a few paces away, and collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Perhaps it was due to the relentless pressure he had imposed upon himself, teetering on the brink of collapse. His sleep extended for 7 days and nights. During this time, his aunt, responsible for bringing him meals, was thoroughly alarmed. Had it not been for Mutaido's timely discovery of Wu-Feng's lingering breath, a lavish funeral would have already been prepared for him. After 7 days, well-rested and rejuvenated, upon opening his eyes, Wu-Feng was greeted by the concerned visage of his aunt, Lulan, who had cared for him since childhood, her expression radiating warmth. Standing beside her were his uncle Wu Shan and the rest of the family, along with his elder uncle Wu Taido, leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, gazing at the sky. Witnessing this tender, unspoken scene stirred waves of warmth within even Wu-Feng, who had long achieved a state of inner tranquility. Are you hungry? Don't linger in bed any longer. Rise quickly. Look, your aunt has prepared your favorite dishes, Lulan said, her tone both affectionate and insistent. Yes. Hurry up and eat. Your aunt woke early to cook for you, even before the rooster crowed, Wu Shan added, his tone somewhat exasperated. All right, I'll eat. Wu-Feng responded, yearning to express that he was capable of fasting, but upon seeing his aunt's concerned expression, he refrained from further words and dove into his meal with gusto. You clever boy, Wu Taido thought silently. Having recently attained a level of skill that allowed him to fast, the night passed without incident, and the following morning, on the highest peak of the Chilean mountains, Wu Taido stood facing the horizon, hands clasped behind his back on a rock near the cliff's edge. After casting a glance at Wu-Feng, he slowly inquired, How long do you intend to be away this time? I can't say for certain, uncle. One thing you must know is that the universe is vast. Capturing a fugitive in the infinite expanse of space is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, Wu-Feng began, but before he could finish, Wu Taido interjected, All right, you needn't explain further. I understand. Just make haste and return swiftly. Without further ado, Wu Taido turned around, gracefully leaping away, heading swiftly towards his dojo, vanishing in an instant. Witnessing this, Wu-Feng swallowed the excuses he had prepared, his expression turning into a bittersweet smile. Well, I suppose that saves me the trouble of explaining. Sighing, he resolved to depart without hesitation. After a brief reflection, he activated his unremarkable yet singularly focused golden finger, akin to a virtual character's purple health bar in a game. As before, this ability, far more profound than mere teleportation, allowed Wu Feng to vanish abruptly, with no trace or warning. Since the time of the Great Yu, who established the 9 provinces millennia ago, determining which province among them is the strongest remains a contentious debate. However, if one were to speak of the most prosperous and vibrant province, it would undoubtedly be Yangzhou, where cranes descend gracefully. In discussing Yangzhou, one cannot overlook its dominant sect, Qinghu Island, which controls 9 of the 13 prefectures, alongside its equally formidable rivals, Guiyuan sect and Tie sect. Focusing on Yangzhou, particularly the prefecture of Jiangning, which is entirely under the control of Guiyuan sect, there lies a place known as Yiqing. Within Yiqing, a vast mountain range stretches for 1,000 miles, named Dine Mountain. At the midpoint of the twin-headed peak within Dine Mountain, there exists a bottomless cold pool known as Bihan Pool. This pool is home to various species of demon beasts, including a dragon that has lived for at least 5 to 6 millennia, named Zishi, who once crossed paths with the Great Yu. On a fateful day, as the ancient dragon Zishi slumbered peacefully, bubbles escaping its nostrils in a dreamlike state, it was abruptly awakened by a tremendous noise. Infuriated by the disturbance, this ancient creature resolved to exact vengeance upon the source of the interruption, intending to shatter the offender into pieces. Meanwhile, the instigator of this chaos was none other than Wu Feng, who had been transported directly by his golden finger to the presence of the purple glowing dragon. Without a moment's hesitation, the dragon lunged at Wu Feng as soon as he appeared. However, the dragon, whose strength was merely equivalent to the realm of harmonization, the innate golden core of this world, was instantly repelled by Wu Feng's instinctively activated protective aura, colliding violently against the nearby mountain wall. In an instant, boulders tumbled down, creating a thunderous cacophony reminiscent of a cataclysmic landslide. Awakening from the breathtaking sights witnessed during his temporal traversal, Wu Feng had no intention of lingering in the cold pool. He leaped out of the water, soaring into the air several meters high, floating effortlessly, attempting to release his vast spiritual energy, which could envelop a radius of 1,000 miles. He immediately sensed an array of varying strengths of presences surrounding him. Beneath the towering peaks, a formidable presence loomed not far from where one stood, an imposing black and purple-scaled dragon, akin to a pinnacle of the triple heavens, alongside a golden dragon tortoise vigilantly guarding the waters beside an underwater palace. In stark contrast, the ordinary folk at the foot of the mountain, as well as those in the nearby county and its surroundings, resembled mere 7th or 8th-rate martial artists. Chapter 70. The Chronicles of the 9 Tripods. The initial clash amidst Wu Feng's diligent efforts to observe and gather information about this martial world through his divine perception. An earth-shattering roar erupted, heralded by the descent of a colossal dragon claw. In an instant, a tempest arose, unveiling a massive dragon, radiating an ethereal blue haze, stretching at least 20 zhang in length, that suddenly manifested in the sky above, instinctively drawing the surrounding moisture. The dragon swiftly coalesced it into a cloud that spanned at least 300 or 400 zhang, enveloping the summit of the twin-headed mountain and casting it into an abyss of darkness. Emerging from the cloud was a gigantic dragon claw, moving at a seemingly leisurely pace. Yet, as Wu Feng attempted to evade, he found himself ensnared by the very forces of nature around him. Caught off guard, Wu Feng had no choice but to unleash his indomitable and invulnerable true qi, bracing himself for the impending strike. With a thunderous crash, the dragon, now with an engorged claw, recoiled in pain, emitting a series of agonized howls. The rumble of falling debris from the mountain revealed Wu Feng, standing unscathed and composed, his formidable qi intact. It was clear that to endure without retaliation was not in Wu Feng's nature. In a swift motion, he appeared before the colossal head of the dragon, and before the beast could react, he launched a fist imbued with pure, potent qi directly at it. The force sent the dragon crashing into one of the mountain's great peaks, shattering a summit hundreds of zhang high. A resounding boom echoed across the land for miles, as immense rocks and debris cascaded down with the fury of an avalanche, affecting a radius of 10 li. In the wake of Wu Feng's wrathful strike, the myriad of beasts and creatures dwelling within the great Yin mountain suffered an unprovoked calamity, resulting in countless casualties. Even more tragically, the relentless aftermath of the landslide reached the foot of the mountain, impacting the innocent inhabitants of Tung Family Village and Li Family Village, who had lived here for generations. Simultaneously, as the mountain crumbled, Tung Family Village was in the midst of its annual festival. In the expansive training grounds, over 100 tables were set, filled with the villagers, ranging from the elderly with silver hair and weathered faces to newborns. They gathered in joyous camaraderie, indulging in hearty feasts and spirited libations, blissfully unaware of the impending disaster. Shortly thereafter, having reveled in their repast, the villagers, led by the current patriarch, Tung Yunlong, commenced the afternoon's celebratory activities, preparing to test the 6-year-old children of the village. As the first to rise, Tung Qinghu effortlessly lifted 60 pounds, a feat that was not entirely unexpected. Before the clan leader, Tung Yunlong, could finish his words of praise, a thunderous roar abruptly interrupted him, startling nearly all the young and strong members of the Tung family to their feet. With expressions of bewilderment and a hint of panic, they gazed towards the direction of Dine Mountain. Just as they were about to inquire of their leader, the ground trembled violently, causing the loose stones beneath them to dance. Tables scattered throughout the training grounds began to shake, while the domesticated fowl within the estate flapped and squawked in chaos. Moments after the resounding noise, the clan leader dispatched a scout to investigate the situation. Within mere minutes, the scout returned, face pale with terror, running back in haste while waving his arms and shouting, "Leader, it's bad. Everyone run. The mountain has collapsed. The mountain god is furious. We must flee at once, or it will be too late." "What? How could this happen?" Tung Yunlong gasped in shock, but quickly regained his composure, shouting urgently yet calmly, "Tung Yonglei, Tung Yongxiang, Ting Yongfan, Tung Yongyo, you must assist the elderly, pregnant women, and children in evacuating. The rest of you, follow me to buy them time for their escape." The thunderous noise grew ever closer, and the earth began to shake violently. Tung Yunlong led a group of brave souls who anchored themselves to the ground, refusing to be swayed by the tremors. Armed with heavy iron weapons, they valiantly shattered the initial barrage of falling boulders, obstructing them from crashing down upon their retreating family members. However, this moment of resistance was fleeting. Soon, the true torrent of boulders arrived. Faced with a deluge capable of engulfing the entire village, Tung Yunlong and his comrades displayed expressions of horror and despair. Fully aware that this time, there was no escape, they roared defiantly, charging towards the impending flow, hoping to delay it even for a fleeting second to secure more time for their loved ones. Suddenly, realization struck Wu Feng, who had been momentarily dazed. He saw the aftermath of the landslide threatening to engulf the 2 villages at the mountain's base. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his full speed, rapidly descending to the foot of the mountain. Without delay, he unleashed a powerful punch towards the towering torrent of boulders, splitting it down the middle and redirecting the majority towards the uninhabited sides. In an instant, he repositioned himself at the forefront, summoning a colossal wall of air that halted the remaining deluge at the village's edge. The massive torrent relentlessly crashed against the radiant air barrier, producing thunderous sounds that reverberated through the area, startling both Ting Yunlong's group and the nearby Li Huojuan's group from their stupor. Gazing intently at the forefront, with hands gently pressing against the void, the radiant figure of Wu Feng emanated a pure, cloud-like luminescence. He stood dazed and speechless for a considerable time. It was not until the torrents on the mountain had ceased and the momentum faded that Wu Feng, in a moment of reflection, retracted the monumental vital energy he had unleashed to form a wall of condensed qi. Turning around, he surveyed the chaotic scene, littered with severed limbs and remnants of battle. Lowering his gaze slightly, he inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. "Due to my confrontation with the demon dragon, I have inadvertently brought harm upon you. This is my fault. Although I took timely measures to rectify my error, it was still a moment too late. Alas, what is done is done. There is no benefit in further lamentation. As a form of recompense, I shall grant each of your 2 villages a request. Yes, let it be so. When you have decided on your requests, come to the Baihan Pond at Dayin Mountain to find me." With those words, Wu Feng did not wait for any response, but swiftly flew towards the recovering demon dragon, Zishi, his anger still simmering. Sensing Wu Feng's rapid approach, the demon dragon did not cower. Instead, it soared upwards, charging headlong to confront him. A resounding crash echoed, accompanied by the sound of bones fracturing. Yet Wu Feng remained steadfast, unmoving in the void. The demon dragon, however, was swiftly kicked by Wu Feng into a lake nestled among the mountains, creating a tremendous wave that engulfed everything nearby. Roaring, the disoriented demon dragon, covered in mud, shook its head vigorously, clearing itself of the muck before diving into a bottomless cave halfway up the mountain. It realized that it could not contend with Wu Feng alone and sought the assistance of its old neighbor, the golden dragon turtle, to vanquish this terrifying, grotesque beast masquerading as a human. Indeed, this grotesque beast. That was how she felt after facing Wu Feng. Despite being incapable of harnessing even a fraction of the power of the heavens and earth, Wu Feng managed to best this demon beast of the perfected virtual realm. If it were not for its astonishingly terrifying innate talent, could it truly be considered a mere human? In its contemplation, Zixi inadvertently overlooked the very human characteristics Wu Feng possessed, such as breath, speech, and physical appearance. Chapter 71. After the battle and reflection in the blink of an eye, Zixi traversed the bottomless cave and arrived at the underwater palace, where it spotted the golden dragon turtle peacefully sleeping. Roar, roar, roar. Stop pretending to sleep. Get up and help me fight. Roar, 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 roar. No, I want to sleep. I must guard the heavenly flood palace and have no time. The golden dragon turtle, feigning slumber, was already awake and could no longer maintain the charade. With a roll of its eyes, it adopted a demeanor of loyalty and righteousness. Roar, 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 roar. Enough with the pretense. We both know each other well. Get up quickly and join me against that grotesque beast outside. Zixi exclaimed, both exasperated and amused. Roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. I want to listen. I'm not going anywhere during this time. The golden dragon turtle declared, thinking to itself. I certainly do not wish to seek out trouble. In an instant, the entire body retracted into the golden turtle shell, resolutely ignoring the furious onslaught of the demonic dragon. Zixi, who, despite his wrathful exclamations and curses, remained unmoved, determined not to emerge. Moments later, witnessing the golden dragon turtle's unwavering demeanor, Zixi, filled with indignation, chose to depart, planning to confront Wu Feng with all his might. With determination set, Zixi moved swiftly, ascending to a height of 100 zhang in the blink of an eye, soaring through the clouds towards Wu Feng with remarkable speed. Upon reaching a mere 3 zhang from Wu Feng, Zixi harnessed his diving momentum to unleash a powerful tail swipe while simultaneously opening his massive maw, releasing a frigid gust of blackish-purple wind that enveloped an area of 100 zhang. The piercing cold swept forth, freezing everything in its path before disintegrating into ash, dissipating into the air. Observing this scene, Wu Feng dared not underestimate the threat and attempted to retreat to the side. However, he suddenly found his body ensnared once more in a quagmire, held fast by the seemingly inexhaustible forces of nature surrounding him. In a dire moment, despite wishing to break free as he had previously, time was no longer on his side. Left with no other option, Wu Feng, feeling utterly vexed, summoned his indomitable protective aura once again, bracing himself against Zixi's relentless barrage. As the 3-foot-wide, spherical shield enveloped him, Wu Feng was first encased in the blackish-purple wind, forming a massive ice cocoon approximately 1 zhang in diameter. Subsequently, Zixi unleashed a full-force strike, sending Wu Feng hurtling away. The tremendous force shattered the ice cocoon into countless fragments, revealing Wu Feng, unharmed yet furrowed brow and a visage of frustration and confusion within his 3-foot transparent shield. With a resounding crash, Wu Feng was propelled by the overwhelming force, crashing through 3 mountains, each towering 500 to 600 meters, before plummeting into a tributary of the Yuyang Grand Canal. The colossal impact stirred the river, creating waves nearly 100 meters high that splashed against the banks, returning aged stones back into the flowing waters. Like an arrow, Wu Feng pierced through the various obstacles, reaching the riverbed, where he smashed into a submerged rock, creating yet another massive pit. After stabilizing himself at the river's bottom, Wu Feng did not linger. He propelled himself upward and, moments later, leaped out of the water, soaring into the air 100 meters above. Glimpsing the approaching Zixi from afar, Wu Feng swiftly darted to the side and, in a flash of lightning, appeared beside the demonic dragon, launching a powerful uppercut filled with fury. In an instant, the unprepared demon dragon, Zixi, was sent flying as if propelled by a rocket, soaring swiftly into the heavens. Before Zixi could reach the apex of its ascent and exhaust its strength, a sudden shift allowed Wu Feng to position himself directly above the rapidly ascending dragon. With both hands crossed, he delivered a powerful strike, causing Zixi's previously arched form to contort. Its enormous eyes bulged, and dragon saliva splattered in abundance as it plummeted downwards at an alarming rate. However, before Zixi could reach the ground, an irate Wu Feng once again executed a swift maneuver. Arriving ahead of the descent, he followed with an uppercut, and thus, the battle continued in a relentless cycle for a quarter of an hour. Finally, having vented his frustrations, Wu Feng ceased his assault, allowing Zixi to land safely, creating a winding, dragon-shaped pit approximately 30 feet deep. As the debris and earth splattered towards him, Wu Feng casually brushed it aside and turned to the nearby river, addressing the ancient tortoise. You old turtle. You had such a splendid opportunity just now. Why did you not intervene to save your companion? Realizing its cover had been blown and further concealment would prove futile, the golden dragon tortoise emerged from the river, cautiously floating to a halt 3 yards before woofing. Casting a quick glance at the pit where Zishi lay, battered and swollen. Gasping for breath, it trembled and replied, "Roar, roar, roar. I am not foolish enough to charge into battle like that imbecilic dragon, knowing it cannot win. Moreover, I discerned that while your strikes were fierce, they were not lethal, indicating you never intended to slay that foolish dragon. Why should I seek unnecessary trouble and expose myself to harm?" The wise golden tortoise reflected silently. "Ah well, I must admit, I overestimated you. Believing you had mastered this foreign tongue of humanity," Woofing remarked, clutching his forehead upon hearing the tortoise's various roars, light and heavy, slow and quick. Although Woofing could not comprehend the golden tortoise's utterances due to his lack of fluency in beast language, the demon dragon Zishi, being of the same beastly lineage, understood and, despite its excruciating pain, roared in response. "Well, you still have the strength to call out to me. It seems my blows were rather gentle," Woofing mused, mistaking Zishi's roar as a defiant challenge. He turned aside, speaking to Zishi while stretching his limbs, producing a series of cracking sounds. Upon hearing Woofing's words, before the golden tortoise could offer an explanation, Zishi, disregarding its own agony, began to vigorously shake its massive head, stirring the air into a gentle breeze. "What is this? Just moments ago, you were so defiant in your cries. How can you cower so quickly?" As Wu Feng prepared to administer another massage session to the enigmatic dragon, Zishi, his expression was one of perplexity and astonishment. The golden dragon turtle, observing this scene, emitted a rather peculiar and comical laughter, if it could indeed be called laughter. Wu Feng, uncertain, mused silently to himself. Chapter 72. After the battle and reflections, time passed swiftly, and 3 days had elapsed in the blink of an eye. On this particular morning, a gentle breeze swept through, and the sun radiated warmth. The Great Yin Mountain, once known as the Twin-Headed Mountain, was now referred to as the Single-Headed Mountain, or more aptly, Bailian Mountain, a name Wu Feng had recently bestowed. At this moment, Bailian Mountain had been excavated by Wu Feng to create 2 spacious caverns, approximately 70 to 80 square meters each, spanning 2 levels. These would serve as his residence for an extended period to come. Notably, the cavern, which Wu Feng named Xiao Yao Ju in commemoration of the past, was situated adjacent to the Baihan Pond. The rationale behind this was Wu Feng's intention to have the subdued dragon, Zishi, become the guardian beast of the Xiao Yao sect in this realm. Were it not for the golden dragon turtle's deep-seated loyalty and refusal to leave its post before fulfilling the late Yu's wishes, Wu Feng would have already regarded it as another protective spirit of the Xiao Yao sect. Although Wu Feng did not force the golden dragon turtle to assume the role of the guardian beast at this moment, he was filled with confidence. Having gathered sufficient intelligence about this realm, he was certain that the golden dragon turtle could not escape its destined role as the guardian beast of the Xiao Yao sect. After dedicating some effort to cleaning and embellishing the future headquarters of the illustrious Xiao Yao sect, Wu Feng began to meticulously compare and summarize the information he had gathered over the past few days against his recollections. Firstly, reflecting on the recent battle with Zishi, he noted that he had found himself in precarious situations multiple times due to the influence of the forces of heaven and earth, compelling him to withstand Zishi's formidable attacks. Through experimentation, Wu Feng discovered that this realm exhibited a clear bias against beings like himself. In essence, should Wu Feng encounter entities of the void realm or higher, he would face significant disadvantages in combat, constrained by the forces of heaven and earth. Despite this, Wu Feng retained the ability to vanquish or eliminate any being beneath the tier of supreme power, thanks to his own formidable strength, which rivaled the mightiest in this realm. However, such a course of action would inevitably attract the ire of all powerful beings within this realm, and even if they could not breach Wu Feng's defenses, they could seal him away indefinitely. Realizing that mere brute force would not suffice, Wu Feng resolved to temporarily retreat and immerse himself in the martial arts of this realm. He aimed to attain the void realm, thereby gaining mastery over the forces of heaven and earth, rather than relying on borrowed or forced exertion at present. At that time, the Xiao Yao sect would truly command respect across the world. Contemplating this, Wu Feng glanced towards the direction of Tang family village, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ah, the true protagonist of this realm is on the verge of emergence, is it not? Such is the way of things, and indeed, the moment is opportune. With a knowing smile, Wu Feng reflected upon the situation, realizing that this development placed him in a position of advantage, securing an inherently invulnerable stance. Time flew by. Since the fierce battle between Wu Feng and the demonic dragon Zishi, 3 months had elapsed in tranquility, with no significant events transpiring in the vast expanse of Dian Mountain. On this particular morning, as customary, Wu Feng sat cross-legged atop by Lian Mountain, absorbing the morning sun's ethereal essence. Just after he had settled into his meditation, a series of footsteps reached his ears, not far from the mountaintop, approximately 10 miles away. 4 individuals, an elder, 2 robust men, and a youth, were making their way toward Bailian Mountain at a steady pace. Grandson, Jin Fu. I shall repeat myself once more. Upon your arrival, you must behave and show respect. Do you understand? Urged Li Huijun, the clan leader of Li family village, with an air of concern, reiterating his admonitions tirelessly throughout their journey. I understand, Grandpa. I shall be obedient and respectful. Please do not worry, replied Li Jinfu, maintaining his usual demeanor, displaying no signs of impatience. Ah, that is well, very well indeed. You must remember that this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was earned at the cost of your uncle's lives. Do not let their sacrifice be in vain, comprehend? Yes, I shall remember it well, Li Jinfu responded earnestly, his gaze resolute and voice steady. Half an hour later, they arrived. Everyone prepared themselves, ensuring their attire was neat and tidy. Li Huijun took the lead in assisting his grandson, Li Jinfu, with his clothing and hair. Once they felt adequately prepared, the 4, under Li Huijun's careful guidance, cautiously entered the man-made gorge of Bailian Mountain. Upon stepping into the clearly crafted canyon, their eyes were immediately drawn to the chilling Baihan pool directly before them. Next, they beheld 2 dragon-shaped stone pedestals carved from rock on either side of the pool, flanking a grand stone door adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns. As they ventured further into the gorge, they noticed, at the base of an ancient pine tree near the cliff's edge, a circular marble table with a mirror-like surface, accompanied by 2 cylindrical stone pedestals, each about half the height of the table. At that moment, as their gazes swept over the table, they were startled to find 4 steaming cups of tea, freshly brewed, arranged at the 4 corners of the table, aligned with the stone pedestals. Just then, before they could express their confusion, a voice, imbued with an ethereal quality, resonated. Esteemed guests, you have traveled far. Please, sit and enjoy a cup of tea to rejuvenate yourselves. Upon hearing this, the 4 exchanged glances, uncertainty etched on their faces, unsure whether to heed the voice's invitation or if doing so would be too presumptuous. Ultimately, after a brief moment of hesitation, as the clan leader, Li Huijun, stamped his foot slightly and gritted his teeth, he stepped forward with a countenance befitting one heading to the execution ground. He took a seat and, without a moment's hesitation, lifted an unfamiliar teacup to his lips, gulping down its contents despite its scalding temperature of at least 60 to 70 degrees, enduring the heat. Witnessing this scene, Wu Feng could not help but exclaim, Dear Elder, is it customary in your region to drink tea so boldly, especially while it is still quite hot? Do you not find it scorching? Upon hearing Wu Feng's inquiry, Li Huijun immediately realized he had misinterpreted the situation and, no longer able to maintain his composure, began to fan himself vigorously with his hands, gasping for air. At the same time, Li Jinfu, observing this, hurried over to gently pat his grandfather's back, soothing his chest. Ah, child, stop. That is of no use. Let me take over. As soon as he spoke, Wu Feng leapt lightly from the summit of Bailian Mountain and, in the blink of an eye, stood before the gasping Li Huijun, extending his hand slightly. A stream of cool, ethereal energy, what would be termed true essence in this world, surged into Li Huijun's body, swiftly alleviating his discomfort. I was reckless, my thanks to you, noble one, for your timely assistance, Li Huijun said, feeling completely restored, and he immediately moved to kneel in gratitude. Yet, before he could lower himself, Wu Feng waved his hand, a gentle wave of energy halting him. No need for such formalities, dear elder, it was but a trifling effort. You may address me as the Lord of the Martial Gate or Martial Sovereign, as you wish. Without waiting for Li Huijun to respond, Wu Feng continued, Elder, have you come prepared to propose any requests? Ah, no. I mean, Martial Sovereign, I indeed have a request in mind, Li Huijun replied, his expression betraying a hint of struggle, his words faltering. Elder, please, speak freely. Rest assured, I will not hold any unreasonable demands against you, so do share. Wu Feng encouraged, a gentle smile gracing his face. I fear it may trouble you, but I wish for you to accept my grandson, Li Jinfu. I do not seek for him to become your disciple. I merely hope you will allow him to serve as your aide or subordinate. Li Huijun, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes, poured forth the carefully prepared words he had rehearsed. After finishing, he opened his eyes to cast a hopeful glance at Wu Feng. only to immediately lower his head in trepidation, anxiously awaiting the response alongside his grandson. Is that all? So simple? Wu Feng remarked with a chuckle, expecting a more formidable request. How about this? For the time being, I do not require any servants or subordinates. Let your grandson remain with me to learn for a while. If, I say if, your grandson earns my approval in one aspect, I shall accept him as a named disciple. However, should he gain my approval in most aspects, I will accept him as a formal disciple. What do you think? Certainly. That is entirely agreeable. We have no objections. Everything shall proceed as you say, replied Li Huijuan, his heart filled with joy. Chapter 73. 6 years' time flows like a river, and in the blink of an eye, 6 years have passed. Puffing and panting, Li Jinfeng, clad in a burdensome armor forged from pure purple gold weighing about 1,000 kilograms, persevered in his training, running and climbing around Billion Mountain, sweat pouring down his brow. Gritting his teeth, with unwavering determination in his eyes, he silently encouraged himself as he continued to push forward. Meanwhile, as Li Jinfeng maintained his steadfast daily practice over the past 6 years, a group comprising an elder, 2 robust men, and a youth arrived at Dian Mountain. Coincidentally, this day marked the first after the annual festival of the Teng family, and the quartet was making their way toward the location of Bihanpool. Among them were Teng Yunlong, the patriarch of the Teng family, along with his 2 disciples, Teng Yonglei and Teng Yongfan, and the prodigious young talent, Teng Qingshan, who had astounded everyone with his exceptional abilities during the recent 6-year festival. After a brief moment, having completed his daily training, Li Jinfeng, upon washing up, intended to meditate as per his usual routine at the Hanyu platform. However, he heard, Jinfeng, my disciple, pause your cultivation for now and assist me in welcoming our esteemed guests from afar. Yes, master, he replied promptly, not daring to delay. He immediately turned and jogged to the flat area where Billion Mountain met Dian Mountain. In just a moment, he spotted the 4 so-called esteemed guests approaching Xianxiao residence, recognizing them as Teng Yunlong and his 3 grandchildren. Shortly thereafter, the 4 arrived before Li Jinfeng. In that instant, before Teng Qingshan, who had lived 2 lives, could speak. His eyes sparkled as he scrutinized the tall and robust figure of Li Jinfeng, whose well-defined muscles exuded an imposing aura. You must be Li Huijuan's grandson, Li Jinfeng, correct? You've grown quite tall and formidable. I still remember when you were a child, visiting your grandfather. I even held you in my arms. Teng Yunlong greeted him with a warm smile. Indeed, Grandfather Teng, you have not mistaken me. I am Li Jinfeng, he replied politely. Without waiting for Teng Yunlong to speak again, he turned sideways and gestured. Well then, Grandfather Teng, let us proceed swiftly. Otherwise, my master will become anxious. As he spoke, he led the way, maintaining a steady pace, remaining silent save for the initial exchange. In no time, they traversed over a mile of mountain path and arrived at the grand stone gate that had been constructed 4 years prior outside Xianxiao residence. Grandfather Teng, please wait here for a moment while I inform my master, Li Jinfeng stated seriously, adhering to the customary reception process as he descended. However, the voice of Wu Feng interrupted, saying, Jinfu, there is no need to ask for permission. Just take them to the reception room to meet me. Yes, master, replied Li Jinfu, who had been interrupted. Without further ado, he approached the 2 heavy stone doors, each weighing about 10,000 pounds. With a slight exertion of his hands, the doors creaked open effortlessly. Please follow me, he said after turning back to the 4 individuals, leading them towards the reception room established 5 years ago, where Wu Feng awaited. Before long, under Li Jinfu's guidance, the 4 arrived before Wu Feng. Upon seeing Wu Feng's unaltered visage from his memories, Teng Yunlong instinctively prepared to pay his respects. However, before he could bow, Wu Feng swiftly waved his hand, instantly halting Teng Yunlong's intended gesture of deep reverence. Old sir, there is no need for such grand salutations upon seeing me, Wu Feng remarked with a gentle smile. Oh, I see. Then I shall humbly abide by your wishes, Teng Yunlong replied, appearing both surprised and honored. All right, old sir, let us speak. After 6 years, you have come this time with a request in mind, correct? Wu Feng said with an expression of understanding. Indeed, you are correct. My request this time is that you accept my grandson, Teng Qingshan. Just as you did with Li Jinfu, Teng Yunlong stated earnestly, his face filled with anticipation. That is certainly possible. But you must understand one crucial point. My disciple Jinfu was not accepted as a registered student immediately. He underwent a grueling trial before I recognized him as such, Wu Feng said, his demeanor turning slightly serious. Hearing this, Teng Yunlong felt a pang of regret for not inquiring about the specifics beforehand. Appearing anxious as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Grandfather, I too can endure any trials and tribulations like my elder brother Li Jinfu. A youthful voice suddenly interjected, alleviating Tung Yunlong's awkwardness. My dear grandson, have you truly made up your mind? It will be arduous, very arduous, Tung Yunlong responded. Crouching down and placing his hands firmly on Tung Qingshan's shoulders, his expression serious and earnest. Yet, before Tung Yunlong could finish, Tung Qingshan, with unwavering determination, interrupted, Grandfather. I am not afraid. Gazing intently into his grandson's resolute eyes for a moment, Tung Yunlong stood up without hesitation and respectfully addressed Wu Feng. I entrust everything regarding my grandson Qingshan to you. We shall take our leave now. Very well, Jinfu. Please see off the old sir and his companions. Wu Feng nodded slightly, maintaining a gentle smile throughout. Moments later, only Wu Feng and Tung Qingshan remained in the room. You are Tung Qingshan, correct? Wu Feng inquired gently, casually toying with the crystal teacup in his hand. Yes, master, replied the young Tung Qingshan, his innocent face brightening with enthusiasm. Ah, you little rascal. You certainly know how to climb the bamboo pole, calling upon the teacher directly. With a playful demeanor, Wu Feng delightedly teased Tung Qingshan, who was making every effort to disguise himself at that moment. The following day, as dawn broke, the dense fog in the mountains lingered. Beside Billion Mountain, in the vast training ground carved out 5 years prior by Wu Feng, 2 figures, one large and one small, were engaged in a series of movements. Little brother Qingshan, Li Jinfeng said with a gentle tone tinged with seriousness, the teacher instructed me to guide you through some fundamental practices first. Pay close attention and follow my lead. If you encounter anything unclear or difficult, feel free to stop me and ask, understood? Yes, big brother, I understand, Ting Qingshan replied earnestly. All right, watch closely. First, then. After receiving a confirmed response, Li Jinfeng began to practice a slow-motion yoga technique designed to strengthen the body and lay a solid foundation. Meanwhile, in a resplendent stone chamber, Wu Feng was also reaching a significant milestone in his internal cultivation, with a sudden sound akin to something long blocked being forcefully dislodged. A resonance echoed from the depths of Wu Feng's soul, swiftly spreading throughout his entire being. Ah, is this what they call the true self-realm? Indeed, it is remarkable. No wonder it had stymied me for 3 years, Wu Feng mused, filled with joy and contemplation. Well, the most challenging barrier for me has now dissipated. I shall press on, striving to break through directly to the void realm, and then, to dominate the world and reshape the cosmos. In that moment, Wu Feng, who had been quiet in this realm for nearly 6 years, felt an urge to take action, a sense of impatience. After a brief moment, under the influence of his transcendent mental strength and profound true essence, Wu Feng successfully comprehended the so-called return to simplicity realm of this world, achieving the pinnacle of the innate golden elixir. However, despite his efforts thereafter, his internal cultivation did not advance further. The reason for this stagnation lay in Wu Feng's understanding of the Tao within this realm, which had yet to meet the standards for breaking through to the void realm. Chapter 74. Li Jinfeng's departure time flowed swiftly like a river, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. One evening, in the courtyard beside Bihanton at Billion Mountain, 2 figures, one large and one small, were engaged in a series of peculiar postures. The larger figure, while practicing, kept a watchful eye on the smaller one. As dusk settled in, the sound of cracking bones echoed like firecrackers. Li Jinfeng, his face flushed and filled with a refreshing sense of ease, along with Tung Qingshan, once again immersed themselves in an overwhelming sensation of joy. Ahem, both of you come over here. I have something to discuss with you. Before the 2 individuals could fully savor the lingering sensations of their recent experience, Wu Feng suddenly broke the silence. Taken aback by his remark, both turned to each other, their expressions reflecting mutual confusion. After a brief moment of shared glances, they hesitated no longer and responded in unison, "Yes, master." With that, they promptly concealed their bewilderment and cautiously ventured into Wu Feng's inner chamber. Upon seeing him seated on a white jade meditation cushion, they simultaneously bowed and greeted, "Disciple Li Jinfu pays his respects to you, master. May I ask what instructions you have for us?" "Indeed, quite impressive," Wu Feng replied, not addressing Li Jinfu's inquiry immediately. Instead, he glanced at both their physiques before praising Tung Qingshan. "In just 3 months of cultivation, you have already reached the realm of harmonized sinews and unblocked meridians. Well done. Thank you for your praise, master." "I am humbled," Tung Qingshan responded, suppressing his confusion as he stepped forward and bowed. "Excellent. You remain neither arrogant nor impatient, which is commendable. If you continue this way, you shall not be far from truly becoming my disciple," Wu Feng encouraged. With a slight turn of his head, he smiled gently at Li Jinfu, who had maintained a patient silence throughout. Jinfu, do you know how long you have been learning under my guidance? Reporting to you, master. I have been your disciple for over 6 years, Li Jinfu replied earnestly. Indeed, it has been over 6 years. I remember when you were but a naive child of not yet 14. Now, you have matured, and in the blink of an eye, your coming-of-age ceremony is tomorrow. Wu Feng remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Feeling an unsettling sensation arise within him, Li Jinfu quickly interjected, Master, have I done something wrong recently to incur your displeasure? Please grant me another chance. I assure you I will dedicate myself 100% to my training and duties from now on. Please do not cast me away. With a chuckle, Wu Feng pointed at Li Jinfu and said, Oh you, how shall I express my sentiments towards you? You always jump to conclusions, never allowing anyone to finish their words. I apologize, master. I misunderstood. Please forgive me, Li Jinfu responded swiftly, realizing he had once again frightened himself. Very well. I harbor no ill will this time, for at least part of your apprehension is warranted, Wu Feng remarked. Forgive my ignorance, master. I humbly request your guidance, Li Jinfu replied. Now, the reason I have interrupted your training is to announce 2 matters. First, regarding your coming-of-age ceremony. Second, Jinfu, you are officially graduating today. This means that starting tomorrow, you may return home. Master, I do not wish to go home yet. I implore you to revoke your decree and allow me to continue my training under your guidance. As of now, Li Jinfeng has yet to achieve his anticipated goals. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely suppresses the thought of returning home and declares with unwavering determination, No, my mind is made up. There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Wu Feng, his tone solemn and imbued with authority, responds, Very well. Yes, disciple will heed the master's command. Li Jinfeng replies, lowering his head, his expression somber, and his voice subdued. Observing Li Jinfeng's eventual compliance, Wu Feng nods in satisfaction and casually remarks, I have never disclosed the specific criteria for accepting disciples into our Xiaoyao sect. Now, I shall elucidate. Pausing briefly, he glances at the 2 pairs of attentive ears before continuing. To become a direct disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, one must fulfill 3 criteria. First, possess exceptional talent or insight. Second, demonstrate invincibility among peers or the ability to surpass them. And third, exhibit unwavering perseverance and resolve. Those who possess any one of these attributes may become registered disciples. Those who meet any 2 may become formal disciples, also known as in-house disciples. And those who embody all 3 may attain the status of direct disciples. After imparting this information in a calm manner, Wu Feng lapses into silence, entering a meditative state to cultivate his spirit. The 2 individuals present, recognizing the moment, discreetly withdraw, leaving the inner chamber in silence. Each returns to their respective quarters. Lying on their beds, reflecting on every word Wu Feng had just spoken regarding the path to becoming his disciple. A night passes in silence. The following morning, the 2 brothers, having risen early, now stand at the foot of Billion Mountain, bidding a reluctant farewell. After exchanging their sentiments, Li Jinfeng takes one last deep look at Billion Mountain before resolutely turning away and striding towards the Li family village beneath Dian Mountain. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Feng has appeared atop Billion Mountain, silently observing Li Jinfeng's retreating figure until he vanishes from sight. Time swiftly flows onward, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. At this moment, in Yangzhou, Jinling Prefecture, Yicheng, within the bustling confines of Wanxiang Tower, a cacophony of voices fills the air, brimming with excitement. It's out, it's out. The latest edition of the 9 Provinces 4 rankings is finally on sale. Here, 400 taels. Quickly, give me a copy. I want to see it first. Faster. I want one too. In a matter of moments, nearly everyone holds several copies, quietly perusing them. Among the crowd, some martial artists, upon discovering intriguing passages, cannot help but exclaim loudly. For instance, the first lean, bearded middle-aged man to purchase a book exclaims with enthusiasm, just as I suspected. The thunderous Li Jinfeng has indeed defeated the 3rd ranked on the Earth ranking, Ba Jian Zhu Qianxiu. Really? Is that true? Let me see. Oh, it's indeed true. Yes, it is. The speed of this young man's progress is indeed terrifying. Indeed, it has been less than a month since he defeated the 9th-ranked Thunderblade Wu Yu with 10 strikes. To be precise, it has been 27 days. However, upon closer reflection, one realizes that Zhun Tianbang Li Jinfu has had a clear objective since his debut 3 years ago, when he struck down the 2 elders of the Xiaoyao Palace with a single blow to conquer all masters on the Earth ranking. At this moment, a slender middle-aged man with 2 wisps of mustache spoke earnestly. Chapter 75. the first on the earth ranking in the majestic hall of the Jioding Palace, located in Yuzhou, Yuang City, the power center of the entire Yuzhou. Several prominent figures who hold the fate of the region were seated. How is it? Is everything arranged? Huang Tianqin, the current foremost figure of the Yuhuang sect, and also the highest-ranking elder, opened his previously closed eyes and spoke in a detached tone. Rest assured, Master Uncle. I have already given the orders, and I believe the matter is already in motion, replied Yu Tonghai, one of the 3 great void realm experts of the Yuhuang sect. With a confident demeanor. Master, forgive my bluntness, but do you think we might be overreacting? He is merely a mere insect in the postnatal realm. Even if he were to become the first on the earth ranking, what difference would it make? To us. He is still an insect that could be extinguished with a wave of our hand, said Lu Xia, a supreme elder of the Yuhuang sect and one of the formidable void realm masters, displaying a hint of confusion as he furrowed his brow. Lu Xia, are you not aware of the incident with the Xiaoyao Palace 3 years ago? Huang Tianqin responded, a mix of doubt and surprise in his voice. Before turning a discontented gaze towards his disciple, Tonghai, has it been so long? And you have not yet explained this matter in detail to your senior brother Lu Xia? Ah, Master Uncle, you misunderstand. You have been in seclusion for many years and may not be aware. Since 4 years ago, senior brother Lu has been in closed-door training and only emerged yesterday. Hence I have not had the opportunity to inform him, Yu Tonghai explained with a wry smile. Indeed, that makes sense. I cannot blame you, you shitty. Lu Xia acknowledged with a nod. Well, in that case, Tonghai, please enlighten Lu Xia about it now, Huang Tianqin instructed in a calm tone. Yes, Master Uncle. Yu Tonghai nodded in agreement and then turned to Lu Xia, smiling. Senior brother Lu, are you curious why Master Uncle and I place such importance on someone who has yet to reach the innate realm? Yes, this indeed perplexes me, Lu Xia admitted. Then, what if I told you that he has consecutively defeated or killed 72 peak postnatal experts on the Earth ranking in just 3 years? Yu Tonghai remarked with a hint of admiration, fully aware that he himself, once a master on the Earth ranking, had never achieved such feats. Is that all? While that is indeed astonishing and could be deemed unprecedented, if that is all there is, it still falls short, Lu Xia responded. The expression of Lu Xia, calm as a still pond, flickered momentarily before vanishing, followed by a glance at Yu Tonghai, as he spoke in a tone devoid of fervor. What if, in addition to having a guardian beast of the virtual realm, there exists a mysterious master capable of inflicting grievous harm on a perfected virtual realm expert from a distance of 1,000 zhang? Upon uttering these words, Yu Tonghai's countenance shifted, and an involuntary trace of profound reverence crept into his voice. What? A virtual realm demon beast acting as a guardian for a postnatal martial artist? Moreover, you mentioned striking down a perfected virtual realm powerhouse from such a vast distance. To my knowledge, even an expert at the pinnacle of the cave void realm would find that implausible. Or is that individual akin to the sharpshooter? Brother Shingong II of the Shooting Sun Divine Mountain? At that moment, Lu Xia, shaken by this astonishing revelation, could no longer maintain his tranquil demeanor, furrowing his brows as he speculated with uncertainty. Deep down, he understood that if his conjecture were indeed true, the Yuhuang sect would not be on high alert as they were today. Brother Lu, do you think we would be so concerned if that person had indeed used an arrow? Yu Tonghai replied with a wry smile, disregarding Lu Xia's increasingly grave expression. According to reports from our spies embedded in Qingzhou, the one who severely injured the former palace master of the Carefree Palace unleashed an immensely powerful punch that measured 100 zhang in size. Moreover, I had covertly observed the aftermath of that blow and the injuries sustained by the former palace master. All evidence points to it being a detached fist strike. At this moment, Lu Xia, stripped of any shred of hope, was left utterly speechless by the shock. Enough, you two need not be so disheartened. Even if his strength has indeed reached the level of the former Northeast King, Hong Tian, do we not have our esteemed elder to protect us? Huang Tianqin, observing the 2 prominent experts of the virtual realm appearing apprehensive before the battle had even commenced, felt compelled to offer encouragement, albeit reluctantly. Indeed, we, the Yuhuang sect, have our esteemed elder overseeing us. What is there to fear? Yu Tonghai and Lu Xia's eyes brightened, newfound confidence surging within them as they spoke in unison. Unbeknownst to them, they failed to recognize the underlying discrepancies, such as the specific prowess of their elder, the enigmatic master of Li Jinfeng, and whether he might surpass Hong Tian, while subconsciously neglecting to contemplate if they faced an ultimate powerhouse. Meanwhile, in Yu Prefecture, Qingyang County, within the county city, a recent issue from the distant past, published by the Wanxiang sect, ranked 7th on the Earth ranking, had actually defeated the second-ranked Jintianbang, Li Jinfeng, a week prior. At this moment, a fierce battle was underway with the first-ranked direct disciple of the Yu Huang sect, Dinghuang Yu Tianjiang, as he sought to seize the top position on the Earth ranking, aiming to fulfill one of his two predetermined goals of becoming invincible among his peers. With a resounding crash, the two combatants, having clashed on the martial platform within the city for an extended period, both recognized that their phase of testing and warming up had reached its conclusion. Thus, almost simultaneously, they unleashed a powerful strike that collided mid-air, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere, creating a resounding roar. With a resounding clash of fists, the two combatants experienced a tremendous counterforce, compelling them to steadily retreat step by step until they reached the very edges of the arena, where retreat was no longer an option. It was only then that they exerted their strength, forcefully stamping their feet and breaking through the smooth, mirror-like surface of the arena, which was as solid as rock, embedding their feet deep into the ground and anchoring themselves at the arena's edge. Brotherly, if my memory serves me right, this entire arena seems to be crafted from obsidian, comparable to tempered iron, does it not? Inquired a formidable late-stage practitioner, ranked among the top in the world, as he gestured towards the arena, his voice trembling with disbelief. Indeed, the two fighters on the stage were extraordinary beings, almost akin to humanoid beasts. As a fellow expert of the same rank, I found myself overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat while witnessing their fierce combat. As if facing an existence from the innate realm, the man referred to as Brotherly, deeply affected by the encounter, forced a self-deprecating smile. Clang. The sounds of their weapons clashing echoed incessantly, illustrating the intensity of their struggle, a fierce deadlock. Realizing that a resolution was unlikely to emerge anytime soon, Yu Tianjiang resolved to reveal his true abilities, heaven-shaking 3 strikes. Noticing his opponent unleashing a hidden card, Li Jinfeng hesitated no longer and promptly executed his own unique technique, a synthesis of various martial arts he had mastered. Boom. When their attacks collided, a tremendous sound erupted. Crack. After another exchange, a crisp sound resonated as Yu Tianjiang's weapon, the heavy halberd weighing over 100 pounds, could not withstand the tremendous force and shattered apart. Who are you? Li Jinfeng finally spoke after calming his rapid breaths. Ah, the heaven-shaking staff is asking for my name? Did you not claim to disdain knowing the name of a defeated foe? Remarked a seasoned expert familiar with Li Jinfeng's methods, astonished. What? Do you intend to humiliate me after learning my name? Yu Tianjiang gripped the broken halberd tightly, his eyes reddening as he growled softly. No. I inquire about your name because your prowess merits such respect. With that, Li Jinfeng wasted no time, turned away, leapt down, and departed from Qingyang County without a glance back. Chapter 76. Internal Martial Arts. Unexpected gains in Yangzhou, Shunan County, in Liang City. Within a private estate known as Li Garden, Li Jinfeng was presently recuperating, gathering strength to prepare for his imminent breakthrough to the innate realm. It had been a full month since he hastily returned from Yuzhou. In the past month, aside from his daily essential practice of inner strength, Li Jinfeng appeared to have completely relaxed, spending his days either writing and painting or fishing by the riverside. It was only after a month that he finally concluded this seemingly leisurely phase, instantly retracting his languor and contentment, his countenance returning to a resolute and serene state. After a month of mental emptiness, feeling that he had attained an unprecedented optimal condition, Li Jinfeng believed the moment had arrived to transcend into the innate realm. Without hesitation, after bidding farewell towards the inner lake of the manor, he swiftly entered his secluded chamber. Meanwhile, as Li Jinfeng prepared to retreat for his breakthrough, an unexpected yet anticipated revelation occurred at Wufeng, situated in the enchanting Bilian Peak of Dianshan. It turned out that just an hour prior, Tung Qingshan had falsely claimed to have inadvertently created an internal martial art known as Xingyi Quan, which he wished to present to Wufeng for critique. Initially, Wufeng did not regard this renowned martial art from the past with much seriousness, merely adopting an attitude of curiosity. However, after a meticulous examination, Wufeng was taken aback, if not astonished. In that instant, Wufeng acknowledged that he had indeed underestimated the legendary internal martial arts of the past. The internal martial arts, meticulously refined by the ancient sages of Earth to adapt to the environment, possessed unique qualities that set them apart. For Wufeng, this moment marked an awakening to the previously overlooked path of physical vitality in martial arts, effectively filling a gap in his own practice and further enhancing his understanding of the way. Realizing this, Wufeng eagerly inquired further from his disciple, Tung Qingshan, about the intricacies of Xingyi Quan. He was soon compelled to take Tung Qingshan to the training ground for practical application. After half an hour of exhaustive practice, With Tung Qingshan's full cooperation through numerous repetitions, Wufeng felt he had grasped the essence of the art. He then instructed Tung Qingshan to cease and rest, remaining alone to ponder and explore further. Moments later, encountering subtle nuances in his body that eluded his comprehension, Wufeng began to replicate Tung Qingshan's recorded movements and breathing patterns with utmost precision. As he continued to practice, the aspects he had previously struggled to understand gradually became clear. Moreover, he experienced new insights and discoveries, deepening his awareness of the mysteries inherent within the human body. Thus, unbeknownst to him, the day unfolded, and Wufeng joyfully realized that his once static strength had indeed intensified once more. Although there was not a complete breakthrough of the boundary, this transformation brought Wufeng an unparalleled joy, as it signified a firmer foundation, edging closer to a state of perfection. Thus, for the ambitious Wufeng, the prospect of ascending another level paled in comparison to establishing an unassailable and perfect foundation that would enable him to journey further and build higher. Consequently, he temporarily set aside his daily contemplations of the heavens and earth, which were aimed at breaking through the illusory realm, and devoted all his energy to the internal martial arts, or rather, the path of vital energy inherent in these arts. Time flowed swiftly like a stream, and half a year slipped away as Wufeng focused intently on the path of vital energy. One morning, the sky was clear and bright, with a refreshing autumn breeze rustling the fallen leaves as they returned to the earth. Atop the Bailian mountain, where the residents of carefree leisure stood, the verdant pines and flourishing green leaves remained unchanged, and the cold pool lay as serene as ever. At that moment, on the vast training ground not far from the Baihan pool, two figures, one large and one small, maintained a peculiar posture, utterly motionless. Only as the sun ascended to its zenith did these two seemingly sculpted figures gradually begin to move, slowly withdrawing their energy and standing upright. Qingshan, how do you find it? Does this foundational bodybuilding exercise, which integrates the stances of Xingyi Quan with internal cultivation methods, meet your expectations? Wufeng inquired with a proud smile. Master, you truly deserve your title. I am in deep admiration and have no words to express it, Qingshan replied. After sensing the internal energy cultivation and the flow of vital energy within him throughout the morning. Indeed, you are a sincere and obedient child. Ha! Well then, enough jesting. I shall return to my meditation. You continue your diligent practice. Without paying heed to Qingshan, who was now visibly exasperated, Wufeng strode directly towards the stone chamber on the second floor. Thus, the training focused on the path of vital energy had reached a temporary conclusion. Given Wufeng's current physical strength, further training without an abundance of rare resources would be futile. Therefore, whether for the smooth advancement of his earlier ambition to unify the 9 provinces or to enable him to continue enhancing the path of vital energy without reservations, he could not escape the urgent necessity of comprehending the principles of the universe to break through to the illusory realm, thereby gaining control over the forces of nature and freeing himself from limitations and constraints. Although Wufeng's significantly augmented power at present would allow him to dominate the world even without understanding the principles of the universe or breaking through to the illusory realm, he, being a person who never gives up midway, decided to adhere to the original plan. The foremost reason for this decision was that Wufeng had recently sensed that the breakthrough to the illusory realm was drawing near. The years of cultivation often pass unnoticed, and before one realizes, a significant amount of time has elapsed. Today marks the 12th birthday of Tung Qingshan. Having informed Wufeng in advance, Tung Qingshan finds himself at Tungjia village, situated at the foot of Dine Mountain, joyfully celebrating his birthday with family at his maternal grandfather Tung Yunlong's home. Moments later, having thoroughly enjoyed a sumptuous feast and savoring the longevity noodles prepared by his mother, the family transitions to the main topic of discussion. Tung Yunlong, the head of the family, with a hint of concern, asks once more, "My dear grandson, are you truly certain about this?" "Grandfather, please rest assured. I am not deceiving you. The Xingyi Quan is indeed a creation of your grandson. It does not constitute a breach of our sect's sacred teachings. You may freely allow the villagers to practice it. Nothing untoward will occur," Tung Qingshan replied with a solemn and earnest expression. Observing the gravity in Tung Qingshan's demeanor, Tung Yunlong slowly closed his eyes, inhaling deeply as his myriad worries coalesced into a single affirmation. "Very well. Grandfather will convene everyone tomorrow to communicate and implement this matter." "Grandfather, I do not mean to criticize, but it was high time for this," Tung Qingshan remarked, his expression revealing a sense of satisfaction at finally witnessing the right decision being made. Chapter 77, Battle. the experts of the heavenly rankings in Yangzhou at Qingshan Island. Within the bustling county town stands a grand 5-story establishment known as the Wuhu Inn. At this moment, the inn, reputedly funded by a highly esteemed figure wielding significant influence on Qingshan Island, is alive with the sounds of animated conversation and laughter. Brotherly, have you heard? Indeed, I have. Li Jinfeng has ascended another position on the heavenly rankings, now holding the 21st place. Huh. Of course, I heard about it, and not only that. I personally witnessed that remarkable battle 2 weeks ago. Ah, brotherly, could you elaborate on that splendid duel for your younger brother? Well, to be frank, the battle was not as exhilarating as one might think. There was little of note to discuss. Oh, forgive my ignorance. Why is that so? Because the entire confrontation lasted merely a minute. In fact, it may not have even reached that duration. Li Jinfeng struck just 3 times to severely injure his opponent and secure victory. What? That cannot be. Wait, I see now. It makes sense why the Thunderous Staff has risen from 36th to its current 21st position in just half a year. Meanwhile, seated by the window, the two individuals continued their spirited conversation, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, until a voice of astonishment pierced the air, rendering the entire inn silent. Oh, I believe I just saw the esteemed Li Jinfeng from the heavenly rankings pass by the entrance. This exclamation prompted all present in the inn to rise swiftly and peer out towards the entrance. At this moment, due to the geographical advantage of being near the window, the tall Zhang, who had hurriedly turned around, and his tablemate, the youth surnamed Li, instantly recognized the figure from a distance of about 10 zhang away. The silhouette of a robust young man wielding the thunder stick appeared strikingly familiar. Observing the outline and the weapon, it bore a resemblance. Yet before the Zhang could finish his thought, he was abruptly interrupted by the youth surnamed Li. It is indeed him, Li Jinfeng asserted with certainty upon recognizing that unmistakable silhouette and the fearsome iron rod strapped to his back. He then pondered aloud. How curious that the thunder stick would appear here at this time. Is he here to challenge Zhao Danqin, who ranks 10th on the heaven list, or Gu Yong, the 7th? However, that does not seem right. According to my investigations over the years, the thunder stick should aim to conquer both the heaven and earth lists sequentially. Li's expression was a mix of uncertainty and introspection. Fortunately, before Li could further ruminate on his erroneous deductions, a voice from within the tavern emerged, promptly awakening and clarifying the confusion. Ladies and gentlemen, if this old man remembers correctly, 10 years ago, the individual ranked 20th on the heaven list was none other than Lord Yuan Lufeng, the law elder of Qinghu Island, right? Upon hearing this, the patrons, stirred from their long-dormant memories, erupted in gasps and exclamations. A significant number immediately called for the waiter, demanding their bills. A smaller group tossed down a banknote or a gold ingot onto the table, abandoning their meals to hastily make their way toward the headquarters of Qinghu Island. In mere moments, the once crowded tavern was left desolate, save for the beleaguered waiter and the accountant, who continued their diligent work, while even the tavern owner had vanished. Meanwhile, Li Jinfeng, having arrived at the entrance of the Qinghu Island headquarters, briefly surveyed the grand structure that embodied both opulence and solemnity, before redirecting his attention elsewhere. Before Gu Yong and his entourage, who had been informed in advance, could emerge to greet him, Li Jinfeng raised his palms, facing upward, and slowly moved them upwards until they reached his throat. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from his mouth. As the lion's roar technique was unleashed, the air rippled with shock waves resembling undulating water, surging towards Gu Yong and the others, who had just stepped out, prepared for customary pleasantries. What is your intention, Thunderstick? Gu Yong, leading the charge, questioned with a frown, as he formed a protective barrier with his innate true essence to withstand the sonic assault. Seeing his casual probing met with ease by Gu Yong and his companions, who had effortlessly thwarted the wave at the threshold without sustaining any damage, Li Jinfeng chuckled nonchalantly. Ah, it is nothing. I merely wish to ascertain the sturdiness of Qinghu Island's architecture. Humph, brotherly, you jest. With that strike of yours just now, I dare say no structure besides one forged from ancient black iron could withstand such force, Gu Yong remarked, a hollow smile gracing his lips. Ah, you are gravely mistaken indeed. How terrifying it is to lack experience. My junior brother speaks no falsehood. Li Jinfu scoffed, reflecting on how he had yet to leave even the slightest mark on the 2 stone doors of the tranquil abode or the palace submerged beneath the lake of Tianhong. Humph, Li Jinfu, cease your grandiloquent nonsense. Very well, I shall not indulge your pleasantries any longer. Pray tell, what brings you here today? Gu Yong inquired, his brow furrowing as he flicked his sleeve with a sense of authority. Ah, you feign ignorance. I tire of idle chatter. Summon you Wenliafeng at once. So I may resolve this matter swiftly and depart, Li Jinfu declared, exuding an air of unabashed confidence. Humph, boastful fool. Today, let Yu Wenliafeng wield his sword and teach you a lesson, Yu Wenliafeng interjected, his temper flaring as he could hardly contain his anger at Li Jinfu's arrogance. Very well. Come forth. As the swift blade approached him, Li Jinfu, without a moment's hesitation, marveled at the attack, then clenched his right hand into a fist. Channeling his innate true essence into it, he struck out at the incoming sword. With a resounding clash, Li Jinfu's formidable strength, akin to the weight of Mount Tai, coupled with the explosive force of his true essence, met the blade. In that instant, Yu Wenliafeng felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, propelling both him and his sword through the air. With a thunderous crash, the magnificent edifice, previously safeguarded by Gu Yong and his companions, succumbed to destruction under the impact of Yu Wenliafeng. Vile scoundrel, you seek death. The onlooking elders, witnessing the scene, immediately recognized Li Jinfu's deliberate actions in sending Yu Wenliafeng crashing into the headquarters tower. Enraged, they yearned to exact vengeance upon him. Yet, before the elders could act, Gu Yong, the island master, suppressed his own fury and, gritting his teeth, commanded, everyone, stand down. A one-on-one, fair contest, no outside interference. Master, do you not understand the command? Gu Yong's voice rose as he emphasized, I said no outsiders may intervene. Return to your positions, now? He sensed an escalating threat from above, urgency gripping him as he barked at the elders with a cold, unyielding glare. Just as Gu Yong halted the elders from intervening, Yu Wenliafeng, emerging from the debris with fury etched across his face, summoned his sword technique once more, launching a furious horizontal strike at the seemingly vulnerable Li Jinfu. Due to the astonishing speed and the absence of air resistance, the sword strike approached with an almost imperceptible silence. Apart from the sound generated by the surging innate true essence colliding with the sword, it could be deemed a near-perfect strike, swift, precise, fierce, and imbued with spirit, intention, and momentum, all converging as one. In this moment, Yu Wenliafeng unleashed a sword imbued with every emotion, feeling an unparalleled sense of comfort and profound focus, as if he had become one with the entire universe. Under the tremendous pressure exerted by Li Jinfu and the weight of personal honor and disgrace, he seemingly transcended a minor bottleneck, achieving a preliminary state of unity with the cosmos, a capability reserved for those of the virtual realm. Though Yu Wenliafeng understood that this extraordinary state could not be sustained for long, merely lasting an instant, it was more than sufficient for him at that moment. Furthermore, having experienced this fleeting epiphany, he was convinced that once there was one, there could be another. He believed that with continued reflection, he would ultimately be able to grasp it again. When the time came for Yu Wenliafeng to once again enter this unique state, it would signify his breakthrough into the virtual realm. As his thoughts turned, envisioning a promising future, Yu Wenliafeng momentarily paused, plunging back into a state of tranquility, merging with the vast emptiness of the cosmos. At that instant, Elder Hu, a fellow enforcer of Qinghu Island, displayed an expression of disbelief. Indeed, just as you surmised, this is the necessary experience for breaking through the virtual realm, unity with the void. However, it was unexpected that Elder Yuan would take this step first. Gu Yong remarked in admiration. If that is the case, does it imply that in this battle, Elder Yuan can defeat the weakest among the elders of Qinghu Island? Elder Tai? Elder Tai said with a pleased expression. By conventional reasoning, it should be so, as Elder Yuan currently possesses strength equivalent to half that of the virtual realm. Aside from Gu Yong, the most powerful and perceptive presence among them, Zhao Danqin, spoke with an uncertain tone. However, just as he spoke, an unexpected turn of events unfolded amidst what appeared to be an evenly matched battle, where Yu Wenliafeng subtly held the upper hand. In a sudden twist, Yu Wenliafeng, moving like light and dust, wielded his sword with such grace that it conjured countless sword shadows in an instant, enveloping Li Jinfu entirely. This forced Li Jinfu to frantically swing his fists, seemingly in a frenzy, unleashing powerful strikes to disperse the torrent of sword intent rushing toward him. Though Li Jinfu endeavored to counterattack with all his might, forcefully breaking apart the streams of sword intent, he ultimately could not match the realm of Yu Wenliafeng, who had achieved unity with the cosmos. Seizing upon a fleeting opening, Yu Wenliafeng unleashed a remarkably fierce sword energy, striking Li Jinfu, who could only instinctively raise his fists before his head, sending him hurtling backward. He crashed through a line of dozens of houses and two inns, as well as a large tavern, leaving a straight trench nearly 1,000 meters long upon the solid stone ground before finally coming to a halt. With a deep breath, Li Jinfu felt a surge of energy, finally sensing a hint of meaning in the unfolding events. Observing his own hands, punctured and revealing glimpses of white bone, his expression hardened, yet a faint smile emerged on his otherwise stoic face. In this moment, to pay homage to the formidable strength displayed by Yuan Lufeng, Li Jinfeng slowly drew his weapon, the Zhentian Bang, from behind his back. As he grasped the weapon, his demeanor transformed dramatically. The previously languid aura morphed into one of might, dominance, ferocity, and solemnity. Without waiting for the thick clouds of dust to settle, Li Jinfeng, propelled by his formidable presence, swiftly locked onto the vigilant figure of Yuan Lufeng, who stood 1,000 meters away. For Li Jinfeng, determined to unleash his full potential. This distance was traversed in less than 3 seconds. A resounding clash echoed as their weapons met, reverberating through the surroundings and causing the ordinary onlookers at 100 paces to feel a sudden buzz in their heads, some even toppling over. Before the spectators could regain their composure, Li Jinfeng wasted no time and struck down with tremendous force, delivering a heavy blow. Instantly, under the sheer power of the strike, Yuan Lufeng was driven into the ground, with the 1-meter square stone slab beneath him shattering explosively like a spider's web, extending hundreds of meters away. In mere moments, the outcome of the battle had become evident. Yet, there lingered a dread that Yuan Lufeng might be a creature of the same extraordinary ilk as the beast King Wu Ho, defying all logic. As he witnessed the battle turn on its head in an instant, Gu Yong murmured in shock. Suddenly awakening from his reverie, he leaped toward the ground, where only the bloodied head of Yuan Lufeng remained. Without regard for the lamenting Li Jinfeng nearby, Gu Yong swiftly harnessed his innate true essence, channeling it into his sword, forming an indomitable 3-foot sword beam aimed directly at the area surrounding Yuan Lufeng. Moments later, after Gu Yong's intervention, the gravely injured Yuan Lufeng was rescued and urgently transported to the finest physician on Qinghu Island for treatment. During this process, he completely disregarded the still sighing and muttering Li Jinfeng, who pondered how one could be so frail and lamented the wasted anticipation. Fortunately, Li Jinfeng was unconcerned by this, and after a brief moment of grumbling, finding it dull and tedious, he departed without looking back. 3 days later, in the city of Yongzhou, belonging to the Ying family, after a leisurely 3-day journey, Li Jinfeng stood before the vast, tightly closed city gates, a wave of confusion washing over him. Fortunately, before Li Jinfeng could ponder for too long, a lithe figure leaped down from the towering city wall, blocking his path with unwavering resolve. "You are the famed, shocking staff, Li Jinfeng, are you not?" Although the inquiry was framed as a question, the tone was imbued with an unmistakable certainty. "Who are you? Why do you obstruct my way?" Li Jinfeng inquired with a furrowed brow and a countenance that betrayed his displeasure. "Huh, you wish to know my identity? You shall find out soon enough after we clash. Prepare yourself for a single strike. Let me witness the prowess of the legendary staff that has left a half-step into the void realm in ruins," declared Ing Haojiang, ranked 19th on the heavenly list, his expression resolute and defiant. As the words fell from his lips, and with no desire for further dialogue, Ing Haojiang readied himself to unleash his most formidable sword strike. However, he was abruptly sent flying by a powerful punch from the visibly impatient Li Jinfeng, crashing into the city wall 100 feet away with a resounding thud. The impact left a deep, letter-shaped indentation in the wall. "Madman," Li Jinfeng remarked, slowly retracting his fist and wiping it against his garment, his expression unamused and indifferent. With that, he turned away, first taking a moment to ascertain his direction before striding purposefully toward his next target. Meanwhile, at Dine Mountain, atop Billion Peak in the tranquil abode of Xiaoyao, Tung Qingshan, who had recently celebrated his 12th birthday, was currently enduring the weighty gravity field derived from the golden dragon tortoise's earth manipulation, experiencing a tenfold increase in gravity. After observing Tung Qingshan's training under such immense pressure for a while, Wu Feng, having discerned no adverse effects, chose to divert his attention elsewhere. He swiftly withdrew a fragment of his focus, immersing himself in the profound understanding of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, aspiring for a breakthrough to achieve mastery in the void realm. With command over the forces of heaven and earth, he would naturally soar through the skies, no longer reliant solely on his formidable mental prowess to maintain his levitation in the void. It is worth mentioning that had it not been for Wu Feng's ambitious aspirations and whimsical desire to achieve a breakthrough all at once, he could have easily transcended to the void realm long ago. Although the simultaneous comprehension of 5 paths significantly escalated the difficulty, preventing his advancement thus far during this period. Wufeng made a remarkable discovery that brought him great joy. Through his continuous exploration of the cosmos, Wufeng's spiritual power, or rather his soul's essence, had deepened alongside his understanding of the paths, becoming increasingly dense and enriched with profound insights. Unbeknownst to him, he had shattered the bottleneck in his soul cultivation, nurturing a phantom lotus leaf to sprout from the immense azure lotus platform in the center of his soul's sea. Chapter 79. Revelation and Divine Retribution. Time flows swiftly, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, without any forewarning, the sky above Dian Mountain, which was previously clear and cloudless, became shrouded in ominous dark clouds as if they had materialized from thin air. In the blink of an eye, the entire expanse of Dian Mountain was enveloped. Thick black clouds crackled with incessant flashes of lightning, punctuated by thunderous roars that, in fleeting moments, transformed the obscured mountain into a ghostly pallor. This moment marked the manifestation of the heavenly punishment, a thunderous calamity summoned by the consciousness of the Jojo world, unveiling itself to the mortal realm for the first time. The catalyst for this divine retribution was none other than Wufeng, who had recently achieved an unprecedented breakthrough into the realm of the void, surpassing the zenith of strength permitted within the Jojo world, becoming a malignant presence. Prior to this ascension, Wufeng remained a genuine denizen of the Jojo world, unintegrated with the cosmic forces, merely a participant in the grand tapestry of existence. Yet now, having transcended into the void, he laid bare his soul's essence to the scrutiny of the Jojo consciousness, leaving no aspect concealed. The immediate consequence of this revelation was a surge of wrath from the world's consciousness, manifesting as a tempest of dark clouds and blinding lightning. Realizing the gravity of his misstep, Wufeng instinctively pressed a hand to his forehead while the other clenched into a fist, striking the rocky ground in a moment of regret and bitter amusement. Alas, I have unwittingly exposed myself, he lamented. However, he resolved to consider this a lesson learned rather than dwell on his folly. With a deep breath, Wufeng gazed at the thickening clouds and the monstrous bolts of lightning that loomed overhead, declaring, "Let me first navigate this trial before contemplating further." In an instant, a lightning bolt as thick as a chopstick descended upon him, striking directly. Wufeng, unprepared yet determined, decided to harness the power of this divine punishment to refine his body and essence. However, the reality that followed proved that he had underestimated the essence of heavenly retribution. The thunder of divine punishment is entirely imbued with destructive force, devoid of any vitality, in stark contrast to the thunder of tribulation, which is a blend of annihilation and creation, intended to test the worthiness of beings. The heavenly tribulation is proportionally adjusted by the cosmic order based on the individual circumstances. For the heavily burdened by karma, the ratio often leans towards a perilous 9 parts destruction to 1 part creation. Conversely, those rich in virtue typically experience a more favorable 9 parts creation to 1 part destruction. Moreover, it is not merely so, indeed. There exists a phenomenon where one's merits reach an unparalleled zenith, thereby receiving a direct endorsement from the heavenly path, bypassing all trials, even the tribulations of the heavens. Wufeng, who failed to distinguish between divine punishment and the tribulations that he had envisioned, attempted to emulate others by transforming peril into fortune. The outcome is evident. As one gazes upon him now, hair standing on end, his body crackling with electric sparks, and smoke billowing from his mouth. Alas, I knew it all to be a deception. The notion that transcending tribulations is akin to bathing, or that one can cultivate their body while undergoing trials, or the fanciful idea of refining while navigating tribulations. How utterly gullible I was to believe such nonsense. As Wufeng felt the excruciating discomfort coursing through every fiber of his being, he could not help but exclaim with fervor, "Teacher, what is that? Is one using lightning to temper the body?" Tung Qingshan, captivated by the sudden celestial anomaly, observed Wufeng steadfastly enduring the onslaught of heavenly lightning without flinching, and a flicker of doubt ignited within him. Before Tung Qingshan could unravel the reason behind it, another bolt of heavenly lightning descended from the heavens with a deafening crack, resonating across a vast expanse of 100 miles, causing all who heard it, including both formidable beings and ethereal beasts, to tremble involuntarily. Even among them, not a single one was exempt, except for Pei San, the foremost figure in the realm of Dongshu, who, aware of the celestial disturbances from afar, remained unperturbed as he rushed to the scene. As Wufeng beheld the oncoming bolt of divine retribution, which was more than twice the size of the previous one, he hastily summoned the pure and profound energy within him, rejuvenating himself and mending the injuries inflicted by the heavenly strike, while simultaneously dispelling the rampant lightning energy coursing through his body. Just as the second bolt of heavenly punishment was about to strike him, in a moment of dire urgency, Wu Feng managed to heal nearly all his wounds. He then raised his fist and struck the approaching divine lightning, resulting in a thunderous collision. His vengeful blow triumphed, obliterating the bolt of punishment. Witnessing this, Tung Qingshan stood in stunned silence, shock written across his face, his mouth agape as if it could scarcely contain a goose egg. It seemed that Wu Feng's earlier audacious act had thoroughly provoked the heavens. The thick black clouds, which had enveloped an area of nearly 300 miles, began to consciously contract and compress. Moments later, they shrank to a dense mass of dark clouds, illuminated by dazzling lightning, swirling and churning until, in a singular instant of suspended breath, a colossal bolt of divine retribution, as thick as a water barrel, thundered down. Seeing this extraordinary bolt of punishment approach, Wu Feng's pupils involuntarily constricted, and he inwardly lamented, "This is truly a game of great magnitude. Alas, how foolish of me! Why provoke anyone at all? Why must I challenge the heavens? Now I am reaping the consequences." Reluctantly, regardless of his inner turmoil, Wu Feng had no choice but to raise his fist once more to meet the impending strike. After a resounding crash, the outcome of this clash was clear. Wu Feng found himself at a distinct disadvantage. The individuals affected were left in utter disarray, and the nearby Billion Mountain had inexplicably diminished in stature, its surface now marred and uneven, occasionally sparking with electric currents. It seemed that the earlier strike had failed to obliterate its target, prompting the dark clouds above to once again contract ominously. In mere moments, the dense, pitch-black clouds coalesced into a mass spanning 3 miles. At this juncture, the oppressive atmosphere of the clouds deepened, exerting a weight that could suffocate even a seasoned martial artist. From within this gloom, colossal lightning dragons began to take form, twisting and writhing, their ferocious visages striking terror into the heart. As time ebbed away in tandem with the swirling, darkening clouds, Wu Feng gazed skyward, his throat dry as he beheld the increasingly ominous storm and the burgeoning thunderous lightning. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead under the immense pressure emanating from the heavens. In this moment of anticipation, Wu Feng's mind was intensely focused, so much so that apart from the relentless thumping of his own heart, the world around him fell silent. At the same time, his eldest disciple, the formidable Li Jinfeng, was diligently preparing for the impending battle for the second position on the heavenly rankings. This scene unfolded in a grand temple, reminiscent of a city, perched upon the mountain range that marked the border between Rongzhou and Liangzhou. Here, a vast and vacant arena, typically utilized by the monks of Moni Temple for their morning exercises, was now teeming with spectators. The crowd was immense, a spectacle of humanity. Do you think Li Jinfeng can, as always, defeat the second-ranked by May old monk with just 3 strikes? It's hard to say. Perhaps he can, perhaps he cannot. That's as good as saying nothing at all. What do you know? One must understand that when masters of the heavenly rankings clash, the harmony of heaven, earth, and man is paramount. Thus, external factors could directly influence the outcome of this battle. That is why I say perhaps he can, perhaps he cannot. Oh, is that so? You are all ignorant. Just wait and see. The monks of Moni Temple, witnessing the overwhelming confidence of the crowd in Li Jinfeng's certain victory, felt a sense of dissatisfaction brewing within. Moments later, the copper bell designated for signaling the monks' morning practice resonated throughout the temple, ringing 7 times before coming to a halt. The sudden tolling elicited expressions of surprise among the monks, particularly among the elders, who found it overly dramatic and difficult to comprehend. Only the esteemed elders truly comprehend the profound significance embodied by the 7 tolls of the bell, a harbinger of calamity second only to the 8 tolls, which foretell the annihilation of a lineage. It is essential to note that the Moni Temple typically tolls 7 bells, often in response to the infiltration of formidable adversaries or the overt arrival of threats. Is the abbot placing too much faith in this thunderous staff? Inquired a purple-robed monk, his brow furrowed in confusion. There is no need for doubt. Trust that the abbot possesses his own discernment, replied an elderly monk with a bald head and long eyebrows, his tone indifferent. Indeed, nodded the purple-robed monk in agreement. Look, the thunderous staff approaches. All right, quiet down, will you? It's not as if you are blind. From afar, Li Jinfeng advanced rapidly, step by step, his brow furrowing at the sight of the densely packed arena, a feeling of displeasure creeping into his heart. Growing increasingly impatient, Li Jinfeng chose not to follow the path indicated by the guiding monk. Instead, from 100 meters away, he leaped gracefully, landing atop the temple wall. Channeling his energy, he unleashed a resonant roar. Elder with the white brows, let us settle this atop the mountain peak. Will you dare to join me? Having uttered his challenge, Li Jinfeng wasted no time and leapt once more, soaring nearly 100 zhang in mere seconds, vanishing from the Moni temple and appearing at the summit of the mountain range. In response, a sound wave of similar potency resonated from the Moni temple, and, after a moment's pause, a gray-clad monk with white brows set aside his broom and sprang into the air, swiftly pursuing Li Jinfeng. Witnessing this spectacle, a multitude who had expended considerable resources for the opportunity to observe lamented loudly, while only a select few, masters of the innate realm, deemed their expenses worthwhile. Leaping into action to follow the two combatants. Atop the towering peak, Li Jinfeng, having arrived first, poised himself with the tips of his toes delicately resting on the steep cliff face, awaiting the arrival of the elder. In an instant, you have arrived, he remarked. Indeed, venerable one, I have come as invited. I would not dare to decline. You have aged. Alas, I am but 108 years old. Yet I can still consume 3 bowls of rice. Ah, that is reassuring. Please, proceed. Forgive my rudeness, venerable one. Amitba. With inquiries concluded and words exchanged, the two men hesitated no longer. They moved in harmony, leaping into the air and striking forth with their palms, confronting one another directly. With a sharp cry, the two exchanged forces, shifting positions and standing firm, their gazes locked onto one another, entirely disregarding the violent displacement of air caused by their palms pressing together, which resulted in a powerful wave of turbulence. This force swept away the thick, white mist surrounding them and dislodged fragments of the craggy cliffs, which tumbled down, inadvertently harming many innocents and wreaking havoc upon the fish pond below. Do not hesitate. Once more, the old monk said, yielding to the request. With that, he unleashed the Moku fist. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted, enveloping the venerable white-browed monk, coalescing into a massive golden fist, several dozen feet in size, hurtling towards Li Jinfeng with tremendous force. Confronted by the inexorable advance of this overwhelming strike, akin to a mountain pressing down upon him, Li Jinfeng's previously impassive expression finally flickered with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Excellent, this is precisely how it should be, he exclaimed, trembling with exhilaration, as he unsheathed the thunderous staff from his back and struck fiercely at the colossal golden fist. With a resounding crash, the collision of their unrestrained powers reverberated, causing the mountain to tremble under the strain. Ultimately, it could not withstand the force and collapsed with a thunderous roar, massive stones cascading down, reducing the height from nearly 3,000 meters to less than 2,000 meters in mere moments. Ah, old monk, are you suppressing your own breakthrough? Li Jinfeng remarked, having shattered the golden fist with a single blow. Amitba, be cautious, my friend. This is my strongest technique, originally prepared for Wu Ho. Yet unforeseen circumstances have led us here, the white-browed monk replied, opting for a warning instead of an explanation. As his words trailed off, he swiftly formed a dazzling golden seal, embodying the 2 layers of the golden path he had comprehended, exuding immense power and overwhelming force as it surged forward. In that moment, even before the monk's seal could reach him, Li Jinfeng sensed an imminent threat, every hair on his body standing on end as cold sweat began to trickle down his back. Faced with a peril that threatened his very existence, he could no longer afford to hold back and unleashed his full strength for the first time with the 3 thunderous strikes that shatter heaven and earth. The collision of their powers, both having reached the threshold of the virtual realm, resonated as if shaking the very foundations of the earth, akin to a meteor's impact, giving rise to a small mushroom cloud between them. The violent shockwaves compressed the surrounding air, creating visible ripples that swiftly obliterated everything within a 10-mile radius.